Chapter 1. Crossing Over, Strange Memories. Xuantiando Continent. Eastern Wilderness. Daofeng stands tall, spiritual energy soaring to the sky. One of the three major sects of the Eastern Wilderness. The Qingyan Dao sect is today adorned with lanterns and decorations, bustling with guests, all of whom are prominent figures in the Eastern Wilderness. Congratulations, congratulations. Haha, Lin Yuan is a well-known genius in our Eastern Wilderness. Today is his wedding day, truly a joyful occasion. The two major sects are joining together today, which is indeed a grand event for our Eastern Wilderness. Inside the sect, voices of congratulations and flattery are incessant. This is all because today is the wedding day of Lin Yuan, the current Daozi of the Qingyan Dao sect, and his Dao companion is equally remarkable, being the holy maiden of the Piaoxue Dao sect, Lu Shui, who is also the daughter of the sect master, holding a noble status. One Daozi, one holy maiden. The two are uniting in marriage, a strong alliance between the two powerful forces, just as guests are arriving continuously, creating a lively atmosphere. At the same time, in the Qingyan Dao sect, in a room filled with abundant spiritual energy, antique in style. So, I have crossed over? This is a young man dressed in black, with a handsome face, appearing to be just under 20 years old, and he is the main character of this grand event in the Qingyan Dao sect. However, this Lin Yuan is not the same as the other Lin Yuan. He woke up to find himself having crossed over. He came from the modern world, and last night, while lying in bed reading a novel, he lost consciousness without realizing it, and when he woke up, he found himself in this world. Ugh, headache, this moment. Just after crossing over, Lin Yuan feels a wave of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, veins popping, and cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Lin Yuan, senior brother of the Qingyan Dao sect, getting married? As the unfamiliar memories merge, Lin Yuan's pain continues. Through the memories, he realizes that coincidentally, the original owner of this body is also named Lin Yuan. However, unlike the bitter life he experienced in his previous life, this Lin Yuan is equivalent to a rich second generation, born with a golden key, possessing astonishing talent and exceptional aptitude, and is the undisputed heir of the Qingyan Dao sect. Now he is about to marry the holy maiden of another major sect, reaching the peak of his life, seemingly a complete winner in life. But the Lin Yuan who has merged with these memories cannot feel happiness at this moment. Can I refuse this marriage? A bitter smile hangs at the corner of his mouth. Through the memories, Lin Yuan understands that the original owner of this body was, in his previous life, a typical dog licker. Lu Shui, who does not have a good opinion of him, has such talent and status. What woman wouldn't want him? Why hang all hopes on one tree? Just as Lin Yuan laments, he thought the merging of memories had completed up to this point. What is that? But at this moment, the pain of merging memories not only does not end but intensifies. No, not right. Lin Yuan's face turns even paler, cold sweat pouring down. Upper Realm. Forbidden Imperial Clan. Lin family. Training.His. The unfamiliar words spill from Lin Yuan's trembling lips. He finally cannot bear the overwhelming memories surging from his mind and faints. Meanwhile, while Lin Yuan is unconscious, at this moment, in a side hall of the Qingyan Dao sect, there is a father and daughter. Dad, why do you insist on forcing me to marry that Lin Yuan? The voice belongs to Lu Shui, dressed in flowing white, with fair skin and a tall, delicate figure. Her long hair cascades down like a fairy in a painting. As she speaks, a hint of disgust appears in her beautiful eyes when mentioning Lin Yuan. Perhaps due to being the daughter of the Piaoxue Dao sect's master, Lu Shui naturally holds herself in high regard and does not look at someone of Lin Yuan's status at all. Another reason is that, actually, long before she became Dao partners with Lin Yuan, she had already given her heart to someone else. Are you still thinking about that prince from the central continent? A voice interjects from the side, belonging to Lu Shui's father, Lu Tsong, the master of the Piaoxue Dao sect. Looking at his spoiled daughter, he speaks with a helpless tone. Years ago, Lu Shui visited the central continent, where she met a man from there. Later, Lu Tsong learned by chance that the man his daughter met was the eldest prince of the Dayu dynasty. In this Xuantiando continent, there are 5 regions, but among them, the central continent is the strongest in terms of both the number of powerful beings and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, although their Piaoxue Dao sect and Qinyan sects seem decent in the eastern wilderness, they're not even comparable to ordinary sects in the central continent. The Dayu dynasty, even in the central continent, is one of the most forbidden powers. The eldest prince of the Dayu dynasty is a figure whom even Lu Tsang, the master of the Piaoxua Dao sect, must look up to. If his daughter could have a relationship with such a person, Lu Tsang would naturally be very hopeful. But Lu Tsang knows very well that someone of that caliber would hardly look at a small sect like his in the eastern wilderness. His daughter and such a genius are fundamentally impossible. Years have passed, and the facts have proven this. There has been no contact between his daughter and that prince. Since that's the case, why not choose someone closer? Lin Yuan, who is still considered decent among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. Although he cannot compare with that prince, he is barely qualified. Dad, Lu Shue's pretty face shows surprise. She thought that her acquaintance with a man named Yi Xian in the central continent was a secret unknown to anyone, but unexpectedly, her father learned of it after all these years. However, Lu Shue doesn't care about this. In her view, compared to brother Yi Xian, what is Lin Yuan? After all, he can only have some fame in the eastern wilderness. She, Lu Shue, has seen the greater world in the central continent. Although brother Yi Xian has not come to find her all these years, Lu Shue speculates that he must have his own reasons. Not long ago, Lu Shue secretly relayed the news of her marriage to the Dayu dynasty in the central continent, hoping to force her brother Yi Xian to appear. At this moment, Lu Shue is already imagining that at the grand wedding banquet soon, brother Yi Xian will come in white robes, stepping on a rainbow cloud, to find her and take her away to that time. She will let the people of the eastern continent understand that the one worthy of her is the prince of the Dayu dynasty from the central continent, not some local, talented figure from the eastern wilderness. This is how Lu Shue thinks. Although she was also born in the eastern wilderness, she yearned for the broader world of the central continent even more. Let's go, the auspicious time is approaching. Lu Tsang shakes his head slightly, and the two leave the side hall. Chapter 2. The Upper Realm's imperial clan, Lin family. Dressed in black, lying on the floor of the room, Lin Yuan has not been unconscious for long. The memories have completely merged, and soon, he wakes up. Upper Realm's imperial clan. Lin family. Lin Yuan's voice carries surprise. After merging with that memory, he finally understands that the original owner of this body has another identity. He is not a person from this Zontiando continent, but hails from the Upper Realm, which every cultivator in the world yearns for. The Lin family of the imperial clan, one of the most forbidden families across the myriad realms, holds dominion over the heavens and earth, suppressing the ages. Such a forbidden family. Yet every member must venture out to experience the myriad realms from the moment they are born. Lin Yuan, even though he is the son of the head of the Lin family, a contemporary taboo imperial clan, cannot be an exception. This has always been the rule within the clan, and no one can break it in the Lin family. The strong survive while the weak perish. Although the clan rules are cruel, it is precisely for this reason that the Lin family has been able to stand firm as one of the most taboo families in the myriad realms for countless years, thriving and unyielding. In "Oh wonder my cultivation speed surpasses that of my peers." According to his memories, Lin Yuan's talent is exceptionally strong among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, after recalling his memories, Lin Yuan realizes that this might be related to the bloodline of the Lin family from the higher realm. Just as Lin Yuan is astonished by his true identity, footsteps are heard from outside the room. "Senior brother, today is your big day. The guests have all arrived." The voice is crisp, accompanied by a beautiful face, with willow-like eyebrows and a blue dress. She looks to be around 16 or 17 years old, in the prime of youth. Xiao, the sect leader of Qinyan Dao sect and the daughter of Xiao Zhantian, grew up alongside Lin Yuan and is also his junior sister. As she speaks, Xiao has already appeared before Lin Yuan. By the way, your partner, Lu Shue, has also arrived. With her big eyes blinking, Xiao pouts with an expression of dissatisfaction when Lu Shue is mentioned. Xiao feels that her senior brother is not worthy of this situation. Others may not understand, but she knows very well that senior brother Lin Yuan, whether in talent or strength, is unmatched. The rumors about him among the various sects in the eastern wilderness are merely the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. In the previous few encounters, Lin Yuan's actions have already overshadowed countless young talents in the eastern wilderness. But what about Lu Shue? She has always presented herself with an air of arrogance when facing Lin Yuan. Yet, Lin Yuan still goes out of his way to please this lady, offering countless precious heavenly materials and earth treasures. Being a woman herself, Xiao can clearly sense that Lu Shui does not really like senior brother, but still agreed to become his partner, which seems very suspicious. Since everyone is here, let's go out and take a look. At this moment, Lin Yuan said lightly. His mind is filled with thoughts about his true identity and the memories of the higher realm Lin family. As for the so-called marriage, Lin Yuan's expression shows that he does not care too much. The original owner was a sycophant, but he is not. As he speaks, Lin Yuan ruffles his junior sister's hair, smiles calmly, and walks outside. Strange, why does it feel like senior brother doesn't care much about Lu Shui? Looking at Lin Yuan's back, Xiao's pretty face shows doubt. From what she knows about Lin Yuan, on such an important day, he should have gone out early to welcome his beloved. Shaking her head slightly, she tidies up Lin Yuan's messy hair and follows him outside. At the feast, guests are gathered like clouds, and it is quite lively, with noise all around. All the prominent figures from the Eastern Wilderness have arrived, including the two major sects of Qingyun Dao sect and Piaoxue Dao sect, so the attendees are of notable status. Senior brother has arrived. Along the way, the disciples of Qingyun Dao sect hold immense respect for their senior brother Lin Yuan. Come here quickly, the auspicious time has arrived. Why are you only now here? At this moment, amidst the crowd, there is an elderly man with a stern visage and an upright posture, with a head full of white hair. He is Xiao Zhantian, the sect leader of Qingyun Dao sect, surrounded by many admirers, his face filled with joy. When he sees Lin Yuan approaching, his smile broadens even more as he calls out. For Lin Yuan, he completely treats him as the next generation leader of Qingyun Dao sect. Although he has a unique daughter, Xiao, the position of sect leader should still be held by the capable. Xiao Zhantian is always satisfied with Lin Yuan's talent and strength, as there is no one in the younger generation of Qingyun Dao sect who can compare, and he is even close to surpassing the older generation of cultivators. Years ago, he found a baby in a snowy field, swaddled in a blanket, with a jade tablet inscribed with the name Lin Yuan. This is all that Xiao Zhantian knows about Lin Yuan's background after over 20 years of raising him. They have long since formed a father-son bond. Master, Lin Yuan slightly bows as he speaks. According to his memories, his master is extremely strict with all his disciples, including his junior sister, Xiao. However, he has always treated Lin Yuan with special care and has never been harsh with him. Come quickly to greet your uncle Lu. Today you are about to marry his daughter. Xiao Zhantian laughs heartily. Greetings, Elder Lu. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, who has an elegant appearance and is dressed in white, Lin Yuan does not bow, but simply speaks calmly. According to his memories, the original owner had pursued Lu Shui for many years, and this Elder Lu was not very fond of him. But not long ago, for some unknown reason, Elder Lu suddenly proposed to marry his daughter to him. This made Lin Yuan feel a bit strange, of course. Based on his memories, the original owner thought that his years of sincerity had finally won the approval of the Lu family. However, Lin Yuan, who has just crossed over and is maintaining his rationality, does not think so. You don't need to be polite. After today, we will be family. Elder Lu looked at Lin Yuan with a faint smile. Yet, no matter how one looks at it, Elder Lu's smile seems a bit unwilling. Internally sighing, Elder Lu has long been contemplating what would happen if his daughter had a relationship with the prince of the Great Yu dynasty in Zhongzhou. If that were the case, Piaoxue Dao sect could leverage the power of such a top-tier force in Zhongzhou to potentially become the #1 sect. This was also the reason why Elder Lu had not been very fond of Lin Yuan before. However, after years of waiting without results, combined with Lin Yuan's rising fame in the Eastern Wilderness in recent years, Elder Lu decided to marry Lu Shui to Lin Yuan. Your reputation in the Eastern Wilderness has grown quite a bit in recent years, Elder Lu said with a smile. It's just some reputation among the same generation in the Eastern Wilderness with his strength. If he goes to Zhongzhou to face the talents there, it wouldn't mean much at all. At this moment, a voice interjects, dressed in flowing white, with fair skin and a tall, delicate figure, her long hair cascading down. It is Lu Shui. With an arrogant gaze, she looks disdainfully at Lin Yuan, filled with contempt. Chapter 3 on the wedding day, the arrival of a prince from Zhongzhou in recent years. Lin Yuan's reputation in the eastern wilderness has indeed grown significantly. But in Lu Xue's eyes, it was nothing more than having some power in such a small place. In the Grand Zhongzhou, picking any ordinary genius would easily surpass Lin Yuan, let alone comparing him to her brother Yixian. Lin Yuan's expression remained indifferent, showing no signs of joy or anger. How strong are the geniuses of Zhongzhou? With a calm gaze and a heart unperturbed, Lin Yuan said lightly. He also had some understanding of Zhongzhou from memory. It was renowned as the most suitable place for cultivation in the Xinjiang continent, rumored to be filled with geniuses. But how does it compare to the upper realm? In the myriad worlds, the realms range from low to high: body refinement, qi gathering, spirit condensation, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascension, quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor, and emperor realm. In the eyes of those from the upper realm, this lower realm, with its highest cultivator merely at the ascension realm, was not worth mentioning. Only by reaching the ascension realm could one have the chance to ascend to the upper realm. And the Lin family, an imperial clan, was one of the most taboo families even in the upper realm. What a grandiose statement. Lu Xue sneered. Previously, before heading to Zhongzhou, she had thought similarly to Lin Yuan. As the saintess of the snowfall, Tao sect, she naturally possessed a cold spirit body and had believed her talent to be top tier in Zhongzhou. However, after an unexpected opportunity to arrive there, she realized how ignorant she had once been. Zhongzhou was home to countless powerful sects, and even an ordinary sect would surpass the three great Tao sects of the eastern wilderness. Above those sects was the immortal Great Universe dynasty, which suppressed everything. There, Lu Xue met Yixian, who not only had astonishing talent and was one of the few rivals among the younger generation in Zhongzhou, but was also the eldest prince of the Great Universe dynasty, destined to inherit the throne. Therefore, Lu Xue viewed the Lin Yuan before her as nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. On the day of the grand wedding, the two newlyweds seemed to be at odds with each other. People around were watching. Xue is truly spoiled by me. At this moment, Lu Cong hurriedly stepped forward, trying to ease the tension with a laugh, looking at his daughter with a helpless expression, sighing inwardly. Even if you look down on Lin Yuan, you shouldn't choose this moment to express it. At this time, everyone in the Qinyan Dao sect, including the sect master Xiao Zhantian, was looking at Lu Xue with dark faces. Originally a joyous occasion, it had been disrupted like this. However, he couldn't reprimand her at this moment. Not far away, in a green dress, Xiao had tried several times to rush out. She had long found Lu Xue displeasing, but her fellow disciples were holding her back. Junior sister, today is the grand day for senior brother. You cannot act recklessly. Yes, you know how senior brother feels about Lu Xue. It's better to let it go. At this moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Just then, a voice broke the awkwardness. The auspicious time has arrived. It was time for Lin Yuan and Lu Xue to become Dao partners. With this voice, it heralded that Lin Yuan was about to truly become Lu Xue's Dao partner. Where is brother Yixian? Is he really going to forget me? Among the crowd, Lu Xue occasionally looked into the distance, her pretty face filled with anxiety. In truth, she never wanted to marry Lin Yuan. She agreed to this marriage merely to force Yixian to appear and take her away from here. Now, as the time approached, she still did not see the figure. Perhaps her inner longing was taking effect. Just as the entire Qinyan Dao sect was in an uproar over the couple becoming Dao partners, at that moment, a young figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Qinyan Dao sect. I am Yixian, arriving from the Great Universe dynasty of Zhongzhou. The voice rang out, belonging to a tall figure, exuding an air of majesty, dressed in a black and gold patterned dragon robe, standing in the void, exceptionally handsome, looking down below. As a prince of the Great Universe dynasty in Zhongzhou, Yixian viewed the eastern wilderness with disdain. The three great Dao sects of the eastern wilderness were nothing. With a snap of his fingers, he could extinguish them if he wished. Upon receiving the news, Yixian traveled thousands of miles from Zhongzhou, wanting to see what kind of person dared to compete for his woman. His gaze was proud and filled with arrogance as he overlooked Lin Yuan below. Zhongzhou, his, the Great Universe dynasty. What is such a person doing in my eastern wilderness? At this moment, with Yixian's appearance, the entire venue erupted in excitement. In Zhongzhou, countless cultivators yearned for it. and the reputation of the great universe dynasty, even with the vast distance separating the two regions, was well known among countless cultivators in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, the Qingyun Dao sect and the Snowfall Dao sect, while powerful in the eastern wilderness, were insignificant compared to the colossal great universe dynasty. Surrounding guests looked on with curiosity, their eyes gazing at the sky. On the day Lin Yuan and Lu Shui were to become Dao partners, a noble figure from the great universe dynasty had arrived. What could be his intention? Brother Yi Xian, you finally came to find me. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. As one of the original protagonists of the day, about to become Lin Yuan's partner, Lu Shui disregarded Lin Yuan beside her and the entire Qingyun Dao sect, running towards Yi Xian. I'm here. I'll take you away. In the void, the newly arrived Yi Xian stepped forward and appeared before Lu Shui. The two acted intimately, and in an instant, the reason for the situation became clear. At this moment, for Lin Yuan, on the day of his wedding, his Dao partner was turning into someone else's embrace. Not far away, Lin Yuan stood still, quietly watching this scene, his gaze calm. Chapter 4. Provocation. At this moment, Lin Yuan is a person who has traveled through time and is no longer the previous Lin Yuan. Therefore, he feels completely indifferent towards Lu Shui. If she doesn't want to marry him, she could have said so earlier. He has no complaints. However, she shouldn't treat him and the reputation of the entire Qingyun Dao sect as a joke. Blocking his master and other senior brothers from the sect, Lin Yuan stepped forward. So this is your choice? A voice sounded as he looked at the two opposite him. Lin Yuan's tone was indifferent, but there was a cold light surging in his eyes. Almost all the major forces and sects from the East Wilderness had come to this banquet. The events that occurred at this moment would soon turn Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyun Dao sect into a laughingstock across the East Wilderness. Lin Yuan, give up on that thought. I will never marry you. Compared to Brother Yi Xian, what do you think you are? Brother Yi Xian is the prince of the Diyu dynasty, a dragon among men, while you are at most a pest. Do you really think that just because you have some fame in the East Wilderness, you are someone important? Snuggling beside Yi Xian, treating Lin Yuan as if he were a different person, Lu Shui, seeing the one she was truly waiting for had arrived, didn't bother to hide her feelings anymore. At this moment, she thought Lin Yuan was unwilling to accept his fate for not being able to have her, and she quickly spoke out, wanting to clarify her relationship with Lin Yuan so as not to let her brother Yi Xian misunderstand. You are Lin Yuan. With a proud gaze, Yi Xian looked Lin Yuan up and down with disdain, his posture high and mighty. Kid, do you know who I am from the Diyu dynasty? A mere person from a small sect dares to covet this prince's woman. Do you think you're worthy? The three words were a question directed at Lin Yuan. Before coming here, Yi Xian had already learned Lin Yuan's name. As a person from the central continent and a prince of the Diyu dynasty, his identity was extraordinarily noble. To him, a mere person from the East Wilderness was no different from an ant. At this moment, if Lin Yuan were to kneel and beg for mercy, he might show mercy and spare his life. If you dare to show any defiance, I will let the native cultivators of the East Wilderness know what it means to be a top prodigy from the central continent and what it means to be a prince of the Diyu dynasty. At this moment, with this scene unfolding, the venue fell silent, a dead silence. Eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. Logically speaking, on the day of the wedding, his woman was snuggling beside another man, which would be a great humiliation to any man. And Lin Yuan represented the Qingyun Dao sect, which had rumors that this most famous prodigy of the East Wilderness would inherit the position of the sect master of the Qingyun Dao sect in the future. However, what was happening right now was almost equivalent to trampling on Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyun Dao sect's face. The newcomer was a prince of the Diyu dynasty. And it was said that in the central continent, where strong cultivators abound, the Diyu dynasty was one of the top forces. At this time, someone around sighed, saying the gap was too big. Although they were far away in the East Wilderness, they had long heard of some top forces in the central continent. The Diyu dynasty was far too powerful, not something the Qingyun Dao sect could compare with. Indeed, although today's events were too humiliating for Lin Yuan, it was even more important to remain calm and not act impulsively. Personal honor and disgrace mean nothing. Endure for a moment and the wind will calm down. Voices began to sound softly around, from powerful figures of other sects in the East Wilderness, most of whom had a good relationship with the Qingyun Dao sect, offering their opinions. They were well aware that with Yi Xian's status as a prince, he had the ability to annihilate the entire Qingyun Dao sect. Humph. How arrogant. So what if you come from the Diyu dynasty? This is my Qingyun Dao sect. This is the East Wilderness, not your central continent. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out, accompanied by a head of white hair and an expression filled with anger. It was the current sect master of the Qingyun Dao sect, Xiao Zhantian. Yuan, no matter what you want to do, I and the entire Qingyun Dao sect will stand by your side. With a complex gaze, Xiao Zhantian looked at Lin Yuan, who seemed too quiet at this moment. Xiao Zhantian thought that his disciple was unable to bear the blow and was in a daze. After all, he understood Lin Yuan too well and knew how deeply his disciple had admired Lu Shui before. But now, Xiao Zhantian's gaze was complex, and he shook his head slightly. He had raised Lin Yuan since he was a baby, treating him like his own son. His disciple was excellent in every way, with astonishing talent, but he lacked experience in matters of the heart. Xiao Zhantian understood how much of a blow today's events were for Lin Yuan. However, for such a woman, it was really not worth it. At this moment, Xiao Zhantian just hoped Lin Yuan would quickly regain his spirits. Master, don't worry. I'm fine, Lin Yuan said calmly, appearing completely unaffected. This made Xiao Zhantian slightly taken aback. Then, Lin Yuan's gaze turned towards Yi Xian not far away. Facing the top prodigy of the central continent, the prince of the Diyu dynasty, Lin Yuan showed no trace of reverence that others displayed. Instead, he looked down upon him. So what if you are from the Diyu dynasty? Or are you, a nobody, as a member of the Lin family? A forbidden imperial clan from the upper realm, a mere lower realm force, no matter how powerful it is in this realm. Lin Yuan truly had no need to take it seriously. Lin Yuan, you are truly ignorant. Don't say you. Even your Qingyun Dao sect can be destroyed anytime brother Yi Xian wants. A disdainful laugh came, and before Yi Xian could respond, Lu Shui spoke first. Her pretty face filled with arrogance as she looked at Lin Yuan. Kid, do you know that offending the Diyu dynasty means death? Standing tall and imposing, Yi Xian looked at Lin Yuan, a murderous intent emerging in his eyes. A mere native cultivator from the East Wilderness, first daring to covet his woman, now speaking disrespectfully of his Diyu dynasty. Yi Xian was already filled with killing intent. Oh, I've offended you? If you have the guts, feel free to try and attack. With a cold voice, Lin Yuan, dressed in black, stood firm, his expression stern, with cold light surging in his eyes. Under the gaze of countless cultivators around, Lin Yuan pointed at Yi Xian and said indifferently. At this point, there was nothing more to say. It was merely a matter of fighting. It is said that in this world, the prodigies of the central continent far surpass those from other regions. The gap is immeasurable. Lin Yuan wanted to see what kind of strength this so-called prince of the Diyu dynasty had. Originally, with your status, you were not qualified to challenge me. However, because you insulted my Diyu dynasty, I will let you understand that in front of this prince, you are nothing but an ant. I can crush you with a finger. Yi Xian sneered. Chapter 5. The protector Lin Jiu from the Qingyun Dao sect was present at a wedding banquet that was thrown into chaos by the arrival of a prince. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the Qingyun Dao sect, within a forbidden area of the eastern wilderness, lay the ancient forbidden land that everyone in the Xiantian continent feared to speak of. Since the formation of this forbidden land, no strong cultivator from the Xiantian continent had dared to set foot in it, not even the strongest of this realm. The top-tier cultivators on the verge of ascending to the higher realms. It was said that to enter the ancient forbidden land, one might need to reach the Saint Realm to have the capability to do so. However, it should be noted that Saint Realm cultivators could only be born in the higher realms since ancient times. The limit of this realm is the ascending heaven realm. Therefore, although the ancient forbidden land was famous throughout the Xiantian continent, no one had ever entered it, and no one knew what it was like inside. After years of searching, I finally found the place of inheritance of the Emperor Yuan Tian, who once brought the young master down to the lower realm. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the ancient forbidden land, a place where no one dared to tread. It belonged to an old man dressed in gray, with long gray-white hair, exuding an imposing aura that made the surrounding void tremble as if it could not bear his presence, threatening to shatter. His voice was grand, shattering the dark clouds above. This was a Saint Realm cultivator. Lin Jiao, hailing from the imperial family of the Upper Realm, was the one who accompanied Lin Yuan to the Lower Realm for training back in the day. The imperial family had cruel ancestral rules that required every descendant to undergo training in the Lower Realm. However, it was not the case that a newborn baby would be directly thrown into the Lower Realm. Generally, a protector would accompany them. Lin Jiao was precisely Lin Yuan's protector. Not long after the young master was born, the family had sought the most suitable training domain for him, choosing this realm because a legacy of an emperor was preserved here. I have searched for 20 years. Now that the legacy has finally been found, it's time to go to the Qingyun sect and bring the young master here. Lin Jiao's eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at the glowing portal emanating the principles of imperial law. Emperor Yuan Tian was once a powerful figure known throughout the heavens, rumored to have ascended from a lower realm to the higher realms, rising in strength and suppressing the world. After his fall, he left behind his place of inheritance. However, for countless ages, no one had discovered this place. The rumor of an emperor's legacy was enough to stir the hearts of cultivators, and even a Saint Realm cultivator like Lin Jiao was no exception. Lin Jiao knew well the cost the family had paid to investigate this realm for the young master. I guess the young master doesn't remember this old man anymore. After all, he was just too young back then. With a smile on his aged face, he recalled how Lin Yuan was still an infant when he brought him to the lower realm. Although Lin Jiao would secretly visit the Qingyun sect to check on Lin Yuan from time to time, he had never revealed himself. With Lin Jiao's strength of the Saint Realm, he could easily conceal himself without anyone in this realm detecting him. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Crack! A spatial crack appeared in front of him, and he entered the spatial passage, disappearing from sight. His destination was the Qingyun sect. At this moment, inside the Qingyun sect, there were thundering sounds. Standing tall and imposing, dressed in a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, Yi Xian was floating in the void. Incredibly handsome. A tremendous surge of spiritual power emanated from him, golden lights swirling around him accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Boom! A dragon silhouette hovered behind Yi Xian. This display of power immediately shook countless cultivators present. Even the older generation of cultivators from the eastern wilderness were astonished. This was the dragon spirit body. At this moment, shocked voices rose, and gazes turned towards Yi Xian, recognizing his extraordinary physique. The dragon spirit body was one of the most powerful physiques in the Xiantian continent, with countless talents from Zhongzhou, yet very few could compare to the dragon spirit body. Unfortunately, this physique belonged to the imperial lineage of Zhongzhou, and others could never possess it. The dragon spirit body was inherently powerful, but it was astonishing that this prince had already reached the divine bridge realm. Hiss! A voice exclaimed. Even though they had long heard that the talents from Zhongzhou were far beyond those from the eastern wilderness, where it was the true land of cultivation. Countless people from the eastern wilderness dreamed of leaving this place to cultivate in Zhongzhou. But witnessing it firsthand, even many of the older generation cultivators around were left in awe. The divine bridge realm was already enough to establish a sect in a place like the eastern wilderness. And coupled with the reputation of the dragon spirit body, it was safe to say that this young prince, who appeared to be only around 20 years old, would be able to sweep away many older generation cultivators in the eastern wilderness aside from the three great Dao sects. Hearing the exclamations around him regarding Yi Xian's strength, Lu Shui beside him wore a proud expression. This was the man she had chosen. Whether in talent, strength, or background, he was enough to crush his peers. In the future, he would have the opportunity to inherit the entire Diyu dynasty. As for Lin Yuan, how could he possibly compare to her brother Yi Xian? Lin Yuan, give up. With your strength, you are nothing in front of brother Yi Xian. As long as you are willing to kneel and apologize to brother Yi Xian, I could consider sparing your life, given that both your Qingyun Dao sect and my Piaoxua Dao sect are among the three major sects of the eastern wilderness. Dressed in flowing white robes, with pale skin and a tall, delicate figure, her long hair cascaded down. At this moment, Lu Shui resembled a proud phoenix. Her beautiful eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Lin Yuan not far away and coldly laughed. The dragon spirit body? I would love to know just how strong it can be. Ignoring Lu Shui's words, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards the dragon silhouette surrounding Yi Xian, speaking calmly. Although he had never known his true physique, he speculated that the bloodline of an upper realm imperial family should not be inferior to a mere dragon spirit body from a lower realm. Right? Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Yuan spoke, at that moment, an equally overwhelming surge of spiritual power surged from behind him. Behind him, black and white lights rose, transforming into a Taiji illusion that slowly rotated. At this moment, Lin Yuan's true realm was also revealed, reaching the same divine bridge realm as Yi Xian. Chapter 6, Dragon Spirit Body. How is this possible? This Daozi of the Qingyun Dao sect has actually stepped into the divine bridge realm? At this moment, when Lin Yuan's true realm was revealed, everyone present was even more shocked. Although Lin Yuan had already shaken the eastern wilderness with his previous actions, earning him the reputation of being one of the most famous talents in the eastern wilderness today, he had been concealing his strength, and no one knew his true realm. Not even within his sect, the Qingyun Dao sect. How could it be? This kid, even I couldn't see through before. At this moment, looking at the aura erupting from Lin Yuan, the elderly man with a stern face and upright posture, with a head full of white hair, was Xiao Zhantian, the master of the Qingyun sect. He looked at Lin Yuan in shock and murmured, "The senior brother, with delicate features, crescent-shaped brows, and wearing a blue dress." Xiao was filled with confusion. Is this really the true realm of senior brother? It seems that the eastern wilderness underestimated him before. The entire Qingyun Dao sect, as well as countless other cultivators from the eastern wilderness who were watching, were all astonished. Some looked at Lin Yuan with confusion. It should be noted that for the people present, Yi Xian, as a prince of the Diyu dynasty, born noble and a dragon spirit body, being able to cultivate to the divine bridge realm at this age was understandable. However, Lin Yuan, although he was the Daozi of the Qingyun Dao sect, the resources he could obtain were definitely incomparable to Yi Xian's. There was a world of difference between the two. But what could have caused a mere cultivator from the remote eastern wilderness to have a realm almost on par with Yi Xian's? Moreover, considering their ages, Lin Yuan was even a few years younger than Yi Xian. No, look quickly. What kind of physique is that behind Lin Yuan's Daozi? Soon, someone noticed something odd and focused on the Tai Chi diagram slowly rotating behind Lin Yuan. For some reason, upon seeing this Tai Chi phantom, many people felt a trace of a Dao's aura. Why does it feel like it's not much weaker than Yi Xian's dragon spirit body? Impossible. The dragon spirit body is the most top-tier physique in the central continent. Voices began to rise, as the dragon spirit body was too famous throughout the Xintian continent, and in the central continent, it was even referred to as the strongest physique. However, at this moment, countless people present felt that Lin Yuan's physique seemed to be even above the dragon spirit body. This had never happened in the endless years of the Xintian continent, where anything surpassed the dragon spirit body. Yet, even some experienced elders expressed that they had never seen or even heard of a physique like Lin Yuan's. A bunch of ignorant fools. How could a mere Lin Yuan compare to my brother Yi Xian's dragon spirit body? Lu Shui expressed disbelief. Her realm was too low to sense the pressure brought by the Tai Chi Dao body behind Lin Yuan. In her view, Lin Yuan was being completely outclassed by Yi Xian from any angle. She never expected that in this eastern wilderness, someone of the same age could match the prince's realm. Standing in the void, Yi Xian looked at Lin Yuan, and his originally arrogant gaze showed a hint of surprise. However, it was only a hint. But unfortunately, the foundation of my Diyu dynasty is something a native cultivator from the eastern wilderness like you could understand. This prince will trample you beneath my feet. Yi Xian pointed at Lin Yuan and said indifferently, looking down from above, "Kill." The black and gold intertwined dragon robe fluttered in the wind. Boom! At this moment, Yi Xian rushed toward Lin Yuan, stepping through the air and throwing a punch. Roar! 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 The fist light was unmatched, carrying 9 golden dragon shadows, transforming into golden radiance, shaking the void, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Lin Yuan, aiming to crush him. The Dragon God Fist, an unpassed method of the Diyu royal family, could only be cultivated by those with the dragon spirit body, even among royal family members. This strike was immensely powerful, far beyond what the current Eastern Wilderness cultivators could comprehend. This was a killing move. Yi Xian had already made up his mind to kill. His purpose was to let these Eastern Wilderness natives understand that his identity was not something they could provoke. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely confident, believing that this strike would be enough to crush Lin Yuan, the so-called daozi of a small sect, with a single punch. Hiss! What a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Is this the strength of a top talent from the Central Continent? At this time, within the Qingyun Dao sect, countless gazes were fixed on Yi Xian's attack, and many cultivators felt their hair stand on end, their hearts shaken. Perhaps even many sect masters present would find it hard to withstand this prince's strike. Is this the power of the dragon spirit body? One strike seems to possess the might of 9 dragons. The sound of astonishment echoed around, marveling at Yi Xian being worthy of the title of a top talent from the Central Continent. This strike definitely possessed power beyond that of the Divine Bridge realm cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness. At this moment, many gazes were fixed on Lin Yuan, wanting to see how he would resolve this attack. Just a small trick. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he stood in the void, facing the 9 giant dragon phantoms that were almost within reach. Boom! The Tai Chi phantom behind him erupted with black and white light, and countless sword shadows floated around him, accompanied by the power of thunder. With a gentle point from his finger, whoosh! Endless sword shadows transformed into a giant sword, as if it would split the entire void in two. This is my Qingyun Dao sect's Zhutian sword art? Why does it feel like this kid's Zhutian sword art is so powerful? It shouldn't be like this? Below, looking at Lin Yuan's strike, Xiao Zhantian showed a confused expression. This is the supreme sword technique of my Qingyun Dao sect, the Zhutian sword art, created by the founding ancestor of the Qingyun Dao sect, which can only be cultivated by the sect master. He also regarded Lin Yuan as the next generation inheritor of the sect, so he did not hesitate to break the sect rules to pass it on to Lin Yuan. But at this moment, what puzzled Xiao Zhantian was that the Zhutian sword art Lin Yuan displayed now completely exceeded its original power. No, it seems that the Tai Chi phantom behind this kid is enhancing the Zhutian sword art. At this moment, Xiao Zhantian finally discovered the reason. Above the heavens, the giant sword slowly descended, containing the power of the Tai Chi phantom behind Lin Yuan, which was why Lin Yuan's Zhutian sword art exceeded its original power. Chapter 7. Lin Yuan's True Strength Boom. Boom! Boom! Above the Qingyun Dao sect, 9 dragon shadows collided with Lin Yuan's sword shadow, creating waves of energy that even some elder cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. It was clearly just a confrontation between 2 young prodigies, yet it had already surpassed the power of many sect masters. In the Divine Bridge realm, one could already establish a sect in the Eastern Wilderness, but at this moment, whether it was Lin Yuan or Yi Xian, the power they unleashed seemed to have exceeded this realm. At this moment, in the void above, a giant sword phantom accompanied by endless black and white light surged around it, which was the Taiji phantom behind Lin Yuan, enveloping the giant sword. At this moment, the sword light surged magnificently, dazzlingly, as if it were about to tear open the void. Crack! The golden light surged as Yi Xian's dragon shadow, produced by a punch, shattered into countless light points and disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's handsome face instantly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? With a shocked expression, he couldn't believe that a mere native cultivator from the Eastern Wilderness had actually injured him. Yi Xian was filled with confusion, his long-held pride suddenly suffering a blow. Hiss! The prince of the Diyu dynasty actually lost? How could this be? He was one of the most renowned prodigies in Zhongzhou, yet he was defeated by Lin Yuan? At this moment, as Yi Xian's defeat became apparent, an uproar erupted at the scene. The outcome surprised many. Even though everyone present were cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness, they had not held Lin Yuan in high regard before this. After all, he was a prince from the Diyu dynasty in Zhongzhou. The gap between the two was immense. The scene trembled. Oomph. Lin Yuan, what despicable means did you use to ambush brother Yi Xian? If you truly have strength, then face brother Yi Xian in a fair fight, rather than using some dirty tricks. From below, Lu Shui's voice rang out, staring at Lin Yuan, her pretty face filled with anger. Until this moment, Lu Shui still believed that a small Lin Yuan could not possibly be Yi Xian's opponent. Yi Xian was one of the most powerful prodigies in Zhongzhou, while Lin Yuan was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Having long resided in the eastern wilderness, in terms of identity, background, status, and the resources he possessed, Lin Yuan could not be compared to her brother Yi Xian. At this moment, Lu Shui firmly believed that Lin Yuan must have used some dark means to have barely gained the upper hand over Yi Xian just now. Unexpectedly, you are still a despicable person. Someone like you, Lu Shui, will never marry. You might as well give up on that. Lu Shui continued angrily, convinced that she had seen through Lin Yuan's true nature. Turning around, she looked towards Yi Xian not far away and hurriedly approached him. Yi Xian's complexion was pale, blood flowing from his mouth, and his aura was weaker than before. Brother Yi Xian, are you okay? Unlike her attitude towards Lin Yuan, Lu Shui's face was filled with concern when facing her beloved. I know that with your strength, brother Yi Xian, how could Lin Yuan possibly be your opponent? It was all Lin Yuan's despicable means that ambushed you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a bit careless just now. In front of his woman, Yi Xian said calmly. As a top cultivator from Zhongzhou, Yi Xian had his pride. He had not intended to take Lin Yuan seriously. That was merely a casual strike. Yet unexpectedly, the opponent had actually used all his strength. At this moment, Yi Xian believed that Lin Yuan had gone all out in the previous duel, while he had merely acted casually, leading to his loss. When his true strength was revealed, he would make Lin Yuan understand that an ant is still an ant, and the lowly are lowly. The noble prince of Diyu could not be compared to a native cultivator from the eastern wilderness. At this moment, in the void above, Lin Yuan faintly watched the scene below, feeling a bit amused. Despicable? Using dark means? Unfortunately, it was just a misunderstanding of his own situation. Even Lin Yuan himself was somewhat unaware, whether it was his talent that far surpassed his peers or the Taiji Dao diagram behind him. Everything suggested that his physique should be extraordinary. Zhongzhou, Dayu royal family, dragon spirit body, is this strength? Easily defeated. Looking at Yi Xian's pale face below, Lin Yuan smiled and said, killing with intent, wasn't he proud? Thinking that coming from that so-called Zhongzhou, being a prince of the dynasty made him superior. At this moment, Lin Yuan intended to trample that proud posture in the ground. As Lin Yuan's words fell, a wave of mocking voices erupted at the scene. Yes, Zhongzhou prodigy. Is this all the strength he has? He is still a prince of the Dayu dynasty. How did he lose to Lin Yuan with just one strike? Haha, one should not be too arrogant. Most of the people present were cultivators from the eastern wilderness, and they had long been displeased with the superior attitude Yi Xian exhibited upon his arrival, looking down on them. If he had strength, it would be one thing, but now, as a prince of the Dayu dynasty, he was defeated by Lin Yuan. They couldn't help but join in the mockery. Of course, most of those speaking out were from sects with good relations with the Qingyun Dao sect. In the midst of the crowd, some eastern wilderness cultivators were wary of the four characters Dayu dynasty. Lin Yuan, my nephew, one should not be arrogant. You must understand that the foundation of the Dayu dynasty is not something your Qingyun Dao sect can compare to. Just then, a figure in white robes stepped forward. It was Lu Tsang, the sect master of the Piaoshu Dao sect. Having his daughter marry Lin Yuan was Lu Tsang's last choice. Considering their identities, Lu Tsang's first thought was the prince of the Dayu dynasty. Originally, he thought that his children would have no outcome with the other party. However, Lu Tsang did not expect that at this critical moment, Yi Xian would actually appear in person. He even went so far as to fight Lin Yuan for his daughter. Just this point alone made Lu Tsang reconsider the marriage. After all, in the end, his daughter had not truly become a Dao partner with Lin Yuan. So even if they called off the engagement, it wouldn't matter. Lu Tsang's gaze was fixed on Yi Xian, who wore the black gold dragon robe and had a noble identity. Prince, do not worry. I have a Tianshan sacred lotus here to help you recover from your injuries. Chapter 8. Breakthrough with the Sacred Medicine. This is the sacred medicine. It is said that within the Snowdrift Dao sect, there exists a sacred medicine. And to think that sect master Lu is actually willing to invest his own resources. It seems that sect master Lu has made up his mind to bet everything on this prince of the Dayu dynasty. At this moment, a commotion arose around them. Everyone's gaze was intensely focused on the sacred medicine floating before Yixian. The 9 petals, as white as snow, emitted strands of blue light, instantly covering the surroundings with frost, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy, magnificent beyond measure. The sacred medicine is considered a top-tier item in this lower realm. The Tianshan sacred lotus is not only a healing treasure, but also has countless benefits for cultivation. It is no surprise that everyone present is shocked. This Tianshan sacred lotus is regarded as a treasure of the Snowdrift Dao sect, which Lu Tsong usually hesitates to use himself. Yet unexpectedly, it was brought out when this prince of the Diyu dynasty was injured. However, this means that the relationship between the Snowdrift Dao sect and the Qingyun Dao sect will likely reach a freezing point from this day forward. With a refined appearance and a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, for Lu Tsong, this mere sacred medicine is nothing. If he can align himself with the identity of the prince of the Diyu dynasty, perhaps the future of the Snowdrift Dao sect will have a chance to unify the entire eastern wilderness. This is a very profitable deal. Moreover, Lu Tsong knows that Yixian's identity is not just that of a prince of the Diyu dynasty. According to the information he had gathered, Yixian is not only the first prince, but also the only dragon spirit body of this generation in the Diyu dynasty, making him the most likely candidate to inherit the throne. The immortal dynasty that suppresses everything in the entire Zhongzhou is now personally appearing for his daughter. Thinking of this, Lu Tsong felt excited. As for Lin Yuan, he is merely a Daozi of the Qingyun Dao sect and is already a backup option for his own children. Now that the main candidate, Yixian, has appeared, Lin Yuan, as a backup, will naturally be sidelined. Thank you, uncle. I am immensely grateful to receive the sacred medicine from you today. With Lu Shue's support, Yixian stood up and expressed his gratitude to Lu Tsong, his eyes filled with excitement. Even though there are sacred medicines in the treasury of the Diyu dynasty, he has only been granted one by the ancestral elders. He never expected to receive it in this place with thin spiritual energy in the eastern wilderness. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual power within the sacred medicine, Yixian knew very well that as long as he swallowed this sacred medicine, not only would his injuries heal, but he might also elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. The prince need not be overly courteous. I am already aware of your matter with my daughter. Rest assured, I am on your side. Looking at Yixian, who exuded nobility and had a status beyond compare, Lu Tsong's smile was filled with warmth. At this moment, under Lu Tsong's protection, Yixian swallowed the sacred medicine, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. The injuries inflicted by Lin Yuan were gradually healing, and his pale complexion was slowly becoming rosy. His aura was growing stronger, and his realm was gradually advancing to a higher level. While Yixian was increasing his realm, Lu Tsong suddenly turned his gaze toward Lin Yuan, his expression instantly turning cold. Lin Yuan, why aren't you apologizing to Prince Yixian right away? Otherwise, once the Diyu dynasty finds out, can your Qingyun Dao sect bear the consequences? His voice was indifferent, and compared to his previous attitude, it must be said that this sect master of the Snowdrift Dao sect really changes his face quickly. Lu Tsong, I can't believe you are one of the 3 great sect masters of the eastern wilderness. To think that you would be so shameless just to cling to the thigh of the Diyu dynasty. A furious shout echoed throughout the Qingyun Dao sect. With a resolute face, tall stature, and a head full of white hair, Xiao Zhantian pointed at Lu Tsong and shouted angrily, directly exposing the other's intentions. At this moment, Xiao Zhantian regretted his decision regarding his disciple Lin Yuan. If he had not agreed to this marriage proposal earlier, none of this would have happened. Yuaner, do what you want without fear. Even if it's the Diyu dynasty, I and the entire Qingyun Dao sect will be your support. At this moment, hearing his master's words, Lin Yuan felt guilty. It can be said that today's incident was entirely due to his actions. The Diyu dynasty is indeed immense in this realm, far beyond what the Qingyun Dao sect can provoke, which could lead to the destruction of the sect. Yet, at this moment, for his sake, his master stood firmly by his side. Thank you, master. Today's incident is my fault. I will handle it myself. Dressed in black, standing in the void, Lin Yuan cupped his fist toward Xiao Zhantian, his gaze resolute. Turning his head, he glanced at Lu Tsong and Lu Shui, thinking, just a worthless woman and an old dog. If this marriage were to go through, I, Lin Yuan, would become a sinner of the Qingyan Dao sect. His eyes were cold as he sneered at the two. Perhaps this is the consequence of looking down on others, he thought inwardly. Kid, you're seeking death. Once the strong from the Diyu dynasty arrive, do you know that not only will you die, but the entire Qingyan Dao sect will be destroyed as well? Lu Cang's eyes flashed with cold light dismissively. Understanding the terror of the Diyu dynasty, Lu Cang knew all too well that in the face of such a colossal entity, the entire eastern wilderness is nothing. You old fool, don't waste your breath on him. There will come a day when he regrets it, Lu Shui arrogantly said, looking at Lin Yuan as if he were an ant. Thankfully, she did not marry such a person. Otherwise, she felt her life would be dark. At this moment, tensions were high. Because of the appearance of Yi Xian, the prince of the Diyu dynasty, the Snowdrift Dao sect, and the Qingyan Dao sect would completely sever ties. Just as the atmosphere became tense, suddenly, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged into the sky, astonishing in its momentum. It was Yi Xian. With the power of the sacred medicine, he not only healed all his injuries but also broke through his original realm, advancing to the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. Uncle, Shui, leave this brat to me. I will crush all his bones and make him kneel before you both to admit his mistakes. After breaking through his realm, Yi Xian was full of confidence. Chapter 9. Yi Xian, after the breakthrough, the gap between the early and mid stages of the divine bridge realm is immense. Before the great battle, both Yi Xian and Lin Yuan were in the early stage of the divine bridge realm. However, at this moment, with the power of a holy medicine, Yi Xian not only healed the injuries he sustained from his defeat to Lin Yuan, but also broke through his cultivation, surpassing Lin Yuan. This was entirely thanks to the heavenly mountain sacred lotus in Lu Cang's hands. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power rose from Yi Xian's body, shaking even the void. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, a dragon's roar echoed through the skies, and the dragon's shadow behind Yi Xian became more solid, as if it was about to truly manifest. Golden light surged on Yi Xian's skin, suddenly giving birth to patches of golden dragon scales, as if they were embedded in his flesh, radiating a chilling brilliance. Do you really think that the dragon spirit body of the Diyu royal family can be compared to you? With immense pride, and having just broken through his realm, Yi Xian's momentum was like a rainbow. His gaze was filled with disdain as he looked at Lin Feng. Today, I will make you understand the gap between you and this prince. The dragon spirit body, revered as the strongest physique in the central continent, is unmatched in the world. During his fight with Lin Yuan, Yi Xian had not used the full power of his dragon spirit body. Now, with golden dragon scales covering his entire body and merging with the dragon shadow behind him, he was finally unleashing the full strength of the dragon spirit body. The aura he casually emitted was terrifying, far beyond what any divine bridge realm cultivator could compare to. At that moment, when the spectators noticed this scene, the atmosphere erupted again. Hiss, such a powerful aura. Is this the strongest dragon spirit body of our Xian-Tian continent? Below, voices rang out, their gazes fixed on Yi Xian, who looked like a true dragon, filled with shock. Ha! No wonder this physique can only belong to the Diyu royal family. It truly is powerful. Lu Cang, with a smile in his eyes, looked at Yi Xian at this moment and praised him, deeming such a young talent as the most suitable son-in-law in his heart. Father, now you should know that your daughter's judgment is never wrong. Beside him, in a flowing white dress, fair-skinned and tall, Lu Shui also smiled and said, Lin Yuan is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat, thinking he can marry me. Does he even think he can compare to brother Yi Xian with his background? It's simply wishful thinking. As the voices rang out, the father and daughter duo had firmly believed that this time, Lin Yuan was destined to lose. Moreover, he would be defeated by Yi Xian in front of so many sect cultivators from the eastern wasteland. The facts would prove that their choice was not wrong. The Diyu dynasty compared to the Qingyan Dao sect, the most famous top talents of the central continent compared to a somewhat well-known disciple from the eastern wasteland, anyone with a brain should know how to choose. Boom, 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 kill. Golden light surged, and Yi Xian transformed into a beam of golden light, charging towards Lin Yuan. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of dragon roars echoing in all directions, resonating throughout the Qingyun Dao sect, with an overwhelming momentum and unmatched battle intent. At this moment, the spectators below, including Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Xiao, all looked worried. This prince of the Du dynasty had just broken through, and, with the terrifying physique of the dragon spirit body, Lin Yuan was likely in danger. His white hair trembled, and his hands, as old as withered tree bark, tightened and then loosened, his brows furrowing. At this moment, it would be a lie to say Xiao Zhantian was not worried. Although Lin Yuan had always shown extraordinary talent, Xiao Zhantian had searched through all the records in the Eastern Wasteland to understand what kind of physique Lin Yuan possessed, but he could not find any information. Therefore, influenced by the unknown, he believed that Lin Yuan's unknown physique was probably at most on par with the dragon spirit body. But the current problem was that Yi Xian had just broken through, his momentum was at its peak, and his cultivation far surpassed that of his disciple Lin Yuan. Once the battle reached its climax, Xiao Zhantian was concerned that Lin Yuan might encounter an accident. Forget it. Even if it draws criticism in the end, I will have to intervene for your honor. He had completely treated Lin Yuan as his own son, having long recognized him as the successor of the next generation of the sect leader. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's relentless pursuit of Lu Shui, reaching a point where he would marry no one else, Xiao Zhantian originally intended to marry his daughter, Xiao, to Lin Yuan. But unfortunately, throughout history, in battles between young talents, the older generation of cultivators were not allowed to intervene. Although this rule was never formally established, it was an unspoken rule across the entire Xiantian continent. But at this moment, Xiao Zhantian had made up his mind. Should Lin Yuan be in any danger later, he would intervene, even if it meant breaking the rules. So what? Senior brother. At this moment, amidst the battle, everyone in the Qingyun Dao sect looked at Yi Xian's terrifying strength, and worry filled their hearts for Lin Yuan. Among the disciples, with a beautiful face and crescent-shaped brows, Xiao, in a blue dress, spoke with concern. Since childhood, Xiao had always followed Lin Yuan closely. Her father was strict with her, and the other senior brothers might have some reservations due to her identity as the sect leader's daughter. Only senior brother Lin Yuan had spoiled her since childhood. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao's heart had already formed an image of Lin Yuan, and they had been inseparable since they were young. However, until that woman appeared, Xiao had sensed early on, from her intuition as a woman, that Lu Shui looked down on senior brother, yet continued to play hard to get. This was also the reason Xiao had always felt a dislike for Lu Shui. Now, seeing Lin Yuan's opponent become so powerful after breaking through, Xiao worried for Lin Yuan. Yi Xian, who had broken through and unleashed the full power of the dragon spirit body, was too strong. Among the countless cultivators present, no one believed Lin Yuan could win this battle. But just at that moment, in the sky above, facing Yi Xian's boundless battle intent, Lin Yuan's black hair danced wildly like ink, his black clothes fluttering in the wind, and his gaze remained calm. Boom, boom, boom. The Tai Chi shadow behind Lin Yuan slowly rotated, merging with his body. In an instant, Lin Yuan's gaze changed. His eyes turned black and white, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. As if he had merged with the Tao, an overwhelming surge of black and white light rose around Lin Yuan, dyeing the void in ink. Kill. Chapter 10. Lu Shui's Confusion. Boom. 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 At this moment, the void above Qingyun Dao sect is experiencing violent fluctuations. It is merely a battle between two young prodigies. Yet the unleashed waves have left many of the older generation experts present in the East Wilderness feeling alarmed. Golden light flashes, accompanied by the shaking of dragon shadows in all directions. Every strike from Yi Xian is powerful, completely exceeding the strength expected from someone in the Divine Bridge realm. However, at this moment, as the black and white light radiates around Lin Yuan, it seems to turn the surrounding matter into shades of black and white. Every strike from Yi Xian is effortlessly neutralized by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's aura has now become incredibly strange, as if closely connected to the Tao, utterly indifferent, transcending all. How is this possible? What kind of constitution does Lin Yuan possess that even the fully manifested dragon spirit body cannot harm him? Below, shocked voices arise as they look at Lin Yuan, shrouded in black and white light, their expressions filled with confusion. It's bizarre. After all, Yi Xian, the prince, is in the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm, which is a higher level than Lin Yuan. Yes, but judging by the current situation, it seems Lin Yuan is not at a disadvantage at all, and in fact, seems to hold the upper hand. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone present gazes at the two battling figures in the sky, all shocked and puzzled. The combat power displayed by Lin Yuan exceeds their imagination. They originally thought that after Yi Xian's breakthrough, combined with his powerful dragon spirit body, Lin Yuan would definitely not be a match. This was the common understanding among those present. However, at this moment, this perception seems to have been reversed by Lin Yuan. Before this, not to mention the other sect cultivators present, even Xiao Zhantian from Qingyan Dao sect had no hope for Lin Yuan. Ha ha, good. It seems I was blind. How much strength does this kid hide that even a master has been concealing? At this moment, Xiao Zhantian, who had just been extremely worried about his disciple Lin Yuan, is now laughing heartily, his aged face glowing with excitement. He had originally prepared to disregard everything and break the rule that forbids older generation cultivators from intervening in the battle of prodigies to protect Lin Yuan. But now it seems that one be necessary. At this moment, Lin Yuan can completely rely on his own strength to defeat that so-called prince of the Dayu dynasty. It's important to note that the top prodigies from Zhongzhou have never been able to compete with the younger generation in the East Wilderness. However, today, Lin Yuan will break the myth that Zhongzhou prodigies are undefeated against those from the other four states. Moreover, the one he defeats is the current great prince of the Dayu dynasty, a young powerhouse with a dragon spirit body. Is the senior brother really this strong? Xiao marvels, although Lin Yuan had already gained significant fame in the East Wilderness before. But prior to this, it was merely a rumor in the East Wilderness. Even though Xiao had never set foot in Zhongzhou, she had heard that it was a paradise in the eyes of cultivators from the Xinjiang continent. There, countless prodigies exist, each one incomparable to those from the East Wilderness. But unexpectedly, even the top-tier Yi Xian among Zhongzhou prodigies, after his breakthrough, has a realm still above that of senior brother. Yet from the current battle situation, he is completely being suppressed by senior brother, unable to fight back at all. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the battle between Lin Yuan and Yi Xian in the sky has reached a boiling point. In the midst of the fierce battle, realm breakthrough, full power explosion of the dragon spirit body, a prince who considers himself of noble status? But what you think you possess means nothing in front of me. The black and white light surrounding Lin Yuan shines brilliantly as he steps into the void, his long black hair flowing, his eyes filled with indifference, mocking the Yi Xian across from him, his posture tall and proud. At this point in the battle, even if he is unsure about his own situation, Lin Yuan understands that his constitution is absolutely incomparable to the so-called number one constitution of the Xinjiang continent, the dragon spirit body. Boom! With every strike Lin Yuan delivers, crack. The golden dragon scales embedded in Yi Xian's skin shatter, blood flowing from the wounds, and the dragon shadow behind the dragon spirit body gradually dims. Yi Xian's body sways, no longer carrying the previous arrogance, his expression filled with unwillingness, already suffering a blow to his spirit upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. He spits out another mouthful of blood, causing Lu Shui, watching from a distance, to show a worried expression. How could this happen? Brother Yi Xian. At this moment, below, Lu Shui's heart trembles, unable to accept this scene. She cannot understand why Lin Yuan, whom she had previously looked down upon, has become so powerful. Chapter 11. The protector of Yi Xian descends in terms of talent and identity. In Lu Shui's eyes, her brother Yi Xian is the man she admires the most. Before this moment, Lu Shui even thought it was a disgrace to compare Lin Yuan with her brother Yi Xian. But now, what about this moment? Her heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She was confused, perplexed, and bewildered. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in the void above, Yi Xian's defeat seemed inevitable, and countless gazes around were also watching. Who would have thought? Is there an invincible genius about to emerge in the eastern wilderness in this life? It is said that the dragon spirit body of the Diyu royal family has been invincible since ancient times, even in the land of Zhongzhou, where geniuses abound. But now, who would have thought? The scene was chaotic, and many cultivators from the eastern wilderness were shocked and sighed at the sight before them. They were shocked not only by the defeat of the dragon spirit body, the #1 physique in the Xinjiang continent, but also by the unfathomable depth of Lin Yuan, the current Daozi of the Qingshan Dao sect. After all, although Lin Yuan had gained some fame before, and many sects of the eastern wilderness had heard of him, it was still only within the eastern wilderness. But now, even an invincible genius from Zhongzhou is about to be defeated by Lin Yuan. The phoenix has fallen, and the sparrow has won. Yes, before this, in the eyes of countless people present, Yi Xian from the Diyu dynasty was the lofty phoenix, and Lin Yuan, as the Daozi of the Qingshan Dao sect, was merely a small sparrow compared to Yi Xian in terms of identity. At this moment, countless cultivators on the scene could already imagine that it wouldn't be long before the name Lin Yuan would spread to Zhongzhou, causing a stir. "Father, please save my brother Yi Xian." Dressed in flowing white, with fair skin and a tall, delicate figure, Lu Shui's voice trembled as she looked at her father Lu Cong, wanting him to help her brother Yi Xian. Until this moment, Lu Shui still stubbornly believed that Lin Yuan might just be lucky, relying on luck to win against Yi Xian. She knew very well that the dragon spirit body would only grow stronger over time. She firmly believed that her brother Yi Xian would definitely become a top powerhouse, known throughout the Xinjiang continent in the future, becoming the emperor of the Diyu dynasty. And Lin Yuan was just a moment of luck. As time passed, he would eventually fade into the crowd. Being lowly is being lowly, and being an ant is being an ant. This is the fate one is born into. The brilliance of the Diyu dynasty over endless years could not be compared to Lin Yuan's moment of luck. "Don't worry, your father knows what to do." With a refined demeanor, Lu Cong spoke, his gaze fixed on the battle in the void above. No matter how one looks at it, as the prince of the Diyu dynasty, Yi Xian must not have any accidents. This is beyond doubt. Lu Cong had known for many years that his daughter liked Yi Xian, and he was wholeheartedly in agreement with it. If it weren't for Yi Xian finally appearing at this moment, today's marriage would never have happened. Fortunately, this prince of the Diyu dynasty finally made his appearance at the last moment. As for Lin Yuan, he should have self-awareness when Yi Xian, the main character, appears. Lu Cong's gaze towards Lin Yuan was now filled with a chilling light. As one of the 3 major Dao sects in the eastern wilderness, the head of the Piaoxua Dao sect, his strength had already reached the Dao Palace realm. Even though the combat power Lin Yuan displayed now was impressive in his eyes, it was still not enough. Just as Lu Cong was about to take action, Lu Sect Master, don't forget, you are also a person from the eastern wilderness? At that moment, a reprimanding voice sounded. It was Xiao Zhantian. He had been watching the actions of the Lu father and daughter. Long before Lu Cong used the innate holy lotus to restore Yi Xian's injuries and enhance his realm, he had already decided Lu Cong's stance. But now, what Xiao Zhantian never expected was that, as one of the 3 major Dao sects in the eastern wilderness, the relationship between Qingshan and Piaoxua had always been good over the years. Yet now, this Lu sect master was actually about to take action against his own disciple in order to cling to the Diyu dynasty's thigh. "Brother Xiao, you should understand what the foundation of the Diyu dynasty represents. Once anything happens to Yi Xian today, can your Qingshan Dao sect bear the consequences?" With a refined demeanor, Lu Cong's lips curled into a cold smile as he threatened. A mere Lin Yuan, how could he compare with Yi Xian? If anything were to happen to Yi Xian today, the entire eastern wilderness with countless sects would not be able to bear the consequences in front of the colossal Diyu dynasty. How could the majesty of the immortal dynasty of Zhongzhou be provoked by others? Even the Qingshan Dao sect, one of the top sects in the eastern wilderness, would be as insignificant as dust in front of such an immortal dynasty. Just as Lu Cong and Xiao Zhantian were at a stalemate. Boom, 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 in the void above. What happened to your previous arrogance? Lin Yuan's attacks continued, his eyes cold and indifferent. In contrast, Yi Xian on the opposite side, with disheveled hair and a staggering body, was spitting out blood. He had lost, utterly defeated, his breath had become extremely weak. How could this happen? Yi Xian's voice trembled as he felt dazed. Born noble, standing on a cloud, he had seen few geniuses from Zhongzhou as worthy of his attention, let alone the cultivators from the eastern wilderness, whom he had always looked down upon. But at this moment, facing a cultivator from the eastern wilderness whom he had never respected, he had actually lost. This was something he could never have imagined in the past. At this moment, looking at Lin Yuan opposite him, Yi Xian felt a chill in his heart. He knew that if this continued, he would really die. As the prince of the Diyu dynasty, with his identity, he naturally would not come alone. Just at this moment, a golden token appeared quietly in Yi Xian's hand. This prince has traversed the Xintian continent, battling countless geniuses. I must admit, you do have some strength. Blood flowed from his mouth, but even now, Yi Xian had not lowered his pride, looking down at Lin Yuan with disdain. However, the gap in identity determined the distance between him and this prince. In front of me, you will always be a humble insect, with a cold smile. As Yi Xian spoke, he crushed the golden token in his hand. This was Yi Xian's last resort, a way for him to resolve all troubles. Although such a method was looked down upon in battles among geniuses, his identity destined him to be revered by the natives of places like the eastern wilderness. As Yi Xian's token representing the prince of the Diyu dynasty was crushed at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. Above the Qingshan Dao sect, a vague figure appeared in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura, vast and mighty. I apologize for my late arrival. I hope the prince will forgive me. This was Yi Xian's protector, a powerful being at the half-step ascension realm, whose immense pressure enveloped the entire Qingshan Dao sect, shocking everyone. Chapter 12. Lin Yuan's determination. The ascending realm represents the pinnacle of strength in this world, and upon reaching a certain level, one can ascend to the upper realm that all cultivators long for. However, such powerful beings are merely rumors within the eastern wilderness. At this moment, even the arrival of a half-step ascending realm powerhouse would unleash an unimaginable pressure among the countless eastern wilderness cultivators present. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Qingyuan Dao sect seemed to tremble before the protector of Yi Xian. How audacious! A mere sect from the eastern wilderness dares to harm our prince? Death penalty. An elder's voice echoed throughout the Qingyuan Dao sect, resonating like a bell. An immense pressure spread in all directions, and the intensity of this fluctuation was terrifying. In an instant, countless eastern wilderness cultivators turned pale. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Some of the weaker cultivators even spat blood, and the scene fell into a deathly silence. After a moment of immersion, some gazes trembled as they looked at the protector beside Yi Xian, their expressions filled with utmost respect. This senior has already cultivated to half-step ascending realm. As these words were spoken, the scene trembled once more. Half-step ascending? Is this the foundation of the immortal dynasty? Hiss! At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with shock as voices of astonishment arose. Everyone present was a cultivator from the eastern wilderness. The leaders of the three major Dao sects in the eastern wilderness, Lu Cong and Xiao Zhantian, were now merely at the Dao Palace realm. Yet even so, they were among the strongest in this remote area. In a moment's thought, one could determine the life and death of countless sects in the eastern wilderness. Yet now, a half-step ascending realm powerhouse appeared before them, a level of strength they had only heard of in rumors. Moreover, what shocked the onlookers even more was that, despite being such a powerful figure, the protector remained so respectful before Prince Yi Xian, referring to himself as an old servant. This is the foundation of the immortal dynasty in Zhongzhou. From the moment he was born, Prince Yi Xian had a top-tier protector at half-step ascending realm watching over him. Such a foundation was indeed beyond the imagination of the eastern wilderness cultivators. With a gaze filled with self-satisfaction, Yi Xian surveyed the countless cultivators present, relishing the shock on the faces of these eastern wilderness natives. He enjoyed this feeling. His identity was one that the eastern natives had to look up to, a sense of superiority that had never been broken. Even if a mere Lin Yuan was stronger than him, so what? In the face of an absolute identity gap, everything was futile. Long Air was the protector beside the prince. Today, the prince wanted to see who in this mere eastern wilderness could challenge him. Feeling pleased with himself, Yi Xian was particularly smug towards Lin Yuan, a cold smile playing on his lips. Now you should understand, compared to me, you are nothing but a crawling insect. How dare you covet the prince's woman? Do you think you are worthy? As he consumed a few spirit pills handed to him by his protector Long Air, Yi Xian's pale complexion instantly regained its color, and his lethargy was restored. The black and gold interwoven dragon robe billowed in the wind as he stood in the void. Proud and lofty. From the current situation, Yi Xian indeed had the qualifications to look down on everything. A half-step ascending realm protector was enough to annihilate everyone present. Should Yi Xian wish it? I knew it, with Yi Xian's identity. How could he possibly be compared to a lucky fool like Lin Yuan? As long as brother Yi Xian's protector appears, crushing Lin Yuan is as easy as squashing a bug. Below, Lu Shui smiled, dressed in flowing white. With fair skin and a tall, delicate figure, her long hair cascaded down like a fairy from a painting. Despite her stunning appearance, her expression was one of utter disdain, almost nauseating. Forming a partnership with Lin Yuan had merely been a means to force Yi Xian into action. She had never looked down on Lin Yuan, the tool. Now that her beloved had appeared, as for Lin Yuan, whether the countless cultivators of Qingyun Dao sect lived or died had nothing to do with her Lu Shui. The situation had completely reversed. The once certain victory was now fraught with immense crisis for Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyun Dao sect with the arrival of Yi Xian's protector. The pressure of a half-step ascending realm was too terrifying. It felt as though Lin Yuan was carrying countless mountains on his back. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space compressed, and an infinite pressure swept towards Lin Yuan, causing his bones to creak painfully as if they would shatter. Drip, drip, drip. Cold sweat flowed continuously, falling like rain. Indeed, there is some strength capable of resisting even 1/10 of the elder's aura. The voice carried a hint of surprise. Dressed in black, hidden within a shroud of black mist, Long Air sneered, his crimson eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. Never would I have expected that a mere divine bridge realm cultivator would possess such willpower. At this moment, even Long Air, the protector, had to admit that it was no wonder this kid could defeat his royal prince. But alas, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how powerful your talent is, what good is it? The fallen genius is merely a corpse. To oppose the prince is your sin. Like a deity, he judged Lin Yuan. The Dayu dynasty had always acted with extreme dominance, not to mention in the eastern wilderness, even in Zhongzhou, where strong cultivators abounded. Their words were edicts. Those who complied prospered, and those who resisted perished. Let alone the fact that someone dared to injure their Prince Yi Xian. That was an unforgivable crime. As he spoke, boom, 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 an endless pressure once again descended upon Lin Yuan. His bones creaked as though they would snap. With a resolute and determined gaze, flashing with killing intent, Lin Yuan did not back down. Facing the overwhelming pressure, the black and white light surrounding him dimmed. In this life and death moment, he remembered from his previously awakened memories that the one who had brought him to this realm long ago was an old man. Chapter 13, Crisis. The gap is too great. This time, the Qingyun Dao sect has provoked someone they shouldn't have. Who can be blamed? Why offend anyone else when they had to offend the Dayu dynasty? Who would have thought that this prince's identity is so noble? A half-step to the ascension realm is enough to sweep away our entire eastern wilderness. And yet he is merely the protector of this prince. At this moment, looking at the figure in black above the void, the unyielding Lin Yuan, voices began to rise at the scene. Some people shook their heads, sighing that there was no hope. In front of a half-step ascension realm powerhouse, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly doomed today. I'm afraid even the entire Qingyun Dao sect is facing a huge crisis and may face annihilation. The Dayu dynasty is too powerful. What is being displayed now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Daring to be so arrogant in front of Senior Long. This kid is beyond saving. A voice rang out, laced with mockery, echoing throughout the venue. It was Lu Tsong, who couldn't wait to step forward to quickly distance himself from the Qingyun Dao sect. After all, today's wedding is also related to their Piaoxua Dao sect. Offending the Dayu dynasty now means no one can save Lin Yuan. I must clarify my position. Lu Cong was also pointing to his daughter and her relationship with Yi Xian, which could elevate their sect to new heights. It could be anticipated that after today, even if the Qingyun Dao sect miraculously avoids destruction, they will still be gravely injured. There are only 3 major Dao sects in the entire eastern wilderness. With the relationship with the Dayu dynasty, their Piaoxua Dao sect might just be able to unify all the small and large sects in the eastern wilderness. Lu Cong bowed respectfully to Long Air, feeling excited at the thought. It doesn't take much. As long as this protector of Yi Xian, Senior Long Air, is willing to assist them, that will be enough. Brother Xiao, I'm not wrong, am I? With a forced smile, Lu Cong coldly said to Xiao Zhantian, the foundation of the Dayu dynasty is not something you and I can imagine. Your disciple is dead, and you must not deceive yourself, otherwise. Today will be the day your entire Qingyun Dao sect is exterminated. It seemed like he was persuading Xiao Zhantian, the master of the Qingyun Dao sect, not to act impulsively. However, Lu Cong understood his old friend's temper too well. Being just and upright would only make him more impulsive. This was also the result Lu Cong wanted. He wanted the old fool Xiao Zhantian to clash with that senior Long. In this way, their Piaoxua Dao sect would have a chance to swallow the Qingyun Dao sect. Although the Eastern Wilderness has ranked their sect alongside the Qingyun Dao sect as one of the 3 major Dao sects, Lu Cong knew very well that in terms of overall strength, the Qingyun Dao sect was indeed the #1 sect in the Eastern Wilderness, and they still had a considerable gap. Today's event might just be their opportunity. Father, senior brother, a clear voice, beautiful and graceful, Lu Yu, with her crescent-shaped brows and dressed in a green skirt, stood next to Xiao Zhantian. It was Xiao, her voice trembling with worry as she looked up at the void, watching Lin Yuan, who was on the verge of collapse and about to die at any moment. A half-step to the Ascension realm is indeed powerful. With a stern face and an upright posture, Xiao Zhantian sighed. Although he had already reached the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, there were hardly any who could compare to him in the Eastern Wilderness. However, facing a half-step Ascension realm powerhouse, Xiao Zhantian knew very well that he was definitely not an opponent. Such a strong person was just one step away from stepping into the peak of this world. But this was merely a protector of that prince. In his aged eyes, there was no sign of retreat. Xiao Zhantian understood that in some matters, retreating was of no use. Offending the Dayu dynasty might very well mean the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect today, and everyone would die. So are you afraid? With a hint of a smile, Xiao Zhantian looked at his only daughter. I don't want senior brother to die. Without any extra words, Xiao simply said a few words. Crack, crack, crack. Above the void, the surrounding space was being compressed. The continuous pressure of the half-step Ascension realm seemed to be shattering the surrounding space. At this moment, the pressure Lin Yuan was enduring was unimaginable. The opponent seemed to want to crush his bones and flesh inch by inch instead of letting him die easily. His body was cracking, covered in countless wounds, and blood was flowing from the injuries. Drip, drip, drip. Through the gaping wounds, Lin Yuan's white bones could be seen. How is it? This is the consequence of offending this prince. A mere native of the Eastern Wilderness. Will you have to fight against me? Proud and cold-eyed, wrapped in a black and gold dragon robe, Yi Xian continuously mocked. At this moment, with just a command, he could have Long Air completely annihilate Lin Yuan. However, born noble, no one had ever made him lose face in front of so many people, especially in front of his woman. Yi Xian would never allow Lin Yuan to die so easily after the previous feeling of frustration. Instead, he wanted to make the opponent suffer unbearably, to destroy the opponent's mentality bit by bit until they begged for mercy. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. At that time would be the moment to kill Lin Yuan. But at this moment, Yi Xian was surprised that even now, Lin Yuan had not begged for mercy. The black robe was already soaked in blood, and without saying a word, Lin Yuan's gaze was only coldly fixed. Although he knew his identity, he had never seen the protector who brought him to the lower realm back then. Lin Yuan did not know where the other party was or when they would appear. Perhaps today he would die here. He sighed in his heart, feeling unwilling, but that was certain. However, with his current strength, facing a half-step Ascension realm, the gap was indeed too great. Long Air, deal with him. Yi Xian had lost patience, looking at Lin Yuan, whose body and bones were shattering before him. He could not understand how someone could endure such excruciating pain without begging for mercy. "Yes, Your Highness," Long Air respectfully replied at the side. At this moment, Lin Yuan was like an ant before them, ready to be crushed at any time. "Kid, some people's identities are not something you can provoke. Be careful in your next life." Long Air sneered, ready to strike and kill Lin Yuan. Just then, "Who dares to touch my disciple?" A voice rang out from below, accompanied by a brilliant sword light, slicing through the void, aimed at this side. It was Xiao Zhantian. Chapter 14. Lin Jiao appears master. On the brink of death, his breath faint, blood trickled from his eyes, tracing down his pale cheeks, long hair cascading down, obscuring half of his face. Lin Yuan gazed at the frail figure, his heart shaken. He understood very well what it meant for his master to act at this moment. This would bring disaster to the entire Qingyun Dao sect, leading to the annihilation of the sect. Tens of thousands of lives would be lost. This incident was caused by him. Lin Yuan did not want to implicate the old man who raised him and his fellow disciples who grew up together because of himself. Although Lin Yuan had just crossed over not long ago, after fully merging with the memories, he and the original host had become indistinguishable. Now, he was the original host, and the original host was him. "Rest assured, with this old man here, no one can kill you." Holding the Zhutian sacred sword, Xiao Zhantian said to Lin Yuan, his aged eyes filled with unwavering determination. The Qingyun Dao sect had been established in the eastern wilderness for countless years, and there were also powerful figures who had ascended to the higher realms within the sect. The Zhutian sacred sword was a sacred artifact left behind by those who ascended years ago. However, facing a half-step ascendant realm expert, even with the Zhutian sacred sword, it might not be enough. With his current strength, he could not fully unleash the power of this sacred artifact. But some things, even if one knows they are impossible, must be done. Lin Yuan was picked up by him in a snowy field many years ago. After nearly 20 years of raising him, he had long regarded Lin Yuan as his true son. Over the years, Lin Yuan had never let Xiao Zhantian down. He, just a mere Dao Palace realm, thinking that with the sacred artifact in hand, he can save this kid? It's seeking one's own destruction. A cold laugh echoed from within the black mist. Long Air declared, "Today, I will make this kid, along with the entire Qingyun Dao sect, perish." Beside him, Yi Wan sneed it. The previous defeat to Lin Yuan had been witnessed by too many people, and even now, he regarded it as a humiliation, his anger still unresolved. He wanted to use Lin Yuan's blood and the blood of countless cultivators from the Qingyun Dao sect to establish his authority. He wanted these eastern wilderness natives to see what the consequences of offending him, the prince of the Dayu dynasty, would be. His identity meant that he could only be looked up to by the people here. Anyone who dared to provoke him would pay with their lives. "Yes, Your Highness," Long Air replied respectfully, turning his gaze to the approaching Xiao Zhantian with the sword. Although the Dao Palace was already the ascendant realm, the gap between the two could be described as heaven and earth apart. Even a half-step ascendant could not compare to Xiao Zhantian's Dao Palace realm. First, deal with Xiao Zhantian. Anyway, Lin Yuan won't be able to hold on much longer. Boom, boom, boom. Long Air launched his attack, enveloped in black mist, his eyes shining with blood-red light. A pale claw extended from the black mist, enormous beyond measure, overshadowing the entire Qingyun Dao sect, descending toward Xiao Zhantian, causing the surroundings to dim in an instant. A full-force strike from a half-step ascendant realm was terrifying. The cultivators within the Qingyun Dao sect who noticed this scene were shaken. Is this the power of an ascendant realm expert? A voice trembled, murmuring, "No, this is just a half-step ascendant realm, but with one strike, it could probably wipe out everyone present." Some helplessly shook their heads. The gap was too vast. Even with Xiao Zhantian's strength and the sacred artifact, it would be difficult to withstand this blow. Voices echoed within the Qingyun Dao sect, looking at the white-haired elder, still standing tall beneath the giant claw. No one believed that Xiao Zhantian could withstand this strike. And all of this was caused by Lin Yuan. Countless gazes were focused on him. Clang! A sword chant resonated, A dazzling golden sword light surged upwards, slicing through the air. Oomph! Just a firefly's light. In the black mist, it was impossible to see Long Air's face. Only his mocking voice could be heard. High above, he looked down on everyone, considering them ants beneath the Ascendant Realm. Sacred artifacts could only be refined by Sacred Realm cultivators. Such experts did not exist in this realm, only in the higher realms. With Xiao Zhantian's strength, he could not unleash the power of the Zhutian sacred sword. Boom! 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 The claw collided with the Zhutian sacred sword. At that moment, in the battle, Xiao Zhantian spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally upright figure slumped slightly, his body flying backwards, crashing to the ground. Blood flowed freely, staining the ground, severely injured and unable to rise. Ants must have the awareness of ants. It's just a mantis trying to stop a cart. In the void, within the black mist, Long Air let out a cold snort. Xiao Zhantian had been defeated, wanting to save Lin Yuan, but still powerless. Father, sect master, master. Countless figures surrounded the fallen Xiao Zhantian, including Xiao, elders from the sect, and disciples, all worried. They looked at the severely injured and unconscious sect master Xiao Zhantian, then at Lin Yuan, who was also bloodied and on the brink of death. No one expected that today, which was supposed to be a joyous occasion for the Qingyun Dao sect, inviting countless Eastern wilderness cultivators, would end up in such a manner. The Dayu dynasty was too powerful. Even Yi Xian's protector beside the prince was not something their small Qingyun Dao sect could resist. This might just be the tip of the iceberg of the Dayu dynasty. Today could indeed be the day of the Qingyun Dao sect's demise. Facing the immortal dynasty that oppressed the entire Xintian continent, no one in the world could save them. At this moment, within the entire sect, apart from the disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect, everyone else wore expressions filled with anger. Others were silent. No one dared to speak. They had all witnessed the previous scene, which demonstrated the power of a half-step Ascendant Realm. Under Long Air's might, even as strong as one of the three great Dao sects of the Eastern Wilderness, it was difficult to escape the crisis of annihilation today. After today, there will be no more Qingyun Dao sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Standing tall, imposing, wearing a black and gold-woven dragon robe, he hovered in the void, filled with arrogance. Yi Xian looked at Lin Yuan, hoping to see the expression he desired on Lin Yuan's face. But he was disappointed. In those bloody, deep-set eyes, there was only endless coldness surging. That coldness, for some reason, made Yi Xian's heart uneasy. Long Air, just as Yi Xian was about to order the complete destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect in front of Lin Yuan. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from afar, resonating throughout the entire Qingyun Dao sect. The void trembled like a calm lake creating ripples. What is that noise? Countless people at the scene heard the sound, including Yi Xian, Long Air, and many other cultivators present. While everyone was still searching for the source of the footsteps, crack. At that moment, the space split open and a figure stepped out from within. Young master, it has been many years. Do you still remember this old man? It was an old man in gray clothes, with long gray-white hair, exuding an aura that commanded respect without anger, causing the surrounding void to tremble as if it could not bear his presence, the space on the verge of breaking. It was indeed Lin Jiao, coming from the ancient Forbidden Land, smiling as he appeared. He scanned the scene, searching for Lin Yuan's figure. Although years had passed, among those present, only Lin Yuan possessed the physique of a person from the higher realm. Therefore, when he looked around and saw Lin Yuan, covered in blood and on the brink of death, Lin Jiao's originally smiling face instantly turned cold as frost. Chapter 15. Half-Step to Ascension? Just a dog-like thing, the Lin family of the Imperial clan ranks among the forbidden families of the Upper Realm, renowned across countless domains. And Lin Yuan is the son of the family head. However, due to clan rules back then, he was sent to this lower realm for training. Lin Jiao understood well the immense trust the family head placed in him when he entrusted the infant heir to his care. But at this moment, seeing Lin Yuan, covered in blood, with numerous injuries and broken bones, an overwhelming sense of guilt, anger, and killing intent surged from Lin Jiao's heart. Standing in the void, the gray-clad, white-haired, elderly figure seemed not very tall, But at this moment, the entire world felt particularly small before Lin Jiao. Once a guest elder of the Lin family in the upper realm, Lin Jiao was fortunate enough to be granted the Lin surname. His strength was such that even in the upper realm, he could be considered a powerhouse, let alone in this trivial Xiantian continent. The old man truly felt unworthy of the family head's trust back then. As he looked at Lin Yuan, who was gradually slipping into unconsciousness, Lin Jiao's voice trembled. Just then, boom, with a single step, moving as fast as if teleporting, Lin Jiao appeared before the severely injured Lin Yuan, his face full of concern. His palm, like withered tree bark, landed on Lin Yuan, and an immense amount of spiritual energy transformed into life force, continuously flowing into Lin Yuan's body to restore his injuries. Before figuring out who was responsible for inflicting such severe injuries on Lin Yuan, ensuring Lin Yuan's safety was naturally the top priority. Only after that could he slowly settle accounts. Cough, cough, cough. Feeling the shattered meridians and broken bones within him gradually healing and regrowing under an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, Lin Yuan, whose consciousness was somewhat fading, began to regain some awareness and looked at the old man before him. He understood that the other party was saving him. What puzzled Lin Yuan was that, logically speaking, with Long Air's strength at this moment, there should be no one left in the entire Qingyun sect who could save him, until he saw Lin Jiao's appearance, which coincided with a figure deep in his memory. "It's you." A weak voice emerged, and Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted as he recognized Lin Jiao, the old man who had brought him to the lower realm back then. "Young master, do not speak much, just focus on recovering," Lin Jiao said. "Afterwards, this old man will make certain people pay the price they deserve." Upon inspecting Lin Yuan's condition, Lin Jiao's initial worries finally dissipated. Normally, with such injuries, an ordinary cultivator would have long perished. Fortunately, the young master's unique physique preserved the last thread of life, and Lin Jiao's heart secretly rejoiced. "Thank goodness I arrived in time. If I had come even a moment later, if anything had happened to the young master." The result was something Lin Jiao did not dare to imagine. At that critical moment in the Qingyun sect, and for Lin Yuan's safety, an unknown old man suddenly appeared. At this moment, countless onlookers from various sects in the East Wilderness, including the Lu family father and daughter, as well as Yi Xian and his protector Long Air, all wore puzzled expressions. "Who are you to dare save the enemy of his prince?" Yi Xian questioned Lin Jiao with arrogance and a condescending tone. "This old thing, does he not know that the one he is healing is the enemy of this prince of the Diyu dynasty? How dare he act so boldly, completely disregarding Yi Xian?" Indeed, Lin Jiao's sudden appearance had shocked Yi Xian for a while. But thinking about the fact that they were merely in the East Wilderness, and that he represented the Diyu dynasty, Yi Xian felt no fear. Is there anyone in the entire Xiantian continent who dares to oppose the Diyu dynasty? As the questioning continued, Lin Jiao, who was treating Lin Yuan, felt a surge of killing intent in his eyes. He understood that the young master's injuries were related to this person. However, it was now a critical time for the young master's recovery, and all of Lin Jiao's focus was on restoring Lin Yuan's injuries. He ignored Yi Xian's words. "My prince is asking you a question. Did you not hear?" As the black mist surged, seeing that the other party was ignoring his prince's words, Long Air became furious. "Umph, acting all high and mighty. I want to see what strength you have to be so arrogant." Just moments ago, when Long Air probed the other party's realm, he found that he could not see through it. After all, he was a half-step to Ascension powerhouse. Could there really be someone in the small East Wilderness that he could not see through? Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming aura of a half-step to Ascension erupted, pressing down towards Lin Jiao. It should be noted that during his previous attack on Xiao Zhantian, Long Air had not used all his strength. However, for some reason, in front of this suddenly appearing old man, Long Air felt a sense of pressure. With a cold snort, without holding back, Long Air attacked, wanting to test Lin Jiao's true realm. At this moment, countless gazes were focused on this scene. However, to everyone's astonishment, facing the power of Long Air, a half-step to Ascension powerhouse, the old man who had just appeared to heal Lin Yuan remained completely unmoved, focusing solely on restoring Lin Yuan's injuries. It was as if everything else in the world was less important than even a single hair on Lin Yuan's body. Among the crowd, a girl in flowing white clothes. With fair skin and a slender figure, her long hair cascading down, was Lu Shui. No wonder Lin Yuan was able to defeat Brother Yixian before. It must be related to this person. Looking at Lin Jiu, who was healing Lin Yuan, Lu Shui said dismissively, Brother Yixian's protector is a half-step to Ascension powerhouse. What use is it to save Lin Yuan? It's just a delay in death. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, long air strike fell towards Lin Jiu, incredibly powerful. Finally, feeling the last trace of crisis within Lin Yuan dissipate, Lin Jiu stood up. His gray robes fluttered, and his gaze was extremely indifferent, a terrifying aura rising from Lin Jiu, causing the heavens and earth to change color and tremble. Half-step to Ascension? Just a dog-like thing. Boom, boom, boom. With a casual palm strike, he blocked the heavens, and endless purple energy surged down towards long air. Chapter 16. A shocking blow. The news brought by Lin Jiu, the void rumbled, and the entire Qingyun Dao sect trembled under Lin Jiu's aura. In the face of that strike, how could this be possible? The once supremely confident long air now spoke with confusion. The power exceeded all his imagination. The palm print covered the heavens and earth as it descended upon long air, causing him to panic. He could not resist, nor could he defend himself. Blood stained the void as long air's broken body fell like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground rippled like a tide, and several nearby great halls collapsed with a thunderous sound, dust flying up and obscuring everything around. With the scene unfolding, the place instantly fell into a deathly silence. Time passed, and the dust would eventually settle. At this moment, how could a half-step to the Ascendant Realm existence not withstand a single blow from this senior? Some people on the scene were horrified, their hearts shaking and rumbling violently. To possess such strength, it was likely that this senior had truly reached the Ascendant Realm. Some looked up to the void, at Lin Jiu's figure, and sighed. Strange, although the Qingyun Dao sect is remarkable in the Eastern wilderness. When did it acquire such a strong practitioner? Voices began to rise around, most of whom were cultivators from the Eastern wilderness. In their eyes, the Ascendant Realm was already a legendary level of power. As for practitioners who surpassed the Ascendant Realm, that was beyond their imagination. Only the legendary Upper Realm could have such beings. Therefore, in their understanding, the concept of the strongest being was limited to the Ascendant Realm, and most people at the scene unanimously believed that Lin Jiu was a senior of the Ascendant Realm. At this moment, in the void above, after Lin Jiu's treatment, Lin Yuan, who was on the brink of death, had recovered from his injuries. Although he had not reached his peak state, he was no longer in critical condition. Although it was said that the highest realm this world could accommodate was the Ascendant Realm, for some reason, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that his protector, Lin Jiu, was certainly not just a simple Ascendant Realm practitioner. With curious eyes, Lin Yuan looked at the elder beside him. Senior should be more than just an Ascendant Realm practitioner, right? Lin Yuan asked. Just call me Lin Jiu, young master. I cannot bear the title of senior. Lin Jiu hurriedly bowed. As the protector of the young master, he had nearly let Lin Yuan perish in this small Xintian continent. Even at this moment, Lin Jiu still felt deeply guilty, believing he had let down the family head's instructions from back then. In response to the young master, I am merely at the mid-stage of the Holy Realm, Lin Jiu said with a faint smile. It was a joke. The Upper Realm's imperial family, the Lin family, was a taboo family that overshadowed all domains. And Lin Yuan's identity as the family head son did not qualify for Lin Jiu to be his protector at the mere Ascendant Realm. Unfortunately, the two spoke too quietly for others to hear. Otherwise, the term Holy Realm would have shocked everyone. Holy Realm. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Regardless of the Upper Realm or this Xintian continent, from the moment Lin Yuan began his cultivation, he already understood. The realms of the world, from low to high, were divided into body refinement, qi gathering, spirit condensation, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascendant, quasi-saint, holy realm, quasi-emperor, and emperor realm. In this world, the ascendant realm was already at the pinnacle, invincible across the continent. Yet, his true family had arranged for a protector who was actually a holy realm powerhouse. The direct bloodline of the Lin family needs to go to the myriad domains for training when they are young. This matter, I believe the young master already knows. Lin Jiu continued, his gaze aging. Every direct bloodline of the Lin family has a sealed memory of the family's inheritance and consciousness in their childhood, which will only awaken completely upon reaching adulthood. Now that Lin Yuan has already come of age, the memories of the family should have awakened. The reason I chose this world as the young master's training ground, as ordered by the family head, has another reason. A relic of an emperor is hidden in this world, and this relic is closely related to your true physique. Lin Jiu stated, I have searched for over 20 years, and this is also the reason for my visit this time, as a gift for your coming of age. A relic of an emperor. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart shook. What does the emperor represent? There is no need to elaborate. Anything related to an emperor is taboo. However, what Lin Yuan could not understand was how an emperor's inheritance could be hidden in this lower realm. No wonder for so many years, Lin Jiu had not been by his side, but had been searching for an emperor's inheritance for him. What concerned Lin Yuan even more was whether the mystery of his true physique was about to be revealed. The two of them in the void spoke too softly for anyone to know what they were saying. At this moment, inside the Qingyun sect, the scene was a wasteland. However, all the disciples of Qingyun would never blame the senior who was speaking with their master brother Lin Yuan for destroying the Qingyun sect like this. Instead, they were all filled with curiosity and immense joy. Just moments ago, countless disciples and elders within the Qingyun sect had already lost hope. They were prepared to die alongside their sect. There was no choice. The pressure from Long Air, a half-step ascendant realm powerhouse, was utterly despairing. However, just at the most critical moment, the senior who seemed to know the master brother appeared. One strike, just one strike, was enough to turn the despairing Long Air into someone who did not know life or death. It was the appearance of that senior that saved the entire Qingyun sect. I have grown up alongside the master brother. But when did the master brother meet such a powerful being? I do not know. Among the Qingyun disciples, Xiao, supporting Xiao Zhantian, had a curious expression on her small face. Yuan must be hiding some secrets, with a still pale face. Xiao Zhantian woke up from his coma after being treated by several elders. However, having been severely injured by Long Air, his already old body seemed even older than before. Regarding the hidden secrets of Lin Yuan, Xiao Zhantian had always been aware of it. After all, he had watched Lin Yuan grow up little by little. He had known for a long time that Lin Yuan's unknown physique was not something that could be born in this realm. Furthermore, the fact that the strongest in this realm, the dragon spirit physique, was defeated by Lin Yuan only confirmed Xiao Zhantian's thoughts. But what Xiao Zhantian did not expect was that a senior who had stepped into the ascendant realm would actually know Lin Yuan. That level was already the pinnacle of this realm, and even among the central regions, it was top tier. Chapter 17. Yi Xian's Confusion. The time-space escape talisman, how could this happen? This is impossible. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze was filled with immense confusion. Unable to accept this scene, his protector, Long Air, a powerful being at the half-step ascendant realm, was a top-tier expert even within the DU Empire. But here, in the remote eastern wilderness, someone managed to severely injure Long Air with a single strike, leaving his life in question. Moreover, the person who could injure Long Air must have truly stepped into the ascendant realm. Although there's only half a step of distance between the half-step ascendant realm and the true ascendant realm, the difference is often like heaven and earth. Yi Xian couldn't understand. He was the prince of the DU Empire with an extraordinarily noble identity. Yet even his status couldn't ensure protection from a true ascendant realm expert. And that Lin Yuan was just a disciple from a small sect in the eastern wilderness. A person born of lowly status. How could he have done this? Yi Xian was in a daze, standing there blankly, his protector Long Air's life in question, filling his heart with fear. In the past, every time Long Air appeared, he could resolve all his troubles. But this time, a girl from a small sect, plus some insignificant prince from a minor dynasty? Lin Jiu's voice sounded indifferent, sweeping over Yi Xian and Lu Shui. After talking with Lin Yuan earlier, he had learned the whole story. He felt a bit of sympathy. His young master, on the day of his wedding, found himself in such a situation. It was already embarrassing that the young master of the Lin family had taken a liking to a girl from the lower realms. But now he was even appreciated by her. If this were to be reported back to the upper realm, other imperial families and some forbidden forces would surely laugh their heads off. Lin Zhou had already made up his mind. Upon returning to the upper realm, he could never let this matter leak out. After all, Lin Yuan represented the dignity of the entire Lin family. Lin Jiao shook his head helplessly. Lin Yuan felt a bit awkward as he sensed Lin Jiao's somewhat indifferent gaze beside him. Perhaps due to his status, Lin Jiao didn't speak out loud. But Lin Yuan could still see a hint of helplessness in his eyes. But could this be blamed on himself? If blame was to be assigned, it should be on the original owner, who was a sycophant. He had just crossed over and hadn't even reacted when he was dragged into a marriage. Then, a proud prince of the Dayu Empire jumped out, claiming to have stolen his woman. He fought without any sense of martial ethics, and when he couldn't win, he began to call for help. And now, here they were. Boom! Just then, Lin Jiao, who was beside Lin Yuan, casually pointed a finger at Yi Xian. No! Yi Xian let out a shrill scream. Crack! 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 The bones all over his body made sounds as if they were about to shatter. He was enduring the pain Long Air had suffered before and was about to feel even more pain. With Lin Jiao's power, it was too easy to kill someone like Yi Xian. However, from Lin Jiao's perspective, allowing the one who had tormented his young master to die so easily would be too cheap for him. You come here too. Boom. Lin Jiao's hand reached out as if grasping at the air. That was the direction where Long Air had fallen. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, stones flew everywhere, and a broken body uncontrollably rose from the ruins, turning into a streak of light, standing beside Yi Xian, enduring endless torment. It was Long Air. He hadn't died, though half of his body had disappeared. No, senior. His voice seemed to carry endless pain. At this moment, Long Air finally understood why Lin Jiao's previous strike was so powerful. Logically, it should have been enough to kill him. But for some reason, when the palm print fell, it seemed to have retracted its power, only severely injuring him. It turned out that the intent was to torture both him and the prince to death. We are from the Dayu Empire. Please, senior, spare our lives for the sake of the Dayu Empire. Long Air and Yi Xian pleaded, hoping to use their backing to make Lin Jiao wary. After all, everyone knew what the Dayu Empire represented on this continent, and no one dared to disrespect it. It is important to note that Long Air, being a half-step ascendant, was merely Yi Xian's protector, although the old man before them was powerful and an ascendant realm expert. There were indeed ancestors who had truly stepped into the ascendant realm within their immortal empire, and not just one. Yi Yuan, the only dragon spirit body among the current princes, was crucial for the future inheritance of the throne, making him extremely important to the Dayu Empire. If something were to happen to him here, the consequences would be unimaginable for ordinary people. Oh, you want to threaten this old man with your so-called empire? A cold laugh came from Lin Jiao, who stood in the sky with gray robes and white hair, exuding an aura that made the surrounding void tremble, as if unable to bear his presence, with the space about to shatter. The gaze he cast upon Yi Xian and Long Air was like that of two ants. The holy realm transcends this world. Some ignorant people merely believe that Lin Jiao is an ascendant. Moreover, this world is too small for him to unleash his true holy realm power, but destroying a small Dayu empire is more than enough. Ants are ultimately ants. How could they know the true vastness of the world? Within the majesty, there was a hint of killing intent. A holy realm cultivator's anger could change the color of heaven and earth. Not good. While enduring endless pain, Long Air was suddenly horrified. He realized that the other party truly had murderous intent and wanted to kill both him and the prince here, without even considering the prestige of the Dayu Empire. Long Air, save me. Yi Xian was genuinely terrified, his hair standing on end, his heart filled with cold dread. Born noble, he had never thought that one day he would die in this small eastern wilderness. Both felt the crisis of death. As Yi Xian's protector, Long Air would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to prevent any mishap from happening to Yixian. It wasn't he that he was so loyal as a protector. Rather, long ago, when he was chosen as Yixian's protector, his family, descendants, and relatives were all under the control of the Yu Empire. Once Yixian died today, then, with a mutilated body, Long Heir's gaze was resolute and unwavering. A rune swirling with time-space laws lit up in his hand. Your Highness, the old servant will help you escape from here. But please, take care of the old servant's family. Long Heir quietly transmitted a message to Yixian. In the past, a supreme ancestor of the Yu Empire had bestowed a time-space escape talisman to Long Heir, meant for him to activate when Yixian encountered danger. The Yu Empire, reigning over the entire Xiantian continent, was naturally not as simple as it appeared. Even in the upper realm, there were still people around. The time-space escape talisman in Long Heir's hand was rumored to be an incredibly precious item passed down from the upper realm. Chapter 18. One death and one escape. Don't worry, Long Heir. As long as you can save his prince, I will ensure your family is safe. Yixian anxiously transmitted his thoughts. He was willing to pay any price to keep him alive. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an incomparably mighty blood light surged from Long Heir's broken body, dyeing the void red. The time and space escape talisman is an item from the upper realm. Not to mention that he was now gravely injured and on the verge of death, even at his peak. It would have been impossible for Long Heir to fully activate the time and space escape talisman. It required too much spiritual power. Prince quickly escaped. A loud shout echoed, and blood-colored flames ignited around Long Heir as he was blood-sacrificing all of his power. Blood sacrifice is a last resort for a cultivator. The power unleashed from sacrificing everything is unimaginable. However, this method often comes with an enormous price: death and the obliteration of one's soul. Once a cultivator uses this kind of power, they have already resigned themselves to certain death. Endless blood light gathered into the time and space escape talisman. Long Heir's broken body vanished. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the power of time and space surged, and the golden light within the talisman flourished, enveloping Yixian. Crack! A spatial rift appeared, sucking Yixian into it. Oh no, it's the time and space escape talisman. Lin Yuan shouted, his brows furrowing. Everything happened too quickly, in just a fleeting moment. The time and space escape talisman, even in the upper realm, is considered a precious item. Activating it can tear apart the void and transport one across endless distances. However, Lin Yuan did not expect that a small lower realm dynasty would possess such a treasure. He looked at the spatial passage that was about to disappear. He had been careless, and there was no time to think too much. Boom! Lin Yuan struck out with his palm. If he let the opponent escape, where would he put his old face? A tragic scream came from the spatial passage. It was Yixian. Even the spatial passage constructed by the time and space escape talisman was shattered and collapsed under Lin Yuan's strike, turning into countless fragments of space. From the broken spatial passage, half of Yixian's severed limb, bloodied, was cut in half by the shattered space fragments. However, his upper body was nowhere to be seen. Dragging his broken body, he ultimately still managed to escape. I am guilty. Please punish me, young master. Lin Yuan, with a pale face, bowed to Lin Yuan, feeling dissatisfied with himself. He felt remorse and guilt for allowing the young master's enemy to escape due to his carelessness. There's no need for that. Old Lin, at least Long Heir is dead. Yixian will have plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Lin Yuan quickly helped Lin Yuan up, a smile on his lips. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's appearance earlier, Lin Yuan knew he would have already been dead by now. In terms of feelings and reason, he had no right to blame the person in front of him. Thus, the crisis of the Qinyan Dao sect was resolved. Originally, today was the day when Lu Shui and Lin Yuan were to become Dao partners, but the events took such a turn that it was likely unexpected for everyone present. Even the prince of the Yu dynasty, who oppressed the entire Xiantian continent, had gained nothing today. Instead, a half-step ascendant realm powerhouse met his end. His soul scattered. Noble as the prince of the Yu dynasty, he too was dragging his broken body, barely escaping under Long Heir's blood sacrifice. This was something countless cultivators present had never anticipated. The outcome was too surreal. It's impossible. How could it turn out like this? Yi Xian had escaped, but at this moment, Lu's father and daughter were still standing in place. Below, among the crowd, a figure in flowing white robes, with fair skin and a tall, delicate figure, her long hair cascading down like a fairy in a painting. It was Lu Shui. She looked dejected, her face pale. And even now, she still couldn't accept the scene before her. Her brother Yi Xian had actually lost, and in the end, he had to escape severely injured. And Lin Yuan was merely her tool, forcing her brother Yi Xian to show up for the sake of marriage. Now, the destined person she had hoped for had lost. And that tool she had never taken seriously, Lin Yuan had won. Who would have thought the final result would turn out like this? He was a prince from the Yu dynasty. With a bitter smile, Lu Cong helplessly shook his head. He had bet wrong, placing all his hopes on Yi Xian. He had originally thought to leverage the relationship between that prince and his daughter, using the other status to help the Piaoshuadao sect dominate the entire eastern wilderness. Being the first major sect in the eastern wilderness had always been Lu Cong's wish. He even went so far as to give that prince the innate holy lotus that had been treasured by the Piaoshuadao sect for countless years. But in the end, it would all be for nothing. Isn't it just relying on an ascendant realm powerhouse? I have heard my brother Yi Xian mention that there are more than one ascendant realm ancestors in the Yu dynasty. Pursing her lips, Lu Shui's gaze quietly turned to Lin Yuan in the distance, disdainful. Until this moment, she still felt unconvinced. Because years ago, when she went to the central continent and fell in love with Yi Xian, she had witnessed the near-immortal glory of that dynasty. Even now, she firmly believed that once her brother Yi Xian returned to that dynasty and recovered from his injuries, it wouldn't be long before he would come and take her away. She believed her judgment would never be wrong, and Lin Yuan was only worthy of staying in this remote place in the eastern wilderness. Oh, originally looking bitter, Lu Cong's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing his daughter's words. That dynasty really has several ascendant realm powerhouses? Hearing this, Lu Cong was shocked. If so, his investment might not go unrewarded. Today, the one who revived the entire Qingyun Dao sect was merely the old man beside Lin Yuan, recognized by the cultivators on site as an invincible powerhouse of the ascendant realm. Dad, why would I lie to you? This is what my brother Yi Xian told me personally back then. Thinking of this, Lu Shui no longer felt dejected, and her heart was filled with a glimmer of hope again. Chapter 19. Young Master? The people of Qingyun were shocked. Master, your injuries. Lin Yuan appeared before Xiao Zhantian, accompanied by Lin Jiao, with a respectful expression. If it weren't for his master, who had spared no effort to stop Long Air earlier, Lin Yuan knew he probably wouldn't have waited for Lin Jiao to arrive. Therefore, he held immense respect for his master before him. These minor injuries are nothing. Xiao Zhantian laughed heartily, his voice bold. The crisis of the destruction of Qingyun Dao sect had been resolved, and Lin Yuan, recognized by Xiao Zhantian as the only inheritor of the sect, had survived. Although his injuries had not yet healed, his posture was no longer upright, and he appeared even older than before. His gaze swept past Lin Yuan and landed on Lin Jiao. Thank you, Senior, for your help in saving the lives of all the people of Qingyun. For some reason, Lin Yuan felt that the senior before him, who was at least at the Ascension realm, showed some respect towards his disciple Lin Yuan. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Zhantian. Everyone had their own matters, and one must have reverence for the strong. Master Xiao is too polite. I also need to thank you for nurturing our young master all these years. Lin Jiao replied with a calm smile, showing no hint of arrogance as a powerful figure. Although Xiao Zhantian did not know him, he recognized the other party. Years ago, when he first brought Lin Yuan to the lower realm, he had secretly observed Xiao Zhantian for a long time before deciding to entrust Lin Yuan to him for cultivation. Even when Xiao Zhantian took Lin Yuan back to Qingyun Dao sect, he had secretly lurked for a long time before feeling at ease to venture out to various places in the Xintian continent to search for the relics of Emperor Yuantian. However, with his strength, if he did not actively reveal himself, no one in the Xintian continent could discover him. Lin Yuan was only about 20 years old, yet he had already cultivated to the divine bridge realm. Apart from his strong physique, Xiao Zhantian's cultivation of Lin Yuan was also indispensable. This alone was enough for Lin Jiao to hold him in high regard. Younger master. At this moment, when Lin Jiu referred to Lin Yuan as younger master. Xiao Zhantian, along with Xiao, the elders of Qingyun sect, and numerous disciples, were all shocked. Some of the older elders in Qingyun Dao sect were aware of the story of how the sect leader Xiao Zhantian had brought back a baby years ago. This was an elder at the Ascension realm, the pinnacle of this world, addressing Lin Yuan as younger master. This, in an instant, countless Qingyun disciples looked at Lin Yuan, their hearts shaken, feeling the gazes around him. Lin Yuan remained calm. No matter what my identity may be in the future, Lin Yuan, will always be a disciple of Qingyun Dao sect, he said with a smile. His memories had completely merged, and he was too familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. In contrast, his original family, the Lin family in the upper realm, felt too foreign, existing only in the memories of family inheritance. Lin Yuan would not forget that previously, things had arisen because of him, nearly leading to the annihilation of the entire Qingyun Dao sect. In such a crisis, Master Xiao Zhantian stepped forward, and no one among the Qingyun disciples blamed him. They were willing to die alongside him. One must not forget their roots. Although they were immensely curious about Lin Yuan's true identity, seeing that neither the elder nor Lin Yuan elaborated much, they did not ask further. Big brother, I didn't expect you to have this kind of identity. In the future, you can't forget about your little junior sister. A clear voice rang out, beautiful and graceful, with a willow-like brow and dressed in a blue dress. It was Xiao, smiling brightly. She had grown up alongside Lin Yuan, and perhaps before long, her big brother would return to his true family. She feared she would still not be able to see Lin Yuan. How could that be? Lin Yuan replied with a smile, ruffling his little junior sister's hair, making her hair a mess. The girl before him had long been regarded as his sister. Growing up together, their bond close. From today onward, our Qingyun Dao sect will have no further ties with your Piaoxua Dao sect. At this moment, those who had come to the feast, countless cultivators from various sects in the eastern wilderness, had not yet left. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, Xiao Zhantian looked at the father and daughter of the Lu family with anger. Although the Piaoxua Dao sect had not taken the opportunity to strike during the crisis of the Qingyun sect, their various actions had aligned them with the prince of the Deyu dynasty. Not resolving the Lu family on the spot was already showing great mercy. After all, they had been on good terms for many years as one of the three major sects in the eastern wilderness. But from today onward, the relationship between the two sects would completely reach a freezing point. Since Master Xiao says so, then I shall take my leave. With a calm gaze. After learning of the true strength of the Deyu dynasty, Lu Zong felt there was still an opportunity. As for the relationship with Qingyun Dao sect, once he leveraged the power of the Deyu dynasty, he aimed to unify the entire eastern wilderness, and at that time, a confrontation with Qingyun sect would be inevitable. We're leaving. With a command from Lu Zong, Lu Shui, and the cultivators of Piaoxua Dao sect departed. TCH, what is so impressive, just relying on an Ascension realm expert. As they left, Lu Shui pouted and muttered, inadvertently casting a glance at Lin Yuan. Her original plans had all been disrupted, and even her brother Yixin had nearly died because of Lin Yuan. Therefore, if she had previously looked down on Qingyun Dao sect and Lin Yuan, now was filled with hatred. Although her voice was small, Lin Yuan heard it among the crowd. Dressed in black, with a stern expression, Lin Yuan looked at everything that had arisen because of this girl, a killing intent surging in his eyes. As for marriage, Lin Yuan had never had a good impression of her from the start. If she was unwilling, it was just fine with him. However, she should not use the entire Qingyun Dao sect and his life and death crisis to fulfill her own desires. If it weren't for Lin Jiu's timely appearance, perhaps he and the entire Qingyun Dao sect would have been destroyed due to this girl's selfishness. Just wait. I'm very curious to know how strong that so-called Deyu dynasty really is. With a cold laugh, Lin Yuan calmly observed. Chapter 20 The Mystery of the Original Physique. The event concluded, and countless cultivators who had originally attended the wedding banquet began to leave. A few days later, a piece of news spread widely among the countless cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Lin Yuan, the Daozi of the Qingyun Dao sect, defeated a prince from the Deyu dynasty of Zhongzhou. As soon as the news broke, the entire eastern wilderness was shaken. Is it true? That prince is a genius from Zhongzhou. When has our eastern wilderness ever produced such a talent? No way. The Dayu dynasty is the most powerful force in the Xintian continent. How is that possible? A powerful being at the half-step ascendant realm has already died. Since ancient times, every cultivator from the eastern wilderness has had to look up to Zhongzhou. Whether it was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or the strength of sects, the gap between cultivators was immense. Because of this, whether among the older generation or the younger generation, cultivators from the eastern wilderness have never been able to compare with those from Zhongzhou. The disparity is too great. In the Qingyuan Dao sect, the room had an ancient charm with only 2 people inside. The divine bridge realm, not bad. It seems the young master has not been slack in his cultivation over the years. Lin Jiu said with a smile and a nod. Lin Lao is overpraising me. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. According to what his master, Xiao Zhantian, had said before, his ability to crush his peers in cultivation speed over the years should be related to his physique. However, Lin Yuan was still unclear about the mystery of his physique at this moment. The person in front of him should know the truth about his situation. Lin Yuan's gaze filled with curiosity. Looking around, standing opposite Lin Yuan, Lin Jiu seemed to have seen through Lin Yuan's inner thoughts and smiled. In the myriad realms, there are a total of 3,000 physiques. Young master, do you know what the top 10 physiques are among these 3,000? Instead of revealing Lin Yuan's true physique, he inexplicably mentioned that there are 3,000 physiques in the myriad realms, and that among those, there are 10 supreme physiques ranked at the top. 3,000 physiques in the myriad realms? Ranked in the top 10? Hearing these words, Lin Yuan looked bewildered, standing still and shaking his head in confusion. The top 10 physiques in the myriad realms are also known as the 10 supreme physiques, the most elite physiques in the world. After a deliberate pause, Lin Jiu began to elaborate. Even Lin Jiu, who was at the Saint realm, had an expression of deep admiration when mentioning these 10 supreme physiques. It could be said that any genius possessing one of the 10 supreme physiques is destined to be a king among their peers, invincible within their realm. And crossing realms to battle would never be a problem. Among these 10 supreme physiques, there's one type known as the Taishang Dao body. This physique is referred to as the son of the great Dao. When Lin Jiu specifically mentioned the Taishang Dao body, his gaze towards Lin Yuan began to change. Taishang Dao body? Lin Yuan's voice was filled with confusion. Hearing Lin Jiu mention it so deliberately, Lin Yuan felt that this seemingly incredibly powerful physique had some connection to him. Young master, your true physique was originally the Taishang Dao body among the 10 supreme physiques. But unfortunately, due to certain reasons, your original supreme physique underwent some changes. Only at this moment did he begin to reveal the truth about Lin Yuan's physique. The Taishang Dao body ranks first among the 10 supreme physiques, and in the upper realm, it is an incomparably supreme physique. The emergence of this physique is exceedingly rare, even in the myriad realms. It takes 100,000 years to give birth to one, and once a Taishang Dao body exists for several 100,000 years, the myriad realms cannot give rise to another Taishang Dao body. However, strangely, over 20 years ago, Lin Yuan, who possessed the Taishang Dao body, descended to the mortal realm. Less than 100,000 years after the fall of a former emperor who had the Taishang Dao body. The result was that Lin Yuan, this new Taishang Dao body, was suppressed by the power of the rules, transforming into a lower-tier physique of the Taishang Dao body, the Xiantian Dao body. The Xiantian Dao body ranks around 90 among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, which is not bad, but it is far from comparable to the Taishang Dao body, which is known as one of the 10 supreme physiques. At this moment, Lin Jiu slowly began to explain everything that had happened. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan was in disbelief. So, my physique was originally the Taishang Dao body. 20 years ago, due to the suppression of the power of rules, I became what is called the Xiantian Dao body. The shock of this news was overwhelming for Lin Yuan. The power of the Xiantian Dao body had already allowed him to surpass countless individuals in this realm. But now, his protector suddenly told him that Lin Yuan was never a Xiantian Dao body. Instead, he was originally one of the 10 supreme physiques in the upper realm. Seeing Lin Yuan's confused expression, Lin Jiao slowly explained, mentioning the name of an emperor. It is related to the Yuan Tian emperor. The ruins you have been searching for these past 20 years belonged to that emperor who possessed the Taishang Dao body. To awaken your Taishang Dao body again, all the mysteries must be connected to finding the last Taishang Dao body, the ruins of the Yuan Tian emperor. According to Lin Yuan's father, the head of the imperial Lin family, the ruins were the only place that could potentially restore Lin Yuan to his original state. So, this is also one of the reasons for my descent to the mortal realm. At this moment, Lin Yuan understood the true reason for his descent. It was both due to the family rules of the Lin family and to restore his true physique, all related to the legacy of that emperor. Yes, young master, the cost the family had incurred to deduce the location of Yuan Tian emperor's legacy for you was quite significant. Lin Jiao smiled, explaining that awakening the Taishang Dao body was of great importance. This was also the reason why Lin Jiao had left Lin Yuan behind at the Qingyun Dao sect when he first descended. After that day, several days passed, and Lin Yuan finally understood the situation regarding his physique. Inside Lin Yuan's room, boom, the overwhelming spiritual energy surged as Lin Yuan's realm broke through. It seems that the life and death crisis that day turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Although Lin Yuan had been pulled back from the brink of death by his protector Lin Jiao, his injuries had not fully healed. Between life and death, crisis and opportunity coexist. The room trembled, and a black and white light shone brightly, transforming into a taiji shadow that floated behind Lin Yuan. Everything fell into place. Mid-divine bridge realm, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lin Yuan stood up. In the entire eastern wilderness, there might be only Lin Yuan among the younger generation who has reached the divine bridge realm, which showcases the power of the Xiantian Dao body. I wonder how the Taishang Dao body, known as one of the 10 supreme physiques, compares. Remembering the conversation from that day, Lin Yuan felt curious. He stood up and, while talking to himself, walked outside. Chapter 21, The Great Universe Dynasty. Arrival at the forbidden area of Qingyun Hall. The Grand Hall serves as the main hall of the Qingyun Dao sect. At this moment, inside the hall, Yuan, this time you're venturing into the ancient forbidden area. I will trouble you, senior. Inside the hall, Xiao Zhantian, with a worried expression, respectfully said to Lin Jiao. Even though he already knew that the elder named Lin Jiao before him was Lin Yuan's protector and had demonstrated the strength of the lowest level of the ascending heaven realm on that day, Xiao Zhantian still felt somewhat uneasy. After all, that place was the ancient forbidden zone of the Xintian continent, which everyone feared. Haha, please rest assured, Sect Master Xiao. Even if I, Lin Jiao, lose my life, I will definitely ensure the safety of the young master. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. Having noticed the worry on Xiao Zhantian's face, Lin Jiao secretly sighed in his heart, realizing that he had indeed not made the wrong choice in selecting this sect master Xiao. Soon, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. What were the two elders chatting about? Just a casual chat. Lin Jiao replied with a smile. Has the young master broken through again? He immediately sensed that Lin Yuan's aura was significantly stronger than before. Perhaps he had merely lucked out and broken through after experiencing a life-and-death crisis. If only there were more opportunities like this. Lin Yuan murmured, his eyes shining. More opportunities? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, even the Saint Realm expert Lin Jiao stumbled, nearly falling over. Once was enough for Lin Jiao. If there were more opportunities like that, it would be far too dangerous. Absolutely not. His voice was urgent. Lin Jiao was genuinely worried about where Lin Yuan might find danger in the future. He still wanted to live a few more years. Lin Yuan was about to head to the ancient forbidden area that everyone feared on the Xintian continent. Before long, many people appeared in the Qingyun Hall. This outing may be perilous. I have nothing else to give you. This Zhutian holy sword is for your self-defense. After all, it will eventually be in your hands. The Zhutian holy sword is a weapon that only the sect masters of Qingyun can possess throughout the generations. However, after much consideration, Xiao Zhantian decided to give this sword to Lin Yuan, his chosen sole heir. The Zhutian holy sword. At this moment, when the sect master handed over the proof of the Qingyun Dao sect's generations of sect masters to Lin Yuan, the elders and peak masters in the hall expressed their surprise. Clang! The sound of the sword resonated, its body dazzling, radiating golden light, with several runes floating around it, illuminating the hall. This is a holy artifact. This sword is extraordinary. At this moment, even Lin Yuan, who was standing beside, spoke up. Holy artifacts can only be forged by saint realm cultivators. But Lin Yuan knew that with his own strength, he could not forge such a holy artifact. He couldn't help but feel curious. How could a mere Eastern Wasteland sect like Qingyun sect possess such a holy artifact? Master this. This item is too precious. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Just accept it. Without saying much, Xiao Zhantian calmly replied. Yes, master. Lin Yuan bowed deeply. He had always held immense respect for the elderly man before him. Besides Xiao Zhantian, amidst the curious gazes of the Qingyun disciples regarding Lin Yuan's identity, Lin Yuan bid farewell to everyone and followed Lin Jiu out of the Qingyun sect. Lin Jiu, let's go. Yes, young master. Lin Jiu led the way, and the two of them flew through the air towards the far eastern edge of the Eastern Wasteland. The ancient Forbidden Area is located at the extreme east of the Eastern Wasteland. Meanwhile, in the central continent, in the Imperial Domain within the Great Universe Dynasty, the dragon energy of the Imperial Way soared into the sky, and the palace was incredibly majestic, radiating grandeur. In the Imperial Hall, Xiener, on a purple golden dragon chair, a figure clad in a black dragon robe, wearing a purple golden crown, and possessing an imposing demeanor was none other than the current emperor of the Great Universe Dynasty, Yi Tuesday. Who dares to injure you like this? His eyes were filled with worry and a hint of anger as he looked at Yi Xian, who was dragged in with a shattered body. This immortal emperor who suppressed the central continent was utterly furious. Father, save me, it was the Qingyun sect. Yi Xian, whose protector Long Heir had sacrificed himself in a blood ritual to escape using a time-space evasion talisman, finally reached the Great Universe Dynasty. He was still carried up to the hall by the guards, and upon seeing his father, he could only utter the 4 words Qingyun sect before fainting completely. As Yi Xian was being treated by the powerful figures of the dynasty, Yi Tu's face turned pale, and murderous intent surged. I want to know what exactly happened to Xiener after he went to the Eastern Wasteland and the Qingyun sect. And where's Long Heir? His voice was authoritative and domineering, causing the entire dynasty to tremble at his expression. With a single command, the entire Great Universe Dynasty sprang into action. This immortal dynasty, which suppressed the entire Xintian continent, not only controlled the central continent, but also exerted influence over the other 4 states. Soon, late at night, they reported back to the emperor that they had already traced the whereabouts of the first prince. This matter was related to the Qingyun sect and was said to involve a woman. Moreover, Long Heir died to save the first prince. Each emperor of the Great Universe Dynasty was referred to as the Universe Emperor. The person reporting knelt on the ground, his face filled with fear. The Great Universe Dynasty was incredibly glorious, and each generation of emperors was a formidable figure on the Xintian continent. Yi Tu, the current Universe Emperor, was at the ascending heaven realm. Under his rule, he implemented an iron-fisted approach. Those who obey prosper, and those who resist perish. Countless sects, large and small, in the central continent bowed to his authority. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers continuously tapped on the dragon chair, producing a sound that echoed throughout the spacious hall. Yi Tu's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Because of a woman? He chuckled. No matter the reason, a mere Qingyun sect. I want to see who gave them the courage to harm my son. Time passed. In the Eastern Wasteland, at the extreme east, is that the ancient Forbidden Area? Lin Yuan's voice was filled with shock as he stood in the air, gazing ahead. The undulating ridges were incredibly towering, majestic, and spectacular. Unlike ordinary mountains, the peaks ahead were sparse in vegetation, exuding a wildness. An ancient, weathered aura greeted him. This was a true Forbidden Area on the Xintian continent. No one dared to tread here. Yes, young master, your opportunity to ascend to the supreme Tao body may lie here. I have searched for many years to finally find this for you. When Lin Jiu threw Lin Yuan into the Qingyun sect back then, he had scoured the entire Xintian continent, traversed all 5 states, and finally found it in this forbidden area. Chapter 22, Finding the Hidden Treasure, Entering the Ancient Forbidden Zone. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and purple lightning surged like a sea of thunder, enveloping the area. Here, one could not fly. Otherwise, they would be struck by the thunderous waves. Lin Yuan, a Saint Realm practitioner, was naturally unafraid. But wasn't he supposed to be protecting Lin Yuan? The mountains and ground were barren, presenting a grayish-white landscape that was chilling to the heart. This was the forbidden zone for cultivators of the Xinjiang continent. Besides the terrifying environment, there were countless powerful exotic beasts. It could be said that even heavenly beasts could be found everywhere in this forbidden zone for cultivators. Roar, roar, roar. Lin Yuan had just followed Lin Jiao for a short distance when a white tiger with wings and piercing green eyes appeared before them, blocking their path. Standing dozens of meters tall, it resembled a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity that proved it was a heavenly beast. Humph. Just a big demon with a residual white tiger bloodline, Lin Jiao said calmly. Boom! With a casual slap, a massive palm imprint descended from the sky, pulsating with purple energy. The mountain collapsed, the ground cracked, and the heavenly beast, measuring dozens of meters, was easily killed before Lin Yuan's eyes. Was this the power of the Saint Realm? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he knew that his protector, Lin Jiao, was a Saint Realm practitioner, he did not have a concrete understanding of how strong that title truly was. When Lin Jiao defeated Long Air, his displayed strength had already shocked Lin Yuan immensely. Now, in this ancient forbidden zone, seeing the casually appearing exotic beast, whose aura shook the heavens and earth, was far more powerful than Long Air. But so what? A single slap ended it. Lin Yuan began to reassess his protector. Hee, young master need not be surprised. In the upper realm Lin family, I can only be considered average, Lin Jiao said with a smile, showing no airs of superiority in front of Lin Yuan, maintaining his humility. Looking at Lin Yuan, Lin Jiao sighed. Perhaps the young master only knew that he came from an imperial family in the upper realm, but had no idea what his identity truly represented. Perhaps this was a reason why the Lin family had been able to stand tall in all the worlds for so long, always shining brightly. The direct bloodline of the Lin family, though born in great nobility, had to be sent to the lower realm for training due to family rules. Alone and without support, with only a protector following, those who could truly rise, grow, and return to the imperial Lin family were rare. And without exception, those who managed to return, regardless of talent, temperament, or perseverance, were undoubtedly the elite among the younger generation of the upper realm. This generation of Lin family disciples who were sent to the lower realm along with Lin Yuan numbered in the hundreds, just among those Lin Jiao knew, though they were in different realms. Upon returning to the upper realm Lin family, these individuals, along with Lin Yuan, would compete for the title of the current Lin family divine child. Lin Jiao still remembered the family head's words to him back then. Lin Jiao, no matter what, please be sure to find a legacy of Emperor Yuan Tian for you honor. Before descending to the lower realm, this was what the family head told him, and, at that time, Lin Jiao could sense a hint of pleading in the family head's tone. He was merely a servant of the Lin family, and being granted the Lin surname was already an unparalleled honor. What capability did he have to warrant such a request from the family head? And thus for this sentence. He had not dared to slack off for nearly 20 years. Finally, he had found it and brought the young master to this place. Let's go, young master. The legacy left by Emperor Yuan Tian is just ahead. Lin Jiao walked in front, his elderly body not appearing tall, but somewhat hunched. However, the aura he radiated made the entire world seem small before him. They moved forward without encountering too many dangers. The power of the Saint Realm was enough to suppress everything in this realm. The deeper they ventured into the ancient forbidden zone, the more terrifying the surrounding dangers became. Months passed, and they had no idea how far they had traveled. This area was too vast, perhaps even larger than the entire eastern wilderness. In such a massive area, they could only see some traces of humanity in the outskirts. As for the journey to this point, it was likely that only the two of them had ever set foot here in countless ages on the Xinjiang continent. Lin Yuan understood very well that if he hadn't followed Lin Jiao, he might never have entered this place in his lifetime. Finally, young master, we have arrived. There is the entrance to the legacy of Emperor Yuan Tian. Following the direction pointed out by Lin Yuan, ahead stood a gigantic portal about 1,000 meters high, radiating golden light and swirling purple mist. It was a manifestation of a power that transcended everything, connecting heaven and earth, as if the entire ancient Forbidden Zone existed because of that power. That was the power of the imperial path, which should not exist in this small lower realm. But for some unknown reason, it formed this ancient Forbidden Zone on the Xintian continent, and the true legacy of Emperor Yuan was hidden within that portal. Only by entering could one obtain it. Emperor, that is the power of the imperial path, even though there was still a considerable distance. That transcendent and supreme force truly made him feel like an ant gazing up at the heavens. Having never been to the upper realm, Lin Yuan had only seen the word emperor in text while growing up in the Qingyan Dao sect. The power of Lin Jiu's saint realm had already left Lin Yuan in awe throughout their journey. However, gazing up at the true power of the imperial path rendered him speechless, and 5 words suddenly arose in his heart. All beings are ants. Emperor Yuan is the last supreme Dao body in the world. Lin Jiu's voice sounded beside him, filled with emotion. If Lin Yuan could recover such a physique, combined with the background of the imperial family, he could not imagine how far Lin Yuan would reach in the future. A legacy of an emperor, placed in the upper realm, would be something that would drive countless holy lands, immortal sects, and even imperial families to madness. Heaven knows how much the Lin family had spent to deduce the realm where this legacy exists. Chapter 23, The Inheritance Land. Taiching Palace. Young master, keep close to me. Looking at the glowing gate ahead that emanated the laws of the emperor's way, even Lin Jiu did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. It was no joke. That was left behind by a fallen emperor. Even though countless years had passed, it was not something a mere saint realm cultivator like him could underestimate. Boom! As he spoke, Lin Jiu pointed out, and purple chi surged, forming a protective light shield around Lin Yuan to ensure his safety. The two were moving forward, and the immense light gate, 1,000 zhang in size, was still some distance away from them. It is said that 100,000 years ago, Emperor Yuan ascended from the lower realm to the upper realm. Although he was just a lower realm cultivator during that life, Emperor Yuan suppressed all the strong figures of that era with an invincible demeanor, ultimately reaching the pinnacle. If the old man's guess is correct, the lower realm where Emperor Yuan was located back then should be the Xintian continent, and it is even possible that it was the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Lin Jiu was introducing Lin Yuan to the experiences of Emperor Yuan. 100,000 years, even for upper realm cultivators, is far too long. The deeds of an emperor are only recorded among imperial clans like the Lin family. After descending to the lower realm, Lin Jiu had discovered this when he set foot in the 5 continents. Among these 5 continents, only the spiritual energy of the eastern wilderness is the thinnest. Perhaps the emperor of that year exhausted all the fortune of the eastern wilderness. This is why today, as eastern wilderness ranks at the bottom in terms of both the number of strong cultivators and the power of spiritual energy among the 5 continents of the Xintian continent. The people of eastern wilderness, with their unparalleled presence, suppressed all others in their era and ultimately achieved the Tao to become emperors. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart was shaken, and he instantly held deep respect for this emperor. With the memory of his family's inheritance, Lin Yuan understood very well that the gap between the prodigies of the upper realm and the lower realm is unimaginable. What kind of demeanor did this emperor possess to overpower all others in that era? But unfortunately, such an emperor suddenly fell after 100,000 years. Before his demise, he used his supreme imperial law to transform into 3 pure beings, establishing 3 hidden places. And this place is merely one of them. Lin Jiu sighed, stating that an emperor, above transcendence, should represent invincibility in the world. However, he inexplicably fell 100,000 years ago. Even now, the mystery of Emperor Yuan's fall remains unsolved in the upper realm. No one knows the true reason. As they spoke, the two had already arrived before the light gate. Golden radiance soared, and purple mist surged, with endless brilliance scattered around. This was the power of the laws of the emperor left behind after the fall of an emperor. Even though Lin Jiao, a Saint Realm cultivator, was protecting him, Lin Yuan still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. His complexion instantly turned pale, and his body trembled. Is this the might of the Emperor's way? Lin Yuan's heart shook. His face turned extremely pale, beads of sweat as large as beans dripped down, and his body quivered. He had not been attacked. Yet merely getting close to such extreme power was beyond the imagination of a cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm. It felt as if he was bearing countless mountains on his body, about to be crushed by this power. At this moment, Lin Yuan could not imagine what would have happened if Lin Jiao had not shared most of the burden with him. Perhaps he would have been instantly crushed by this law power. This was just the residual power left behind after an emperor's fall, a mere fraction of its might. Crack, crack, crack. The closer they got, the more terrifying the pressure became, and Lin Yuan's bones were cracking as if they were about to shatter. It seemed that the Emperor Yuan Tian did not make it too difficult for us juniors when he left this place of inheritance. How could the secret treasure of an emperor be so easily obtained? Even under Lin Jiao's protection, the pressure Lin Yuan was enduring was already incredibly terrifying. And this was with Lin Yuan having the innate Tao body. If it were another Divine Bridge realm cultivator, they would be instantly crushed by this power. But according to Lin Jiao, back then, Emperor Yuan Tian did not set too many obstacles. Young master, hold on. Once we cross this gate, we will enter the true inheritance land. Lin Jiao's eyes showed concern, and his spiritual power surged wildly to block most of the emperor's pressure for Lin Yuan. This was all he could do for Lin Yuan. As for the rest, it depended on Lin Yuan himself. Thank you, Elder Lin. Don't worry, Lin Yuan. I'm not that weak. Previously, in the face of life and death, Lin Yuan had shown no fear. The pressure of the Emperor's way was indeed terrifying, but it was not enough to make Lin Yuan retreat. Clad in black, Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute. Crack, crack, crack. The bones in his body vibrated, about to shatter, and every step he took was exceedingly difficult. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, he was just 1 step away from crossing this portal. Resolute and decisive, Lin Jiao glanced at Lin Yuan with a hint of satisfaction. This was also one of the reasons for sending Lin Yuan, the young master, to experience the lower realm back then. With the resources of the imperial clan Lin, even if they piled up resources, they could not guarantee that Lin Yuan would become a quasi-emperor, but it was not a problem to push him to the Saint Realm. However, what the Lin family needed was not a second-generation offspring who was merely pleasing to the eye, but a supreme prodigy who could compete for the only imperial throne in this era. While realm, cultivation, and talent are important, more importantly, the heart of the Tao can determine how far a cultivator will ultimately go. In the long history of the myriad realms, those who have reached the Emperor's throne are all individuals with an invincible heart of the Tao. Boom! At this moment, Lin Yuan finally took the last step with great difficulty. His figure passed through the portal, disappearing from sight and entering the true inheritance land of Emperor Yuan Tian. It seems that the young master's heart of the Tao is even stronger than I imagined. Smiling with relief, Lin Jiao knew very well that with the pressure Lin Yuan had just endured, he would not have been able to withstand it back in his youth. Stepping forward, Lin Jiao followed closely behind and also entered. As they crossed the portal, at the moment Lin Yuan just entered, he probably did not notice that the Zhutian sacred sword given to him by his master, Shao Zhantian, which he had placed in his storage ring, suddenly flashed with a faint light. Time shifted and space traversed as if entering another world. This was within an imperial palace, magnificent and towering, surrounded by endless chaotic mist. An incredibly ancient and weathered aura came forth, as if everything here had been forgotten by time. The surroundings were vast and silent. Is this the inheritance land of Emperor Yuan Tian? Lin Yuan looked around, puzzled, as he had just been the ancient forbidden zone a moment ago. But in the blink of an eye, he arrived at this imperial palace. Under the cover of the chaotic mist, the surrounding scenery was somewhat dim. This is the Taiqing Palace of Emperor Yuan Tian. Just then, Lin Jiao's figure appeared beside Lin Yuan. TSK, TSK, Lin Jiao exclaimed in amazement, recognizing the origin of this imperial palace. Chapter 24. The Supreme Tao, the possibility of promotion Taiqing Palace. The primordial emperor once transformed into the three pure ones, and it was one of the three great imperial palaces. Before the primordial emperor was about to fall, he hid everything within these three great palaces and transmitted them to various realms. No one knows where these three great palaces are hidden. At this moment, the one within the primordial forbidden zone is the Taiching Imperial Palace. Just as Lin Yuan was astonished, the surrounding chaotic mist began to spread and surge. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, above the imperial throne, boundless chaotic mist swept towards it, forming what seemed like a chaotic vortex, as if some terrifying entity was about to be born. Countless Tao lights rose, and mysterious, complex Tao patterns emerged, intertwining and combining. An indescribable aura began to manifest. Whoosh! A single eye suddenly appeared from the endless chaotic Tao light, transcendent, supreme, towering above all. Within its pupil, it seemed to contain myriad paths, and wherever its gaze fell, that was the place of the great Tao. That aura was terrifying. Could it be the supreme Tao, eye of the primordial emperor for back then? At this moment, upon noticing this suddenly appearing Tao eye within the Taiching Palace, Lin Yuan was shocked, his voice filled with disbelief, his breathing somewhat rapid. The purpose was for Lin Yuan to ascend to the supreme Tao body. In the world, although there are many talented individuals with powerful physiques since ancient times, the top 10 physiques have been different. These 10 physiques are referred to by cultivators as the 10 supreme bodies, implying that, barring accidents, those who possess these 10 physiques are destined to ascend to the imperial throne in the future. The supreme Tao eye? Looking at that single eye containing myriad paths, upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable voice within himself telling him to obtain it. His body seemed uncontrollable, wanting to approach that Tao eye. He originally was the supreme Tao body, and this pupil was known as the supreme Tao eye. At this moment, looking at Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan began to explain the difference between the supreme Tao body and the innate Tao body. The innate Tao body is innately close to the great Tao, excelling in cultivation and combat. In the upper realm, even among the 3,000 physiques, the innate Tao body can rank within the top 100. Looking at Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan sighed. Being able to rank in the top 100 in the upper realm with an innate Tao body is no small feat, however, compared to the supreme Tao body. It falls far short. It can be said that any talented individual with one of the 10 supreme bodies is destined to be a king among their peers. Invincible in their realm, overpowering all, and crossing realms to fight has never been a problem. Coincidentally, there has always been a special connection between the innate Tao body and the supreme Tao body since ancient times. Although physique is innate and cannot be changed postnatally, among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, only the innate Tao body and the supreme Tao body are the most special, both being close to the great Tao. The difference is that if Lin Yuan's innate Tao body is merely close to the Tao, then the supreme Tao body has another title, the son of the great Tao. At this moment, Lin Yuan meticulously explained these matters to Lin Yuan. This is also why Lin Yuan was able to regress to the innate Tao body and save his life back then. The supreme Tao body. Just when that Tao eye appeared, my body involuntarily wanted to approach it, as if a voice was saying in my ear, "Obtain it." At this moment, Lin Yuan expressed the doubts he had in his heart. Although he became the innate Tao body for a reason back then, he could still feel a subtle connection with that eye. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The supreme Tao eye had appeared. He understood that this time, promotion to the supreme Tao body was inevitable. Initially, he only thought there might be a slight chance, as hope was slim, but even if relying on the inheritance of the primordial emperor could greatly enhance the young master's strength, it would still be worth it. Upon returning to the Lin family in the upper realm, during the competition for the position of the divine son, it would give the young master an edge. But now, looking at that supreme Tao eye, Lin Yuan knew it was secured. No matter what the cost today, I must promote a supreme Tao body for the Lin family. His aged gaze was unwavering, filled with excitement. That is the supreme Tao body, one of the 10 supreme bodies. With Lin Yuan's identity, backed by the imperial Lin family, such a background and abundant resources, if he also possesses the supreme Tao body in the future, Lin Jiao could hardly imagine how far Lin Yuan could ultimately go. The supreme Tao body, Lin Yuan murmured, deep in thought. At this moment, looking at that eye, his body yearned immensely, as if it belonged to him. Now, Lin Yuan had learned from Lin Jiao that the four words supreme Tao body hold great significance even in the upper realm. If I can help the young master possess the supreme Tao body, even if I, Lin Jiao, lose my life, so be it. The kindness shown to me by the family head back then will never be forgotten in my life. Lin Jiao laughed heartily, his gaze looking ahead, the surroundings empty, with only the imperial throne above Taiching Palace. Above the throne, chaotic Tao light surged, densely packed like tadpoles, spinning and surrounding, while the supreme Tao I quietly floated there. Within its pupil, it contained myriad paths, and wherever its gaze fell, that was the place of the great Tao. This aura was too supreme. Merely gazing at it felt like witnessing the great Tao manifesting. Although the primordial emperor had fallen for 100,000 years, this supreme Tao, I still retained the emperor's Tao laws from back then. To truly fuse the young master's innate Tao body with his supreme Tao, I had to transform it into a real supreme Tao body. The old one must erase the emperor's Tao laws within it. Only then can the young master be absolutely safe. At this moment, Lin Jiao's expression grew serious. The power of the emperor's Tao is unattainable. Even now, within this Tao I left behind by the primordial emperor with the passage of 100,000 years, the power of the emperor's Tao laws has dwindled tremendously. But with Lin Jiao's strength, erasing the power within is fraught with unimaginable danger. The opportunity is right in front of him. It is what will truly elevate the young master. Even if it costs Lin Jiao his life, he must see it through. The earlier jest was also to reassure Lin Yuan. This time, he had to fight with all his might. Lin Jiao whispered, almost inaudibly, only he could hear, as he ascended. Chapter 25. The voice of the primordial emperor, the shattered jade ruler. Chaos enveloped the surroundings, dim and shrouded in mist. Only the brilliant light of the Tao flickered. Under that immense power, the Taiching imperial palace shook violently, trembling. The might of the emperor was not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Even Lin Jiao, as strong as a saint realm cultivator, felt an immense weight in front of the supreme Tao. He was about to strike, aiming to erase the imperial Tao laws within it, allowing Lin Yuan's innate Tao body to merge with it. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the supreme Tao I ceased absorbing the surrounding chaotic mist, and the power contained within it had grown significantly stronger since its appearance. Within the eye's light, a hint of human-like awareness seemed to scan Lin Yuan and the approaching Lin Jiao. It should be noted that with the fall of the primordial emperor years ago, the supreme Tao I had become a lifeless object. But at this moment, it was showing signs of spirituality. Boom! An incomparably overwhelming pressure erupted from the pupil, descending upon Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. The palace shook, rumbling ominously. Had this not been the Taiching Palace, the entire imperial palace would likely have shattered. It was like an eye of annihilation, ready to crush everything in the world. This power was terrifying. Be careful, old Lin. Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at the elder standing before him. That Tao I seemed to contain some kind of magical allure, making Lin Yuan unconsciously want to approach and obtain it, a voice from his innate Tao body calling to him. However, he did not want others to take risks for his sake. Haha, young master, don't worry. Although I'm not strong in the Lin family, this is just a lifeless object without a master. Let me retrieve it for you. Lin Jiao laughed heartily, showing an extraordinary calmness and confidence. But this was merely to reassure Lin Yuan behind him. It was a joke, even though the primordial emperor had fallen countless years ago. The supreme Tao I was not something a saint realm cultivator could easily contend with. Clothed in gray, moving without wind, the heavy expression in Lin Jiao's aged eyes was unclear to Lin Yuan standing behind him. Boom! A jade ruler appeared in Lin Jiao's hand, surrounded by purple mist, illuminating the dim imperial palace. This was a sacred artifact, Lin Jiao's life-bound weapon, connected to his very essence. Previously, Lin Yuan had never seen Lin Jiao use his Tao weapon and thought he was not adept at it. But now, Lin Yuan understood that the events prior were simply not enough to warrant the use of a Dao weapon by such a powerful figure. He could suppress everything with his bare hands. But now it seemed, Lin Yuan stood back, watching. Boom, boom, boom. In front of him, Lin Jiao's aura, at the mid-stage of the Saint realm, surged rapidly, his hunched form containing boundless power that reached its peak in an instant. Break! A loud shout echoed. The Jade ruler swung forward, releasing a surge of purple energy, a powerful light that seemed capable of tearing through space, countering the pressure of the Supreme Dao Eye. Boom! 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 The void trembled, space seemed to shatter, and the overwhelming collision waves swept through everything within the Imperial Palace. This was the power above the Saint realm. Lin Yuan's hair stood on end, his heart shaken, as he stood unsteadily, nearly falling. With his strength at the divine bridge realm, if not for the Elder's protection in front of him, he would likely have been crushed in an instant. The old body, bearing a sense of decay, stood like the most solid barrier in the world, shielding Lin Yuan from the boundless pressure. Boom! The purple light surged violently, crashing into everything within the Taiching Imperial Palace. A strike made by Lin Jiao with his life-bound sacred weapon. The pressure descending from the Supreme Dao I was actually broken by this ruler. Haha, how about that? Young master, I didn't deceive you, did I? Lin Jiao laughed heartily, standing in front without looking back, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But Lin Yuan behind him could not see it at all. Old Lin is amazing, Lin Yuan exclaimed in admiration, astonished by the supreme pressure that had just descended from the Supreme Dao Eye, something he could hardly imagine. Yet unexpectedly, it had been effortlessly shattered by Lin Jiao. At least, that was how it appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. Let me retrieve this Supreme Dao Eye for you, young master. Lin Jiao moved steadily forward, approaching the Supreme Dao Eye. His eyes glowed with determination. He aimed to create a Supreme Dao body for this generation of the Lin family. But just then above them, boom, 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 the Dao light shone brightly, surrounded by vast Dao symbols, and suddenly, a voice reverberated from within the Supreme Dao Eye. Ants die. The voice was grand, like a thunderous bell, shaking the Imperial Palace. It seemed to transcend time and space, containing immense authority. Supreme, sacred beyond compare, irresistible and unyielding. Any who opposed it would perish, standing above all. Could this be the voice of the primordial emperor? Just a single voice caused Lin Jiao, a Saint realm powerhouse, to spit out a mouthful of blood, his body feeling as if struck by lightning, retreating. Every emperor is a ruler of the world, shaking the ages. Such beings can shatter the heavens with a thought, making all living beings submit. But at this moment, the voice of the primordial emperor echoed from within the Supreme Dao Eye. This was just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the Supreme Dao Eye continued to hover quietly above the imperial seat. Its light illuminated everything, the heavens sinking, surrounded by countless Dao patterns arranging and combining. Eventually, they transformed into chains of order, descending upon Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan. This power was far too terrifying, far beyond what Lin Yuan in the Divine Bridge realm could withstand. The aura of death spread, enveloping Lin Yuan. Unable to move, clothed in black, Lin Yuan stood dazed, as if locked by that power, unable to act. He struggled internally, trying to break free, but the gap was too vast, like an ant attempting to shake the heavens. Boom! The chains of order, imbued with imperial might, were about to descend, bringing life and death in an instant. Young master, be careful. Seeing the descending chains, Lin Jiao grew anxious. He had painstakingly found this place of inheritance and brought the young master here, giving him a chance to become a supreme Dao body. But now, the imperial might was truly descending. Boom! Without time to think too much, he stepped forward, instantly appearing before Lin Yuan, blocking in front of him. Without any concealment, Lin Jiao unleashed his Saint realm power to the utmost, far exceeding his previous strength. The Jade ruler swung, the purple light swelling, shining brilliantly as it resisted the chains of order infused with imperial might. Crack! The Jade ruler shattered into countless fragments, accompanied by a dim light, scattering throughout the imperial palace. Chapter 26. The Emperor's shadow across time and space, origins the fate weapon, or the Tao soldier of one's life, is immensely important to any cultivator in the world. Nurtured by one's own path, blood, and soul, connected by bloodlines, it can unleash power that surpasses its rank in the hands of its master. However, because of this, any damage to the fate weapon will result in a tremendous backlash against its owner. Not to mention, at this moment, Lin Yuan's fate sacred weapon was completely shattered, turning into countless fragments. Boom! Dressed in black, Lin Yuan stood dazed in place as a warm stream of blood sprayed across his face, staining his handsome features. He looked at the old man who had just selflessly blocked for him. The old man's face was as pale as paper, his breath was weak to the extreme, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Old Lin. Lin Yuan was lost in thought, his heart shaken, his expression complex and guilty. If it weren't for the old man in front of him who had just shielded him, he would have likely been dead by now. Gasping out blood, the shattering of the fate weapon left Lin Yuan at his weakest. He had originally hoped to make the young master a supreme Tao body, but it seemed Lin Yuan, overestimated myself and inadvertently put the young master in such a crisis. Lin Yuan fell to the ground, his voice weakening. A dignified, sage-level expert, even in the upper realms, could establish a sect, although the earlier heavy injury had not yet reached the point of Lin Yuan's death. The order divine chain containing imperial might above was still present and was about to descend once more. However, the obstruction just now only delayed their deaths for a short time. If nothing unexpected happened, both of them would die. This was something Lin Yuan never expected. If it were merely the power of the supreme Tao, it was ultimately an unowned object. With his sage-level power, he could have allowed Lin Yuan to merge with that supreme Tao. But unexpectedly, just now, the voice of Emperor Yuan Tian appeared, crossing time and space, making that supreme Tao seem infused with the soul of an emperor from his lifetime. It is my fault. I have let down the family head's entrusted mission from back then. The old voice contained a sense of unwillingness. At this moment, looking at the old man on the ground who had suffered severe injuries to save him, Lin Yuan realized that even now, the old man was still feeling guilty. Old Lin, no need to say more. It's just death, Lin Yuan said calmly, bowing silently to him. Facing the impending death, there was no trace of fear in his gaze. Instead, he appeared somewhat carefree. He never thought his identity was particularly special, nor did he consider himself noble merely for being part of the imperial lineage of the upper realms. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the radiant Tao light from the order divine chain, formed by countless patterns, shook the void and descended towards Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan. This time, no one would block in front of Lin Yuan. The overwhelming power beyond this realm directly fixed Lin Yuan in place, unable to move, unable to resist. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm, having already accepted the fate of imminent death. But just then, crack, the spatial ring in Lin Yuan's hand broke apart explosively. Clang! A sword chant echoed throughout the entire imperial palace. A golden sword body blossomed, blocking above Lin Yuan. A shocking event occurred. This was the heavenly execution sacred sword. The voice rang out, carrying a hint of surprise, but did not belong to Lin Yuan or Lin Yuan. Instead, it came from the throne of the Ta-Ching Palace, from within that supreme Tao. It was the voice of Emperor Yuan Tian. He seemed to recognize this heavenly execution sacred sword. Boom! The order divine chain that was originally descending stopped, quietly hovering in the void, and the sense of crisis of death was gone. What is happening? Lin Yuan had a bewildered expression. The heavenly execution sacred sword was left behind by the founding ancestor of the Qingyun Dao sect, possessed by the successive sect masters. Before leaving the Qingyun Dao sect, it was bestowed upon him by his master. But what Lin Yuan couldn't understand was that the sacred sword was at most just a sacred artifact and could not resist the imperial power that had just descended. The gap was too vast. Had he not seen Lin Yuan's fate sacred weapon shatter? But why did it cause an emperor to express surprise? Emperor Yuan Tian seemed to recognize this sword in the young master's hand. As the threat of death dissipated, just as Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan were filled with confusion. At that moment, boom, 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 The entire Ta Qing imperial palace was violently shaking, as if it were about to split apart. An incredibly illusory figure appeared, as if crossing through endless time and space, emerging from the supreme Tao, I, and descending into this imperial palace. With hair as white as snow, fluttering in the wind, and dressed in green, he radiated light all around, causing the heavens to sink. This was a young man. Within his eyes, the galaxies revolved, and myriad paths resonated at his feet, all bowing to him. At the center of his forehead was a single eye, exactly like the supreme Tao, I within the imperial palace at this moment. Heavenly execution sacred sword. Where did you obtain it? He gazed at Lin Yuan and asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Emperor Yuan Tian. He had appeared, transcending time and space, his figure incredibly illusory, standing before Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. This aura was too supreme, surpassing everything. Boom! Lin Yuan felt an immense pressure, even though the other party had not exerted pressure on him. It was merely inquiring about where the heavenly execution sacred sword came from. This sword belongs to the successive sect masters of my Qingyun Dao sect, and before departing, my master bestowed it upon me. Facing the imperial might without flinching, Lin Yuan's gaze was firm as he replied calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Oh, Qingyun Dao sect. Do you know who the founding ancestor of the Qingyun Dao sect is? Upon hearing Lin Yuan mention the Qingyun Dao sect, Emperor Yuan Tian suddenly smiled. Before an emperor, there were almost no secrets hidden. At this moment, Emperor Yuan Tian noticed the power of the heavenly execution sword art that Lin Yuan had cultivated within him, slightly nodding. The smile at the corner of his mouth growing wider. The founding ancestor of the Qingyun Dao sect? As a disciple of the Qingyun sect and already designated as the next sect master, Lin Yuan naturally knew. He had heard his master mention that the ancestor of the Qingyun Dao sect was the Ta Qing Daoist, who had ascended to the upper realm long ago during endless epochs. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. The Qingyun sect has been established in the eastern wilderness for countless years, and its lineage has never been severed. This is the Ta Qing Imperial Palace. Ta Qing Daoist. Lin Yuan murmured. Suddenly, it seemed he had realized something, and an incredible expression appeared on his previously calm face, filled with shock as he looked up at Emperor Yuan Tian. Chapter 27. Meeting the ancestor, you come from the Lin family of the upper realm. Back then, this emperor created the emperor law, transforming into the three pure ones. One of the incarnations was reincarnated in this Xiantian continent. You guessed it right. The Ta Qing Daoist is indeed one of the three pure incarnations of this emperor from back then. The illusory figure of the Yuan Tian emperor smiled as he spoke. Boom! The Zhutian sacred sword, originally belonging to Lin Yuan, transformed into a golden beam, flying towards the Yuan Tian emperor. The sacred sword has a spirit, and before the Yuan Tian emperor, it behaved like a child, its golden body shimmering and singing. Even Lin Yuan had never made this sacred sword so powerful. After all, compared to Lin Yuan, it was created by one of the emperor's incarnations. So in this sense, this emperor can also be considered the founding ancestor of your Qingyun Dao sect. The Ta Qing Daoist is indeed one of the incarnations of a Yuan Tian emperor. And this statement is certainly correct. Holding the Zhutian sacred sword, the Yuan Tian emperor reminisced about the past. He had already fallen, and what appeared now was merely a wisp of consciousness preserved in the Taishang Dao Eye. He had not expected that upon awakening, he would encounter Lin Yuan, a junior disciple of Qingyun. He knew very well that according to the rules set by his incarnation, only the sect master of Qingyun had the qualification to possess the Zhutian sacred sword. Yet in this generation, the sacred sword appeared in the hands of this young man. Qingyun disciple Lin Yuan pays respects to the ancestor. Upon learning that the Yuan Tian emperor's incarnation before him was their Qingyun Dao sect's ancestor, Lin Yuan's heart was undoubtedly shocked. Dressed in black, standing below, Lin Yuan wore a respectful expression, his eyes filled with astonishment as he bowed towards the Yuan Tian emperor. His attitude was humble. Regardless of the sect relationship, even in front of an emperor, it was enough for Lin Yuan to bow. Indeed, to inherit the position of the sect master of Qingyun at such a young age. At this moment, upon realizing that the Zhutian sacred sword was in Lin Yuan's hands. The Yuan Tian Emperor thought that Lin Yuan was the current sect master of Qingyun. What kind of talent did this young person possess that made the Yuan Tian Emperor so curious? After all, the other party was too young. Although one cannot judge the age of cultivators by appearances, some old monsters who live for 1,000 years could maintain their youthful looks, appearing similar to Lin Yuan. However, what kind of being was the Yuan Tian Emperor? Could he not see through a cultivator's true age? At this moment, the Yuan Tian Emperor was sizing up Lin Yuan. Above, that gaze was not malicious. Yet being watched by an emperor, Lin Yuan still felt an immense pressure. He felt as if he had lost control of his body, like an ant facing a giant dragon soaring in the skies. Bang, bang, bang. His heart was beating noticeably faster than usual. Was this the pressure of an emperor? Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, as he had only read about emperor realm cultivators in texts and had never experienced it directly. But at this moment, he truly felt what emperor might was. Even if an emperor stood there doing nothing, it still left a profound shock. Not only Lin Yuan, but at this time, the severely injured Lin Jiao was already a saint realm cultivator. Yet in front of this emperor's shadow, he still displayed immense respect. Under an emperor, all are ants. This has never been just a saying. Moreover, it must be known that the illusory figure of the Yuan Tian Emperor was not his true form. It was merely a wisp of remnant soul. Before the might of the emperor, one cannot look directly. The scene was silent at this moment. Oh, is it an innate Tao body? The Yuan Tian Emperor, while sizing up Lin Yuan, recognized his true constitution. No wonder you became the sect master of this generation of Qingyun at such a young age. The more the Yuan Tian Emperor looked at Lin Yuan, the more satisfied he became. The innate Tao body ranks among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques of the upper realm. Although to an existence like him, an innate Tao body was not much. What could truly catch their attention were the top 10 supreme physiques. But where is this? It's just the Xintian continent. Being able to have an innate Tao body here is enough to show that the current Qingyun Tao sect should be developing well. Moreover, his Taishang Tao body has always had a certain connection with innate Tao bodies. At this moment, the Yuan Tian Emperor thought this way. In response to the ancestor. Actually, the disciple has not yet inherited the position of sect master. It's just that my master has bestowed this sword upon me in advance. Seeing that the Yuan Tian Emperor thought he was already the sect master of Qingyun, Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly explained. What does it matter? This emperor says you are, then you are. The voice was authoritative and domineering, revealing an undeniable tone. Hearing the Yuan Tian Emperor's words, Lin Yuan stood there in a daze, momentarily stunned. Does this mean I have been recognized by the ancestor, the Yuan Tian Emperor? At this moment, the Yuan Tian Emperor's gaze shifted to Lin Jiao below. Dressed in gray and stained with blood, his aura was weak, and the damage to his life Tao soldier made it difficult for Lin Jiao to recover from his injuries for a while. It was precisely Lin Jiao's previous confrontation with the Taishang Tao that awakened this remnant thought of the Yuan Tian Emperor lingering within the Taishang Tao. A saint realm cultivator? The imposing, supreme aura surged towards Lin Jiao. Compared to his attitude towards Lin Yuan, the Yuan Tian Emperor treated Lin Jiao completely differently. Standing in the void, with myriad paths bowing before him, the Yuan Tian Emperor's voice rang out in questioning. At this moment, the Yuan Tian Emperor had confirmed that this saint realm cultivator appearing in his Ta-Ching palace had no spiritual energy cultivated by their Qingyun sect, thus had no relation to Qingyun. Lin Jiao's injuries had not yet healed. Lying on the ground, and in the face of an emperor, he certainly did not dare to lie down to answer. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly helped Lin Jiao up. In response to the emperor, I am Lin Jiao, from the upper realm's Lin family. This time, I appeared in the Ta-Ching palace alongside the young master. If there are any offenses, I ask the emperor to forgive. Although a saint realm cultivator was considered a strong person in the upper realm, in front of an emperor, it was somewhat lacking. Lin Jiao bent down, glancing at Lin Yuan beside him, his face respectful as he replied to the Yuan Tian Emperor, recounting the situation. The originally imposing Yuan Tian Emperor was still pondering why his junior disciple Lin Yuan could have a saint realm cultivator following him. At this moment, upon hearing Lin Jiu mention the upper realm's Lin family, his expression suddenly changed. Wait, so you both come from the upper realm's Lin family? A hint of surprise was in the Yuan Tian Emperor's voice. Everything became clear. The Yuan Tian Emperor had just been puzzled as to why his junior disciple Lin Yuan possessed an innate Tao body that could not be born in the lower realm. And now a saint realm cultivator was accompanying him. Now he understood, completely understood. The imperial Lin family has exerted pressure across the heavens and worlds for countless ages. Ancient, yet always brilliant. Even before the Yuan Tian Emperor achieved his Tao and became an emperor, the Lin family had already stood at the pinnacle of the world. A truly forbidden imperial family. Therefore, regarding the matter of the Lin family's direct bloodline being sent out for experience at a young age, he was also somewhat aware of it back then. Furthermore, there was one more thing about the imperial Lin family that the Yuan Tian Emperor had not yet repaid before his fall. In that life, he became famous at a young age, conquering the path of the emperor, unmatched in the world. However, just before he achieved his Tao and became an emperor, he encountered a pursuit from a forbidden zone. The upper realm's forbidden zone was an ancient and immortal force, and for a person who had not yet become an emperor, facing the pursuit of a forbidden zone was almost a certain death situation. Only a few ancient forbidden imperial families could stand against those in the forbidden zones in the vast heavens and worlds. Fortunately, it was thanks to the Lin family's assistance back then that he was able to escape that assassination and ultimately attain the status of emperor. Therefore, upon hearing Lin Jiu's words at this moment, Emperor Yintian's attitude immediately became much gentler. Chapter 28. The Self-Annihilation of the Primordial Emperor. Completing Lin Yuan, you want to use this emperor's eye to transform your innate Tao body into a supreme Tao body? Above, the illusory figure of the primordial emperor stood in the air, his gaze sweeping over the supreme Tao beside him. A trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Lin Yuan and the other person. At this moment, the primordial emperor had already understood the reason why Lin Yuan and the other person appeared in this Tai Ching palace. Back then, before his impending demise, he had transformed into the three pure ones and transmitted his three imperial palaces to various realms, using the power of imperial Tao laws to conceal the specific locations of these three imperial palaces. It was very difficult for ordinary forces to find any of these three palaces. However, to his surprise, the two people in front of him were actually from the upper realm's imperial clan, the Lin family. With the foundation of such a forbidden imperial clan, the primordial emperor understood that this was not too difficult for them. Having been a supreme Tao body in life, the primordial emperor also understood very well. The innate Tao body and his supreme Tao body, strictly speaking, were actually of the same type of constitution, naturally close to the great Tao. The only difference was the quantity of the great Tao contained within the constitution. With the help of his supreme Tao, it was indeed possible to allow this junior disciple before him to transform into a true supreme Tao body. However, at this moment, the primordial emperor was considering another issue. The Tao within this Tai Ching imperial palace was part of his body before his fall. Desecrating an emperor's corpse was intolerable for any emperor. This emperor agrees. Suddenly, at this moment, just as the scene fell into silence, this emperor will actively dissolve this consciousness. Before Lin Yuan and the other person could react, the primordial emperor continued to speak. To let Lin Yuan merge with the supreme Tao, merely being at the divine bridge realm, would likely mean he couldn't even withstand the residual imperial might within this During the merging process, he would be instantly crushed. But at this moment, the primordial emperor took the initiative to mention dissolving his consciousness. This would mean that the last trace of his consciousness remaining in this world would dissipate between heaven and earth, never to exist again. Master you, Emperor. Lin Yuan addressed him as Master, while Lin Jiu called him Emperor. Their voices were filled with shock. They originally thought that with the appearance of the primordial emperor's consciousness in this Tai Ching palace, Lin Yuan's hope of ascending to the supreme Tao body would ultimately be shattered. But at this moment, unexpectedly, it was the primordial emperor himself who brought it up. There's no need to be surprised by this emperor's decision. Who made this emperor owe your Lin family a life back then and never repaid it? Let this supreme Tao be the repayment. His white hair flew like snow, clad in green robes, radiating brilliance as the heavens sank. The primordial emperor appeared in his youthful form. He had fallen midway after becoming an emperor, not truly reaching the limits of the imperial realm. Countless great daos resonated beneath his feet, and his eyes sparkled like the galaxy. At this moment, his gaze pierced through the imperial palace, looking toward the outside world. He swept across the Xintian continent, observing the myriad domains, the 9 heavens of the upper realm, the boundless vast starry sky, an ancient road spanning the past and present, all captured in his sight. This was the last glimpse he would have of this world, erasing the last trace of his remaining thoughts, completing a junior disciple at the divine bridge realm. If Lin Yuan were merely a disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect, that would not be enough for him to do all this. But upon learning that Lin Yuan before him was of the direct bloodline of the Lin family from the upper realm, and that he was also an innate Dao body, everything seemed too coincidental, as if the debt owed back then was finally to be repaid today. At this moment, the primordial emperor felt relieved. Boom! 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 At this moment, the entire imperial palace was violently trembling, shaking. This was the aura of an emperor's fall. Above the imperial throne stood the figure of the primordial emperor, and the myriad great daos beneath his feet were fracturing. His body transformed into endless light rain, gradually dissipating in an instant like a candle in the wind. Farewell, master. Farewell, emperor. Below, Lin Yuan and the other person bowed respectfully toward the remnants of the primordial emperor's self-dissolution. Haha, this emperor had long since fallen. Today is merely the final farewell to this world. By the way, apart from this Taiqing imperial palace, I also had the Shangqing and Yuqing imperial palaces hidden in the upper realm. Whether you can find them depends on your luck. In the endless light rain, clad in green robes, the emperor was remarkably carefree, laughing heartily as he looked down at Lin Yuan. Finally, as the last trace of imperial Dao power shattered, he disappeared. The Taiqing imperial palace fell completely silent, with only the supreme Dao still quietly hovering above the imperial throne. I never expected that in my old age I would see the sight of an emperor's fall. Standing in place, his aura still weak, disregarding his own injuries. Lin Jiao's heart was shaken by the scene, just now, resonating violently. In this era, without an emperor, the fall of an emperor was hard to deny. Today, he witnessed it with his own eyes. Although it was just the dissolution of a remnant thought of the primordial emperor, it was still profoundly shocking. Within the supreme Dao, the remaining imperial might disappeared, seeming to become gentler than before. A voice rang out. It was Lin Yuan. His gaze was fixed on the supreme Dao atop the imperial throne. His body's desire to merge with that had reached its peak. The intense impulse did not come from Lin Yuan, but from his own innate Dao body, every cell cheering and rejoicing. The primordial emperor personally erased his own consciousness. This was far from what an old man like him could do. It is now truly a masterless object. Go and merge, young master. Lin Jiao's eyes were equally excited. A supreme Dao body that is among the top 10 supreme bodies across the myriad realms and 3,000 physiques is about to emerge. Chapter 29, Fusion of the Supreme Dao Yi Xian's revenge the Dao light was brilliant, and a single pupil quietly floated above the imperial throne. The imperial might within had completely dissipated, losing its previous oppressive aura. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded as Lin Yuan approached. Around him, black and white light surged, and behind him, a shadow of Taiji slowly emerged. There was no hint of rejection. The supreme Dao, and Lin Yuan's innate Dao body seemed to be in perfect harmony, as if they were born to merge. As if drawn by the Taiji shadow behind Lin Yuan, the supreme Dao floated in the air, autonomously flying towards Lin Yuan. It seemed quite simple. With a handsome face, Lin Yuan wore a faint smile. After all, this was once the eye of a great emperor. To merge with it, regardless of the angle, would likely require a great deal of effort. But at this moment, the outcome was beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. It felt as if that I had some innate connection with his own Dao body. This was the great emperor's direct intervention, erasing all traces of itself within. A voice sounded. It was Lin Jiao, whose aura remained weak and dispirited. Compared to what was originally anticipated, it was already countless times better. Lin Yuan understood clearly that with his mere holy realm power, completely erasing the imperial Dao power within the supreme Dao I and all traces of Emperor Yuan Tian was undoubtedly a pipe dream. At most, he could only make that Dao I reach a level where Lin Yuan could forcibly merge with it. However, if that were the case, a great emperor's trace would still remain within, and if Lin Yuan merged, even if he ultimately transformed into the supreme Dao body, it would have its flaws. Nothing could be more perfect than having Emperor Yuan Tian, the master, actively erase the traces within. As the two conversed, the supreme Dao I was integrating into Lin Yuan's brow. Perfect and flawless, it felt as if it were not acquired later. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an incredibly vast Dao light surged from Lin Yuan's body, brilliant and transforming into countless mysterious Dao patterns, densely floating around Lin Yuan. Blood and bones, including meridians, every cell, everything within his body seemed to be sublimated under the cover of the Dao light, akin to a rebirth. The changes were immense, and Lin Yuan's aura also began to rise steadily. It was only a recent fusion, yet at this moment, a presence began to emerge from Lin Yuan's body, one that even Lin Jiu, a holy realm powerhouse, found hard to ignore, albeit just a trace. This is the aura of the supreme body. It is already appearing. Ignoring his own weakened injuries, Lin Jiu gazed at Lin Yuan, his eyes shining. His white hair trembled, unable to hide his immense excitement. The supreme body, ranking in the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques of the upper realm, what it signifies need not be elaborated on. The top 10 supreme bodies do not have a priority order. It depends on how far each generation's talents with such physiques can develop them. In summary, when this physique appears in the world, they are the true prodigies of heaven, invincible among their peers, and this refers to them. Of course, because of this, ascending to the supreme body is not so easy and requires a certain amount of time. Just as Lin Yuan was merging the supreme Dao I from the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Taiji Imperial Palace at the same time. In Zhongzhou, within the Diyu dynasty, in the Imperial Hall, dragon energy soared into the sky. This was the power center of all Zhongzhou. Inside the hall stood a figure, tall and imposing, dressed in a black and gold-woven dragon robe, extraordinarily handsome. It was Yi Xian. After the Diyu dynasty spent a tremendous cost. In just a few months, his severed limbs were reborn, and his injuries had completely healed. Furthermore, the aura surging around him was subtly stronger than before. He had broken through to the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Surviving the calamity only made his strength advance further. At this moment, he was full of ambition. Father, my injuries have healed, and my realm has broken through again. This time, I will not disgrace the Diyu dynasty, the Qinyan Dao sect, and that Lin Yuan will pay the price. His voice was filled with arrogance as he bowed to the imposing figure on the dragon chair above. His previous failure was entirely due to the sudden appearance of that elder at the ascending heaven realm. The incident was so sudden that he could not promptly contact the powers of the dynasty. Otherwise, in Yi Xian's eyes at this moment, he would not necessarily have lost. Because of this matter, he had lost face in front of the indigenous people of the eastern wilderness and in front of the woman he loved, bringing shame to the entire Diyu dynasty. Stuck in his throat, this was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Born noble, standing atop the clouds, he was to inherit the throne and lead the entire Diyu dynasty in the future. The face he lost must be regained. Those who dared to oppose him would ultimately perish in endless pain and regret. Shinner, remember, your identity represents the entire dynasty. Having failed once, this emperor only hopes. This is the last time, dressed in a black dragon robe and wearing a purple gold crown, noble and aloof, he sat on the dragon chair. His face extremely imposing, his aura extraordinarily strong. It was none other than the emperor of the Diyu dynasty, Yi Tuesday. Possessing the most powerful force in the Xintian continent, he was himself a powerhouse at the ascending heaven realm. His name was a taboo throughout Zhongzhou. A single thought could decide the life and death of millions of beings in the Xintian continent. Those who followed would prosper, and those who opposed would perish. Even an ascending heaven realm cultivator, How could they dare to oppose my Diyu dynasty? They must die. His authoritative voice was incredibly domineering. He had already learned the reason for Yi Xian's earlier failure. As he spoke, Yi Tu's gaze turned towards the hall's exterior, looking deep into the Diyu Palace, which was the forbidden area of the entire dynasty. Xin'er, this trip to the eastern wilderness requires the accompaniment of 2 supreme elders. The emperor's order is one we shall naturally obey. A mere eastern wilderness cultivator, what can an ascending heaven realm do? 2 grand voices resounded from deep within the palace's forbidden area. Boom! In an instant, the space within the imperial hall twisted until 2 elderly figures slowly emerged. One was dressed in a blood robe, and the other in a green Dao robe. Both had aged significantly. Their aura was hidden and unobtrusive, as if merging with heaven and earth. These were 2 ascending heaven realm cultivators. Inconceivable! It must be known that the ascending heaven realm is already the limit in this realm, standing at the pinnacle of power in the world. Not to mention in the remote areas of the other 4 states. Even in the most prosperous Zhongzhou, ascending heaven realm cultivators have become legend. However, at this moment, within this imperial hall, together with Yi Tu, the emperor, the Diyu dynasty openly had 3 ascending heaven realm powerhouses. Having 2 ancestors to assist would make it a trivial matter to eliminate the mere Qingyun Dao sect. At this time, seeing the 2 ascending heaven realm cultivators appear, Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock, overjoyed. The elder who helped Lin Yuan was merely one, and just an eastern wilderness cultivator. How strong could he be among ascending heaven realm practitioners? He had not expected that this time his father would dispatch 2 ascending heaven realm cultivators for him. Moreover, these 2 were not ordinary individuals. They were members of their royal family, the Yi clan. In other words, they were Yi Xian's ancestors. This time, he would have absolute confidence. Overjoyed, he intended to make Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyun Dao sect pay back tenfold. Chapter 30: The Heritage of the Diyu Dynasty. In addition to sending the 2 supreme elders to the eastern wilderness to deal with the Qingyun Dao sect, there is another matter. Not long ago, the heavenly envoy issued a holy decree, ordering our Diyu dynasty to search for a hidden treasure. At this moment, sitting on the dragon throne, Emperor Yu Tu of Diyu spoke of another matter. Oh, the decree of the heavenly envoy. Upon hearing the words heavenly envoy, the expressions of the 2 supreme elders instantly changed from arrogance to one of reverence. The Diyu dynasty is known as the immortal dynasty on this continent, and its ability to dominate the entire Xintian continent is not only due to its own strength, but also an important reason. Even in the upper realm, which every cultivator yearns for, they have connections. After all, since ancient times, many strong cultivators from the Yi royal family have ascended to the upper realm. Regarding this matter, Yu Tu, as the emperor, was equally puzzled. He did not understand why this holy decree sent down from the upper realm contained only a few words. But it mentioned the eastern wilderness. The decree of the heavenly envoy cannot be disobeyed. I have decided. Therefore, you will go to the eastern wilderness to completely bring that barbaric land under our dynasty's rule, while also searching for that so-called hidden treasure. We will start by annihilating the Qingyun Dao sect, intimidating the small sects. Those who comply shall prosper, and those who resist shall perish. With a cold voice, Emperor Yu Tu's command had already determined the fate of countless sects in the eastern wilderness. The implication was clear. As long as the numerous sects in the eastern wilderness submitted to the Diyu dynasty, they could survive. Only the Qingyun Dao sect must be destroyed. This would not only avenge the humiliation suffered by Prince Yi Xian, but also intimidate those smaller sects by annihilating Qingyun. After all, the Qingyun Dao sect has held a significant position in the eastern wilderness since ancient times. In this way, it would serve multiple purposes. Listening to his father's commanding voice from above, Yi Xian, standing below, felt his blood boil. This is the heritage of our Diyu dynasty. In the upper realm, there are indeed strong cultivators from the Yi royal family. Standing in the Huangji Hall, Yi Xian listened to his father and the 2 supreme elders discussing matters. His already tall posture straightened even more, nostrils flaring with pride. Time passed. Eastern wilderness. Between heaven and earth, everything was a blur of white. The Snowfall Dao sect is located in the far north of the eastern wilderness, where it snows year-round. However, at this moment, within a courtyard, it was like spring, with small bridges and flowing water. I wonder how Brother Yi Xian is doing. That damned Lin Yuan has disrupted my plans. Standing in the courtyard, dressed in flowing white, with fair skin and a tall, delicate figure, her long hair cascading down, was Lu Shui. After the previous incident, she returned to the Snowfall Dao sect. Reflecting on what had happened, she still felt unwilling in her heart. The original plan was to force her brother Yi Xian to appear at the wedding, so that those people from the Eastern Wilderness could see what kind of man she had truly chosen. The prince of the Dayu dynasty, possessing the dragon spirit body, the #1 physique of the Xiantian continent, was nobly deserving of her. She had already envisioned that at the wedding banquet, she would leave with brother Yi Xian amid Lin Yuan's desperate gaze and the admiration of those ignorant cultivators. However, the final turn of events had completely exceeded Lu Shui's imagination. Her brother Yi Xian was gravely injured and nearly lost his life, fleeing in a severely injured state. And even a protector at the half-step ascendant realm had died. Her plans were ruined. All of this was because of Lin Yuan. Resentment and hatred appeared on her beautiful face in the courtyard. Sigh, just as Lu Shui sighed, lamenting why fate was so unfair to her at this moment. Shui, I'm here. A voice rang out, and a figure in a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, tall and imposing, handsome beyond compare, appeared in the courtyard. It was Yi Xian from Zhongzhou, wearing a self-assured smile. Brother Yi Xian, the beautiful figure turned around, and upon seeing the figure she had been longing for, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. She rushed forward, falling into his embrace. Don't worry this time. I will take you away. However, we first need to kill that Lin Yuan and destroy the Qingyan Dao sect, Yi Xian said with a calm smile, filled with confidence this time. But Lin Yuan has a strong Ascendant Realm expert by his side, Lu Shui worriedly said. He, just a mere Ascendant Realm expert from the Eastern Wilderness. How strong can he be? This time, 2 supreme elders from our Dayu dynasty are accompanying me. They are both Ascendant Realm cultivators. And this is just the surface strength of our Dayu dynasty. With arrogance, Yi Xian was incredibly proud. Huh? This is just the surface strength? Upon hearing that 2 Ascendant Realm experts were following Yi Xian, Lu Shui's face was filled with shock. Although she had heard Yi Xian mention the heritage of the Dayu dynasty before, she still did not expect that such an immortal dynasty could casually send out 2 Ascendant Realm experts. In this case, what is Lin Yuan? Just a small person who has gained some fortune. And even so, hearing what Brother Yi Xian said now, this is still just the surface. Then, how terrifying must the true heritage of the Dayu dynasty be? Even in the upper realm, our Dayu dynasty has strong cultivators. This time, I came not only for revenge, but also to carry out the decree of the heavenly envoy to unify the Eastern Wilderness and search for something else. With pride, Yi Xian declared, I knew it. That Lin Yuan could never compare to Brother Yi Xian. He was just a small person who gained some fortune. Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration, realizing that the Dayu dynasty had such connections with the upper realm. Indeed, her judgment had never been wrong. Chapter 31. The storm is coming, so the prince has come this time to unify the entire Eastern Wilderness for the Dayu dynasty. Inside the Snowfall Hall, astonished voices were heard. The elegant-faced Lu Cong was filled with excitement upon hearing this news. It is well known that the Dayu dynasty has no power in the Eastern Wilderness. A powerful sect is needed to help the Dayu dynasty control the entire Eastern Wilderness. Given the strength of his own Snowfall Dao sect, and seeing his daughter so close to this prince, who else but Lu Cong and the Snowfall Dao sect could take on such a heavy responsibility? This coincides perfectly with his long-held thoughts. This deal is too valuable. Uncle Lu, I will not forget the favor you did for me last time by lending me the holy medicine to help me break through. Rest assured, once the Eastern Wilderness is unified, the #1 sect in the Eastern Wilderness will naturally be the Snowfall Dao sect. The premise is that Uncle Lu and the entire Snowfall Dao sect must submit to my Dayu dynasty. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Shui, wearing a black and gold dragon robe and looking proud, Yi Xian said with a smile. To unify the entire Eastern Wilderness, they need to support a powerful force. And the Snowfall Dao sect before them is the most suitable. It is our honor to belong to the Diyu dynasty. Lu Cong showed no signs of rejection and accepted gladly. May I ask who these two seniors are? He asked, looking at the two hidden presences behind Yixian, their figures blending seamlessly with the world. Lu Cong's heart shook. Just as he was about to probe their realms, he found that as soon as his power approached, it sank like a stone into the sea. They're the supreme elders of my Diyu dynasty. Two powerful beings at the Ascension realm. Yixian said with a calm smile, filled with pride. Last time, wasn't there a powerful Ascension realm expert by Lin Yuan's side that reversed the situation and forced him to escape heavily injured? This time he brought two. He was eager to see Lin Yuan's and the entire Qingyun Dao sect's fearful expressions at that time. T2 Ascension realm experts. Lu Cong gasped, his heart trembling violently. No wonder the Diyu dynasty was so powerful. He had bet right at the beginning. Ever since that incident, Lu Cong had been pained over his Tian Shan sacred lotus, a holy medicine he couldn't even bear to use. But now it seemed he had not lost out, perhaps even gained a lot. As one of the three sect masters of the Eastern Wilderness, Lu Cong knew very well what two Ascension realm experts meant. With these two seniors present, they could sweep across the entire Eastern Wilderness. Moreover, being experts of the Diyu dynasty, they could not be compared to the elder beside Lin Yuan. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Rest assured, Prince and two seniors. I will contact the other sects in the Eastern Wilderness. In 10 days, we will attack the Qingyun Dao sect. I vow to make Lin Yuan pay the price for the grievances the prince suffered before." With a respectful expression, Lu Cong's excitement was hard to conceal. Time passed. In just a few days, countless sects, large and small, across the Eastern Wilderness were in turmoil. The Dao peak stood tall, with spiritual energy soaring. This was the Qingyun Dao sect. Although one of the three major sects in the Eastern Wilderness, Qingyun significantly surpassed Snowfall and Tiangang in overall strength. With nearly 10,000 disciples under its banner, besides the sect master Xiao Zhantian, there were also 10 elders and various peak masters, all powerful. At this moment, inside the Qingyun Hall, "Dad, why hasn't senior brother come back yet? There's no one to play with." A crisp voice rang out. About 16 or 17. With a beautiful face, Lu Yu had her eyebrows arched and wore a green dress, blinking her big eyes just at the blooming age. Xiao looked distressed as she asked her father, Xiao Zhantian, "Your senior brother is out for important matters. Have you finished your training today?" "Always thinking about playing," Xiao Zhantian said, his face stern, his white hair giving him a somewhat stooped appearance after suffering serious injuries previously, no longer as straight as before. With a helpless expression, he looked at his only daughter. "Your training is as slow as a turtle. You can't even eat enough. After training for more than 10 years, you're still at the gathering chi stage, unlike the you of years ago." "And no, not yet." Xiao's gaze was a bit evasive. A sigh escaped Xiao Zhantian. He remembered that his disciple Lin Yuan had already broken through to the divine bridge realm at Xiao's age. They were both raised by him. Why was the gap so large? Not to mention, compared to your senior brother, even the disciples inside the sect who started later than you have already surpassed you. If you don't train harder, you might set a record for our sect. When I'm gone, who will take care of you? A series of reprimands came from Xiao Zhantian, filled with disappointment. "Dad, after you die, isn't there still senior brother?" Xiao blinked her big eyes with an innocent expression. As soon as these words came out, the hall fell silent. Xiao Zhantian's beard trembled as he struggled to suppress the impulse to scold his rebellious daughter. The Qingyun sect disciples hurriedly lowered their heads, pretending they hadn't heard anything. The sect was peaceful. Everything was as it should be. At this moment, a voice rang out, echoing throughout the Qingyun Dao sect. "Sect Master Xiao, long time no see." A group of people flew in from the sky, appearing above the Qingyun Dao sect. Leading them was Yixian, with a proud expression, cold gaze, followed by the two Ascension realm experts. In addition, Lu Cong, Lu Shui, and countless strong members of the Snowfall Dao sect were glaring with killing intent. If you offend His Highness the Prince, you should have expected today's outcome. Today, the Qingyun Dao sect will be destroyed." Lu Cong kept speaking, occasionally glancing at the proud-faced Yixian. This time, the plan to besiege the entire Qingyun Dao sect was authorized by Yixian, and it was Lu Cong who had been strategizing all along. The two Ascension realm royal experts, upon realizing the true strength of the Diyu dynasty, had seen countless sects in the eastern wilderness express their submission. Only the Qingyun Dao sect before them, regardless of submission or not, had to be destroyed. Who told them to offend someone they shouldn't have? At this moment, Lu Tsong coldly laughed. It's almost time, once the Qingyun Dao sect is destroyed. My long-held wish to dominate the entire eastern wilderness will be fulfilled. A storm is coming. At this moment, the Qingyun Dao sect was in an uproar. Inside the Qingyun hall, Xiao Zhantian looked at Xiao with a heavy expression. Stay inside the hall and don't go out. Notify the elders and peak masters to prepare for battle. The old figure strode out of the hall, issuing commands as the sect master. Chapter 32, Sect Crisis Lu Tsong. Last time, I spared you in your Piaoxue Dao sect because of our long-standing relationship with Qingyun. But I didn't expect you would bring people to attack my Qingyun Dao sect just to curry favor with the stinking feet of the Diyu dynasty. With his white hair and booming voice, Xiao Zhantian glared at Lu Tsong and his group in the sky. As two of the three great Dao sects of the eastern wilderness, the relationship between the two sects had always been close over countless years. But now, Xiao Sect Master, you are mistaken. At that moment, before Lu Tsong could respond, another group of people descended from the sky above Qingyun Dao sect. The leader, dressed in blue, with white hair and a youthful appearance, exuded an air of immortality and held a whisk. It was Tian Shuzi, the master of the Tiangang sect, another of the three great Dao sects of the eastern wilderness, located in the extreme west of the eastern wilderness, far from Qingyun Dao sect. But unexpectedly, they had come as well this time. Tian Su, old man, are you also going to learn from Piaoxue Dao sect? Xiao Zhantian coldly laughed as he looked at Tian Shuzi. He was not as furious at the arrival of Tiangang sect as he had been earlier. After all, although Tiangang sect and Qingyun Dao sect were both part of the three great Dao sects of the eastern wilderness, they had always been enemies. They had even invited anyone from Tiangang sect to their last wedding banquet. Hee, old bastard, today is the day your Qingyun Dao sect meets its doom. Tian Shuzi sneered coldly, and as he spoke, he slightly bowed to Yi Xian, who was not far away. You have offended a prince of the Diyu royal family. Your Qingyun Dao sect deserves this calamity today. Years of hatred would be settled today, and for Tian Shuzi, this was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Qingyun Dao sect is located in the central region of the eastern wilderness, where spiritual energy is most abundant. Many years ago, a sect war broke out between Tiangang sect and Qingyun Dao sect over the dispute for this land rich in spiritual energy. In that battle, Tiangang sect was defeated and had to move to the extreme west of the eastern wilderness. With thin spiritual energy and a sparse population, over time, the sect gradually declined. They thought they would never have a chance for revenge against the ever-thriving Qingyun Dao sect. But just days ago, a message from Lu Tsong of Piaoxue Dao sect gave Tian Shuzi new hope for revenge. In the letter, Lu Tsong mentioned that the Diyu dynasty dispatched two powerful beings at the ascending realm to annihilate Qingyun. Upon hearing this news, Tian Shuzi immediately brought countless powerful members of Tiangang sect to rush over eagerly. Listening to the nonsense below, Yi Xian showed impatience on his face. He had come today to seek revenge, but after searching for a long time, he still hadn't found Lin Yuan or the old man at the ascending realm. Where's Lin Yuan? Let him come out and see me. This time, I want to see how he can defeat me. Standing behind him were two supreme elders, which boosted Yi Xian's confidence. Plus, he had just recently broken through to the late stage of the divine bridge realm. In Yi Xian's view, in this remote area of the eastern wilderness, Lin Yuan was likely still stuck at the early stage of the divine bridge realm. The Diyu dynasty had countless treasures. Even casually revealing one would shock these native cultivators, who had never seen such things in their lives. This is the gap that cannot be envied. What kind of prince? He is just a defeated opponent of my disciple. Unfortunately, my disciple is currently away on business and is not in the sect. Shaking his head slightly, Xiao Zhantian coldly laughed at Yi Xian's words. Although Lin Yuan had hurriedly gone with Lin Jiao to the ancient forbidden area in Xiao Zhantian's eyes, his disciple status was definitely not ordinary. Could it be that you are afraid? Yi Xian, are looking for an excuse to hide? You were quite arrogant with a cultivator at the Ascending Realm before, but now you are scared. I'll tell you the truth. This time, Yi Xian has brought two powerful beings at the Ascending Realm from the Deyu dynasty, which will surely make Lin Yuan suffer. This was a mocking voice from Lu Shui, who stood beside Yi Xian, her beautiful face filled with pride. As soon as Lu Shui spoke, it immediately caused a stir in the scene, especially among the members of Piaoshu Dao sect and Tiangang sect. Their expressions were all filled with shock, their gazes turning toward the two powerful beings behind Yi Xian. Hiss! Two powerful beings at the Ascending Realm. Is this the aura of the prince of the Deyu dynasty? No wonder the Deyu dynasty can dominate the Xintian continent. Previously, they thought Lin Yuan was quite capable, but seeing this prince, it was indeed incomparable. At this moment, the cultivators of Piaoshu Dao sect and Tiangang sect suddenly felt full of confidence. With two powerful beings at the Ascending Realm to uphold the scene, what were they afraid of? 10 days ago, Lu Tsang sent messages to the major sects of the Eastern Wilderness, and it was not just Tiangang sect, far in the extreme west of the Eastern Wilderness, that received the news. The vast majority of the prominent sects in the Eastern Wilderness had received the message, especially after learning that the Deyu dynasty had dispatched two powerful beings at the Ascending Realm. The letter mentioned that the Deyu dynasty intended to unify the entire Eastern Wilderness. Those who followed would prosper, and those who resisted would perish. This encirclement of Qingyun Dao sect was a declaration of allegiance. Anyone who did not comply would be held accountable afterward. With the arrival of Piaoshu Dao sect and Tiangang sect, the two major sects of the Eastern Wilderness soon. Wow! Numerous sect cultivators appeared around Qingyun Dao sect from all directions. Some of these sects had always maintained a close relationship with Qingyun Dao sect, but now, under the threat of life and death, they aim to annihilate Qingyun Dao sect. Sect Master Liu. The voices were filled with disbelief and shock as Xiao Zhantian looked at the two figures that had appeared. Even several major sects that had once relied on Qingyun Dao sect to rise had come. Xiao Sect Master, please don't blame us. We cannot afford to offend the Deyu dynasty. It's only because your disciple offended the prince of the Deyu dynasty that we cannot survive without annihilating Qingyun. Among the crowd, two sect masters who had always had a close relationship with Xiao Zhantian spoke coldly. At this moment, it seemed that Qingyun Dao sect had been rejected by the entire Eastern Wilderness. Standing high in the sky and learning that Lin Yuan was not present, Yi Xian felt a tinge of unwillingness. It was here that he, a prince of unparalleled nobility, had almost lost his life. With a cold gaze, he commanded kill. Leave none alive. With a single order from Yi Xian. Chapter 33. Bloodstained with a command from Yi Xian. Following the prince's order, kill. Lu Tsang's body surged with cold light, his gaze incredibly icy. This time, the powerful figures from the Snowfall Dao sect had all come out, and he had brought them all with him. Countless powerful auras followed Lu Tsang as they charged toward the multitude of cultivators from the Qingyun Dao sect. In the distance, the Tiangang sect was filled with killing intent. The time for revenge had come. The grievances of the past would finally be avenged today. Holding a whisk, Tian Xuanzi had the demeanor of an immortal, but at this moment, he resembled a malevolent ghost. Countless figures from the Tiangang sect followed Tian Xuanzi, attacking the Qingyun sect from all directions. They would leave no one alive. This was an order from the prince of the Deyu dynasty. Countless sects had gathered to besiege the Qingyun Dao sect, and not a single one dared to defy it. Numerous sects, large and small, from the Eastern Wilderness were launching attacks. The sounds of battle and roars echoed through this sect, which had inherited countless years. Since the founding of the Qingyun Dao sect by the Ta-Qing Daoist, an endless amount of time had passed, and its legacy had never been interrupted, nor had it ever faced such a crisis. But now, the current Qingyun had been abandoned by the entire Eastern Wilderness, with a single fall of a whale. All things are born. Perhaps, for the numerous sects in the Eastern Wilderness, the Qingyun Dao sect was that piece of fat meat that every cultivator wanted to take a bite out of. In the past, they would not have dared to entertain any thoughts towards the Qingyun Dao sect, but now, a much more powerful Deyu dynasty had emerged, and in the face of the Deyu dynasty, the Qingyun Dao sect was merely an ant. Boom! 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 The palaces collapsed with a roar, and clusters of houses shattered. Amidst the broken walls and ruins, countless disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect dressed in green perished. Qingyun, Snowfall, Chang'an sect. Among the three major Dao sects, Qingyun had always ranked high in overall strength. But at this moment, with these two Dao sects joining forces, their number of powerful figures was not inferior to Qingyun. Coupled with the countless sects from the eastern wilderness, they shouted kill. If they wanted to exterminate the Qingyun Dao sect, they would at least take a piece of flesh from them before dying. With a skyward howl, filled with grief, the 10 elders of the Qingyun Dao sect, along with the peak masters, looked at the fallen disciples and chose to perform a blood sacrifice, opting for mutual destruction with the enemy. There were too many enemies, like a tide, overwhelming the entire Qingyun Dao sect. Endless blood dripped, eventually gathering into rivers, staining the main peak of Qingyun and the various great peaks red. This battle was far too brutal. Outside of Qingyun, Lu Cong had already ordered some strong figures to guard the four corners to prevent any disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect from escaping. What are you doing out here? Old and frail, Xiao Zhantian had not yet recovered from his previous injuries. Covered in blood, his fighting spirit soared. Behind him, a green figure was approaching him. It was Xiao. Everything happened too quickly. She had seen one familiar brother after another fall. I saw the uncle, the elder, and they all died. Dad, I understand. Today we will all die, right? Tears streamed down her youthful face. Boom! A strike repelled several strong enemies from the Snowfall Dao sect and Tiangang sect. Xiao Zhantian turned around, looking at his only daughter with a complicated expression. Don't be afraid. Dad will protect you. As he spoke, a black stone the size of a thumb appeared in Xiao Zhantian's hand, intricately engraved with tiny Dao patterns, looking unremarkable. Back in the day, before the Ta Ching Daoist descended, he left behind two items. One was the sacred sword of slaughtering heaven, held by the successive leaders of the Qingyun Dao sect. The other was this inconspicuous black stone. However, countless years had passed, and the position of the sect leader had changed hands many times. Yet, no sect leader had ever comprehended the secret within the stone. Now, the Qingyun Dao sect might disappear today. Originally, he had planned to hand this item to Lin Yuan after his death. But now, Xiao Zhantian placed the stone into Xiao's hand, hoping for at least a glimmer of a miracle in the end. He took one last look at Xiao, his aging gaze filled with reluctance. With his blood and energy exhausted, covered in wounds, the old figure turned and resolutely soared forward. Lu, and that old Tianxian, Gulme, let us battle for 300 rounds. His voice carried boundless fighting intent. Even at this point, still putting on a brave front. Just a dying struggle. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, Xiao Zhantian clashed with Lu Cong and Tian Xuanzi. With a determination to die, Xiao Zhantian's fighting spirit was incredibly intense, and he was surprisingly pushing the two back. At this moment, in the sky, Yi Xian, who had not yet descended, quietly observed everything below. His face showed impatience. It had taken so long to exterminate a small Qingyun Dao sect. Please, ancestors, make your move and resolve the battle quickly. Yi Xian bowed respectfully to the two elders. One in red and the other in green robes. Their faces were old and cold, their auras hidden and blending seamlessly with the world. Both elders of the ascending realm were from the Yi royal family, silently standing behind Yi Xian, their expressions proud, indifferent, and not uttering a word. For battles of this level, their gazes remained calm, as if watching a family drama, too lazy to take the field. Their status did not allow them to be commanded by Yi Xian. Their purpose in coming was to deal with the so-called ascending realm expert behind Lin Yuan. But unfortunately, the one they had heard about who was of the same realm was not present at the Qingyun sect this time. Seeing that Yi Xian, as a prince, had invited them, and considering that he was one of their own, who was more likely to inherit the throne in the future, they felt it was necessary to give face. Very well, let this old man make a move. The elder in red, with an uninterested expression, said calmly. With sharp eyes, he looked down. Uns-di, a detached voice echoed. With a casual flick of his finger, like a withered branch, a blood-colored brilliance surrounded it. Boom! 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 In an instant, the bloodlight surged, and an enormous finger imprint emerged from the cloud peak, descending upon Xiao Zhantian amidst the battle. They are dead. All dead. Blood gathered into rivers, and amidst the broken walls and ruins, a figure in green stood dazedly in place. Dad is dead. All the brothers and sisters are dead. The elders are dead too. It was Xiao. Her delicate face still bore a hint of youth, tears streaming down as she helplessly murmured. Only at the gathering Qi realm, she had survived to this point under the protection of an elder. But just now, the elder who had protected her was also dead, leaving her all alone. Her gaze turned to the void above. She saw the prince named Yi Xian, who was sweeping his gaze over her and all the deceased disciples of Qin Yuan with a look of disgust. She saw Lu Shui standing beside Yi Xian, her white clothes free of dust, shining brilliantly. A complete victory, especially for those previously weak sects of the eastern wilderness. This was a feast, plundering the treasures that originally belonged to the Qin Yuan Dao sect. Why is there still one here? It seems to be a fish that slipped through the net of the Qin Yuan Dao sect. The prince has ordered that not a single person from the Qin Yuan Dao sect can be spared. Kill her. In the end, a green figure fell in a pool of blood flowing out and dripping onto the black stone in her hand. The stone, stained with blood, had tiny runes circulating on its surface, flashing with a faint light. Chapter 34. The Supreme Tao Body, Lin Yuan's unease in the ancient Forbidden Zone. At the Taqing Imperial Palace, several months have passed. Chaos energy pervades the air, and the surroundings are dimly lit. At this moment, a brilliant figure appears. It's Lin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. An incredibly powerful aura rises from Lin Yuan's body, causing the entire Imperial Palace to tremble. He has a tall and slender figure, a handsome face, and every inch of his skin glows, embodying the essence of a Tao. Endless brilliant light circulates in his eyes, containing the transformations and evolutions of all things in the world. At the center of his brow, a fissure opens, and a black and white eye spins. It is the Supreme Tao Eye, which has completely merged into Lin Yuan's body, as if it were born with him. Within the Tao Eye, it seems to contain myriad paths, intertwining and crossing each other. Wherever its gaze lands, that is where the great Tao resides. This aura is terrifying, transcendent, supreme, and surpasses everything, even if it's only for a brief moment. The spiritual power required to use the Supreme Tao Eye is overwhelmingly fearsome. And at Lin Yuan's current level, he cannot fully control this eye. Is it done? Below, excited voices arise. Clad in gray, with long gray-white hair and expectant eyes, it's Lin Jiao. He is extremely agitated, his hair and beard trembling. Months have passed, yet the injuries left by the shattering of his innate holy weapon have still not healed. Ignoring his own injuries, he struggles to stand and gazes at Lin Yuan. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Lin Yuan, even this saint-level powerhouse is shocked. That is the power of a supreme body, one that only the top 10 physiques of the upper realm can possess. Compared to the unparalleled bloodlines like the ancient saint body and the celestial overlord body, which can shake the heavens and earth, the supreme Tao body appears even more transcendent, constantly radiating the essence of the Tao, like a true child of the great Tao. Lin Jiao's gray robe is still stained with blood, and his aura is weak. However, the expression on his face seems even more excited than if he himself possessed a supreme body. It succeeded. Facing the old man's expectant gaze, Lin Yuan merely smiled faintly. For some reason, just now, a trace of unease suddenly flashed through his heart, causing him to slightly furrow his brows. I hope nothing happens. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Then he turned his gaze back to Lin Jiao. However, I still cannot fully control that supreme Tao. I can sense that it seems only after completely mastering the supreme Tao can the unique phenomena of the supreme Tao body awaken. Lin Yuan asked curiously. Months had passed, and the fusion process had been very smooth. He couldn't figure out where the problem lay. After this period of conversation with Lin Jiao, he also learned some things about the supreme Tao body. The top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm each possess unique phenomena. The emergence of these phenomena enhances oneself. which is the fundamental reason these 10 supreme bodies stand above all other physiques in the world. Yet now, his own phenomena cannot be activated. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Jiu showed a look of understanding. He knew where the problem lay. Young master, do you know what the supreme Tao body represents? It is one of the 10 most powerful physiques in history. The lower realm's Tao is incomplete, and the myriad laws are fragmented. Only by returning to the upper realm can you fully master that supreme Tao, I, and awaken the phenomena. Lin Jiu said calmly. He was not worried about this matter at all. Only by returning to the upper realm can Lin Yuan's phenomena be fully awakened. Do I have to return to the upper realm? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt relieved. This fusion of the supreme Tao is not just a simple upgrade to the supreme Tao body. His palm, like jade and containing the essence of the Tao, gently clenched. Boom! The surrounding space instantly erupted with a sound, like a calm lake suddenly creating ripples. The surging waves of spiritual power within him. If they were a stream before, now they are like a river, endlessly flowing. Compared to before, Lin Yuan's strength has increased by more than 100 times. Mid-stage Tao Palace. Yes, before coming here, he was merely at the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. But now, at the moment of merging with the Supreme Tao, aided by the power contained within it, Lin Yuan's realm has already broken through to the mid-stage of the Tao Palace realm. A whole major realm. In just a few months, such a thing, if it were to happen in the Xian-Tian continent, even in the upper realm, would sound too fantastical. However, do not forget that the Supreme Tao was left behind by an emperor. Even though Emperor Yuan Tian erased the imperial Tao laws and all traces of himself, the spiritual power contained within is still incredibly astonishing. Moreover, within Lin Yuan's body now, there is still a remnant of the spiritual power left from the fusion with the Supreme Tao that he has not yet absorbed. As the matter concluded, Lin Yuan planned to leave this place. For some reason, that feeling of unease within him became increasingly clear. Young master, I'll accompany you. Lin Jiu stumbled, his form unsteady. No need, Lin Lao. You stay here and use the chaos energy within this imperial palace to recover from your injuries. This time, I can manage alone. Looking at the old man who had been seriously injured while saving him, his aura weak and unsteady, Lin Yuan felt that the shattering of the innate Tao weapon had an immense impact on a cultivator. It was a miracle he hadn't died. There is still plenty of chaos spiritual energy remaining within this imperial palace, which is just right for healing. Otherwise, with Lin Jiu's saint-level realm once outside, it would take a long time to fully recover. With Lin Yuan's current mid-stage Tao Palace realm, plus the Supreme Tao body, his true combat power is something even Lin Yuan himself does not know how far it has reached. For some reason, he felt a bit uneasy. Old man here has a time-space escape talisman that can help you leave this ancient forbidden zone. Seeing his young master's brow occasionally furrow, Lin Jiu spoke as a talisman appeared in his hand. Silver light surged, entwined with the power of time and space. For cultivators of the upper realm, such things are indispensable. Although rare, ordinary loose cultivators of the upper realm could not afford them. But do not forget where Lin Jiu comes from. He is from the imperial clan Lin family of the upper realm. Even the Great Yu dynasty could produce one for Yi Xian to use for protection. With Lin Jiu's status, he naturally would not lack such things. Chapter 35. Lin Yuan's self-blame inside the Taiching Palace. A silver light surged, and the power of time and space around was wildly surging. Back then, Long Air had barely activated the time-space escape talisman by sacrificing his own blood. But at this moment, Lin Jiu was severely injured and weak, merely stirring the spiritual energy in his hand. Crack! A spatial passage, whose destination was unknown, appeared before Lin Yuan. Take care, Elder Lin. Lin Yuan clenched his fist and then turned to enter the passage. Young master, please remember, if you encounter a powerful enemy, there is no need to fight them. Just wait for time, and wait for this old man to arrive. Lin Jiu stood in place, his gaze looking into the dark spatial passage. His blood-stained gray robe showed signs of weakness, and his aged face bore evident concern. The last trip to the Qinyan Dao sect had truly frightened him. It was almost, I understand. Lin Yuan's voice came from within the soon-to-be closed passage. Boom! Accompanied by a wave of spatial turbulence, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. Qingyun Town, located beneath the Qingyun mountain range. It was named after the Qingyun Dao sect. Every year, when the Qingyun Dao sect recruited disciples, the town would be bustling with activity, with countless talented youths flocking there. This year's recruitment day had long passed, and compared to usual, the town felt a bit more desolate. The sky was gray. Candied hawthorn, big and sweet candied hawthorn. On the streets, vendors called out, filling the air with the scent of life. 2 strings of candied hawthorn, please. Dressed in black, with a handsome face, Lin Yuan, who had just teleported from the Taiching Palace, handed over a low-grade spiritual stone with faint spiritual energy. Every time he returned to the Qingyun Dao sect, he would buy 2 strings of candied hawthorn for his little junior sister. All right, the vendor's voice rang out, looking at the spiritual stone in Lin Yuan's hand with eager eyes. Because it was close to a cultivation sect, items traded in the town could be exchanged for spiritual stones, which were more popular than mundane gold and silver. Lin Yuan had been in this world for quite a while, and as his memories merged, he sometimes even began to doubt whether he truly crossed over or if he originally belonged to this world. Customer, your candied hawthorn is ready. Bright red, crystal clear on the outside. Looking at the candied hawthorn in his hand, a fragment of memory was evoked deep in Lin Yuan's mind. He remembered when he was a child, always sneaking down the mountain with his little junior sister, Xiao, to buy various snacks. At that time, Lin Yuan was only 6 or 7 years old, while Xiao was just 4, delicate and extremely cute. Of course, before every descent, Lin Yuan would instruct his junior sister to steal spiritual stones from their master to fund their shopping. Upon returning to the sect, it was inevitable that they would be found out. Faced with their master's stern expression, his junior sister was quite loyal, never revealing Lin Yuan, insisting that the spiritual stones were stolen by herself. A hint of a smile hung on his handsome face. Just as Lin Yuan was lost in thought, several voices nearby broke his reverie. Have you heard? A few days ago, the entire Qingyun Dao sect was destroyed, leaving no survivors. That day, the mountain shook, and even the town below felt the terrifying waves of destruction, which was truly frightening. The news has spread. It said that the snow-drifting sect from the far north joined forces with numerous sects from the eastern wilderness to do this. I've heard there's even a dynasty from the central continent involved. Surrounding voices continue to rise. Since the town had always been close to the Qingyun Dao sect, there were also many scattered cultivators without sections. The news came from their mouths. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan staggered, swaying slightly. Crack! The candied hawthorn in his hand fell to the ground, shattering. His body turned into a shadow, darting away like a gust of wind, disappearing from the town. Am I seeing things? The vendor looked at the black-clad man who had just been standing before him, rubbed his eyes, and scanned the spiritual stone in his hand, and the 2 strings of candied hawthorn shattered on the ground, stunned. The mountain gate collapsed. The once magnificent gate of Qingyun Mountain had turned into countless massive stone fragments scattered all around. Dried blood had long stained the earth red. The palaces had long since collapsed. Amidst the ruins, countless corpses lay scattered. The blue stone tiles had been overturned, revealing the blood-soaked ground beneath, stained with the blood of countless disciples of the Qingyun sect. This scene resembled a hell on earth. Tap, tap, tap. Dressed in black, Lin Yuan walked through the place where he had grown up. Although he came from the upper realm, his memories began here at the Qingyun Dao sect. He had lived here for 20 years. As he moved forward, his gaze trembled, looking at the familiar faces that had met tragic ends. There were uncles, aunts, elders, peak masters from various paths, and countless brothers and sisters. How? How could this happen? Lin Yuan's voice trembled, unable to accept the scene before him. Just before he left, they had still been alive before him. But now they had all lost their breaths, met tragic ends. The Qingyun Hall, once grand and magnificent, had also long since collapsed into ruins. In front of the hall lay an old corpse, with white hair and no breath, Xiao Zhantian, his master, and beside him lay a blue figure, her pale face still bearing a hint of youth, ultimately falling in a pool of blood. It was his little junior sister, Xiao. Dead, all dead, he murmured, his voice barely audible, unable to continue forward. Lin Yuan stood there in a daze, like a statue, lost in thought. His body trembled, his heart twisted in pain, his gaze hollow, devoid of all light, incredibly bleak. The snow-drifting sect, the Dayu dynasty, they came to kill me. I caused the destruction of the entire sect. So, master, little junior sister, they all died because of me. Regret, guilt, and endless self-blame surged over Lin Yuan like a tide, drowning him as if he were suffocating. Thud! Trembling uncontrollably, Lin Yuan knelt on the ground, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Bang! 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 His forehead struck the ground. Completely disregarding the bloodstains, Lin Yuan kowtowed, tears streaming down. This was the only way he could relieve his inner questioning of himself. It was he who had caused the deaths of everyone in Qingyuan. Chapter 36. One Night of White Hair. Qingyuan Dao sect, established in the Eastern Wilderness, has existed for countless years and is considered the oldest sect in the region, with an unbroken lineage. However, not long ago, a piece of news shook the entire cultivation world of the Eastern Wilderness. The Qingyuan Dao sect, which was subtly on the verge of becoming the #1 sect, was completely annihilated months ago, and countless disciples met a tragic end, leaving not a single survivor. Once this news broke, countless cultivators were stirred. Some watched with cold indifference, while others sighed in secret. How could this be possible? The Qingyuan Dao sect is currently the largest sect in the Eastern Wilderness, with nearly 10,000 disciples. Who could possibly be their opponent? Moreover, I've heard that alongside that Daozi Lin Yuan, there was a strong figure in the Ascendant realm this time. This is just a rumor, absolutely a rumor. Initially, some cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness who did not participate in that battle found it hard to believe. Until later. Was the Qingyuan Dao sect, in front of the Dayu dynasty, is just a slightly larger ant. I have heard that the Dayu dynasty dispatched 2 strong Ascendant realm cultivators. The small Qingyuan Dao sect is not worth mentioning. Who told them to overestimate themselves and dare to offend even the prince of the Dayu dynasty? They really do not know the height of heaven or the depth of the earth. Countless mocking voices arose from many sections. After all, they had a part in the siege against the Qingyuan Dao sect, slaughtering the Qingyuan disciples and plundering the entire Qingyuan Dao sect allowed many sects to profit. However, after the plundering, most of the treasures went to that prince, Yi Xian, under the leadership of the Piaoxua Dao sect. Countless sects in the Eastern Wilderness have decided to submit to the Dayu dynasty, willingly becoming its lapdogs. Just as some cultivators who did not participate in that battle were still shocked by the destruction of the Qingyuan Dao sect. Not long after, a piece of news spread from the Piaoxua Dao sect. Our Piaoxua Dao sect intends to call upon the various sects of the Eastern Wilderness to discuss the division of the Qingyuan territory. As the leader of the Piaoxua Dao sect, Lu Cong decided to issue a decree to summon the cultivators who participated in that battle. While it was said to be a discussion about dividing territory, the underlying reason was to use this as an excuse to unify all sect forces in the Eastern Wilderness. With the Qingyuan sect destroyed, it was natural for the Piaoxua Dao sect to hold the power in the Eastern Wilderness. Now, with his daughter Lu Shui's relationship with the Dayu dynasty's Prince Yi Xian, the Piaoxua Dao sect is supported by the entire Dayu dynasty, becoming the spokesperson of the dynasty in the Eastern Wilderness. Their rise is destined to be unstoppable. Once the news spread, it shocked all quarters. After all, in the current Eastern Wilderness, who doesn't he know that the only way to establish a relationship with that immortal dynasty is to befriend the Piaoxua Dao sect? There's no way around it. Who told sect master Lu to have such a good daughter who caught the eye of the Dayu dynasty's grand prince? There have even been rumors that not long from now, Lu Shui will marry that Prince Yi Xian in the Central Continent and become his Dao partner. Soon, countless people from various sects in the Eastern Wilderness headed towards the Piaoxua Dao sect, eager to build good relationships in advance. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, within the shattered Qingyuan sect, it was like a hell on earth, eerie and terrifying. A thin and frail figure quietly knelt on the ground, surrounded by dead silence. Boom! Dark clouds gathered, and the sky was filled with menacing thunder, tearing through the pitch-black night. Splash! Heavy rain poured down, washing away the filth and dried blood on the ground. Kneeling on both knees, clad in black, The rain had soaked him through, the chilling cold pervading his body, leaving him completely unfeeling. Lin Yuan's pupils were hollow, his face pale, and an endless sense of guilt weighed on him, making it hard to breathe. A voice echoed in his heart, questioning and holding him accountable. It was I who caused their deaths. Time passed. The heavy rain fell relentlessly throughout the night. The sect, once stained with blood, saw the red fade away with the rain's cleansing. Morning came. The sky remained gray, clad in soaked black. The rain clung tightly to Lin Yuan's body. He still knelt there, silent and motionless. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water dripped from his hair. Originally as dark as ink, his long hair had turned pale overnight. One night of white hair. He was only 20 years old, yet now his hair was as white as snow. No one knew what Lin Yuan experienced that night. The suffocating guilt weighed on him, making it hard to breathe. Even though he had faced life and death crises before, for many years, the Qingyun Dao sect had protected him well, and he had always carried a hint of innocence in his heart. But now his gaze had changed. Overnight, his once youthful appearance bore eyes filled with deathly silence. Indifferent to everything in the world. His heart felt as if it were frozen in ice, unable to thaw. Master, junior sister, I will avenge the entire Qingyun sect. Blood debts must be repaid with their blood. His voice was hoarse, but within the dead gaze, there was determination and resolution. The chill emanating from Lin Yuan at this moment was heart-stopping, making one's heart tremble. The Piaoxua Dao sect and countless sects in the eastern wilderness that had besieged Qingyun would not be spared by Lin Yuan. Even that so-called immortal Diyu dynasty, which had existed since ancient times, he intended to annihilate. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He would leave no one alive. This was Lin Yuan's vow to all the tragically slain members of the Qingyun Dao sect. Time passed. 3 days later, within the broken sect, the once corpses strewn everywhere were no more. Amidst the broken walls and endless ruins, new graves appeared, the earth freshly turned. Over these few days, Lin Yuan personally buried those once familiar faces. From now on, there would be no more Qingyun Dao sect in the eastern wilderness. It would merely be a graveyard. Boom! A coffin fell to the ground. Inside lay an old man with white hair, Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian. Many years ago, he picked Lin Yuan up from a snowy field, and this nurturing had lasted for 20 years. Like a father and son, he even planned to pass the future position of sect master to Lin Yuan against all odds. Master, I will make you see how those people die in despair. His voice hoarse, he took one last look, slowly closed the coffin lid, careful not to disturb the old man's eternal rest. Bending down, the frail figure lifted the coffin. Clad in black, white hair billowing like snow, his face frost-like, his gaze held endless silence. Lin Yuan carried the coffin, stepping into the void, heading towards the far north of the eastern wilderness. And there lay the direction of the Piaoxua Dao sect. Chapter 37 Arrival at the Snowy Path sect, Eastern Wilderness. Between heaven and earth, everything is covered in white. Snow-capped peaks rise high, and at the summit is a vast flat area, as if it has been cut off by a knife, perfectly smooth. The Snowy Path sect is established on top of this peak, with countless pavilions and palaces. Below the entire sect lies a complete spiritual vein, shrouded by the sect's formation. Therefore, being within the Snowy Path sect does not make one feel the cold. That day, sect master Lu displayed great power, truly impressive. Was the Qingyun sect compared to this? In my opinion, the Snowy Path sect is the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness. From now on, I hope sect master Lu will take good care of us. The major sects of the eastern wilderness have sent countless visitors, and everyone who is somewhat notable has come today. They all participated in that battle against the Qingyun sect. Countless members of the Qingyun sect perished at their hands. The scene is bustling and lively. Not far away, countless figures of cultivators are rushing over. Look, even the Tian Gang sect from the far west has come. A group of people is approaching from the distance. The leader, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, has white hair and a youthful face, exuding an air of immortality. Holding a whisk is Tian Xuanzi, who had a great time slaughtering at the Qingyun sect that day. Behind him follow many strong practitioners from the Tian Gang sect, all dressed in blue. Our Tian sect has long resided in the bitter cold of the extreme west, and today we must seize the territory of the Qingyun sect. Tian Xuanzi said lightly, his gaze filled with greed. His obsession with the location of the Qingyun sect remains unchanged. Time passes. Soon, within the Snowy Path sect, the figures of cultivators are packed. Those who can come here today are all the leaders and elites of the major sections. On a vast martial arena, which is usually a place for disciples of the Snowy Path sect to cultivate and duel, it is now surrounded by people. It is a great honor for me that all of you can come today, making the Snowy Path sect shine. A voice rang out, elegant in appearance, dressed in white. Looking at the crowd below, Lu Tsong laughed heartily. Now, the Snowy Path sect has been supported by the Dayu dynasty, becoming the spokesperson of a dynasty in the Eastern Wilderness. The long-held wish to unify the Eastern Wilderness is finally about to be realized. Moreover, soon, his daughter will marry the Prince Yi Xian in Zhongzhou, thus further strengthening his relationship with the Dayu dynasty, and even having the opportunity to meet the Emperor of the Universe, said to be the strongest being in the Xintian continent of this era. Just thinking about it makes him excited. A series of happy events caused the smile on Lu Tsong's face to be uncontrollable. The reason for inviting so many cultivators from the major sects of the Eastern Wilderness today is to establish his authority in the Eastern Wilderness. Without waiting for Lu Tsong to speak, flattering voices naturally came from below. I, Changhong Valley, Chinahal. From now on, I am willing to follow sect Master Lu's orders. Among the countless cultivators below, 2 sect leaders' voices rang out, bowing respectfully towards Lu Tsong. Sect Master Lu, Master Li, you are too polite. Rest assured, I, Lu Tsong, will not mistreat the two of you. With a gentle smile, Lu Tsong waved his hand. Though he said this, he felt disdain for those two in his heart. Changhong Valley and Chinahal originally belonged to the subordinate sects of the Qingyun sect, rising by relying on the Qingyun sect. Just one letter from him, upon hearing the name of the Dayu dynasty, made these 2 sects immediately change their stance and attack the Qingyun sect. Who knows if these two will take advantage of the Snowy Path sect's decline in the future. After all, no one trusts such turncoats. However, since so many prominent figures from the Eastern Wilderness are present today, he still has to maintain appearances. Indeed, even turncoats have their use. As Sect Master Lu and Master Li expressed their submission to Lu Tsong, soon, voices rang out from below, one after another. I, Bitao Hall. I, Lungsha Hall. One by one, the sect leaders with status in the Eastern Wilderness began to speak up. After all, everyone present could see that standing behind them was the Dayu dynasty, which dominated the entire continent. The rise of the Snowy Path sect was unstoppable. Given this situation, it is better to submit early. Did you not see that even the immensely powerful Qingyun sect was wiped out by Sect Master Lu? Having witnessed and participated in that massacre, they certainly do not want such a thing to happen to themselves. Thank you all for thinking highly of me. From today onwards, the Snowy Path sect will serve as a model for the Eastern Wilderness and work together with all of you major sects to build a prosperous Eastern Wilderness. Lu Tsong smiled, his joy difficult to contain. It seems that the rise of the Snowy Path sect has become an unstoppable trend. Below, Tian Xuanzi looked at this scene with a complex expression, feeling envy that he could not deny. But there was nothing he could do. Although he was one of the 3 major sects of the Eastern Wilderness, he did not have a prince of the Dayu dynasty standing behind him. Our Tian sect has come this time only to seize the territory of the Qingyun sect. As for anything else, it has nothing to do with us. With white hair and a youthful face, Tian Xuanzi said calmly, waiting for the next discussion regarding the division of the Qingyun sect's territory. The Tian sect had come today solely for this purpose. This is a grand occasion. Countless cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness have appeared within the Snowy Path sect, creating a lively atmosphere. They all have blood on their hands from the Qingyun sect, just as everyone present is discussing how to divide the territory of the Qingyun sect at this moment. Outside the Snowy Path sect, a thin and frail figure, carrying a coffin, approaches. White hair like snow flows in the biting cold wind. Walking through the air, dressed in black, with a face like frost, extremely cold. The once youthful boy now has lost the light in his eyes, his gaze empty, indifferent to everything in the world. It is Lin Yuan, and his demeanor has drastically changed. Now he resembles a piece of millennium-old ice, utterly indifferent, making others shiver. He has arrived, a hoarse voice echoed. Lin Yuan looked down at the entire snowy path sect beneath him. Chapter 38. The Strange Death of the Qingyun Dao Sect. Everyone here has contributed. Today, Lu Tsong spoke passionately, and countless cultivators below looked on eagerly. After all, it was the Qingyun Dao Sect, the most abundant place of spiritual energy in the eastern wasteland. Even occupying just a piece of land would be enough for countless sects to rise to prominence. At this moment, the scene was extremely noisy. Just as Lu Tsong was about to continue speaking, suddenly, our Qingyun Dao sect, all 862 members, have all met a tragic end at your hands. A slightly hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire Snowfall Dao sect. The voice wasn't loud, but it was powerful, seemingly containing a special rhythm that inexplicably brought a chill to the hearts of those present. In an instant, the venue erupted. Who is speaking? Lin Yuan. Isn't he the one that the Crown Prince Yi Xian wants to kill from the Qingyun Dao sect? When we destroyed the Qingyun Dao sect, he wasn't there. I thought he'd fled for his life. Voices rose one after another, eyes looking around in search of the owner of the voice. Boom! In the void above, a stream of light surged, and mysterious Dao patterns floated, arranging and combining to form layers of steps descending from the air. Today I, Lin Yuan, have come to invite you all to die. Lin Yuan descended the Dao pattern steps, his enormous coffin nearly obscuring his slender figure. In his lifeless eyes, for the first time in many days, a glimmer of light flashed, cold and filled with endless killing intent that was chilling to the soul. Under this gaze, souls seemed to tremble and pulse. Lin Yuan scanned all the cultivators present, Lu Tsong, Tian Xuanzi, and those who had originally relied on the Qingyun Dao sect to rise, only to turn against it in the end, having broken through to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm and possessing the supreme Dao body. Lin Yuan was filled with excitement as he returned. There, he had spent over 20 years, and his memories originated from that place. Every blade of grass and every tree, every face within the sect, was extraordinarily familiar. However, after returning, what did he see? It was the shattered Qingyun Dao sect, the broken corpses, including his own master and little junior sister, all tragically dead, all thanks to these people before him. All because of an order from a noble prince of the Deu dynasty to annihilate his Qingyun Dao sect, and now they were discussing how to divide the territory. Haha, little beast, on the day we destroyed Qingyun, you were lucky enough to survive, and now you dare to come here to seek death. This is just right. There's no need for Sect Master Lu and the others to take action. The two of us can easily take this little beast's life. Amidst the noisy crowd, two voices rang out. They were none other than Sect Master Lu of Changhong Valley and Sect Master Li of Chinahal, two traitors. Their faces were aged, but they respectfully clasped their fists toward Lu Tsong, stepping forward voluntarily. Their gazes turned to Lin Yuan, filled with cold smiles and killing intent. The sects they belonged to had originally been affiliated with the Qingyun Dao sect and had risen because of it. Although they participated in the battle to destroy the Qingyun Dao sect that day, they had always wanted to distance themselves from any connection to it. Now Lin Yuan, the former Dao child of the Qingyun sect, had delivered himself to their door, which was perfect for them. Then I shall trouble you too, Lu Tsong replied, his demeanor refined, as he glanced at Lin Yuan with disdain. When Lin Yuan first appeared, he did indeed startle Lu Tsong. At his Dao Palace realm, he wasn't afraid of Lin Yuan, but rather the powerful figure who had followed Lin Yuan, someone at the ascending heaven realm. His son-in-law Yi Xian and daughter had long since returned to the central continent to prepare for their wedding. However, before leaving, he had issued an order for the Snowfall Dao sect to lead countless sects in the eastern wasteland to search for some so-called supreme secret treasure. Supreme? Secret treasure? What on earth was that? Until now, Lu Tsong remained baffled. He originally planned to instruct the numerous cultivators present to search for it after today's events. Unexpectedly, a loose end from the Qingyun Dao sect appeared. No matter how talented he was, in Lu Tsong's eyes, a cultivator at the early stage of the Divine Bridge realm was just an ant. This was just right. He could send Lin Yuan's corpse to his son-in-law Yi Xian. and it would also serve as a surprise gift from the old man on the wedding day. Sect Master Lu is too polite. Boom, boom. Two surging waves of spiritual energy erupted from Sect Master Lu and Sect Master Li, with their late-stage divine bridge realm strength. It was far too simple to deal with a mere early-stage divine bridge cultivator. At this moment, the people present still perceived Lin Yuan as the one they had seen at his wedding banquet. The surrounding discussions began, and they did not take Lin Yuan seriously. It seemed that the Qingyun Dao sect was about to be completely exterminated today. Sect Master Lu and Sect Master Li were both formidable, and who could blame him for coming to seek death? The crowd was noisy, pointing fingers at Lin Yuan, who once needed their respect as the Dao child of the Qingyun sect. After all, everyone present was a prominent figure in the Eastern Wasteland. A young prodigy without the backing of a powerful sect was nothing in their eyes. Little beast, D. Two loud shouts rang out. Spiritual light surged, transforming into afterimages, like a swift wind, charging towards Lin Yuan. Bang! The coffin was gently placed on the ground by Lin Yuan, careful not to disturb the rest of the people inside. With a calm gaze, Lin Yuan stood still, quietly watching the two who were diving towards him, Sect Master Lu and Sect Master Li, who had once sworn allegiance to the Qingyun Dao sect. Lin Yuan recognized these two. They had truly taken shamelessness to the extreme. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's cold face. It was like watching two clowns. Dealing with such lowly figures no longer required Lin Yuan to exert his full strength. At his fingertips, black and white lights hovered and danced. Boom! With a gentle flick of his finger. Crack! Crack! It was Sect Master Lu and Sect Master Li, rushing towards him, their faces still wearing cruel expressions. However, the two large, aging heads atop their bodies instantly exploded. Blood flowed everywhere as the two headless corpses reached Lin Yuan's feet. Thud! Thud! They finally collapsed to the ground. This scene was too bizarre. The previously noisy crowd that pointed fingers at Lin Yuan instantly fell silent. What? What just happened? What occurred? This is impossible. Shocked voices erupted. These were two late-stage divine bridge realm powerhouses, two sect leaders, prominent figures in the Eastern Wasteland. Just like that, they fell silently before Lin Yuan. Chapter 39, The Arrogant Tying Xuanzi, when Lin Yuan first appeared. The crowd present paid him no mind at all. He was merely at the early stage of the divine bridge realm. What kind of waves could he possibly stir? Instead, they mocked Lin Yuan for seeking his own demise, voluntarily coming to deliver himself to death. Those who could appear here today represented the highest combat power of the Eastern wilderness. Surprised gazes swept over the two headless corpses before turning to Lin Yuan. It was undeniable that this former young prodigy was already stronger than most sect leaders in the Eastern wilderness. But unfortunately, today, both the Snowy Cloud Dao sect and the Tiangang sect were present. With so many experts gathered, it was merely a matter of strength. Anyone strong from the Snowy Cloud Dao sect or the Tiangang sect could easily extinguish this kid. Without the Qingyun Dao sect, the so-called identity of the Qingyun Daozi was worthless. Who would take him seriously? Around him, voices of disdain and mockery arose, one after another. They were watching Lin Yuan, sneering. After all, the Qingyun Dao sect had been destroyed, and the Snowy Cloud Dao sect and the Tiangang sect were now the strongest. The deaths of the two sect leaders just now did shock the attendees for a moment, but that was all. Among those present, the strength of the two leaders could hardly be considered top tier. Dressed in black with white hair, Lin Yuan stood over the two headless corpses, blood slowly flowing from their severed necks to his feet. Surrounded by numerous cultivators, facing their derision and disdain, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. After all, who would care to bicker with a group of soon-to-be dead men? Come at me together. His voice was slightly hoarse, and he scanned all those present. Speaking in a flat tone, within the Ta-Ching Imperial Palace, he had advanced to the supreme Dao body, ranking among the top 10 in the upper realm. His own realm had also reached the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. He truly didn't take this group of small fries seriously. He felt regretful that so many from the Qingyun Dao sect had died at the hands of these people. Come at me together. As soon as Lin Yuan said this, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. They had seen arrogance before, but never such unbridled arrogance. After all, It had been less than a year since that wedding feast at the Qingyun Dao sect. Many present had witnessed the strength Lin Yuan had displayed in his battle with Yixian. In their eyes, even if Lin Yuan was talented, how much could he possibly have broken through in less than a year? They thought he was blinded by hatred, completely unaware of his own insignificance. One arrogant kid. How dare you speak so shamelessly, thinking you're someone important? Do you even realize that your entire Qingyun sect was destroyed at our hands? Countless scoffs erupted. Even the once mighty Qingyun Dao sect, which had been on the verge of becoming the strongest sect in the eastern wilderness, would still be obliterated under their combined efforts, let alone this young kid in front of them, who was completely overestimating himself and unaware of his own limitations. Just as the crowd laughed and mocked, an elderly figure stepped forward, dressed in a blue Dao robe, with white hair and a youthful face, exuding an aura of immortality. He held a whisk in his hand. Are you that old man Zhao's disciple? Do you even know that your master died at my hands? He spoke with the tone of a superior teaching a junior. Tang Xuanzi looked at Lin Yuan with a cold smile, his gaze condescending. It was obvious that on that day, he and Lu Cong had teamed up, but were repeatedly forced back by Xiao Zhantian, almost crushed to death, and ultimately, it was a powerful figure from the Ascendant Realm who had slain Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian. However, at this moment, in Tang Xuanzi's words, it was he who had killed him. But it didn't matter. For Tang Xuanzi, most people hadn't seen that day as events. And he could take this opportunity to make a name for himself in front of many present. Wow, I didn't expect that day. Xiao Zhantian was actually killed by senior Tang Xuanzi. The Tiangang sect had always been one of the three major sects of the eastern wilderness. And it was normal for senior Tang Xuanzi to possess such strength. This kid was just acting arrogant. I want to see if he can still be so arrogant in front of senior Tang Xuanzi. At this moment, as Tang Xuanzi made his appearance, a wave of admiration rose among the crowd. After all, Xiao Zhantian, the leader of the Qingyun Dao sect, had always been a prominent figure in the eastern wilderness, and even he had perished at the hands of Tang Xuanzi. What the crowd did not notice was that not far away, Lu Cong's expression changed drastically upon hearing Tang Xuanzi's words. It seemed that the older one got, the thicker their skin became. He muttered quietly, barely audible. Lu Cong did not step forward to undermine Tang Xuanzi. Currently, the Snowy Cloud Dao sect and the Tiangang sect were in the same boat. Speaking against each other would only invite ridicule. Old dog, with your meager strength, you dare to claim superiority over my master? Lin Yuan sneered, seeing through Tang Xuanzi's true strength. Early stage of the Dao Palace realm. With Lin Yuan's current realm, the self-proclaimed superior Tang Xuanzi's strength was evident before him, nowhere to hide. Yet he still dared to boast, trying to embellish his own reputation. Lin Yuan naturally knew about the Tiangang sect. For many years, they had been rivals with the Qingyun Dao sect. Thus, Lin Yuan felt no surprise at the Tiangang sect's involvement in that battle. You little brat, facing death yet still so defiant. Very well, I'll send you to meet your Qingyun sect brethren. Feeling that his lies had been exposed by Lin Yuan, Tang Xuanzi's face lost its composure. After all, he had always regarded himself as a superior being. Now, a mere junior had disregarded him. Moreover, this person was the disciple of his enemy. One could say that Tang Xuanzi had come forward to ensure that Lin Yuan, the last fish that had slipped through the net of the Qingyun Dao sect, would die at his hands, bringing a perfect conclusion to the long-standing feud between the two sections. Prepare to die, Tang Xuanzi shouted loudly, his Dao robe billowing, his hair and beard shaking. Boom! An incredibly vast amount of spiritual power surged around Tang Xuanzi, blue light radiating in all directions. The whisk in his hand lengthened with the wind, and countless silver threads filled the air, obscuring half of the void, piercing towards Lin Yuan. Dense and soft yet steel-like, enough to tear apart and penetrate everything. Is this the strength of Tang Xuanzi? No wonder he is the leader of one of the three great sects of the eastern wilderness. His power is terrifying. This kid, why provoke anyone else, yet dare to challenge senior Tang Xuanzi, bringing about his own destruction? Within the massive martial arena of the Snowy Cloud Dao sect, the strong from various sects were densely packed, and voices rang out. No one believed that Lin Yuan could be Tang Xuanzi's opponent. Chapter 40. Use your blood to avenge the dead of Qingyun, the Tiangang sect. Even though it was defeated in its struggle against the Qingyun Dao sect back then, that was 100 years ago. However, the overall strength of the entire sect still ranks among the top 3 in the Eastern Wilderness. Therefore, Xiao Zhantian, Tang Xuanzi, and Lucong have always been recognized as the 3 great powerhouses of the Eastern Wilderness. The strength of the early stage of the Dao Palace realm is not comparable to the flourishing cultivation and abundant spiritual energy found in the Central Continent. In the Eastern Wilderness, those who can cultivate to the Dao Palace realm are already considered top-tier powerhouses. At this moment, a well-known top powerhouse is facing a young prodigy. Naturally, no one thinks that Lin Yuan could be a match for Tang Xuanzi. After all, in the eyes of the countless people present, there's too much of a disparity between the two in terms of identity, cultivation strength, and fame in the Eastern Wilderness. Boom, boom, boom. Without holding back in the slightest, Tang Xuanzi faced the disciple of his enemy and unleashed his full strength, filled with murderous intent. A cruel look emerged in his aged eyes. Kid, are you scared? Too bad, it's too late to be scared. With hair as white as snow and dressed in black, Lin Yuan appeared extremely calm, standing in place. In Tang Xuanzi's eyes, this arrogant young man seemed completely overwhelmed by fear. Old dog, too bad. You won't see the destruction of the Tiangang sect. Lin Yuan's indifferent voice echoed. What do you mean? Tang Xuanzi, in the midst of attacking, wore a puzzled expression. Boom! At that moment, an incredibly powerful aura surged from Lin Yuan's body, the overwhelming spiritual power soaring into the sky, shattering the dark clouds above. Mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. Moreover, having broken through to this realm with the supreme Dao body, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yuan were beyond what Tang Xuanzi could fathom. If the spiritual energy within Tang Xuanzi was merely a river, then Lin Yuan was an ocean. Wow, what is happening? Tang Xuanzi was bewildered. Wasn't he in the early stage of the Godbridge realm? Why? Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Even if he is a monster, how could he progress in just a year's time? Gasps of shock echoed around the Snowfall Dao sect. They could not comprehend what had transpired in such a short time with Lin Yuan. Even the ignorant could see that something was wrong. This is the strength of the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. In his gaze, there was confusion and disbelief. Lu Cong, standing not far away, was in a daze. He had to know that he had spent his entire life in hard cultivation and was now merely at the early stage of the Dao Palace realm, at the same level as Tang Xuanzi. And yet, he had been surpassed by a young man around 20 years old. Kill. Only a single word. With a tall stature and an extremely cold expression, Lin Yuan looked far too young at 20, and against his head of white hair, he appeared somewhat out of place. No need for Dao weapons. His own body, his physical form, was already strong enough. Boom! With a punch, he unleashed a fist imprint. The black and white Dao light blazing fiercely, the void shaking violently as if it was about to collapse. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In an instant, the myriad silver threads of the dust whisk in Tang Xuanzi's hand, containing blue spiritual light, undulated like rippling waves. Under Lin Yuan's fist imprint, they shattered and dissolved, without any resistance. How could this be? The aged gaze was filled with disbelief. This dust whisk was crafted from the threads of the 10,000-year-cold spider, incredibly resilient, and had never failed in battles against opponents of the same realm. But at this moment, with just one punch from his opponent, his Dao weapon was completely shattered, leaving him with nothing but the bare rod in his hand. Tang Xuanzi fell into deep thought. However, before he could react, after shattering Tang Xuanzi's Dao weapon, Lin Yuan's offensive did not diminish in the slightest. The black and white light intertwined, descending with the fist imprint. Puffed. The old body, accompanied by the blue Dao robe, exploded, blood staining the void. As one of the 3 great sect masters of the Eastern Wilderness, Tang Xuanzi had died. In just one strike, he fell beneath Lin Yuan's fist. It was unimaginable. He was the sect master of the Tiangang sect, renowned far and wide. In the end, he had died at the hands of a young prodigy in his 20s. Sect master, brat. Only the strong from the Tiangang sect who had followed Tang Xuanzi were left staring at the ground, now shattered and stained with crimson blood. Their gazes filled with immense anger as they glared at Lin Yuan. Yet they completely forgot that when they slaughtered the disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect, they were exceedingly cruel. Now that it was their turn, they couldn't bear it. It was no wonder. After all, Taiyang Xuanzi was far too important to them. Without a Dao Palace realm powerhouse to guard the Tiangang sect, it would be removed from its former position among the three great sects of the Eastern Wilderness. With a single strike, the elder Taiyang Xuanzi was killed. The crowd erupted in shock. Those watching were gasping at the sight of Lin Yuan at that moment. After all, everyone present had participated in the slaughter of the Qingyun Dao sect. If Lin Yuan was not dealt with today, a great massacre awaited the countless sects present. Today, this little beast could not be allowed to escape. They must join forces and slay him here. Not far away, Lu Tsong, who had originally appeared calm and confident, was now also feeling a sense of panic. The sight of Lin Yuan killing Taiyang Xuanzi with one strike had genuinely shocked him. After all, his own realm was at the same level as Taiyang Xuanzi's. If it came to a real fight, he would barely be a bit stronger than Taiyang Xuanzi. Now, looking at Lin Yuan's figure, a hint of panic arose in Lu Tsong's heart for the first time. Kill. Today, either he dies or we perish. I refuse to believe he can withstand so many of us. And there is still sect master Lu here. We cannot let him go. The surroundings were in an uproar. Countless voices filled with murderous intent rang out. If earlier the people present were merely watching a show now, with Lin Yuan's true realm erupting and the death of Taiyang Xuanzi in one blow, they could no longer sit still. The mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. This level of strength had already put countless people present in awe. They must join forces. Not one among them could escape. Endless spiritual light surged from the bodies of the countless cultivators present. Boom, 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 soaring into the sky. The void above seemed to transform into an ocean. At this moment, the Snowfall Dao sect trembled. Join forces? Unfortunately, it would be useless against me. It is time for your blood to atone for the dead of Qingyun. With hair as white as snow, in Lin Yuan's deadpan gaze, there was boundless madness. Chapter 41. Killing to the bone. The 9 dragons and the universe formation puff. Puff, puff. Blood dripped down, and the bodies of the cultivators fell like grass, with severed limbs and a tragic death. It resembled the massacre that occurred at the Qingyun Dao sect on that day. However, this time, the situation unfolded within the Piaoxue Dao sect. Moreover, it was one person slaughtering a group of people. Those who appeared today at the Piaoxue Dao sect were all prominent figures in the Eastern Wilderness. The sect masters of various sects, significant characters. Their hands had all been stained with the blood of Qingyun Dao sect disciples. But today, their blood would surely stain every inch of the Piaoxue Dao sect's land. No, spare me. He is a demon. Cries of despair and terror echoed, hoarse and frantic. The sounds of fear, roars, and the cracking of bones played out in the Piaoxue Dao sect at this moment, resembling a hell on earth. Drip, drip, drip. Blood flowed from countless shattered bodies, from the wounds of severed corpses, slowly pooling on the ground, eventually gathering into rivers of blood. Kill. Lin Yuan's voice was grand, shaking the surroundings. On his snow-white hair, crimson spots appeared, and his hair danced wildly without wind. In his eyes, there was a dead silence, devoid of light, emotionless, cold, and eerie. Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he was utterly insane. Familiar faces floated in his mind. His own master, his junior sister, countless disciples and elders of the Qingyun Dao sect, all buried by Lin Yuan's own hands. He had always believed that it was because of him that they died. The Qingyun Dao sect, with a total of 13,862 members, were all vibrant lives. That sense of guilt had been pressing down on Lin Yuan like a tidal wave, making it hard for him to breathe. Before him, his enemies lay in sight. Those shattered bones, their dripping blood, and the looks of despair, fear, and regret in their eyes as they fell to the ground, granting Lin Yuan a glimmer of redemption. He became utterly mad. Blood debts must always be repaid with blood. There was nothing more to say. The killing intent was overwhelming, like a demon crawling out of hell. The atmosphere of terror at the scene reached its peak. Is he really that Dao child from the Qingyun Dao sect? Such a cruel killer must not be left alive. While this was said, trembling voices arose. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. All were frantically fleeing. Lin Yuan's mid-stage Dao Palace aura erupted completely. Combined with the supreme Dao body he possessed, it was a total crushing. The disparity was too great, destroying everything in its path, with no one able to withstand even one move. After all, among those present, one of the two great powerhouses, Tian Xuanzi, was reduced to ashes by Lin Yuan's single punch. Everyone calmed down. A trembling voice spoke. Looking at the horrifying scene, Lu Cong felt his scalp go numb. Was this still the Lin Yuan he knew? The change in his aura was too drastic. Moreover, in just a few months, he had progressed from the early stage of the Divine Bridge realm to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. How did he achieve this? Lu Cong was filled with confusion and disbelief. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Everyone, assist me. Use the great formation of the Piaoxua Dao sect to kill this child. A loud shout rang out. The chaotic and noisy scene around them quieted down. Clearly, as the sect master of the Piaoxua Dao sect and the instigator of this incident, Lu Cong's words held weight. In an instant, he became the backbone for the remaining 100 cultivators. Their panicked gazes turned towards Lu Cong. Disciples of the Piaoxua Dao sect, obey my orders. With a heavy expression, a token, as if carved from ice crystals, appeared in Lu Cong's hand. It shimmered with silver light, containing a hint of coldness. With a single command, boom, 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 from all directions of the Piaoxua Dao sect, figures dressed in white emerged. Elders, hall masters, and disciples of the Piaoxua Dao sect densely surrounded Lin Yuan. Activate the great formation. As he spoke, Lu Cong's spiritual power surged, all converging into the token in his hand. Boom! A brilliant silver light soared from the token in Lu Cong's hand, shooting into the sky and resonating with the protective formation that enveloped the entire Piaoxua Dao sect. In the void above, the brilliance was extraordinarily dazzling, the space rippling like a lake, with the silver light intertwining with the protective formation. Roar! 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 In an instant, the sound of dragon roars echoed, reverberating through the 9 heavens, coming from the void above. But there was only the sound, no dragon shadows to be seen. Clearly, even with the strength of Lu Cong as the sect master, he could not fully activate it. At this moment, Lu Cong, positioned below, looked extremely strained. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping down. Everyone, quickly assist me. This formation cannot be activated by my strength alone. Lu Cong shouted loudly. Yes, sect master. Voices rang out from all directions, from the recently appeared strong cultivators of the Piaoxua Dao sect. Clearly, they were aware of this formation. Streams of spiritual light converged from all directions, all pouring into the ice crystal token held by Lu Cong. With the assistance, Lu Cong's expression relaxed instantly. Roar! 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 The sound of dragon roars grew increasingly majestic. The space twisted, coming from the void above. The silver light was dazzling, revealing a phantom of a dragon's head, with an overwhelming aura of dragon might spreading across the land. This is the 9 dragons and the universe formation of the Piaoxua Dao sect. Standing amidst the countless corpses below, Lin Yuan looked up towards the void above, his voice sounding calm. Once he had heard his master, Xiao Zhantian, mention that among the 3 great Dao sects in the eastern wilderness, when it came to protective formations, the Piaoxua Dao sect ranked first. The 9 dragons and the universe formation was rumored to be lethal to anyone below the ascendant realm, even a half-step ascendant. Once the 9 silver dragons appeared in the void, would not escape unscathed. However, since the establishment of the Piaoxua Dao sect, no sect master had ever been able to fully summon all 9 silver dragons at once due to the enormous consumption of spiritual power. Just as Lin Yuan was curious about this so-called number 1 protective formation in the eastern wilderness, roar, 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 in the void above, the overwhelming dragon might cover the entire Piaoxua Dao sect at this moment. The silver light was brilliant and eye-catching, revealing shimmering dragon bodies that slowly materialized. This was merely the gathering of the formation, yet at this moment, it seemed solid, exuding an overwhelming chill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. with Lu Cong and the combined strength of all the strong cultivators of the Piaoshu Dao sect at this moment, 6 dragon phantoms were. Chapter 42, The Might of the Supreme Dao Body. This is the 9 dragons and heaven and earth formation of the Piaoshu Dao sect. The number 1 protective formation of the eastern wilderness. Lin Yuan, with his own strength, had instilled fear into over 100 cultivators who were already in despair. At this moment, they all looked up, gazing at the 6 gigantic dragons swirling and dancing in the void, emitting silver light and the sound of dragon roars that shook heaven and earth. The overwhelming dragon might filled the skies, intimidating the cosmos. Hope had emerged. If they could truly gather 9 silver dragons, then dealing with Lin Yuan would be more than enough. After all, there were rumors that once the 9 dragons gathered, even a half-step ascendant would not escape unscathed from his formation. Just now, the realm Lin Yuan had displayed was already known to those present, the mid-stage Dao Palace. It was said that when the 9 dragons appeared, they were invincible in the world, and now 6 had already manifested. If that is the case, let us combine our strength to condense 9 silver dragons and slay this evil being. The despair on their faces vanished, completely forgetting how they had just been fleeing in panic. Instead, they were now filled with excitement, each one speaking with a righteous tone, as if they were the true justifiers of the eastern wilderness. Lin Yuan, who had slaughtered so many cultivators, had been labeled as evil, a common enemy of the eastern wilderness to be eradicated by all. Master Lu, we have come to assist you. We cannot let him go after harming so many cultivators of the eastern wilderness. Indeed, to nurture such an evil being, the Qingyun Dao sect, in my opinion, is not much better. Fortunately, we have already destroyed them all. Voices rang out passionate and just determined to kill Lin Yuan and bring justice to those who had died at his hands. As they spoke, boom, 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 a vast and powerful spiritual energy surged from the hundreds of cultivators present, converging towards the ice crystal token in Lu Cong's hand. The token was crystal clear. In an instant, an intense silver light burst forth from Lu Cong's hand, illuminating the surroundings and reflecting on the faces of everyone present. It was as if this was the righteous light in their eyes to slay Lin Yuan, the evil. Oh, I have become the evil? With blood-dyed white hair and clothes soaked in blood, Lin Yuan looked at this scene with great interest. A smile appeared on his previously cold face. It was a cold smile of mockery. Facing the great Yu dynasty, these people present would kneel and lick their toes if they could. They obeyed its orders, uniting to annihilate the Qingyun Dao sect without leaving a single survivor, afterwards plundering the treasures within the sect. Today, they had gathered at the Piaoshu Dao sect to discuss how to divide the positions held by the Qingyun Dao sect. Lin Yuan, who had come for revenge, had become an unscrupulous evil in their eyes, a bloodthirsty monster. Since ancient times, so-called justice has only stood on the side of the majority. Today, Lin Yuan came along. In terms of words, he naturally could not compete with them. However, for Lin Yuan, it didn't matter. If this was justice, then he would lightly crush it beneath his foot. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed through heaven and earth, shaking the sky. The 6 silver dragons circled above. At this moment, as the countless cultivators infused their power, boom, 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 3 more silver dragons appeared, clawing and dancing in the air. 9. The 9 dragons and heaven and earth formation was complete. Ha! Now let us see how he remains arrogant. The laughter echoed throughout the Piaoshu Dao sect, their faces filled with excitement. They looked coldly at Lin Yuan, who was surrounded by the 9 dragons. It was finally complete. Even I am seeing the complete 9 dragons and heaven and earth formation for the first time. Standing among the crowd, Lu Cong wiped the sweat from his face, his refined and elegant demeanor also filled with excitement. At this moment, Lu Cong and all the cultivators present were filled with confidence. This was the number 1 formation of the eastern wilderness, and with the 9 dragons gathered, it was the complete 9 dragons and heaven and earth formation, successfully deployed for the first time since the Piaoshu Dao sect was established. Not to mention Lin Yuan, a mid-stage Dao palace cultivator. Even a half-step ascendant would not escape unscathed. Therefore, no one believed Lin Yuan could withstand this blow. no matter how strong your talent. Such cruel actions would not be tolerated by heaven. Lu Cong's gaze swept over the corpses beneath Lin Yuan, looking at him with righteous indignation, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. As for how many had died at Lin Yuan's hands, as long as they were not disciples of the Piaoshu Dao sect, he truly did not care. However, with so many strong cultivators from other sects of the Eastern Wilderness present, shouldn't he take this opportunity to show off? Lu Cong had already thought of how. After Lin Yuan's death, news would spread throughout the Eastern Wilderness. The remnants of the Qinyan Dao sect, the fish that slipped through the net, Daozi Lin Yuan, who slaughtered countless righteous individuals, fell into the devil's path and became an evil being. Ultimately, under his leadership, with the righteous path of the Eastern Wilderness, they would turn the tide and, at great cost, finally slay this evil, wanting to unify the Eastern Wilderness. This was a great opportunity to establish a brilliant and shining image. As expected, as Lu Cong's voice rang out, the scene immediately erupted in a chorus of flattery. Master Lu's righteousness. Kid, dying under this 9 dragons and heaven and earth formation is a blessing for you. Those who died before from the Qinyan Dao sect suffered far worse than you. The scene erupted in wild laughter, mocking Lin Yuan, filled with confidence, forgetting how they had been so helpless before him. Oh, really? With a calm expression, Lin Yuan remained unmoved by the surrounding voices, merely saying lightly. He looked up, his gaze directed at the void above. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 dragons soared across the sky, silver light illuminating the entire Piaoshu Dao sect, their dragon might overwhelming the cosmos, descending upon him. That power was indeed something a mid-stage Dao Palace cultivator could not withstand. Do you think this 9 dragons and heaven and earth formation can truly trap me? This kid really has a big mouth. He doesn't even regard the complete number 1 formation of the Eastern Wilderness. How arrogant! Who does he think he is? Disdainful and mocking voices surrounded him. The scene was exceedingly noisy. They were certain of victory, waiting for Lin Yuan to die beneath this number 1 formation of the Eastern Wilderness. You all have too narrow a vision, Lin Yuan said indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an incredibly intense Dao light surged from Lin Yuan's body, the void trembling violently, as if that unparalleled physical power would shatter the surrounding space. His white hair danced like snow, his tall figure and stern face glowed with light, exuding the aura of Dao. Endless brilliance flowed in his eyes, containing the changes and evolution of all things in the world. This aura was too terrifying, completely transcending this world, the supreme Dao body. Chapter 43. The fist mark shatter the 9 dragons, Lu Cong's despair. What kind of physique is this? That aura. As the changes on Lin Yuan's body became apparent, the many cultivators on site showed grave expressions. Even the dragon spirit body, hailed as the strongest physique in the Xinjiang continent, could not possibly exude such a terrifying aura as Lin Yuan did. No matter what physique he has, I refuse to believe he can withstand the greatest formation of the Eastern Wilderness from ancient times. The 9 dragons and the universe formation of my Piaoshu Dao sect is enough to kill this child. Only Lu Cong, along with countless powerful cultivators within the Piaoshu Dao sect, had absolute confidence in their sect's protective formation. It's a joke, since the establishment of our sect. This is the first time the 9 dragons have gathered. How could a mid-stage Dao Palace genius break through this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As they spoke in the void above, roars echoed. The 9 dragons soared through the air, their silver brilliance dazzling, their bodies glimmering with cold light, each one over 100 meters long, blocking the sun and casting shadows. The sounds of dragon roars filled the surroundings. The entire Piaoshu Dao sect trembled in response. With claws that could tear gold and split stone, they dove down, suppressing Lin Yuan. Just 9 mudfish. The voice was calm, filled with confidence. Boom! Facing the overwhelming might of the 9 dragon shadows, Lin Yuan stepped forward instead of retreating. With a single step, cracks spread across the ground, deep ravines forming. Lin Yuan's figure soared into the sky, charging towards the 9 descending silver dragons. Kill! With a loud shout, the voice was vast, shaking the surroundings. His white hair flew wildly, black robes billowed in the wind, and the radiance of his Tao light was dazzling to the extreme. Since ancient times, the Supreme Tao body has ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies across the myriad realms, each one undefeated in the same realm. And crossing realms to fight has never been a difficult task. Not to mention in this lower realm. Boom, boom, boom. The black and white Tao radiance illuminated the world, the fighting spirit unmatched, as the fist marks shattered everything. An astonishing scene unfolded. The 9 dragons and a universe formation, hailed as the greatest formation of the eastern wilderness, was now shattering under Lin Yuan's fist marks. Crack, crack, crack. The dragon bodies were shattered, severed limbs and broken arms. The once brilliant silver light dimmed, losing its original luster. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roars were tragic, howling as the broken dragon bodies transformed into countless silver lights, scattering across the sky. How is this possible? He really is just at the Tao Palace realm? This is the greatest formation of the eastern wilderness. How could it? Below, Lu Cong and countless powerful cultivators of the Piaoshu Tao sect were left with only 100 or so cultivators from the eastern wilderness. As Lin Yuan killed his way through, their hearts trembled, filled with violent roars, their minds overwhelmed with incomprehension, their eyes filled with confusion. The 9 dragons and a universe formation could only be activated through the combined efforts of everyone present. Now, under Lin Yuan's overwhelming offensive, the formation shattered, and everyone present inevitably suffered heavy injuries. Puff, puff, puff. Some of the weaker cultivators turned pale, spitting blood, while others bled from their 7 orifices, looking extremely tragic. They looked up, gazing at the young man standing in the air, exuding immense momentum in a daze. The 9 dragons and a universe formation could even tear apart a half-step ascendant realm expert. At such a young age, barely 20, to have reached this level, and even to surpass half-step ascendant realm with his mid-stage Tao Palace strength. Everything felt too magical. Perhaps we shouldn't have participated in the extermination of the Qingyun sect. Other cultivators, besides the powerful ones from the Piaoshu Tao sect, could only smile bitterly. They had lost, and what awaited them next was death. A trace of regret flashed in their hearts as they looked at Lin Yuan. To reach this level at such a young age, many cultivators believed that perhaps in the future, this young man could truly overturn the so-called immortal Deyu dynasty. This was the true reflection in the hearts of countless people at this moment. But it was too late to regret now. Their hands had stained the blood of the Qingyun sect cultivators. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. With a pale face, Lu Cong muttered in disbelief. Unable to accept the scene before him. Once confident and elegant, he now appeared soul-crushed, as if his soul had been drawn out. Confused, bewildered, unable to comprehend. Clearly, he was so close to his long-held ambition to unify the eastern wilderness. Just one step away, truly just one step away. But now, even their Piaoshu Tao sects, 9 dragons, and the universe formation, which had always been hailed as the greatest formation of the eastern wilderness, had been easily broken by Lin Yuan. He had no trump card left to fight Lin Yuan. The previous plan to annihilate the Qingyun sect, although ordered by the Deyu dynasty, was personally planned by Lu Cong to connect the major sects of the eastern wilderness to jointly annihilate the Qingyun sect. He knew very well that Lin Yuan would never let him go, and that the Piaoshu Tao sect would likely meet the same fate as the Qingyun sect, exterminated in a single day. Lu Cong understood that Lin Yuan now absolutely possessed this strength. Sect Master, a voice from an elder beside him awakened Lu Cong from his stupor. There must be a way. There must be. Lu Cong felt as if he had lost his soul. Please, everyone, go to your deaths. Lin Yuan plunged into the crowd, his gaze filled with dead silence, indifference, and ruthlessness. Puff, puff, puff. Corpses fell like weeds at Lin Yuan's feet. There were Piaoshu Tao sect experts, as well as other cultivators. His eyes remained cold, his heart untouched. Lin Yuan's heart had been frozen the moment he witnessed the annihilation of the Qingyun sect. Hot blood splattered and dripped, yet it still could not thaw this frozen heart. He killed his enemies, leaving none alive. This was what Lin Yuan had vowed before the shattered Qingyun sect, to the 13,862 souls that had met a tragic end. At this moment, he was fulfilling the promise he had made before. Thud, thud, thud. Heads rolled, severed limbs, and broken arms. The once crimson blood pool on the ground rose higher. In the blink of an eye, no one remained standing before Lin Yuan. The remaining 100 or so cultivators, along with all the powerful and disciples of the Piaoshu Dao sect, perished at Lin Yuan's hands. Only Lu Tsong stood dazed in place, watching everything, his mind becoming frenzied. His eyes filled with intense hatred as he looked at Lin Yuan. Today, you slaughter my Piaoshu Dao sect, and tomorrow, when the Dayu dynasty's experts come, you will die just the same. Shuer is about to marry Prince Yixian. You will never know how powerful the foundation of that dynasty is. Lu Tsong seethed with resentment. It was Lin Yuan who had destroyed everything for him. Chapter 44. Discovering Lin Yuan's true identity. Lu Tsong's regret the Dayu dynasty? A sneer. When Lin Yuan heard these 4 words again, his heart was filled with hatred. The root cause of the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect was this so-called dog's hit dynasty. He had never taken the Dayu dynasty seriously. Lin Yuan originally planned to go to Zhongzhou after returning to the Ta-Qing imperial palace, especially since Yi Xian had escaped from him before. He had never intended to let that prince go. However, Lin Yuan did not expect that before he could take action, these rats from Donghuang, along with that Prince Yi Xian, had completely annihilated the Qingyun Dao sect. A sea of blood and deep hatred. This Piaoshu Dao sect and Donghuang are just the beginning. Wasn't Yi Xian supposed to marry Lu Shui in Zhongzhou? How could such a good thing be without him? Lin Yuan? A blood-stained wedding banquet. I wonder if the other party will be satisfied at that time? The Dayu dynasty? A prince? He doesn't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, as he looked at Lu Tsong in front of him. Lin Yuan, oh Lin Yuan, today you won, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. The Piaoshu Dao sect was completely wiped out by the person in front of him, and his lifelong wish was also shattered by him. At this point, Lu Tsong no longer felt fear. Stubbornly, he said, "You are just an orphan picked up by those old men from the wilderness. What qualifications do you have to compare with my son-in-law? The nobility of bloodlines and the difference in status are something you will never understand." Shaking his head slightly, with black hair casually falling, Lu Tsong looked extremely haggard, as if he had aged suddenly. He stared at Lin Yuan with unwavering disdain. Back then, the Piaoshu Dao sect had a good relationship with the Qingyun Dao sect, and Lu Tsong knew a bit about Lin Yuan's background. In his eyes, he was just an orphan. What qualifications did he have to compare with the Dayu dynasty's first prince? His son-in-law, Yi Xian, even had the possibility of inheriting the throne in the future, controlling the most powerful force in this world. At that time, he would surely take revenge for himself and the entire Piaoshu Dao sect. Even facing death, he remained so stubborn. It must be said that Lu Shui and Lu Tsong were indeed father and daughter. Whether in cognition or personality, they seemed to be carved from the same mold. I was indeed picked up from a snowy field by my master, Lin Yuan said calmly with a slight nod. Regarding the matter from back then, his master, Xiao Zhantian, had already told him when he was young. There was no need to say more about it. Just an orphan. Upon hearing this, the disdain on Lu Tsong's face became even more pronounced. In Lu Tsong's view, if Lin Yuan hadn't stumbled upon good luck and been picked up by Xiao Zhantian when he was a child, he wouldn't even compare to an outer sect disciple who did menial labor in his own sect, let alone a prince of the noble Dayu dynasty. But who told you that someone picked up from the wilderness is necessarily without parents? I come from the upper realm's imperial family, the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Yuan said indifferently, the upper realm? The imperial family. Lu Tsong's eyes instantly revealed confusion. Boom! Upon hearing these words, for some reason, Lu Tsong felt a tingling on his scalp, as if these words represented a taboo. Just about to speak, a sense of heart palpitation surged through him inexplicably. The surrounding world fell silent, as if time and space had been frozen. Thump! 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 At this moment, Lu Tsong seemed to hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Large beads of sweat dripped down. After a moment of silence, he finally broke free from this strange atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, he felt as if he had been exhausted. You say you come from the upper realm? The imperial family. How is that possible? Unable to believe it, Lu Cong's expression was extremely complicated as he looked at Lin Yuan, whom he had always looked down upon. From the moment Lin Yuan had pursued his daughter, he had held disdain for Lin Yuan's background. Just an orphan who stumbled upon good luck. What qualifications did he have to marry his daughter? The reason he had previously agreed to marry Lu Shui to Lin Yuan was that over the years, Lin Yuan had indeed gained some fame among the young talents in Dongwuan. Moreover, at that time, Xiao Zhanqian had personally promised him that he would pass on the position of the Qingyun Dao sect's master to Lin Yuan in the future, which was why he had reluctantly agreed. This was before Lin Yuan's wedding to Lu Shui. Who would have thought that on the day of the wedding banquet, Yi Xian, the prince from the Diyu dynasty, would arrive? In that moment, Lu Cong instantly regretted it. An orphan? Even if he could inherit the position of the Qingyun sect master in the future, how could he compare with the prince of the Diyu dynasty? He even went so far as to give the Tian Shan sacred lotus to Yi Xian at Lin Yuan's wedding banquet, firmly standing on the side of the Diyu dynasty. He even went to the extent of uniting with the major sects of Dongwuan to annihilate the Qingyun Dao sect, just to cling to the thigh of the Diyu dynasty. But now, what had he heard? A person he had once looked down upon as an orphan, whose true identity turned out to be someone from the upper realm. The upper realm, that was a realm every cultivator in the lower realm longed for. After enduring countless hardships and severe tribulations, one could only step into the ascending realm to eventually ascend to the upper realm. The difficulty of this process need not be elaborated upon. From the countless cultivators in all of Dongwuan, there wasn't even a single half-step ascending realm expert, which shows how difficult it is to ascend to the upper realm. And the imperial family, what a joke. Refining the body, gathering qi, condensing spirit, forming the divine bridge, Dao palace, ascending to heaven, quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor, emperor realm. Even a beginner in cultivation understands what the term emperor represents. It signifies being invincible in the upper realm. And to compare an imperial family member with a dynasty in the lower realm? At this moment, Lu Cong's face was completely dazed. You say you are, then you are? Lu Cong's heart was still unable to believe it, and he spoke up. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Yuan, whose unknown physique and the aura surrounding him were indeed far beyond what lower realm cultivators could possess. Moreover, recalling the elder who had appeared beside Lin Yuan on the day of the wedding banquet, who had referred to Lin Yuan as young master, and the strange taboo power he had felt when he was about to utter the words imperial family Lin family. It seemed. Perhaps it was true? Enough, you are talking too much. With impatience on his face, Lin Yuan spoke. I heard that your son-in-law and that woman are going to get married soon? Then let Lu sect master S head serve as my gift. As Lin Yuan finished speaking, a flash of light passed through his fingers. Puffed. Blood spilled. Lu Cong died, and before his death, his vacant gaze remained fixed on Lin Yuan, filled with incomprehension and a hint of regret. Chapter 45. Lin Yuan's breakthrough within the Snowfall Dao sect. A great battle has just ended. Countless grand halls have collapsed, towers have fallen, and there are countless corpses. All the cultivators of the Snowfall Dao sect, from the sect master and elders to the hall masters, down to the direct disciples and outer disciples, have perished without exception. There were also powerful figures from various major sects in the eastern wilderness, all of whom were prominent individuals within the region. But now, they are merely one among the countless bodies in a pool of blood. Blood flows, staining the entire sect red, rivaling the tragic scene that occurred at the Qingyun Dao sect on that fateful day. It is a pity that they chose the wrong side and made a grave mistake in their choice. The four characters of the Great Yu dynasty made them lose their senses, believing that as long as they could cling to the thigh of the so-called immortal dynasty, they would be safe and sound. However, today, Lin Yuan's appearance has taught them a lesson. Blood debts must always be paid in blood. Amidst the endless wreckage, a coffin has been placed on the ground, brought by Lin Yuan. Inside the coffin lies an old man who took Lin Yuan in and raised him. He regarded Lin Yuan as his only heir and had even planned to pass the position of sect master of the Qingyun Dao sect to him. But now, everything about the Qingyun Dao sect is gone after that massacre. Thud. Ignoring the bloodstains on the ground, Lin Yuan kneels on both knees, facing the coffin. Master, you see, right? All those who caused the downfall of Qin Yuan have paid the price they deserved. His black clothes soaked, like snow, with bloodstains dotting his white hair. A hint of emotion flickers in his refined face. In this moment, the cold-hearted youth who has been killing like a demon sheds his indifference. The souls of the entire Qin Yuan sect, numbering 13,862, Lin Yuan has always believed that they died because of him. He feels responsible for their deaths. This regret and self-reproach have weighed heavily on Lin Yuan, making it hard for him to breathe these days. He has carried all of this on his shoulders. Within the shattered Qin Yuan Dao sect, he knelt for an entire night. In just one night, his black hair turned white. The coffin remained silent. At this moment, the surroundings are like a hell on earth, eerily quiet, having avenged part of his great enmity. Lin Yuan's tense heart finally feels a slight relaxation at this moment. Perhaps it is a moment of self-forgiveness. Boom! At this moment, a vast surge of spiritual power begins to swirl around Lin Yuan. Is he about to break through? A still slightly hoarse voice shatters the surrounding silence. As he feels the changes within his body, this spiritual power is the remnant left over from merging with the Supreme Tao back in the Ta Ching Imperial Palace. He realizes the reason for his impending breakthrough. Previously, after breaking through to the Tao Palace realm, Lin Yuan could still sense that the spiritual power remaining from merging with the Supreme Tao was still within him. At this moment, this last trace of residual spiritual power is finally about to be completely consumed by Lin Yuan, helping him step forward once again in his cultivation. In the blood-stained Snowfall Dao sect, surrounded by ruins, Lin Yuan is immersed in his breakthrough. Meanwhile, across the eastern wilderness, strange occurrences unfold. It has been 10 days since the powerful figures from various sects went to the Snowfall Dao sect, yet there has been no news at all. For several days, the entire Snowfall Dao sect seems to have vanished from the world. Logically, such a grand event should have had news circulating by now, but there is none. The Snowfall Dao sect, along with the Tiangang sect and various other major sects in the eastern wilderness, seem to have evaporated from existence. There is not a single piece of news about them. Ahead is the Snowfall Dao sect. This place is indeed quite cold. The Snowfall Dao sect has always been in my extreme northern land. It must be cold. The world is a vast expanse of white. As some scattered cultivators brave the heavy snow and continue forward. Among cultivators in the world, the number of scattered cultivators is still the largest, spread throughout the eastern wilderness. Not everyone has the qualifications to join a sect. These days, curiosity about the countless strong individuals from the eastern wilderness who disappeared from the Snowfall Dao sect has attracted numerous scattered cultivators to this extreme northern land, eager to explore. Remember, when we arrive, we must be respectful given our status. Otherwise, with our strength, even a disciple casually sent out by the Snowfall Dao sect could wipe us all out. An elder among the scattered cultivators speaks with arrogance. Though he is a scattered cultivator, he had the fortune to visit the Snowfall Dao sect years ago, witnessing what it means to be one of the most powerful sects in the eastern wilderness. Upon arrival, just climb this snow peak. The elder leads the way, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Before them stands a towering snow peak, its summit remarkably flat. Driven by curiosity, a group of dozens of scattered cultivators begins their ascent. The cold wind howls, and they breathe heavily as they climb for several hours. However, upon reaching the summit, they are stunned by the sight before them. Grand halls have collapsed, pavilions are shattered, and amidst the endless ruins lie countless corpses. After several days, the blood on the ground has not dried. The stench of blood fills the entire shattered Snowfall Dao sect. Is this the Snowfall Dao sect? Everyone is dead. The entire Snowfall Dao sect, along with countless strong individuals from the eastern wilderness, are all dead. The dozens of people are shaken, their hair standing on end. Who could have done this, slaughtering so many powerful figures? The leader is an old man, dressed in coarse black clothing. His name is Wu Yi, over 70 years old, barely having cultivated to the gathering Qi realm. He has some prestige among the scattered cultivators in this extreme north. Before him, any of the countless corpses would have been someone he needed to show utmost respect to and look up to in daily life. But now, they are merely corpses. just as the dozens present are shocked and curious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the entire shattered Snowfall Dao sect, along with the snow peak beneath their feet, begins to shake violently. A brilliant figure rises from the endless ruins, an aura casually swirling around him, shaking the surroundings and attracting the attention of the scattered cultivators who have just arrived. Finally, a breakthrough. Black and white light rises around him, and the vast spiritual power within him flows throughout his body. The Tao light shines brilliantly, transforming into countless mysterious runes that float around him, densely packed. His aura grows stronger, climbing steadily. Boom! He breaks through the last barrier in the mid-Tao Palace realm, and the spiritual power within him has increased several times compared to before. It is Lin Yuan. After nearly half a month, he has broken through to the late Tao Palace realm. Chapter 46. Direction, Central Continent, Great Universe Dynasty in the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. Lin Yuan, who is as strong as the snow-drifting Tao sect's lute song, Tiangang sect's Tian Xuanzi, and the master Qingyan sect Xiao Zhantian, has reached the late stage of the Tao Palace realm at just around 20 years old. Among these three major Tao sects, no one had achieved such a level during their lifetime. They were hailed as the three strongest figures of the Eastern Wilderness. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan has surpassed them in terms of realm, already dominating the entire Eastern Wilderness. And this is just from the perspective of realm. It is important to note that before his breakthrough, Lin Yuan had shattered the 9 dragons Qiankuan array, which was said to be a challenge even for half-step ascendant realm experts, who would suffer greatly even if they survived. Therefore, with the supreme Tao body, Lin Yuan's true combat power cannot simply be measured by his realm alone. I wonder if I currently have the strength to fight a true ascendant realm expert? With radiant Tao light surrounding him, Lin Yuan stood in the air, slowly opening his eyes after half a month of closure. Feeling the changes in his spiritual power, Lin Yuan spoke calmly. The ascendant realm represents the pinnacle of the entire Xian-Tian continent, where strength has reached its limit. It is rumored that such experts possess the might to move mountains and fill seas, to open the heavens and split the earth. In this world, there has always been a saying, no matter how strong your talent or how stunning your abilities are, beneath the ascendant realm, everyone is akin to ants. But now, Lin Yuan wants to test how he measures up against an ascendant realm expert with his current realm and the supreme Tao body. Great Universe Dynasty. With a sharp gaze, Lin Yuan looked into the distance, towards the direction of the Central Continent. Among the 5 states of the Xian-Tian continent, the Central Continent is the most abundant in spiritual energy, making it the most prosperous for cultivation. It is said that there are countless talents there, each like a dragon, with innumerable strong experts that far exceed those in the other 4 states. What Lin Yuan is even more concerned about is that the mastermind behind the destruction of his entire Qingyun Dao sect, the Great Universe Dynasty, is located within the Central Continent. Now that his strength has once again broken through, reaching the late stage of the Tao Palace realm, he is determined to go there without delay. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating his next plan. Excuse me, may I ask if you're Lin Yuan, the Tao Sun? At this moment, a voice emerged from below. It was a man in green robes, feeling somewhat anxious as he looked up at Lin Yuan, his voice trembling with curiosity. His name is Han Ci, a mere loose cultivator who has practiced for many years but is still at the body refinement stage. Years ago, he had the fortune of seeing Lin Yuan once. Back then, Lin Yuan was a renowned genius in the Eastern Wilderness, backed by the Qingyan Dao sect, one of the 3 major Dao sects of the Eastern Wilderness. He was of noble status, spirited, yet approachable, showing no airs even when facing loose cultivators like Han Ci. However, now, looking at the young man with white hair, an altered demeanor, and an icy aura that sent chills down one's spine, even Han Ci was uncertain if this person was still the Dao Sun of the Qingyan Dao sect. The transformation was so great that he nearly failed to recognize him. His thoughts were interrupted. Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows as he looked down at a group of cultivators whose highest realm was merely qi gathering. Their spiritual energy was chaotic and their foundation shallow. This was a group of loose cultivators. I am Lin Yuan. He spoke calmly, without a hint of arrogance or pretentiousness. Although the Qingyan Dao sect was destroyed, grievances have their source, and debts have their owner. The people before him did not even qualify to participate in the battle that led to the downfall of the Qingyun sect. Although Lin Yuan harbored hatred, he would not vent his anger on these individuals or bully the weak. Such actions were beneath him. The leaders of the snow, drifting Tao sect, and other major sects, Han Ci and the other loose cultivators swept their gazes around, trembling with fear, yet filled with immense curiosity. It was well known that not long ago, the news of the Qingyun Tao sect's annihilation had spread throughout the eastern wilderness, even reaching the loose cultivators in the far north. The two major sects that led to the destruction of the Qingyun Tao sect were the snow-drifting Tao sect and the Tiangang sect. Now before them, within the snow-drifting Tao sect, the entire sect and the leaders and experts from various sects had been slaughtered to the point that not a single one could breathe. All wiped out. Lin Yuan's appearance here left no room for doubt. He was the one responsible for this hellish scene, the former Tao son of the Qingyun Tao sect. However, the scene before them was too shocking and horrifying. Even though they knew it could be Lin Yuan's doing, they still dared not be certain until Lin Yuan personally admitted it. It was I who did it. Standing in the air, Lin Yuan's expression was calm as he said this lightly. Boom! At this moment, the scene erupted into chaos. Dozens of gazes turned to Lin Yuan, filled with shock. How long had it been? Although Lin Yuan had gained immense fame in the eastern wilderness, it was only among the younger generation. But now, it was unimaginable that he had single-handedly led to the severance of the legacies of the major sects in the entire eastern wilderness. Such a ruthless individual was almost an unattainable existence for them. A single thought from him could crush them to dust. Dressed in black, traces of blood still on the young man. The cold aura he exuded sent chills down their spines. However, at this moment, the dozens of loose cultivators did not sense any malice from Lin Yuan. The one who had brought about the destruction of the major sects was merely speaking calmly with them. It was time to leave. Without paying attention to the people present, Lin Yuan appeared before the coffin. His figure was thin and frail, almost hidden behind the coffin, yet within his body, it seemed he possessed boundless strength. Leaning down, he exerted a bit of force to lift it and carry it on his back. Boom! With a step forward, Lin Yuan departed, leaving the snow-drifting Tao sect, where countless strong experts of the eastern wilderness were buried. The direction he was heading was the central continent. His target was the Great Universe Dynasty. But what he did not know was that his name would soon cause a huge stir in the eastern wilderness. Chapter 47. The name Lin Yuan shook the eastern wilderness. A few days after arriving in Zhongzhou, a piece of news shocked the entire eastern wilderness, leaving countless cultivators in disbelief. The two top-tier sects of the eastern wilderness, the Snowfall Tao sect and the Tiangang sect, along with numerous renowned powerhouses, were all annihilated within the Snowfall Tao sect. Not a single one left. Once this news broke, countless cultivators were in an uproar. The source of the news came from a group of scattered cultivators from the extreme north. At first, people found it hard to believe. What a joke. The entirety of the top combat power representing the eastern wilderness has been wiped out? A rumor. It must be a rumor. Ha! Nowadays in the eastern wilderness, rumors really are getting more and more outrageous. Don't the people spreading rumors have any brains? At first, no one chose to believe it. Such news was simply absurd, especially when it was later learned that such a massacre was done by just one person. These scattered cultivators were really just trying to get famous, saying anything. They didn't even think about whether it was possible. The world is declining, and people's hearts have become ancient. Some people sighed. Those who did not believe in evil still accounted for the vast majority. Until, when a cultivator truly went to the extreme north and saw the scene within the Snowfall Tao sect, which resembled a hell on earth, they were completely dumbfounded. Buried beneath the ruins, every broken corpse could possibly be the sect master or elder of a major sect in the eastern wilderness. The strong Tian Xuanzi had no bones left. Lu Cong was left with only a headless corpse. This time, no one would doubt it anymore. That scene was too shocking. It was true. Countless powerhouses of the eastern wilderness had died within the Snowfall Tao sect. Numerous powerful sects were killed to the point of severing their inheritance. Who on earth could achieve this? Countless cultivators gathered in the extreme north within the Snowfall Tao sect, witnessing the devastation, their hearts filled with fear. It was hard to imagine that perhaps only a true powerhouse who had stepped into the ascendant realm could accomplish this. Therefore, countless people's first thought was of the powerhouses from Zhongzhou. Because within the Xinjiang continent, apart from Zhongzhou, it was nearly impossible for the other four states to produce powerhouses of the ascendant realm. But at this moment, among the crowd, a man in green appeared. He was Song Ci, one of the scattered cultivators who had spoken with Lin Yuan, revealing the true reason behind the events. Facing everyone's curiosity, he said it was Lin Yuan Daozi. On that day, when the Snowfall Dao sect held discussions to divide the territory of the Qinyan Dao sect, it was Lin Yuan Daozi who appeared alone. He annihilated countless powerhouses present. Clad in green, Song Ci felt somewhat uneasy. He was just a scattered cultivator. Being scrutinized by so many powerhouses was extremely stressful. When he mentioned the four characters Lin Yuan Daozi, his eyes shone and his expression revealed immense admiration. The Qinyan sect was destroyed, bearing a deep blood feud, and he came alone, carrying the coffin of his master, to wash the entire Snowfall Dao sect in blood. What kind of person must he be? It should be known that he faced the two top-tier sects of the Eastern Wilderness, the Snowfall Dao sect and the Tiangang sect, along with those prominent figures present who were well known throughout the Eastern Wilderness. Any one of these people would be someone Song Ci would have to treat with utmost respect in his daily life. Yet, in Lin Yuan Daozi's hands, they were like grass and weeds. Perhaps such a person truly deserved to be called a son of heaven. Song Ci's admiration grew, his heart surging, as he gazed into the distance. That was the direction of Zhongzhou. It was also the direction Lin Yuan had traveled after leaving that day. Lin Yuan. When he heard this name, the crowd trembled. Those present were naturally aware of the previous extermination of the Qinyan Dao sect. Regardless of the angle, the sole survivor after the Qinyan Dao sect was exterminated had every reason to do this. How did he accomplish it? Some people in the crowd were internally shaken, murmuring. Afterward, the news of the deaths of the Snowfall Dao sect and the powerful figures from various sects spread completely. The deaths of the Tiangang sect, the Snowfall Dao sect, and the powerful figures from all major sects were confirmed beyond doubt. The one responsible for this situation was Lin Yuan, the former Daozi of the Qinyan Dao sect. This incident undoubtedly caused a great earthquake for the entire Eastern Wilderness. From then on, the name Lin Yuan became a taboo for countless sects in the Eastern Wilderness. Some praised Lin Yuan for avenging the deep grievances of his sect. If a person disregards the enmity of their entire sect that raised them, no matter how high their talent or how strong their power, what use is it? Others believed that avenging personal grievances by causing such slaughter was too cruel and would eventually lead to a fall into the demonic path. Of course, these were merely comments from others. Even Lin Yuan, the person involved, merely scoffed at the matter upon hearing it. Spare the enemy? What should he use to appease the resentment of the 13,862 souls that perished in his Qinyan Dao sect? Just as the Eastern Wilderness was still shaken by Lin Yuan's name, far away from the Eastern Wilderness, at sea level, a sneeze. Clad in black with white hair, carrying a coffin on his back, Lin Yuan flew through the air. Suddenly, he sneezed twice. What's going on? Who is talking about me? Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. With his current strength at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, could he still catch a cold? That was obviously impossible. Not wanting to think too much, he continued to fly forward, his gaze looking down. The endless azure waves rippled, occasionally with waves towering as high as 100 feet. From time to time, he could see one overseas immortal island after another, where traces of cultivators existed. However, it had nothing to do with Lin Yuan. His goal was Zhongzhou, the Diyu dynasty. The 5 states of the Xinjiang continent were all separated by endless oceans. With his Dao Palace realm strength, he had already flown for more than half a month after leaving the Eastern Wilderness, and still had not reached Zhongzhou. With a sigh, Lin Yuan had to admit the vastness of the Xinjiang continent. At his current speed, even if he crossed the entire Eastern Wilderness, it would probably take only a few days. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Finally, ahead, at the end of the sea level, a vast land, several times larger than the Eastern Wilderness, came into Lin Yuan's view. Zhongzhou arrived. A slightly hoarse voice echoed. Looking ahead, A murderous intent surged in Lin Yuan's deep eyes. The Snowfall Tao sect and those large and small sects of the eastern wilderness could only be considered mere pawns. The real culprits behind the destruction of his master, his junior sister, and the entire Qingyun Tao sect were Yi Xian and the Dayu dynasty. His journey was to completely annihilate this dynasty, which had been called immortal since ancient times on the Xinjiang continent. Chapter 48. The Wedding Banquet of Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Lin Yuan arrives at Zhongzhou. The spiritual energy is incredibly abundant, making it the most prosperous place for cultivation in the Xinjiang continent. There are countless immortal sects and Taoist schools, and strong practitioners are as numerous as clouds, far surpassing the other four states. Forces like Tiangang sect and Piaoxue Dao sect, which are claimed to be top tier in the eastern wilderness, can be seen almost everywhere in Zhongzhou. Above all these powerful forces in Zhongzhou stands an immortal force, the Dayu dynasty, dominating all beings. Zhongzhou is divided into 36 domains, with the imperial Dao domain located in the heart of Zhongzhou, where the Dayu dynasty resides. The imperial dragon energy soars to the sky, surrounded by magnificent palaces. At this moment, inside the Dayu imperial palace, lanterns are hung everywhere, red silk covers the ground, and the joyous atmosphere attracts countless powerful forces from Zhongzhou. Congratulations! Congratulations! The Crown Prince is a renowned genius in Zhongzhou. Today is his wedding day, and our Tianlong Taoist school has prepared a humble gift, which is not a token of respect. Ha! The only genius of the current dynasty with a dragon spirit body, and he is the Crown Prince. How come Lili Dao sect miss out on this wedding day? Inside the Dayu Imperial Palace, numerous powerful practitioners from Zhongzhou have come, all bringing lavish gifts and smiling faces. The reason is simple. Today is the grand day when Crown Prince Yi Xian marries Lu Shui. The news had spread months ago. Normally, even a prince's wedding wouldn't attract so many strong practitioners to Zhongzhou. However, Yi Xian's noble identity is unmatched even among the current princes. It should be known that not every prince born into the Dayu royal family possesses a dragon spirit body, which is the #1 physique in the Xinjiang continent since ancient times. Coupled with Yi Xian's identity as the crown prince, it is almost certain that the next emperor's position will belong to him. Therefore, establishing a good relationship with this future emperor is essential for the numerous powerful forces in Zhongzhou today. With countless guests, the palace is bustling with activity. Although they are all strong practitioners, they enter the palace on foot. It's no joke. Since the establishment of the Dayu dynasty, no one has dared to fly above the palace, as that would be akin to seeking death. The grand banquet is about to begin, and the atmosphere is lively and joyous. At this moment, inside a palace in the imperial palace, wearing a red robe, standing tall and straight, with an extraordinarily handsome appearance, is Yi Xian. What is this thing? A voice arises, filled with curiosity. In his palm lies a thumb-sized, pitch-black stone, densely engraved with numerous mysterious Tao patterns. Yi Xian gazes at it with curiosity. This item was collected as a trophy during his extermination of the Qingyun Tao sect while heading to the eastern wilderness. It looks like a stone, but something tells him it is not that simple. It resembles neither stone nor wood. This material, even within the Dayu dynasty's treasury, he has never seen before. If it were just the material, it wouldn't have caught the attention of a noble crown prince like him. What intrigues Yi Xian the most are the densely inscribed runes on it, which are ancient and appear to be naturally carved. It was for this reason that he chose this item from the countless precious trophies of the Qingyun Tao sect. However, since returning from the eastern wilderness, he has not been able to figure it out. Just as Yi Xian was lost in thought, a voice from outside the hall interrupted his curiosity. Crown Prince, the auspicious time is approaching. Miss Lu has already arrived at the wedding banquet. Got it. Yi Xian carefully put away the stone engraved with mysterious runes as if it were a treasure. He stood up and strode out of the hall toward the banquet scene. Look, that's the crown prince, the strongest genius in contemporary Zhongzhou. The dragon spirit body, the unique, powerful physique of the Yi royal family, has always been praised as the #1 in the Xinjiang continent. Did you hear? This crown prince is marrying a girl from a small sect in the eastern wilderness. Those attending the grand banquet include not only the powerful practitioners from various sects in Zhongzhou, but also some contemporaneous geniuses from Zhongzhou. There are both men and women, and as Yixian appears, whispers of conversation arise among the crowd. As people from Zhongzhou, they naturally look down upon practitioners from the other four states. Therefore, in the eyes of many at this moment, Lu Shui, the native from the eastern wilderness, has completely transformed into a phoenix from a lowly frog. At this moment, at the wedding venue, among the crowd, Lu Shui, also in a red dress, with fair skin, a tall and delicate figure, and 3,000 strands of hair cascading down, listens to the flattery around her with immense pride on her face. Seeing Yixian approach, she waves her jade hand excitedly. "Brother Yixian, I'm over here." Her beautiful eyes casually scan the surroundings, where all present are the true strong practitioners of the Deyu dynasty in Zhongzhou. With a single breath, they could blow away the Qingyuan Dao sect. And today, one of the main characters here is her, Lu Shui. This is what she truly desires. A small Qingyuan Dao sect, and Lin Yuan. How could he be worthy of her? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. How ridiculous. That Lin Yuan is just an orphan. What qualifications does he have? Now that the Qingyuan Dao sect has been destroyed by her brother Yixian. Without the Qingyuan Dao sect, he is just a stray dog. How could he compare to her brother Yixian? At this moment, Lu Shui feels that her decision is absolutely correct. The wedding banquet is about to begin. Inside the Dayu Imperial Palace, top-tier strong practitioners and countless geniuses from Zhongzhou, along with the dynasty's own strong practitioners, can be said to have gathered here, nearly half of the big shots of Zhongzhou. They are waiting for the official start of the wedding banquet for Yixian and Lu Shui as they become Dao partners. At the same time, outside the palace, a figure in black clothing, with white hair and an extremely cold aura, carrying a coffin on his back, disregards the strange gazes of those around him. Is this the Dayu dynasty? It is indeed impressive. It is Lin Yuan, who has come from the eastern wilderness, looking at the magnificent palace before him and nodding slightly. He cannot help but admit that as the overlord of Zhongzhou, the Dayu dynasty is indeed incomparable to those sects in the eastern wilderness. However, he does not know. After today, will this so-called immortal dynasty still exist? Lin Yuan lets out a cold laugh, and in the dead silence of his gaze, an endless chill seems to freeze the entire world, making people's hearts tremble. The 862 souls of the deceased from the Qingyuan Dao sect are about to be completely settled today. Chapter 49. Within the Imperial Palace, the figure carrying a coffin. At this moment, the Imperial Palace was filled with noise. Countless eyes were watching Yixian and his companion, especially Lu Shui, who was blushing and eagerly anticipating. She had waited too long for this day. Her brother Yixian was the indisputable heir to the throne of the Dayu dynasty. And when that time came, her heart was beating violently, filled with excitement. From today onwards, her identity was destined to become precious, something that the natives of the eastern wilderness could not comprehend. Who would have thought that a girl from a small sect in the eastern wilderness could have such a day? Haha, this is fate. It was said that the spiritual energy in the eastern wilderness was thin, with poor conditions and practitioners of extremely low talent. People born in the central continent carried an innate sense of superiority. The crowd around was whispering, their gazes directed at Lu Shui, and to claim they were not envious would be a lie. Didn't they see that even the prominent figures from the central continent were trying their best to curry favor with Prince Yixian? What was the goal? Wasn't it just to build a good relationship with the future emperor? Yet, they couldn't compare to a girl from the eastern wilderness. As time passed, the auspicious hour arrived and a loud voice echoed, "Please." It was the voice of the chief steward of the palace, a trusted confidant of the current Emperor Yi Tu, presiding over the wedding banquet for Yixian and his companion. Suddenly, at this moment, the entire imperial palace trembled violently, the surrounding void shaking. This change immediately interrupted the order of the wedding banquet. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of footsteps echoed, each step causing the space to ripple like a calm lake disturbed. Above the palace, a figure was walking on air, with snow-white hair and a somewhat delicate appearance. Dressed in black, exuding a cold demeanor, the slender figure was carrying a coffin several times larger than himself. It was Lin Yuan. In an instant, this change shocked countless people present. Since the establishment of the Diyu dynasty, no one had dared to walk through the air above the palace, because that was akin to seeking death. But at this moment, this taboo rule was being broken. Moreover, from a distance, he was such a young boy, not much older than many of the talented individuals present from the central continent. Wow! The wedding banquet was interrupted, and the venue erupted in chaos. Who are you, with the audacity to traverse the skies above the imperial palace? Haha, daring to arrive with a coffin at a wedding banquet, truly reckless. Voices of ridicule and derision filled the air. It was him, standing side by side with Lu Shui, dressed in festive red. Yi Xian's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he looked at Lin Yuan. Last time, he had brought two great ancestors of the Diyu royal family to the eastern wilderness to seek revenge on Lin Yuan. Who would have thought that the other party would not be there, and they could only vent their anger by slaughtering the Qingyandao sect? He thought that the other party would become a stray dog, hiding away every day. But unexpectedly, on the day of his wedding, the other party dared to appear, and in such a high-profile manner. Brother Yi Xian, this stray dog Lin Yuan appearing is undoubtedly seeking death, fulfilling your wish, Lu Shui said with a charming laugh, seemingly unconcerned about Lin Yuan's appearance. In her heart, she even wanted to laugh. What place is this? The Diyu dynasty, not to mention the hidden powerful figures deep within the palace. In Lu Shui's view, any prominent figure from the central continent present could easily crush Lin Yuan. Her gaze towards Lin Yuan was proud, like a noble phoenix. Today, her wedding was of grand scale, with almost all the powerful sect forces from the central continent present. It was just right for Lin Yuan, who had grown up in the eastern wilderness, to see that her current identity and everything she possessed were far beyond what he had in that small Qingyandao sect. A lowly person deserves a dog. You two are quite a match. Standing in the air, Lin Yuan's voice was calm, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian and Lu Shui, a slight smirk of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, a bloody head appeared in Lin Yuan's hand, which he tossed lightly. A wedding gift for you two. Bang! The head rolled and finally landed at the feet of Yi Xian and Lu Shui. It was the head of Lu Song. On the day of the wedding, using the head of her father as a congratulatory gift, probably only Lin Yuan could do such a thing. Indeed, when Lu Shui looked down, her voice carried a hint of a sob, and the smile on her face instantly vanished. Replacing it was a cold expression. Lin Yuan, today I will tear you to pieces. Originally, on the day of her wedding, her beautifully dressed face was filled with resentment and hatred, and Lu Shui coldly stared at Lin Yuan, wishing she could tear him into pieces. Ignoring Lu Shui, Lin Yuan's lifeless gaze swept across everyone present, finally landing on Yi Xian. Not long ago, my Qingyandao sect, with a total of 13,862 members, was annihilated by the Diyu dynasty. None survived. I am Lin Yuan, unworthy, coming from the eastern wilderness. Today, I only wish to slaughter the Diyu dynasty clean, to avenge the destruction of my sect. The miscellaneous people can disperse. With snow-white hair and dressed in flowing black, Lin Yuan stood in the air. His voice was calm but resonant, echoing in the ears of everyone present. In his eyes, devoid of light, there was a resolute determination. He never forgot that he carried the weight of 13,862 souls on his shoulders. Lin Yuan always believed that they died because of him, and now he was here to avenge those 13,862 souls, nothing more. Aside from the Diyu dynasty, the sects present in the central continent had no enmity with him. But what Lin Yuan did not know was that when he spoke these words, instead of causing anyone present to leave, it immediately provoked waves of ridicule and disdain, especially when they learned of Lin Yuan's identity, coming from the eastern wilderness, and looking so young. What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Haha, a native from the eastern wilderness. Who gave him the courage to speak so boldly? What a ridiculous Qingyandao sect. Never even heard of it. The Diyu dynasty slaughtering his entire family is already showing him respect. Wait, I still can't wrap my head around this. So, a cultivator from a poor and remote place wants to challenge the entire Diyu dynasty? At this moment, the venue erupted. This was the funniest thing they had heard in many years. The central continent, situated in the center of the Xiantian continent, was filled with rich spiritual energy. Incomparable to the other four states, where everyone was like dragons, that was what they meant. Therefore, those born here inherently carried a sense of superiority over cultivators from other states. But now, what do they just hear? A native cultivator from the eastern wilderness came to the central continent, came to this imperial palace, and boldly claimed he would slaughter the entire Dayu dynasty. Is there anything funnier in the world than this? Chapter 50. The Proud Talents of Zhongzhou. Slapped to death He, you ignorant brat. Who gave you the courage to run wild in Zhongzhou? Brother Yi, leave this person to me. I will make him pay for his words. Before Yi Xian could speak, a man in white stepped out from the crowd. His voice rang out as he addressed Yi Xian, his gaze filled with disdain as he looked at Lin Yuan. Clearly, this person held some status among the proud talents of Zhongzhou, and as he appeared, the scene immediately erupted into a flurry of discussions. It's Lu Xian, one of the most famous talents in Zhongzhou, on par with the crown prince Yi Xian, the current holy son of the Liuli Dao sect, powerful indeed. With the holy son Lu Xian taking action, it will be enough to deal with this ignorant brat from the East Wilderness. Voices of flattery arose around. Speaking of this person's background, clearly, his identity is not insignificant even in Zhongzhou. The Liuli Dao sect is one of the top supreme Dao sects in Zhongzhou, second only to the Dayu dynasty. Then I must trouble Brother Lu. This child has some strength, so we must be cautious. Facing Lu Xian's appearance, Yi Xian spoke. Back when he fought Lin Yuan in the Qingyan Dao sect, the latter was merely at the Divine Bridge realm, and he guessed that now he wouldn't be much stronger. Today is his wedding day, and it's not appropriate to shed blood. Additionally, Yi Xian wanted to use Lu Xian to see how far Lin Yuan has come now. Rest assured, Crown Prince, although our Liuli Dao sect is not the best, we are not something anyone can compare to. With the strength of my nephew Lu Xian, dealing with this person is more than enough. Hearing Yi Xian suggest his nephew should be careful, an old man in black, stroking his white beard, immediately stood up and laughed, filled with disdain for Lin Yuan. Lu Qingdao, the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, was also leading the younger generation of the sect to attend Yi Xian's wedding banquet. Besides allowing the younger disciples to see the world, the most important thing was to build a good relationship with the crown prince Yi Xian. After all, compared to him as an old man, it was easier to find common ground with the young people. Lu Xian, being the son of their Liuli Dao sect, is exceptionally talented, and among his peers, he is not just the first but among the top few. At this moment, seeing his nephew take the lead to deal with the native brat from the East Wilderness, Lu Qingdao's old face was filled with joy. This move could not only further strengthen their relationship with the Dayu dynasty, but also showcase the prestige of the Liuli Dao sect in front of so many people. It could be said to be a win-win situation. No wonder he is the holy son of our Liuli Dao sect. He knows how to seize opportunities. Bang! Gently placing the coffin he had been carrying on the ground. Today is my grudge with the Dayu dynasty. Are you sure you want to get involved? The voice rang out as Lin Yuan calmly looked at Lu Xian. Late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had to admit that Zhongzhou truly deserved its reputation. At such a young age, reaching the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, it was nearly impossible to find someone of the same generation in the East Wilderness. However, this did not include him, Lin Yuan. With his current strength, the only ones who could compete with him were those at the Ascending Heaven realm, the pinnacle of this world. The late stage of the Divine Bridge realm was, in Lin Yuan's eyes, no different from an ant. The people who had died in the Snowfall Dao sect were not weaker than this so-called talent from Zhongzhou. Brat, you must have stayed too long in that remote place in the East Wilderness, too ignorant. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me and the Crown Prince, this holy son might consider letting you go, dressed in white and looking elegant. Lu Xian gazed at Lin Yuan, exuding an imposing aura and speaking arrogantly. It was no wonder Lu Xian was so proud. In Zhongzhou, among the current young generation of talents, very few could rival him. Not to mention this person from the East Wilderness. Whether it was talent, the path he cultivated, or his strength, he needed to look up to this native. This is the gap. Brat, this is the holy son Lu Xian. It's your fortune that he can come out and teach you a few moves. There is no need for the holy son Lu Xian to take action. I can easily handle this brat. Ignorance is not a crime. but being ignorant and arrogant is his sin. If he dies today, he deserves it. Voices of the proud talents of Zhongzhou continued to echo. No one thought that a mere brat from the East Wilderness could be a match for the holy son Lu Xian. The disparity between the two was like clouds and mud. Good words cannot persuade a dead ghost. Helplessly shaking his head, Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. Go ahead and make your move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later. He had long heard that people from Zhongzhou were incredibly proud, and now Lin Yuan had witnessed it. This was originally his grudge with the Deyu dynasty. But seeing the situation, no one was leaving the scene. They were all determined to participate in his revenge battle. Since that was the case, Lin Yuan could not be blamed for what would follow. Dressed in black with white hair, his eyes filled with a dead silence. Lin Yuan had already sentenced everyone present to death. What an arrogant brat. Boom! Dressed in white with an extraordinary demeanor, Lu Xian's body radiated light, sparkling and translucent. This was a unique power of the Liuli Dao sect, an astonishing aura. Holding a sword in hand, a blazing sword light slashed towards Lin Yuan. Let me show you the Dao methods of our Liuli Dao sect. The sword light was brilliant, tearing through the void. Lu Xian's strike was many times stronger than that of an average late-stage divine bridge realm expert. As soon as he struck, cheers erupted from the audience. Good. No wonder he is the holy son Lu Xian. Let this ignorant brat see the world. Just a firefly, daring to compete for brilliance in front of the moon that is holy son Lu Xian. Voices rang out, all from the proud talents of Zhongzhou. Even Yi Xian, who was also at the late stage of the divine bridge realm, was astonished at Lu Xian's strike. I didn't expect brother Lu's strength to reach this level. I'm afraid my dragon spirit body also needs to be cautious to block this blow. Yi Xian nodded slightly, looking at Lin Yuan with a cold smile. Perhaps. There is no need for this prince to take action. I don't understand how someone with this level of strength dares to stand up and challenge me. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. He casually struck out a palm. Boom! In the void, a palm print appeared, descending from the sky. Puff! It was the sound of flesh hitting the ground, crushed. The so-called one of the strongest talents in Zhongzhou, Lu Xian, was directly slapped to death by Lin Yuan. On the palace floor, blood and flesh were mixed. Not even a bone was left. Wow! The surrounding mocking and disdainful voices turned silent in an instant with this scene. Chapter 51. Shock and anger on the scene. How is this possible? The holy son of Lu, actually defeated by a native of the Eastern Wilderness, and was obliterated in one strike. Hiss! After a moment of silence, the scene erupted with voices of shock, especially for the young talents from Central Continent. Both men and women, this scene was simply unbelievable. The name Lu Xian was among the most powerful young prodigies in Central Continent today. Not at all inferior to Yi Xian, who possessed the dragon spirit body. He was actually defeated. It was baffling. At this moment, within the palace, many young eyes were fixed on the delicate face of Lin Yuan, whose hair was as white as snow. Their gazes were filled with shock, horror, and confusion. Because in their long-held perception, cultivators from the remote Eastern Wilderness could never compare to those from Central Continent. There was simply no comparability between the two. And now, this long-standing perception was shattered by Lin Yuan. Dressed in black, facing everyone, Lin Yuan's expression was calm. He didn't feel that obliterating a young prodigy from Central Continent in one strike was something to be proud of. After breaking through to the Dao Palace realm, coupled with his supreme Dao body, he was already incomparable to any young prodigy in the Xiantian continent. His only goal was the ascendant realm experts within the Great Yu dynasty. Unexpectedly, what he encountered was someone seeking death. Since the other party dared to step forward to seek death, he would send him on his way. Only by being strong could one have the foundation to possess everything. Standing in the Great Yu Palace, known as the strongest force in the Xiantian continent, Lin Yuan felt unrestrained. His gaze swept over everyone present before finally landing on Yi Xian. Next, the three words echoed calmly. This was undoubtedly a provocation towards Central Continent. Among the crowd, even Yi Xian, who had been incredibly confident before, now had a pale face. His enemy Lin Yuan had come to his territory and was so arrogant. Yi Xian wanted to make a move, but when he considered how Lin Yuan had easily obliterated Lu Xian, who was nearly equal in strength to him. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge it at this moment. His nemesis, Lin Yuan, who was clearly just a stray dog, had surpassed him in such a short time. Why had this stray dog become so powerful in just a few months? Brother Yi Xian. At this moment, Lu Shui's voice rang out, pulling at Yi Xian's sleeve, her gaze filled with confusion and hatred towards Lin Yuan. Their wedding banquet had been disrupted in this way. At this moment, Lu Shui even suspected that Lin Yuan, that pathetic dog, must have learned about her marriage and harbored resentment out of love. First, he killed her father, and now, coincidentally, he appeared at this exact moment to stir trouble. Yes, that's it. It must be like this. The more Lu Shui thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She had always been extremely confident in her appearance and temperament. Otherwise, why would Lin Yuan choose this moment to show up? This was clearly out of love turned to hate, meant to embarrass her. Back in the eastern wilderness, he had often pursued her relentlessly. Unfortunately, with her looks and temperament, how could she possibly be interested in someone like him? Just because he thought he had made some progress in strength, he came to show off. But she was destined to become the future of the Great Yu dynasty. A mere orphan, and now even the Qingyan Dao sect had been wiped out by her brother Yi Xian. A stray dog. Rest assured, this is my Great Yu dynasty. It has only been a few months. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he possibly be? At most, he has barely broken through to the early Dao palace realm, right? Such a cultivator might seem strong outside, but within my Great Yu dynasty, he is nothing. Later, I will ensure he has no place to be buried. With a cold laugh, Yi Xian spoke proudly. He had indeed been shocked by Lin Yuan's displayed strength. But once he thought about the fact that he was in his own dynasty, he felt reassured. A dying man. What difference does it make if he is arrogant for a while? After obliterating Lu Xian, the scene was filled with uproar. But it was only among the younger generation. It had only been a moment since Lu Xian died. At this moment, a cold, aged voice filled with endless killing intent rang out. Ignorant child. How dare you harm my disciple Lu Xian? At such a young age, to be so ruthless. I, an old man, will crush you to ashes. With a pale face. The voice was cold and ancient, filled with endless killing intent as it turned to Lin Yuan. Dressed in black, Lin Yuan's presence stirred the air, and it was none other than Lu Qingdao, the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect. Just a moment ago, he had been lamenting how his holy son Lu Xian had seized a good opportunity to eliminate this native of the eastern wilderness, bringing glory to their Liuli Dao sect and establishing good relations with the Great Yu dynasty. But who would have thought that in just an instant, even he, a late Dao Palace realm expert, hadn't reacted in time, and his holy son had been killed by the other party with a single slap. Lu Xian was the hope for their Liuli Dao sect. Just like that, he was gone with no bones left. I had given you an opportunity, but you chose to seek death. Who can you blame? Lin Yuan's gaze was icy. As for crushing me to ashes, old dog, if you have the guts, feel free to try. With a gaze filled with deathly stillness, Lin Yuan exuded killing intent. It seemed that in the eyes of these central continent cultivators, only those who came from the eastern wilderness were allowed to die. And once it was their side that died, they couldn't bear it. When a younger generation was dead, immediately the older generation would jump out. The moral high ground seemed to always stand on their side. Good, good, good. A little beast like you. Even if you have 10 lives, it wouldn't be worth one of my disciple Lu Xian's. From now on, I will make sure you live in endless pain. As the grand elder of the Liuli sect, Lu Qingdao was a late Dao Palace realm expert, belonging to the top tier in Central Continent. Not to mention dealing with a junior from the Eastern Wilderness, he didn't take Lin Yuan seriously at all. Prepare to die. With a furious roar, Lu Qingdao's gray hair flew wildly, and his aura surged mightily. The fingers, aged like withered wood, began to weave seals, and a blazing golden thunderbolt shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky changed color, transforming into a vast sea of golden thunder, shaking the surroundings. Chapter 52, Radiance of the Tao, invincible to all laws above the Great Yu Imperial Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled, filling the void, like countless golden little snakes writhing, endless and boundless. The powerful pressure was shocking, not only for the young talents present, but even for the older cultivators from Central State. This was the heavenly thunder strike of the Liuli Dao sect. The speaker was a powerful figure from the Tianlong Dao house, which, like the Liuli sect, was one of the top forces in Central State, second only to the Great Yu dynasty. He recognized this strike from Lu Qingdao. The Liuli Dao sect is ranked among the top sects in Central State, renowned for its 3 great thunder techniques. The strike Lu Qingdao was using at this moment was one of those 3 techniques. It could be said that even among late-stage Dao Palace cultivators, facing Lu Qingdao's strike would make them cautious. Otherwise, they would meet their end under the golden thunder. Because of this, surprised voices erupted at the scene. A mere junior cultivator from the Eastern Wasteland. How could he be worthy of Elder Lu using such a strike? To die under this strike would be a blessing for him. I heard that over in the Eastern Wasteland, they can't even find a single late-stage Dao Palace cultivator. It seems this ignorant kid is about to broaden his horizons. Around the palace, mocking voices were rising, their gazes directed at Lin Yuan, filled with disdain. Especially among the young talents of Central State, Lin Yuan's previous act of slaying Lu Xian was a slap in their faces. Now that they had the chance, they couldn't help but belittle Lin Yuan. Although the young talents of Central State often opposed each other, fighting fiercely for the title of the strongest in the world. When facing Lin Yuan from the Eastern Wasteland, they chose to unite against a common enemy. Especially when they learned that a native they looked down upon was even stronger than them, they found it even harder to accept the long-held biases being shattered. Look, Elder Lu is a great elder of the Liuli Dao sect, with extraordinary strength. There's no need for the powerful figures of the Great Yu dynasty to intervene. Elder Lu alone is enough to take his life. This kid is probably just newly advanced to the Dao Palace realm, yet he dares to boast here. Thinking this is what kind of place? With a relaxed brow, Yi Xian raised his head, his voice speaking to Lu Shui beside him. Yeah, this Lin Yuan must have stepped on some dog's hit luck to have foolishly increased his strength. I believe with your strength, brother Yi Xian, you could easily crush him too. To die at Elder Lu's hands would indeed be a blessing for him. Dressed in red, with fair skin and a slender figure, 3,000 strands of hair cascading down. Lu Shui smiled as she stood beside Yi Xian. It seemed as if she could see Lin Yuan's death coming in the next moment. Amidst the scorn, mockery, and even curses surrounding them, Lin Yuan stood calmly in place, his gaze indifferent. After all, who would bother with a group of dead men soon to come? The power of thunder? Looking up, Lin Yuan gazed into the vastness above, feeling the overwhelming golden thunder. It must be said that these top sects of Central State indeed had some profound techniques. His own Qingyan Dao sect primarily focused on the power of thunder. But when it came to the intricacies, they truly fell short compared to this so-called Liuli Dao sect. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. His voice barely audible. Lin Yuan murmured softly. After becoming the supreme Dao body, even he did not know how far his physical strength had reached. After all, in this lower realm, even without using any techniques, no one had been able to breach his body in previous battles, nor could anyone force him to go all out. Without a reference, Lin Yuan had always been curious about what the supreme Dao body truly entailed. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, the might of thunder gathered, resembling a golden tidal wave, enveloping the space, shaking the surroundings, as if even the heavens were about to be torn apart. The countless golden thunder serpents, numbering in the hundreds, coiled around Lu Qingdao, their pressure becoming increasingly terrifying. Kid, with your status and strength, you are not even qualified for me to use this move. Daring to kill the holy son of my Liuli Dao sect, your crime is unforgivable. I will use this thunder power to destroy your body, extract your soul, and make you endure the pain of burning every day. High above, with wild white hair, Lu Qingdao resembled a deity of thunder, looking down at Lin Yuan as if in judgment. Old dog, you talk too much. A mere weak Dao, yet you dare to boast. I want to see if your so-called thunder technique can hurt me at all. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yuan said helplessly the opponent was too verbose. In the void above, a loud shout echoed. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Qingdao pointed, and the hundreds of golden thunder serpents formed from the thunder sea surged forward, swirling densely. Crack! They directly pierced through the void and, in an instant, arrived before Lin Yuan, as if teleporting. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The thunder serpents danced, bursting forth with golden lightning, engulfing Lin Yuan. The space there twisted, as if the void were about to collapse, making it impossible to see Lin Yuan's condition at that moment. This is the price of arrogance, thinking that with a bit of strength, one can run rampant in my central state, although they couldn't see whether Lin Yuan was alive or dead. The cultivators from Central State believed that a mere junior from the Eastern Wasteland couldn't possibly withstand this strike. What a joke! Just as everyone present, including Lu Qingdao himself, thought Lin Yuan had been obliterated suddenly. What is that? The spot submerged by the golden thunder serpents had turned the ground of the palace into a charred black, with only the golden lightning still flickering. Boom, boom, boom. With hair as white as snow swirling, it was Lin Yuan, every inch of his skin glowing, containing the essence of the Tao, radiant like the Tao itself, invincible to all laws. Chapter 53. The Tao of the Central Plains? A single finger crushes golden light surged, flashing with an incomparably oppressive, thunderous force. Yet even the corners of Lin Yuan's clothes remained intact. The unique physical power of the supreme Tao body, enveloped in the radiance of the Tao, extinguished all attacking forces. Of course, this was under the premise of not having a significant disparity in strength. However, Lu Qingdao was merely at the same realm as Lin Yuan, and all of his attacks felt no more than a tickle to Lin Yuan. Is this your strength? Truly weak. With a calm gaze, Lin Yuan's voice echoed, a hint of disappointment emerging between his brows. As expected, this level of power was nothing to him. Even Lin Yuan himself did not know how far his physical strength had reached at this point. He had always been curious about the supreme Tao body, but now it was confirmed that, standing still, he could withstand a full force attack from a peer without suffering any harm. At this moment, the previously noisy scene had turned eerily silent, especially for those who had mocked Lin Yuan before. With the appearance of this scene, their faces were thoroughly trampled into the ground by Lin Yuan. The first to be unable to accept it were the disciples of the Liuli Dao sect. They were completely stunned. This is impossible. How could this be? It was one thing for their Lu Xiansheng to be defeated by a native from the eastern wilderness, as they were peers. Perhaps the opponent had stumbled upon some lucky chance, so they could accept that their Lu Xiansheng was surpassed. But now, their own grand elder, Lu Qingdao, was a well-known strong figure within the Central Plains, and the Liuli Dao sect was one of the top sects in the Central Plains. Being able to become a grand elder was enough to prove his strength. Yet, under full effort, the opponent stood there unmoving, and even his clothes were untouched. This was somewhat absurd, right? Dressed in black with gray hair, Lu Qingdao looked at Lin Yuan in complete shock, lost in thought. This. His speech was disjointed, and his old eyes were filled with confusion. Just a moment ago, he had confidently proclaimed that he would crush Lin Yuan's body and extract his soul, making him suffer the pain of burning day after day, unable to live or die. Yet in an instant, he was slapped in the face by the other party. At this time, the scene was boiling. Numerous gazes turned to Lin Yuan, filled with disbelief. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Lin Yuan calmly declared, "Old dog, you just said you would extract my soul. Unfortunately, you are too weak. Watch me how I strike you down." Facing the countless gazes from within the entire palace, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, his deep eyes radiating a killing intent as he pointed at Lu Qingdao. Although both were in the late stages of the Dao Palace realm, Lin Yuan had already realized from earlier that against such a foe, one strike was sufficient. Perhaps this was why the Supreme Dao body was ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm. His true combat power could no longer be distinguished by realm. Kid, I have to admit, being able to withstand an attack from this old man. You do have some strength, but don't think that gives you the capital to be arrogant. With a cold snort, Lu Qingdao scoffed. Being a grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, his strength was not something an ordinary late-stage Dao Palace cultivator could compare to. A mere junior cultivator could withstand his heavenly strike golden thunder technique, but perhaps he had exhausted all his spiritual power. To think he wanted to strike him down was nothing but a dream. This kid is really arrogant, wanting to strike down our grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect. I don't know who gave him that confidence. Just a native from the eastern wilderness who stumbled upon luck, and now he doesn't know his own weight. Echoing their grand elder's words, several disciples of the Liuli Dao sect immediately directed their hatred towards Lin Yuan, each gaze filled with resentment. They could say that this person had utterly tarnished the reputation of the Liuli Dao sect today. Seizing any opportunity, they immediately began to mock Lin Yuan. Faced with the surrounding voices, Lin Yuan remained unmoved. A single word seemed to have pronounced Lu Qingdao's death. There was no need to use all his strength. Otherwise, he would be overestimating the opponent. Boom! Light swirled around his fingertips as Lin Yuan casually pointed. Boom! A massive finger imprint, like a pillar reaching the heavens, descended from the void towards Lu Qingdao. Hee, kid, you're underestimating this old man too much. Lu Qingdao let out a cold laugh, looking toward the sky. Boom! The surrounding spiritual energy surged, and in an instant, golden light enveloped him, transforming into a golden bell, solid as iron, shielding him within. Lu Qingdao was extremely confident in this move. The Dao techniques of the Liuli Dao sect could not be understood by cultivators from the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Yi Xian, standing at the center of the crowd, looked at this scene with a calm expression, glancing at Lin Yuan with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. The Liuli Dao sect had always had a good relationship with their Dao dynasty. He knew a thing or two about the Dao techniques of the Liuli Dao sect. It was the Liuli Dao sect's golden light body protection technique, which ordinary power could not break. This kid, with a bit of strength, is starting to speak without restraint. Yi Xian mocked, speaking to Lu Shui beside him. Unbeknownst to him, his own strength had been pulled down so much by his nemesis Lin Yuan. The usually overconfident Yi Xian felt uncomfortable at this moment, especially since today was supposed to be his wedding day, where he was the main character all in front of his woman. His pride led him to always hold a bias against Lin Yuan. Brother Yi Xian is right. The powerful sect techniques of the Central Plains are definitely not something that Lin Yuan, this stray dog of the Qingyun Dao sect, can comprehend. Lu Shui nodded, agreeing with Yi Xian's words. She was born in the eastern wilderness and had a clearer understanding of the gap between the Dao techniques of the Central Plains and the eastern wilderness. As the two conversed, an unexpected scene unfolded. Boom! 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 In the void above, with Lin Yuan's strike, a massive finger imprint descended from the sky, causing the space to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse. Facing Lu Qingdao's golden bell shield, it crushed through without encountering any resistance. Crack! With a crisp sound, the light shield along with Lu Qingdao himself was completely shattered. A massive pit appeared on the ground of the palace, accompanied by shattered bones and blood splattering in all directions. Chapter 54. Swept away by a single pot, Yi Xian's arrogance with a single finger. He crushed Lu Qingdao, a powerful figure in the late Dao Palace realm. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions continued to echo around, and the overwhelming pressure left countless cultivators in the palace in shock. Their hearts trembled, resonating with the intense roar. Some lower-rank cultivators from Zhongzhou turned pale, blood seeping from their ears. At this moment, countless gazes filled with horror turned towards the white-haired, black-clad youth, Lin Yuan. The scene fell silent. If before, they could still find excuses to mock Lin Yuan, now they truly had no more excuses left. Unlike Lu Xian, Lu Qingdao was a well-known powerhouse even in all of Zhongzhou, capable of serving as the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect. How could he be just anyone? A young boy, seemingly just over 20, coming from the eastern wilderness, was able to speak and act with such authority, killing Lu Qingdao with a single strike. Such achievements, even in the entire history of Zhongzhou, were legendary. How could this be? In just a few months, how did he reach this level of strength? Unwillingness, anger, and disbelief twisted Yi Xian's once handsome face. He was the prince of the Dao dynasty, the most esteemed genius of contemporary Zhongzhou. And now, he was outshone by his enemy, a native from the eastern wilderness. With jealous and hateful eyes, Yi Xian stared intensely at Lin Yuan. In Yi Xian's view, such strength should belong to him, not to a lowly native of the eastern wilderness. Brother Yi Xian, don't worry, he is just one person. No matter how strong he is, how can he stand against the dynasty? Dressed in stunning red, Lu Shue's expression also showed shock. She was indeed taken aback by the strength Lin Yuan displayed. A person she had always looked down upon, someone she considered a sycophant, had unexpectedly reached this level. This was something Lu Shue never anticipated. But even so, Lu Shue thought that, even with Lin Yuan's extraordinary strength, he was still not enough compared to the Deyu dynasty, the strongest force on the Xiantian continent. After all, she had met the current emperor and seen the peak powerhouses of the ascending heaven realm. And there were more than one within this immortal dynasty. No matter how strong an individual was, how could they compete with an ascending heaven realm powerhouse? In the end, they would still face annihilation like his Qingshan Dao sect. At this moment, after a brief silence, the scene became noisy again. However, compared to before, looking at Lin Yuan, whose face was filled with murderous intent and whose aura was terrifying, the typically proud and arrogant cultivators from Zhongzhou unconsciously lowered their voices. Perhaps this was the deterrent power that came from immense strength. The initial disdain had transformed into the current awe of Lin Yuan. Of course, not everyone felt this way. Such ruthless methods. Our Liuli Dao sect's Grand Elder and Saint Sun have both died at his hands. I urge everyone to join forces and slay this man. With no bones left, the Grand Elder died a terrible death. Kill him. Use his blood to avenge the Grand Elder. Among the crowd, several youthful voices rang out, belonging to the geniuses of the Liuli Dao sect. They had originally come to accompany their Grand Elder to see the world. Now, not only had the Saint's son died, but even the Grand Elder had perished, and their hatred for Lin Yuan was uncontainable. As the voices rose, a commotion indeed broke out among the crowd. But with the strength Lin Yuan had just displayed, the people present felt hesitant to act. After all, compared to everything else, their own lives were more important. With white hair cascading over his shoulders, standing tall and imposing, Lin Yuan exuded an air of authority that intimidated everyone present. Looking at the few disciples of the Liuli Dao sect in the crowd, a hint of mockery appeared at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. It was originally a personal grudge between himself and the Deyu dynasty. Who knew that first? That so-called saint son of the Liuli Dao sect would take the initiative to provoke him, and then an old dog would step up, saying he would extract his soul? Now, both of them were dead, and it was his fault. This time, the Liuli Dao sect, led by Lu Qingdao, had come to attend Yi Xian's wedding banquet, and including Lu Sheng, there were dozens of the young elites from the Liuli Dao sect. Hell, Liuli Dao sect? Since that's the case, I'll send you to meet your saint son and Grand Elder. Not wanting to waste words, Lin Yuan sneered coldly. As he spoke, he raised a hand and struck at the person who had just spoken. Boom! His palm obscured half of the void, and the palm print descended, causing the void to rumble and shake. No! Seeing that no one around was willing to help, the remaining members of the Liuli Dao sect panicked. Under the palm print, they were filled with fear, screaming, and howling. Lin Yuan's murderous intent surged, and he had no intention of leaving a single survivor. Uft, uft, uft. The sounds of bodies being crushed echoed, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of mangled corpses appeared on the palace floor, blood flowing across the smooth tiles and pooling at the feet of many onlooking cultivators from Zhongzhou. What ruthless methods! The Liuli Dao sect has truly fallen this time. Fortunately, there was the Liuli Dao sect to take the lead. Otherwise, it would have been us who died. Whispers filled the crowd, their eyes occasionally glancing fearfully at the murderous Lin Yuan, filled with dread and terror. Yi Xian, it's time to settle our accounts. With a cold voice, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards Yi Xian, who was standing with Lu Shui. What had just happened was merely an appetizer. Compared to the few minor figures from the Liuli Dao sect, Yi Xian and the Deyu dynasty were Lin Yuan's true targets for this visit. The massacre of the Qingshan Dao sect, with all 862 souls lost, was all because of Yi Xian, the prince of the Deyu dynasty. Don't forget, this is my Deyu dynasty. To kill me. Do you think you're worthy? Dressed in red, Yi Xian's face turned ashen as he looked at Lin Yuan, his tone dismissive. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that he understood he was no longer a match for Lin Yuan. However, he was the prince of the Deyu dynasty, and his status ensured that he was not someone Lin Yuan could compare to. Chapter 55, the ascendant strongman Yi Wudao with a single strike. Both retreated several steps. Hehe, the Dayu dynasty? Today, I will slaughter you, the Dayu dynasty. Lin Yuan's deadpan gaze was chilling. Back then, Yi Xian accidentally escaped from the Qingyun Dao sect, and after visiting the inheritance site of the Emperor of Yuan, upon returning to the Qingyun Dao sect, he found countless corpses. The entire sect, the place where he grew up with familiar faces, had been slaughtered to the last, with none surviving. This enmity cannot coexist. Yi Xian must die, and the entire Dayu dynasty must perish today. For this, Lin Yuan is willing to pay any price. It is what he owes. Blood for blood. Let begin with you. His voice was calm as he moved forward towards Yi Xian. Step, step, step. With each step taken, the earth trembled, and the surrounding grand and magnificent palace buildings shook violently. His aura was growing, climbing higher and higher. With a tall figure, handsome face, and flowing white hair, every inch of his skin gleamed, containing the essence of Tao. Endless brilliance flowed in his eyes, harboring the changes and evolutions of all things in the world. In just a few breaths, the spiritual energy around Lin Yuan surged mightily. Clearly, he was only at the late stage of the Tao Palace realm, yet the might he displayed was even more powerful than that of a half-step ascendant realm. No, that's not right. This kind of aura. The pressure was immense, and under Lin Yuan's overwhelming presence, Yi Xian felt as if he would be crushed. Yi Xian's voice trembled, his previous arrogance turning into terror as he looked at Lin Yuan charging towards him. He was enveloped in an indescribable aura of death, a chill instantly filling his heart, causing palpitations. He couldn't move. His body felt as if it had been frozen, unable to budge. The powerful pressure made it hard for him to breathe. His hair stood on end, and his body trembled involuntarily, his breathing becoming rapid. What realm has he reached? He once thought that Lin Yuan's strength, having defeated Lu Qingdao of the Liuli Dao sect, should have reached the half-step ascendant realm. He was very clear about the power possessed by his former protector, Long Air, who was at the half-step ascendant level. But now, Yi Xian could sense that the figure rushing towards him was definitely not as simple as a half-step ascendant. Unable to believe it, hard to comprehend, only fear remained in his heart. This is impossible. Ye Yuan exclaimed in shock. What do we do, brother Yi Xian? He really wants to kill us. Beside him, Lu Shui's terrified voice rang out. At this moment, she felt just like Yi Xian, unable to move, as if her body would be crushed by the immense power. With deadpan eyes and a chilling aura surrounding him, as if a reaper had descended. Lin Yuan struck. Clenching his fist, he swung out a punch. Boom! 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 The void trembled violently, as a massive fist imprint hung above the palace. Descending towards Yi Xian, Lu Shui, and the countless cultivators from Zhongzhou nearby. When he arrived, Lin Yuan had said that today was originally his grudge with the Dayu dynasty, and the miscellaneous people should leave early. But what he received was the ridicule of those aloof and arrogant cultivators from Zhongzhou present. Since that was the case, he could not be blamed. With so many people present, perhaps some were innocent. But from Lin Yuan's perspective, the entire Qingyun Dao sect, with its 13,862 souls, was also innocent, wasn't it? Boom, boom, boom. The might was too terrifying. The surrounding void twisted and shattered under the fist imprint, feeling the arrival of the aura of death. No, this matter has nothing to do with us. Killing us, you will die too. This is the Dayu dynasty. This wedding banquet is a grand event in Zhongzhou, with many powerful sects attending. And although there are countless strong ones at this moment, the aura Lin Yuan displayed was beyond that of a half-step ascendant. The only ones who could compare with him would be the peak experts of this realm, the ascendant realm. But at this moment, there was no one present who could reach such a level. Around them, there was a clamor, roars, fear, and curses. Especially Yi Xian and Lu Shui, who were at the forefront, had only fear left in their eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, this was almost a certain death situation. But just at this moment, a voice rang out from deep within the Dayu Palace. That place was the forbidden zone of the entire Dayu dynasty. Even Yi Xian, the crown prince, did not have the qualification to go there. A mere junior from the eastern wasteland dares to intrude into my Dayu Palace. Seeking death. The voice was grand, echoing throughout the palace. Upon hearing this voice, the fearful expression on Yi Xian's face disappeared, and his eyes shone brightly. It was the ancestor. That was an old figure clad in a red Dao robe, coming from deep within the palace. The aura around him was concealed, merging with heaven and earth. He was one of the two ascendant realm experts who had accompanied Yi Xian to the eastern wasteland to annihilate the Qingyun Dao sect, known as Yiwu Dao. Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian, had died at this person's hands. Walking through the air as if in an instant, he had clearly been far away just moments ago, but was now right in front of them, looking at Lin Yuan's powerful strike. A hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. Some strength, but still not enough. As he spoke, Yiwu Dao pointed out. Boom, boom, boom. A massive finger imprint descended from the clouds above, blocking Lin Yuan's strike for Yi Xian and the many Zhongzhou cultivators present. Boom, boom, boom. The finger imprint collided with Lin Yuan's fist imprint. In an instant, the palace shook, and a strong wave swept in all directions. Crack! Surrounding palaces collapsed, and dust flew up from the ground. It was an ascendant realm expert. Haha, I knew it. This is the Dayu Palace. This time, this brat from the eastern wasteland is doomed. The previously despairing voices around, with the arrival of the ascendant realm expert Yiwu Dao, turned excited. What a joke. Ascendant realm, and still a top-level expert of the Dayu dynasty. To the countless Zhongzhou cultivators present, dealing with Lin Yuan, a mere indigenous person from the eastern wasteland, was a piece of cake. From every perspective, the two were not on the same level. It was time for this brat from the eastern wasteland to pay the bloody price. This was the common thought of Yi Xian, Lu Shui, and everyone present. A gaze turned towards the void above, watching the confrontation between the two. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yuan and Yiwu Dao both struck out. At that moment, both figures began to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. With each step down, the void trembled and the earth shook. Chapter 56. Battling a stronger being of ascendance. How is this possible? The ancestor couldn't kill him? He was actually pushed back? The crisis has been averted, but at this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock. What a joke. That was his own ancestor, an existence at the pinnacle of this realm, and he was pushed back by Lin Yuan? His head was buzzing. It wasn't just Yi Xian. He had actually reached what level? Why? That was a being of ascendance, and he couldn't harm Lin Yuan in the slightest? With fair skin, a tall and delicate figure, and dressed in festive red. As the voice sounded, Lu Shui's gaze towards Lin Yuan became incredibly complex. Was this still the Lin Yuan she had previously looked down upon as a sycophant? Months ago, within the Qingyun Dao sect, Lin Yuan was merely at the divine bridge realm, not to mention facing a true being of ascendance now, even against Yi Xian's protector. Long ere, he had no power to resist, easily suppressed. But just now, what exactly happened? The ancestor of the Dayu dynasty made a move, failed to kill him, and was instead pushed back. Lu Shui had witnessed this ancestor's actions within the Qingyun Dao sect. Now, he had repelled the ancestor of the Dayu dynasty? At this moment, the palace was in an uproar. In a time of crisis, an ancestor of the Dayu dynasty appeared and saved them. Although the crisis was averted, countless people now had a question in their hearts. How could a seemingly 20-year-old youth possess such immense power, actually reaching the pinnacle of this realm, able to contend with a being of ascendance? This was even more shocking than Lin Yuan's earlier declaration to annihilate the entire Dayu dynasty upon his arrival. What does the ascendance realm represent? It is the pinnacle of this realm, already possessing the qualification to ascend to the higher realm. For countless years, even in the entire central continent, it was already remarkable for a single being of ascendance to appear in a lifetime. Half-step ascendance is the limit for countless strong practitioners in the central continent today. Although just a half-step away, it often blocks many extraordinarily talented cultivators throughout history. Now a young boy from the eastern wilderness has reached this step. Boom! The scene erupted, gazes turned towards Lin Yuan, who had just retreated and stopped his movement. Of course, some believed it was merely a coincidence. They thought that Lin Yuan had exerted all his strength just now, while the ancestor of the Dayu dynasty had simply made a casual strike. But even being able to do that was already astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Blood surged within him, Lin Yuan's body trembled, white hair flying, stopping his retreating form. Is this the true power of ascendance? It seems to be similar to what I previously guessed. With the supreme Tao body, I am indeed capable of matching ascendance beings. In his eyes, a hint of seriousness flashed for the first time as Lin Yuan looked at the elder who had just appeared, Yi Wu Dao. The gap between the late Tao Palace realm and a true ascendance practitioner was indeed unimaginably vast. It can be said that throughout the long history of the Xiantian continent, no one has ever been able to contend with a true being of ascendance with a late Tao Palace realm cultivation. The gap is too great. Even the contemporary geniuses cannot do so. It should be noted that Yi Wu Dao, as the ancestor of the Diyu dynasty, possesses the dragon spirit body, the number one physique in the Xiantian continent. His strength is even more terrifying than that of an average ascendance being. But unfortunately, Lin Yuan is not among them. The supreme Tao body, since ancient times, has ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies in the heavens and worlds. These 10 supreme bodies simply do not come into existence in this lower realm. Therefore, being able to contend with ascendance beings at the Tao Palace realm, Lin Yuan is merely an exception, and a unique one at that. Boom, boom, boom. The aged body was also retreating, the red Tao robe fluttering, barely stopping his form. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Wu Dao's eyes as he looked at Lin Yuan. No wonder even the prince of the Diyu dynasty, Yi Xian, was defeated by you. The defeat was not unjust. I did not expect such a monster to appear in the eastern wilderness this generation. Lin Yuan is too young, so young that Yi Wu Dao could hardly believe it. However, just now, he indeed made a casual strike and didn't pay much attention. At this moment, Yi Wu Dao merely thought that Lin Yuan must have used all his strength to push him back. But even so, it was still shocking. Yi Wu Dao's aged gaze swept over the coffin behind Lin Yuan, recognizing the person inside as someone he had personally killed within the Qingyun Dao sect. The momentary affection for talent vanished without a trace. What a pity! Such a young genius is a remnant of the Qingyun Dao sect, destined to be an enemy of my Diyu dynasty. In that case, this old man cannot spare you. His gaze turned cold, his figure standing in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura, boundless and immense. Yi Wu Dao carried a killing intent. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have that strength. Otherwise, the one dying later could very well be you. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud but powerful, his eyes filled with rising battle intent. Just now, he had not used all his strength. However, after the probe, Lin Yuan could already confirm that with the supreme Tao body, he was indeed capable of crossing boundaries and battling with beings of ascendance. Hee, young man, do not be too arrogant. Do you really think that was my true strength just now? You are still too naive. With a cold laugh, Yi Wu Dao's eyes brimmed with boundless killing intent. Lin Yuan's youth made him feel a sense of crisis. Given time for growth, perhaps he would truly be a disaster for the Diyu dynasty. But fortunately, the other party was too impatient. No matter how astonishing your talent, a fallen genius is just a corpse. Feeling a sense of relief, as Yi Wu Dao spoke, rumble, rumble, rumble. His aura no longer concealed. The might unique to a being of ascendance was completely revealed. Although his body was decayed and old at this moment, an incomparably mighty dragon roar echoed around Yi Wu Dao. The crimson light surged, blood-red and intense, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a blood-colored mist within the misty sea. A dragon shadow flickered, shaking the heavens and earth. As the ancestor of the Diyu dynasty, what he possessed was naturally the same dragon spirit body as Yi Xian, the number one physique in the Xiantian continent. However, compared to Yi Xian, Yi Wu Dao's strength was terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 57. The Panic of Yi Wu Dao. This is impossible. Blood mist filled the void, and the sound of dragon roars echoed throughout the imperial palace. The overwhelming might shook the surroundings, as if even the heavens were trembling. The aura of the ascendant realm was too terrifying, shocking countless cultivators from Zhongzhou present. In a flourishing place like Zhongzhou, only one ascendant realm powerhouse could emerge in a lifetime. In today's Xiantian continent, if one were to say which faction had an ancestor in the ascendant realm, it would probably only be the Diyu dynasty, a colossal entity that had dominated Zhongzhou for endless years. Therefore, even the countless Zhongzhou cultivators present were witnessing a taboo powerhouse of this level for the first time. So this is the Ascendant Realm powerhouse, an existence standing at the pinnacle of this world, truly invincible. This is the ancestor of the Diyu dynasty. That kid's regret is too late now. Below, voices began to rise, including those of Lu Shui and Yi Xian, as everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Yuan. This time, no one believed that the native from the eastern wilderness could turn the tide. To the many cultivators present, they believed that Lin Yuan was able to repel the ancestor of the Diyu dynasty just now because he had used all his strength, while Yi Wudao had only made a casual strike. Now, with an Ascendant Realm powerhouse fully displaying his strength, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly be no match. After all, they did not sense that unique aura of the Ascendant Realm, which merges with the heavens and earth, coming from Lin Yuan. They concluded that Lin Yuan had not yet stepped into the Ascendant Realm. Dressed in black, tall, and with a handsome face, Lin Yuan stood atop the palace, his white hair fluttering in the wind amidst the endless blood mist, which was so thick that visibility was obstructed. He could hear the thunderous dragon roars and feel the overwhelming, unique aura of the Ascendant Realm ahead. It seems I've been underestimated. With a calm smile, Lin Yuan's gaze remained serene. The strike that had just slain Yi Xian and the others was blocked by Yi Wudao. However, for Lin Yuan, killing them was not enough to qualify him to use his full strength. At that moment, a stern shout emerged from the blood mist. It was Yi Wudao. He was attacking. Yuan Di. The void rumbled. Boom, boom, boom. The endless blood mist surged and churned, as if it were about to transform into a sea of blood. Accompanied by the massive dragon roar, dragon shadows soared and clawed out. Under the dragon's claws, crack. The surrounding void cracked, densely packed, as the space seemed to split like a smooth mirror. It was coming towards Lin Yuan. Facing the strike, to kill me, you are not qualified. Lin Yuan's voice rang out. An incredibly vast aura surged from his body. His eyes glowed, with endless brilliant light circulating, containing the changes and evolution of all things in the world. Radiant Tao light enveloped his body, as mysterious Tao patterns emerged from the light. Boom! In an instant, the infinite sea of blood mist around him began to retreat and dissipate under the illumination of the Tao light, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Taishan Tao body, also known as the son of the great Tao in the upper realm. When the Tao light surrounded him, all evils retreated, and all laws could not invade. Even the power of the Ascendant Realm had to retreat in the brilliance surrounding Lin Yuan. Kill! A loud shout. Lin Yuan took a step forward in midair. Boom! The void beneath his feet trembled, and his body transformed into a beam of light as he charged towards Yi Wudao. What kind of physique is this? Feeling the power emanating from Lin Yuan that seemed not to belong to this realm, for some reason, Yi Wudao felt a hint of illusion. The Yi royal family's lineage, known as the first physique of the Xintian continent, the dragon spirit body, was actually suppressed by the black and white light radiating from Lin Yuan. How is this possible? It should be known that in this Xintian continent, the dragon spirit body has always suppressed others. This was the first time encountering his own dragon spirit body being suppressed by someone else, which was unimaginable in the past. Unable to contemplate what kind of physique the young man facing him possessed, the battle erupted. Boom, boom, boom. In the late stage of the Tao Palace realm, facing the Ascendant realm, in the void above, under the violent collision, a powerful wave swept through the surroundings, as if it were about to shatter the entire void. Roar, roar, roar. The blood-colored dragon shadow crossed the sky, a roar shaking the 9 heavens. The dragon god technique of the Yi royal family, supported by the dragon spirit body, could bring this technique to its peak, invincible among the same realm. But at this moment, the dragon shadow was enormous, yet its blood-colored scales were shattering. Under Lin Yuan's offensive, the nearly 1,000-meter-long dragon body, spiraling in the air, was continuously being blasted away. That was a fist imprint, a fist light that suppressed half the void, dazzling beyond compare, with power seemingly capable of crushing everything. It was Lin Yuan attacking. Utilizing the power of the Taishan Tao body, He did not need to use any Dao techniques or Dao soldiers. For Lin Yuan, his own body was the most powerful Dao soldier. Among the top 10 supreme physiques in the upper realm, each has its own merits, and the Taishang Dao body is not known for its strength. If one were to see this scene, perhaps Lin Jiao, who witnessed Lin Yuan ascend to the Taishang Dao body, would be dumbfounded and full of doubts. What exactly has their young master obtained? The Taishang Dao body, or the unmatched blood and qi, the strength of the ancient holy body, renowned across the 10,000 realms. Lin Yuan's direction had indeed gone a bit astray. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, looking at the battle above the heavens, countless Zhongzhou cultivators, including Yi Xian and Lu Shui, gazed at this scene. Their confidence was gone. They were completely dumbfounded, standing there in a daze. It should be noted that prior to this, they had confidently asserted that against a true Ascendant Realm powerhouse, Lin Yuan would definitely be no match. What they considered was how many strikes Lin Yuan could withstand. But at this moment, especially Yi Xian, watching his own ancestor, who was now retreating against Lin Yuan, could not utter a single word, his eyes filled with confusion. This is impossible. What kind of person is the ancestor? He is merely a native of the eastern wilderness. How could he, in just a few months, achieve this? Lost and bewildered, Yi Xian could not understand, no matter how hard he thought. How many times has Lin Yuan broken their understanding? The previous Lu Xian and Lu Qingdao from the Liuli Dao sect could be overlooked. But now, even their ancestor of the Diyu dynasty, the powerhouse of the Ascendant Realm, their dynasty's strong trump card, is actually retreating against Lin Yuan at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, the scene was not as evenly matched as the crowd had imagined. It was as if Lin Yuan was unilaterally crushing them. The dragon shadow shattered. Yi Wu Dao, dressed in a red Dao robe, faced Lin Yuan's unstoppable offensive. His hair disheveled and his body staggering, his already aging body unable to stop retreating. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. This is impossible. Chapter 58. Who is he, Yi Wu Dao? In his youth, he once swept across the entire Xintian continent, claiming to be invincible among the talents of that era. Later, he stepped into the Ascendant Realm within 200 years, standing at the pinnacle of this world. Some of his deeds are still widely circulated in the present-day Zhongzhou. After that, he became indifferent to worldly affairs and imperial matters, hiding deep within the forbidden grounds of the Diyu dynasty, solely focused on preparing for ascension. He thought that in this world, apart from the depths of the imperial forbidden grounds, there was no one who could rival him, except for that old antique who shared the same aspirations and had cultivated for 100 years, as well as the current Emperor Yi Tuesday. But now, what has happened? Facing a younger generation from the East Wilderness, a descendant of the sect he had annihilated, he found himself unable to compete. Defeated. You absolutely have not reached the Ascendant Realm. How did you achieve this step? Yi Wu Dao's voice continued to resonate. Blood at the corner of his mouth, confusion, incomprehension, and an utterly bewildered gaze directed at Lin Yuan. As someone in the Ascendant Realm, through the recent battle, he could clearly determine that the young man before him had not reached his level. Yet the power he displayed was even stronger than his own. This was an even more terrifying matter. What a joke. At such a young age, merely around 20, he possessed the strength to fight across realms and defeat him. Yi Wu Dao stared intently at Lin Yuan, unable to comprehend. In response to Yi Wu Dao's words, Lin Yuan calmly stated, "You are old. You are aging. Your vitality has diminished." Radiating with the light of the Dao, his fighting spirit remained undiminished, exuding an overwhelming aura. However, facing an Ascendant Realm cultivator, there was still a half-step gap between himself and the Ascendant Realm. Logically speaking, even though he possessed the supreme Dao body and could fight across realms, it should not have been that easy as it was just now. Yet during the battle, Lin Yuan discovered that although Yi Wu Dao's realm still existed and his aura was impressive, the vitality within him had already faded. This was one of the reasons he could win so easily. If he had faced a peak Ascendant Realm expert, he truly would not have been able to win so effortlessly. At this moment, the dialogue between Lin Yuan and Yi Wu Dao was clearly heard by countless cultivators from Zhongzhou below. They could hardly believe that even a patriarch of the Diyu dynasty personally intervened and still could not subdue this person. Although Elder Yi is old, his realm still remains. I cannot believe he is truly just a native from the East Wilderness. Voices arose as they looked at Lin Yuan, finding it hard to accept this scene. Clearly, a person who appeared even younger than the talents present from Zhongzhou had already reached a level where even the strongest beings in this world could do nothing against him. Ascendant realm elders are the strongest existences in the Xiantian continent. Thus, there's only one possibility. He is definitely not from the East Wilderness. The spiritual energy there is thin, ranking as the weakest among the 5 states of the Xiantian continent. How could such a character arise from a mere East Wilderness? At this moment, countless cultivators from Zhongzhou believed that such a talent could only emerge from their land of exceptional people and spirits, thus making it acceptable. He, with fair skin and a tall and delicate figure, Lu Shui, at this moment, felt an unfamiliar sense of distance from Lin Yuan. Clearly, he was still the same person, but the distance he now presented to Lu Shui had become unattainable. A fleeting regret flashed through her heart. If only those events had not occurred during the wedding feast in the Qingyun Dao sect, then the later demise of the Qingyun Dao sect would not have happened then. However, in an instant, that regret was extinguished. Not to mention that Lin Yuan killed her father. The enmity between them had already been thoroughly established. Unfortunately, this is the Deyu dynasty, and there is more than one ascendant realm expert. You can contend with one, but can you contend with 3? In the end, you will still die. She murmured softly, almost inaudibly, not even heard by Yixian beside her. In Lu Shui's view, no matter how powerful Lin Yuan was today, he could not escape the fate of death. Deep within the palace, there was more than one ascendant realm ancestor of the Yi family. She had seen them with her own eyes. Moreover, in addition, there was an emperor of the Deyu dynasty who exerted pressure over the entire Zhongzhou. This dynasty has been unrivaled in the Xiantian continent for so long. Its foundation is too terrifying. After today, Lin Yuan will die, at most. A rumor will spread about a genius daring to storm the palace in this Zhongzhou, but it won't be long before it completely fades away. And she, Lu Shui, would become the Dao partner of the crown prince, potentially becoming the future of this dynasty. The identity she desired and everything she possessed were destined to be what Lin Yuan could not provide. At this moment, in the void above, Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao stood opposed, one old and one young. I am old. I must admit, I underestimated you before. But unfortunately, this is my Deyu dynasty. Today, you are destined to die here. With a cold expression, Yi Wudao looked at Lin Yuan indifferently and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the depths of the imperial palace's forbidden grounds, from where he had come. Old buddy, it's time to stretch your muscles. As soon as his words fell, at that moment, a tremendous aura surged up from the depths of the forbidden grounds of the palace. Hidden and seamless, it merged with heaven and earth, an aura that could only belong to an ascendant realm expert. Moreover, the might of this aura was even more formidable than Yi Wudao's. Unexpectedly, you still cannot deal with a junior. Forget it. Let us join forces to kill this child. An old man dressed in green robes approached from afar. With a single step, he soared. Boom! Shrinking the distance of 1,000 miles, he appeared before Yi Wudao in an instant. His eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, like will-o'-the-wisps dancing within, his expression cold. He was one of the 2 ascendant realm experts who had accompanied Yixian to Zhongzhou, named Yi Ming. Seeing this person appear, Yi Wudao sneered at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, he spoke, recalling something he had forgotten to mention to Lin Yuan. By the way, that old man in the coffin behind you is your master, named Xiao Zhantian? Back then, he was crushed to death by my finger in the Qingyun Dao sect, just like squashing an ant. Yi Wudao smiled at Lin Yuan, extending his finger and pressing down. Is it you? Boom! Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, filled with endless killing intent. Chapter 59. Fighting against 2 ascendant realm experts alone, although Lin Yuan knew that the Qingyun Dao sect was destroyed under the orders of the Deyu dynasty. In collaboration with various sects in the Eastern Wilderness, at this moment, hearing that his master was killed by the current Yi Wudao, the old man who picked him up when he was just an infant and raised him, Lin Yuan had long regarded him as his father deep in his heart. Hatred, His heart felt like it was being cut by knives. His eyes turned red, and a murderous intent surged in his gaze. The uncontrollable hatred to destroy everything before him was overwhelming. Perhaps in the eyes of the ever-high and mighty cultivators from Zhongzhou, destroying a small sect in the eastern wilderness was as easy as stepping on an ant. But that was the place where Lin Yuan had grown up, the starting point of his memories. Familiar people, familiar plants and trees were all destroyed. His master, his junior sister, and countless familiar faces within the sect were all dead, all because of the Deyu dynasty beneath his feet. To seek revenge, he must first deal with the two ascendant realm experts in front of him. Although he seemed to have fought Yi Wudao with ease earlier, this time he was up against two ascendant realm experts combined. Moreover, the newly appeared old man in a green robe exuded an aura that indicated his vitality was far from being as exhausted as Yi Wudao's. He was significantly stronger. With his late-stage Dao Palace strength, fighting against two ascendant realm experts together seemed almost impossible, even in the Xinjiang continent, let alone the upper realm. But at this moment, Lin Yuan had no choice but to move forward. He wanted revenge for the Qinyan Dao sect, for the 862 souls of the entire sect. Kill! Lin Yuan shouted, his voice booming, resounding through the void and shaking the surroundings. His overwhelming momentum and the murderous intent surging within him drowned out all rationality. Thus, the aura Lin Yuan displayed at this moment was even stronger than when he fought Yi Wudao earlier. His snow-white hair danced in the air, surrounded by brilliant Dao light, with countless mysterious runes floating around him. Standing in midair, he took a step forward, and with a crack, the void beneath his feet collapsed and shattered. His body transformed into a beam of light as he charged towards Yi Wudao. Ha! Just a junior dares to act fiercely in my Deyu dynasty? Seeking self-destruction. One of the ancestors of the Deyu dynasty, the green-robed old man Yi Ming, looked at Lin Yuan, who dared to attack him, with a cold smile. His strength was not comparable to Yi Wudao, so he did not take Lin Yuan seriously. Don't be careless, help me quickly. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Wudao's voice as he looked at the charging Lin Yuan. The overwhelming aura made him involuntarily feel a flicker of fear. Clearly just a junior from the eastern wilderness, the momentum he displayed now was even more terrifying than before. If it were just him alone, he might not necessarily be the opponent. As they spoke, the battle erupted completely. Boom! 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 At this moment, the Deyu Imperial Palace shook violently. The sky above changed color. The space trembled, and powerful spiritual energy fluctuations swept through like a storm. Above the trembling heavens, three figures powerful enough to reach the pinnacle of this realm appeared. Such a level of battle was rare, even in the history of Zhongzhou. What was even more shocking was that Lin Yuan was fighting against two opponents alone. A young prodigy from the eastern wilderness, standing against two ancestors of the Deyu dynasty. Two ascendant realm experts. This had never happened in the entire history of Zhongzhou. Below, countless cultivators from Zhongzhou who had originally attended the wedding banquet were shaken. Under the terrifying pressure, their faces turned pale, but no one retreated. Their gazes were fixed, wanting to see who would ultimately emerge victorious in this miraculous battle. I never expected that in this life on the Xinjiang continent, the invincible prodigy would actually be someone from the eastern wilderness. Someone exclaimed in shock. Not only in this era, but such a thing has never happened in the long history of Zhongzhou. So what? Unfortunately, in the end, he will still die. No one can stand against the combined forces of two ascendant realm experts. Voices echoed within the palace. Regardless of the outcome, from this day forth, Lin Yuan's name would surely shake Zhongzhou. At this moment, hearing the voices around him, Yi Xian, dressed in red and strikingly handsome, had a grim expression. How many times had Lin Yuan appeared at his wedding banquet today? Each time Lin Yuan's strength severely slapped him in the face, and now, it felt as if his face had been trampled into the ground. He had always regarded Lin Yuan as a rival, an enemy, and had gone so far as to the eastern wilderness to destroy the Qinyan Dao sect. He wanted to defeat Lin Yuan face to face, to let him know that the gap between them was not only in identity, but also in strength, that Lin Yuan was not worthy of comparison with him, the prince of the Deyu dynasty. But now, faced with Lin Yuan battling his two ancestors alone, Yi Xian no longer had the courage to fight him. Unknowingly, he had been surpassed by so much. Oomph. I don't believe you can win against the combined forces of my two ancestors from the Diyu dynasty, a native of the eastern wilderness, with a lowly identity and bloodline. No matter how strong you are, you will still die. Yi Xian's gaze was filled with resentment as he looked at Lin Yuan's figure in the battle above. The only thing that gave Yi Xian some confidence was his identity as a prince of the Diyu dynasty. He was hoping for Lin Yuan to die soon, so that he could maintain his own dignity. Don't worry, brother Yi Xian, he won't last long. Beside him, Lu Shui's voice sounded, cutting off the trace of regret in her heart. She also wished for Lin Yuan to die. The wedding banquet was interrupted, and she was anxious. Only if Lin Yuan died could she become Dao partners with Yi Xian, allowing her to marry into the dynasty with dignity, completely transforming her identity. She had waited too long for this day. At this moment, within the palace, the noise was deafening, and countless gazes remained fixed on the battle in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two sides had completely reached a fever pitch. The heavens shook and the space trembled. Kill! Amidst the endless black and white Dao light, Lin Yuan, with flying white hair and blood-stained black clothes, appeared, his body dripping with blood. Completely disregarding his own injuries, he fought like a madman, exchanging injuries for injuries. And all his attacks fell on Yi Wudao. Chapter 60, Yi Wudao's Death Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Yuan continued to strike, the thunderous vibrations resonating with an overwhelming aura, filled with endless killing intent that permeated the surroundings. His fist marks seemed capable of shaking the entire sky as they descended toward Yi Wudao. Puff! Yi Wudao, with his aged body and depleted vitality, had already been injured from his previous battle with Lin Yuan. At this moment, his body shattered, and he coughed up blood. Seeing Lin Yuan, who was willing to go to any lengths to kill him, Yi Wudao shouted toward the elder in green robes, Yi Ming, come help me. This kid must be insane. His eyes filled with shock and fear. The surrounding space trembled as Yi Wudao's frail body constantly dodged, a hint of regret arising in his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have told this kid about killing Xiao Zhantian. Ignoring everything, seeing the situation, he was determined to kill him at all costs. Old Da die, Lin Yuan shouted. His momentum grew even more magnificent, with boundless fighting spirit. Ignoring the attacks from the elder in green robes and another powerful figure behind him, he braced himself, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth, vowing to slay Yi Wudao. In a green robe, an old body enveloped in endless green mist, Yi Ming's presence was incredibly powerful. That layer of Dao light on this kid is strange. What kind of physique does he have that can block most of my attacks? His cold expression became exceedingly bizarre. Looking at the brilliant Dao light emanating from Lin Yuan, he found that most of his methods were ineffective. His vitality surged, and his strength was at its peak. He knew that his power was not something Yi Wudao could compare to. It was difficult to comprehend. He had never encountered such a situation in countless years. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. Otherwise, Yi Wudao would surely perish at this kid's hands, which would be an unbearable loss for the Diyu dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. Killing intent surged as the elder in green robes struck out with his palm. Golden light surged between his hands, with boundless radiance rising, complex and mysterious runes swirling around. The palm print covered the sky like a hand of destruction, crushing everything in its path as it descended toward Lin Yuan. Keet, D. This strike was immensely powerful, even in the eyes of a powerful figure at the ascending realm. It was considered a supreme attack. At this moment, facing the strike from behind, Lin Yuan was unperturbed. His black robes billowed in the wind, and his momentum reached its peak. Feeling the supreme strike descending upon him, he understood that at this moment, if he didn't kill Yi Wudao, he likely wouldn't have another chance. His heart remained unmoved as he continued to charge toward Yi Wudao. Besides avenging his master, there was another reason. He couldn't afford to waste time. This was the Diyu dynasty. He had to quickly resolve one of the ascending realm experts with all his might. Alone, he was fighting against two, and he was merely at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, relying solely on the power of the supreme Dao body to be able to fight back. His gaze was resolute and decisive, filled with endless fighting spirit. D. This was also his strongest strike, using all of his power. Boom! The mysterious Tao patterns floating around him, unique to the supreme Tao body, began to writhe and spiral, merging into Lin Yuan's punch as it descended toward Yi Wu Dao. Crack! With a fist mark passed, space collapsed inch by inch, shattering. This strike could transcend realms and kill an ascending realm expert. No, the voice was filled with shock and immense fear. With his vitality completely exhausted and his body aging, Yi Wu Dao was terrified of Lin Yuan's strike, with nowhere to hide and no place to escape, surrounded by the cracks of shattered space. His hair stood on end, and his heart was filled with dread. Crack! As the fist mark passed, Yi Wu Dao's body exploded, crushed into a pulp, blood staining the void. There were no bones left, and the blood mist in the sky was proof of Yi Wu Dao's existence. An ascending realm expert, known as invincible in this world, had died. Died at the hands of Lin Yuan, who was barely 20 years old. At this moment, boom, 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 the sky-covering palm print had also fallen, landing on Lin Yuan. The brilliant Tao light around Lin Yuan blocked most of the power. Even though the supreme Tao body repelled the evils and was invulnerable to all methods, Lin Yuan disregarded everything and took the hit to kill Yi Wu Dao. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed out, scattering into the void. Lin Yuan's hair was disheveled. His body staggered as he coughed up blood, his aura becoming weak. Although he had slain Yi Wu Dao, he was also injured by the elder in green robe's palm. Master, did you see that? The one who killed you is already dead. On his youthful face, he appeared pale as paper, his expression calm. Lin Yuan steadied himself, looking down at the coffin below, where the lifeless body of Xiao Zhantian lay. Carrying the coffin, he had wiped out the entire Piaoshu Dao sect and slaughtered countless powerful figures from the eastern wilderness. Now, he had brought this coffin into the Diyu imperial palace to let the elder who had raised him witness how the culprits had perished. How is this possible? Yi Wu Dao is dead. This kid endured my strongest strike and is only heavily injured? Looking at the heavily injured Lin Yuan, Yiming's eyes were filled with shock. He could not comprehend how a junior cultivator who had not yet reached the ascending realm could withstand his attack and still kill Yi Wu Dao, ultimately only sustaining heavy injuries. After pondering for a long time, he began to understand why this kid had the courage to single-handedly invade their Diyu imperial palace. The key was that Lin Yuan looked too young, making it easy for others to overlook his strength. An ascending realm expert had been forcefully slain by Lin Yuan. This scene was incredibly shocking. Below, among the countless spectators, ancestor. He is dead? Killed by Lin Yuan? Yi Xian's face trembled, stunned by the earlier scene. A chill surged from his heart, and his entire body grew cold. This shattered Yi Xian's understanding. In his impression, his ancestor was an invincible existence in the world. How could he be defeated? And to be defeated by someone he had never regarded highly? An ascending realm expert, even within the Diyu dynasty, was an incredibly important asset, the trump card that allowed the Diyu dynasty to dominate the entire Xinjiang continent. An ascending realm expert died at the hands of an eastern wilderness native? The loss for the Diyu dynasty was monumental. Was he really just a genius of the same age as me? At this moment, the entire venue was in an uproar. Countless voices echoed throughout the palace. Perhaps even Lin Yuan did not realize what the death of an ascending realm expert represented in this central continent, or even in the Xinjiang continent. Chapter 61. Yi Tu appears inside the Great Yu Imperial Palace. Today was originally the wedding day of Prince Yi Xian. Just as Lin Yuan's arrival turned this grand wedding banquet upside down, at the same time, in the Imperial Hall, the Grand Hall was silent. On the purple gold dragon throne sat a figure, dressed in a black dragon robe and wearing a purple gold crown. Noble and aloof, he sat on the throne with an imposing face, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was none other than the current emperor of the Great Yu dynasty, Yi Tuesday Boom. The surrounding space fluctuated, and in front of Yi Tu was a dark and deep spatial crack leading to an unknown place. Intermittent sounds could be heard coming from the other side of the crack. The envoy from the upper realm was about to descend. Boom! The crack in front of him disappeared. At the same time, a serious expression appeared on Yi Tu's dignified face. Even though he was the current emperor, the most esteemed person in the central continent, and even in the Xinjiang continent, he had to show great respect when facing the envoy from the upper realm. This was not without reason. Although the Great Yu dynasty had countless strong individuals who ascended to the upper realm since ancient times and had established a dynasty there. In the upper realm, the Great Yu dynasty was merely a subordinate force of a sacred land and had to rely on the breath of that sacred land to survive. According to Yi Tu's knowledge, that sacred land was called the Yuqing Sacred Land, which controlled 4 great dynasties. The Great Yu dynasty was just one of those 4 dynasties under the Yuqing Sacred Land. The envoy was none other than the saintess of the Yuqing Sacred Land, of the highest status, who was about to descend. He had heard that it was related to the search for some hidden treasure of the Yuan Tian Supreme. However, until now, Yi Tu knew nothing about the hidden treasure of the Yuan Tian Supreme that existed in this world. Forget it. Let's talk about that hidden treasure after the envoy descends. Yi Tu murmured to himself. He had just been conversing with the ancestor of his own Yi royal family from the upper realm who had ascended. Therefore, on the day of his son Yi Xian's grand wedding, he had not had the chance to appear on site. After all, compared to matters concerning the upper realm, what was the wedding of a prince worth? Boom, boom, boom. The outside world shook continuously, and the entire Great Yu imperial palace trembled. This alarmed the emperor of the Great Yu. Who dares to cause trouble in my Great Yu imperial palace? With a dignified face and a slight frown, his brows knitted in anger, an overwhelming aura radiated from him. After all, this was the imperial palace, and today was his son's joyous day. Who dared to make a ruckus here? Boom, boom, boom. Inside the palace, in the void above, the fluctuations of battle swept through the surroundings. It was Lin Yuan and Yi Ming engaged in a fierce battle, dressed in a green robe, with a cold expression and surrounded by a sea of green mist. Yi Ming's aura reached its peak, displaying the immense power of a transcendent being. You little brat, how dare you kill a transcendent being of the Great Yu dynasty? Death penalty. Yi Ming's voice was filled with murderous intent. Since the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty, such an event had never occurred. An ancestor of the transcendent realm had been slain by a genius from the eastern wilderness within the Great Yu imperial palace. This was not merely a loss of a powerful foundation. Yi Wudao also represented the face of the Great Yu dynasty. If Lin Yuan was not slain here, it was unimaginable how the various forces in the central continent, which had been suppressed by the Great Yu dynasty for countless years, would view them. The loss of dignity and the loss of deterrence would likely sow seeds of dissent regarding their rule. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Lin Yuan must die. Yi Ming's expression grew increasingly cold, and his offensive intensified. With white hair flying and black clothes fluttering, Lin Yuan's body was stained with blood in the midst of the battle. When he had just slain Yi Wudao, Lin Yuan had completely endured the strongest strike from Yi Ming, a transcendent being. Although he had relied on the power of the Supreme Tao body to withstand that blow and narrowly escape death, he was still shaken, his internal energy surging chaotically and his aura weakening. At this moment, after continuous battles, the light of the Tao surrounding him dimmed further. Without retreating even a step, his gaze remained firm, and Lin Yuan's fighting spirit burned fiercely. Kill! Boom! An incredibly intense fighting spirit surged from Lin Yuan's body. The overwhelming momentum was shocking. It was precisely this fierce fighting spirit that allowed the heavily injured Lin Yuan to not only withstand Yi Ming's assault, but also push him back a few steps. Boom! 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 The green mist was shattered, and Yi Ming retreated 3 steps in midair. Is this kid's body made of iron? Having taken my strongest strike and already severely injured, yet he can still unleash such power. His voice trembled, and his gaze was filled with astonishment as he looked at the fiercely determined Lin Yuan. A genius who had not yet reached the transcendent realm could achieve this level. It was simply outrageous. However, at this moment, Yi Ming could see that Lin Yuan, after consecutive battles, was already at the end of his tether and could not hold on much longer. Hee, just holding on, huh? I want to see how much longer you can last. Boom, boom, boom. The battle continued. At this moment, Lin Yuan was relying entirely on his strong will to fight on. But sometimes, misfortunes come in waves. While battling against Yi Ming, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed something. Not good. His eyes widened in alarm as he shouted. In the depths of his being, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. It was the aura of true death. Lin Yuan's body transformed into a beam of light, hurriedly dodging to the side. Boom! The spot where Lin Yuan had been standing exploded in the void. A surging purple-gold light came from the direction of the Imperial Hall, like a long river, tearing apart the space where Lin Yuan had just been. At the same time, a voice echoed from afar. A junior. Who gave you the audacity to invade my Great Yu Imperial Palace? The voice reverberated throughout the entire Great Yu Imperial Palace. It was a figure with an incredibly strong aura, standing at the top of the Imperial Hall, stepping through the air, surrounded by surging purple-gold light. Dressed in a black dragon robe and wearing a purple-gold crown, he exuded a noble and aloof presence, with an incredibly imposing face. As this figure appeared, the entire Great Yu Imperial Palace erupted in excitement. It was the Emperor Father. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. The Emperor of the Universe has appeared. The true strongest in the Central Continent. The true ruler of the Great Yu Dynasty. Pay respects to the Emperor of the Universe. At this moment, voices rang out within the entire palace, and countless gazes were filled with awe. Figures began to kneel in unison, paying homage to the newly appeared figure. The Emperor of the Universe. Yi Tuesday pay respects to the Emperor of the Universe. Dressed in green robes, even the ancestor of the Great Yu Dynasty, Yi Ming, slightly bowed in respect to Yi Tu's figure in midair. Boom! 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 Stepping through the air and appearing before everyone, Yi Tu slightly nodded, standing with his hands behind his back. His sharp gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, his brows furrowing slightly. Having just appeared, it was obvious he was still unaware of the current situation. Who are you? Chapter 62. Doubts the Emperor Yi Tu, the strongest in the central state of the current era. The Yu dynasty's ability to dominate the entire central state and even the entire Xiantian continent is undoubtedly related to this emperor. His methods are forceful, and he is a ruthless emperor. The forces that submit to him tremble in fear before his presence. No one dares to provoke his authority. However, at this moment, facing Yi Tu's questioning, Lin Yuan did not respond. The emperor has appeared. The matter should come to an end. I never expected to see the emperor in person this time. This kid has such audacity, daring not to say a word when the emperor questions him. At this moment, below, with Yi Tu's appearance, the surrounding noise did not cease. Seeing the emperor personally questioning Lin Yuan, his silence drew the ire of some who were already dissatisfied with him. This is the emperor, a being that makes the heads of countless sects in the central state tremble in fear. Who dares to be arrogant in front of this emperor? The father has finally appeared. The previously beaten down Yi Xian straightened his chest again, his gaze proud, nostrils flared. Although he is of the same age as Lin Yuan, even his own ancestor had died at Lin Yuan's hands, which had dealt Yi Xian a ton of psychological blows. Yet, with the appearance of his father, Yi Xian believed that no matter how strong Lin Yuan was, his father could easily crush him with a single strike. There was simply no comparison. Is this the Emperor of the Yu? With fair skin, a tall and delicate figure, and 3,000 strands of hair cascading down. Lu Shui looked up at the imposing figure in the sky. Although she was about to marry Yi Xian, her status still did not qualify her to meet the Emperor of the Yu. People from the central state are all familiar with the name of this emperor, and she, Lu Shui, cannot be an exception. She had heard of him long ago, but seeing him in person was still a first. In front of the emperor, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you are still going to die. Lu Shui scoffed. What if you are a genius? In front of this emperor, you will ultimately just be a corpse. At this moment, the noise from all directions continued. In front, two powerful figures of the ascending heaven realm stood tall, especially the recently appeared Emperor Yi Tu, whose overwhelming aura Lin Yuan could clearly feel. The strength of the opponent was not comparable to that of Yi Wudao and Yi Ming. Drip, drip, drip. Blood dripped from Lin Yuan's body, covering him in blood. Although he had dodged the emperor's overwhelming strike by instinct, he was still heavily injured. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Yuan now saw enemies everywhere. Am I going to fail? His voice was weak and low. Lin Yuan's gaze dimmed as he murmured to himself. He never regretted doing all of this. On the night he knelt at the broken Qingyun Dao sect, his heart had already been frozen. The only thing that could support him was revenge. The corpses of the sect members were still fresh. The souls of the 862 people were always watching him. For all these days, he dared not sleep, and his heart never stopped questioning himself. Lin Yuan bore all the responsibility for the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect. He had always believed that the fall of the Qingyun Dao sect was because of him. At this moment, even without battling the emperor, Lin Yuan understood that he had already encountered a true life-and-death crisis. Perhaps I will die, but for revenge, what does Lin Yuan fear from death? You are the emperor of the Yu? Lin Yuan looked up, his face covered in blood, all his own, and gazed at Yi Tuesday. Unlike others, he showed no reverence. His gaze was calm and cold. My Qingyun Dao sect was destroyed because of your Yu dynasty. Even if I die today, I will make you pay for it. You damned dynasty. Lin Yuan's voice contained unquenchable hatred. His black clothes were torn, revealing the cracks on his body. Gruesome and terrifying, blood continuously flowing from the fissures. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Lin Yuan forced himself to stand tall, unwilling to bow before the enemy. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was nearly exhausted, and his complexion was extremely pale. Qingyun Dao sect? In this emperor's eyes, you are nothing but ants. To suppress the central state and dominate the seas, no one can defy this emperor's will. Since you dare to harm my son, your Qingyun Dao sect will have to pay the corresponding price, understand? The emperor's voice was authoritative, coldly laughing. High above, looking down on everything. I'm Mir Qingyun Dao sect. If it weren't for Lin Yuan mentioning it now, he might have already forgotten about it. Countless sects have been destroyed at his hands. How could he possibly remember each one? However, with Lin Yuan's words, Yi too understood Lin Yuan's identity. A remnant fish from a small sect in the eastern wilderness? It seems that the last extermination of the Qingyun Dao sect was still not thorough enough. Floating in the air, standing in the purple-golden light around him, the emperor's dragon aura surged mightily, penetrating heaven and earth, like a ruler suppressing the seas and lands. Yi Tu's aura was terrifying, and he scrutinized Lin Yuan. His eyes were filled with doubt. Even someone as noble as him could not understand. The Lin Yuan before him, clearly not yet at the ascending heaven realm. How could he cause the death of an ancestor of the Yu dynasty? Even Yi Ming had been unable to subdue him for a long time. Perhaps there was some special reason hidden within this young man before him. It could be a precious treasure, or it could be an incredibly terrifying opportunity. But in any case, it must be something that even this emperor of the Yu would be tempted by. No matter what, he had to obtain it. Emperor, this kid is tough. Let this old man open his mouth and shatter his teeth. An aged voice from Yi Ming sounded beside him, bowing to Yi Tu and then giving a cold snort at Lin Yuan. Previously, when he and Yi Wudao teamed up, they had been defeated by Lin Yuan, which had brought shame to his old face, especially now before Emperor Yi Tuesday. No need. Let this emperor see how he reached this point. The emperor was extremely arrogant. With his strength, he could control everything on the scene. He did not believe that this disciple from a small sect in the eastern wilderness could stir up any waves in his hands. Confident, proud, powerful, and exceedingly domineering. This is the Emperor Yi Tuesday. Chapter 63 Lin Jiuset's off Lin Yuan single-handedly caused a commotion at the wedding banquet, shaking the entire Yu dynasty to its core. In the end, he even forced the Emperor Yi Tu, to make an appearance. At this moment, within the entire Zhongzhou, countless sect leaders and supreme elders received news from the Yu imperial palace, causing a stir among them. Although there were countless powerful figures from Zhongzhou attending Yi Xian's grand wedding, it was still not enough to ignite the whole region into a frenzy. However, now that they learned that a genius from the eastern wasteland had slain an ancestor of the Yu dynasty, forcing the unique ruler of Zhongzhou to reveal himself, the entire Zhongzhou was set ablaze with excitement. How could this be? A mere person from the eastern wasteland could stir up such chaos in the Yu dynasty. Interesting. This sect leader wants to see just who this remarkable figure is that could make the Emperor Yu appear. What? All the members of the Liuli Dao sect who went to the Yu dynasty, from the Grand Elder to the Holy Son, were all killed by that native from the eastern wasteland? In various regions of Zhongzhou, countless powerful figures soared into the sky, flying towards the royal Dao domain, the Yu imperial palace. They wanted to see what kind of genius could achieve such a feat after all. Such an event had never occurred in the Zhongzhou continent since ancient times. At the same time, as countless powerful figures from Zhongzhou flew towards the Dayu dynasty. In the eastern wasteland, within the ancient Forbidden Land, in the Taiqing Imperial Palace, the main hall was dimly lit, surrounded by countless strands of chaotic energy, permeating throughout the entire Taiqing Imperial Palace. At this moment, countless chaotic energies swirled like a vortex, converging toward an elderly man sitting cross-legged on the ground. Dressed in coarse gray robes stained with blood, his own blood, and with long grayish-white hair, it was Lin Jiao. Several months had passed since he parted ways with Lin Yuan. Previously, to assist Lin Yuan in advancing to the supreme Dao body, the destruction of his innate sacred weapon had left him severely injured. During this time, he had been in this imperial palace, using the surrounding chaotic energy to heal his wounds. After all, in this lower realm, the Xintian continent, aside from this imperial palace, there were no treasures or other places that could help him quickly regain his peak state given his sacred realm cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an incomparably powerful aura surged from Lin Jiao's body, causing the entire imperial palace to tremble. His aged face, with eyes closed for several months, slowly opened. With the spiritual energy of the Taiqing Imperial Palace, months of recovery had restored the old man's strength to about 80 to 90%. He wondered how the young master was doing. The old eyes revealed concern. When Lin Yuan left, he was in a mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. And with the supreme Dao body, Lin Jiao believed that at least in the eastern wasteland, his young master was invincible. Gathering his aura, Lin Jiao stood up. It was time to leave. Boom! With a single step, Lin Jiao's figure vanished from the Taiqing Imperial Palace. At this moment, within the Zhongzhou, in the Dayu Imperial Palace, powerful figures from all over Zhongzhou arrived. The weakest among them was at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, with some being half a step into the Ascendant realm. Paying respects to the Emperor Yu. Old man pays respects to the Emperor Yu. They were all sect leaders and ancestors from various major sects in Zhongzhou, figures whose very presence could cause the ground to quake. Yet at this moment, within the Dayu Imperial Palace, each of them looked extremely respectful, bowing towards the Emperor above, Yi Tuesday, immediately. Their gazes shifted to the bloodied young man in black before Yi Tu, who was Lin Yuan. This was the genius from the Eastern Wasteland? Under such pressure from the Emperor Yu, he was still alive. It seems the rumors are true. At this moment, in the void above, drip, drip, drip. A black robe had long since been torn apart, and the body was riddled with cracks, blood dripping continuously from the wounds. Blood stained his white hair. It was Lin Yuan's own blood. His broken body floated in the void, surrounded by a cage formed from purple golden light, enveloping him within. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed from within the cage, as 9 small dragon shadows pierced through Lin Yuan's body like chains, tearing at his flesh and breaking his bones. Through the gaping wounds, his white bones were visible. Pain, endless pain, surged like a tide, drowning Lin Yuan. Speak your secret, and I can grant you a swift death. A voice echoed before the cage. It was Yi Tu, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression stern, exuding an overwhelming pressure. His cold gaze fixed on Lin Yuan within the cage, interrogating him. Purple light surged in his palms. The cage was formed by him. He wanted Lin Yuan to reveal his secrets. With the cultivation of the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, attempting to kill someone in the Ascendant realm was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Yet now this young man had achieved it. Having slain an ancestor of the Dayu dynasty in the Ascendant realm, Yi Tu believed that Lin Yuan harbored secrets capable of driving any cultivator in this world mad, which was why he had not killed Lin Yuan, only torturing him until he spoke. Crack, crack, crack. The pain intensified, bones shattered. Secrets? Inside the cage. Lin Yuan did not bow his head. He straightened his body. His deadpan gaze was filled with unwavering tenacity. With a cold smile, blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. That ascendant from your Dayu dynasty was just too useless. Unfortunately, today I cannot wipe out the Dayu dynasty completely to avenge the destruction of the Qingyan sect. His voice was weak. After enduring such torment, an ordinary person would have likely succumbed and fainted long ago. But at this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes held nothing but unwillingness. Unwillingness to not be able to annihilate the Diyu dynasty and avenge his sect. Facing death, still being stubborn, Yi Tu said, his brows furrowing in impatience. Boom! The surrounding space trembled, the cage compressed, and endless pressure surged forth, as if it would completely crush Lin Yuan's already broken body. Am I going to die? Lin Yuan's voice was faint as he spoke, his gaze dimmed. Until this moment, he still did not regret his decision. Though this emperor of Diyu was an enemy, Lin Yuan had to admit that with his late-stage Tao palace cultivation, coupled with the supreme Tao body, he was not a match for this emperor. At this moment, the crisis of death enveloped Lin Yuan. That immense pressure seemed to be able to crush Lin Yuan into dust at any moment. Unless I can forcibly activate the manifestation of the supreme Tao body. Trapped within the cage, at this moment, as if recalling something, a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Yuan's originally dim eyes. Chapter 64. The Jedi, the Taishang Tao body, is one of the top 10 supreme bodies in the upper realm. This physique has represented invincibility in the same realm since ancient times, and crossing realms to fight has never been a difficult task. Its strength, besides the inherent power of the physique itself, has another important reason: the phenomenon. The phenomenon unique to the supreme body can only be fully realized with the support of the phenomenon, allowing it to push aside all enemies in the world. In other words, even though Lin Yuan had previously experienced several great battles and had killed a person in the ascending realm with his Tao palace strength, the power he had shown before was not the complete strength of the Taishang Tao body. Being in the lower realm, with the great Tao incomplete and all laws not whole, Lin Yuan had always been unable to awaken his own phenomenon. However, at this moment, on the brink of life and death, Lin Yuan could no longer care about so much. Even if he had to pay any price, though the possibility was small, he had to give it a try. This kid is really stubborn, daring to be arrogant in front of the emperor. A voice sounded, filled with disdain for Lin Yuan. At this time, inside the Great Yu Imperial Palace, with the arrival of powerful figures from various places in Zhongzhou, the scene was already crowded. It could be said that the heads and ancestors of major sects were present. The pressure of the emperor of Zhongzhou, just the two words, was thunderous within Zhongzhou. However, Yi Tu, the ruler of the Great Yu dynasty, had been a legend in Zhongzhou, having not appeared for many years. Moreover, a hero from the eastern wilderness dared to stir up chaos within the Great Yu dynasty, forcing the emperor to appear personally. For whatever reason, it was worth the various powerful figures in Zhongzhou coming to witness. The scene was noisy, voices rising and falling. On the ground of the palace, countless gazes were fixed on the void above, looking at Lin Yuan, who was in the cage, his body shattered. They heard that this kid had previously slain an ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty, and his audacity was remarkable. So young, it was hard to imagine how he managed to do it. In front of the Great Yu dynasty, no matter how terrifying his talent is, he cannot escape the fate of death. As cultivators of Zhongzhou, and being in the Great Yu Imperial Palace, all the heads and ancestors of the various sects naturally stood on the side of the Great Yu dynasty. Although Lin Yuan's previous deeds had indeed shocked many, so what? In front of the emperor of the Great Yu, he was merely like an ant, with life and death entirely in the emperor's thoughts. Figures densely packed. At this moment in the crowd, Lin Yuan, a guy who stepped on dogshit luck, relying on opportunities, how could he be stronger than this prince? The voice came from Yi Xian. With a tall stature and an extraordinary demeanor, his exceptionally handsome face now showed disdain as he looked at Lin Yuan in the void, sneering. Clearly, just a few months ago, he could barely contend with Lin Yuan in the Qingyan Dao sect. But now, only a few months have passed, and he could no longer even see Lin Yuan's back. This sense of disparity made Yi Xian extremely uncomfortable. Brother Yi Xian, are you saying that Lin Yuan has become so strong because of hidden opportunities on him? A voice sounded beside him. With fair skin, a tall and delicate figure, and 3,000 strands of hair cascading down, Lu Shui's pretty face was filled with curiosity upon hearing Yi Xian's words. He was just a remnant of the Qingyan Dao sect. Without some powerful opportunity, how could he have become so strong in such a short time? Father will truly uncover the hidden opportunity on him. After he dies, perhaps that opportunity can belong to me. As Yi Xian spoke, a hint of fervor emerged in his gaze. In his view, possessing the dragon spirit body, the number one physique of the Xintian continent. If he could obtain the opportunity from Lin Yuan, perhaps he could reach Lin Yuan's level in a short time, or even surpass him. That would grant him the power to battle those in the ascending realm. Just thinking about it made him excited. Yi Xian's gaze fixed firmly on the void above. In his view, the mere Lin Yuan could not withstand much longer in front of his father. Inside the cage formed by purple gold light, a suffocating pressure surged, collapsing the space. Crack, crack, crack. Bones creaked as Lin Yuan's body was about to be crushed. Will you choose a painful death, or will you reveal the secrets on you? I can grant you a quick end. Yi Tu's voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ear. Pain. The agony of his body, seemingly about to be crushed inch by inch, twisted Lin Yuan's face. He could hear everything inside him cracking. I'll hand over your mother. A loud shout burst forth from Lin Yuan's mouth, a phrase unique to a traveler amidst extreme pain. Hearing this, Yi Tu, the emperor, looked blank, not knowing what it meant, but felt it was not a good remark. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, within the cage, Lin Yuan's blood began to boil, rolling like thunder. Flames of black and white ignited on his surface, dancing fiercely. The blood in his body, the shattered bones, every cell in his body burned along with the Tao flames. An immeasurably terrifying aura rose, converging towards Lin Yuan's brow. Whoosh! A crack suddenly appeared in the originally smooth center of his brow, emanating an aura that transcended the highest, surpassing this world. At this moment, boom, 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 the heavens and earth changed color, the universe trembled. What happened? What is this sound? What is that? At this moment, within the Great Yu Imperial Palace, the countless cultivators who had originally come to watch were suddenly filled with shock, their hair standing on end, their hearts trembling and roaring violently. They looked at Lin Yuan, feeling an aura that should not exist in this world, an incomparably supreme presence emerging. Although they had never felt such power, when this aura appeared, every cultivator felt an indescribable heart palpitation deep within. How could this be? Is this the secret hidden on him? The voice filled with horror was from Yi Tuesday, dressed in a black dragon robe, standing in midair. His body enveloped in purple gold light, with imperial dragon aura surging around him, penetrating the heavens and earth. His originally noble and indifferent, imposing face now looked at Lin Yuan with immense shock. Crack, crack, crack. The cage imprisoning Lin Yuan shattered. An eye slowly opened in the center of Lin Yuan's brow. It was the Taishang Dao eye, burning his own body with Dao flames, forcibly activating it. At that moment, as the Taishang Dao eye opened, it seemed as if the light between heaven and earth was dimming. His white hair floated, his tattered black clothes soaked in blood. Shattering the cage set up by Yi Tuesday. Behind Lin Yuan, a grand phenomenon emerged, overshadowing the entire sky. It was the phenomenon of the Taishang Dao body. Chapter 65. Lin Yuan versus Emperor Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Above the nine heavens, the wind and clouds changed color, and the thunder surged. At this moment, behind Lin Yuan, there was a vast, gray, endless chaos. Countless chaotic Dao lights soared up, transforming into intricate and mysterious Dao runes, arranging and combining. Eventually, they converged into an eye that emerged from the boundless chaotic Dao light. Its brilliance illuminated everything, transcending, supreme, and rising above all. Within its pupil, it seemed to contain myriad paths. Wherever its gaze fell, that was where the Dao resided. The eye of the Dao. This was an anomaly unique to the supreme Dao body. Dressed in black, with white hair flying, Lin Yuan stood in the void, his body covered in blood, radiating light. Black and white flames surged within him, burning his original power to manifest his anomaly. At this moment, when this scene appeared behind Lin Yuan, the entire Great Yu Imperial Palace, and even the whole Imperial Dao domain, trembled. Above the firmament, the radiance vanished. In the midst of chaos, a gigantic eye quietly hovered there, resembling the Eye of Annihilation. At this time, countless central state cultivators within the palace, paying attention to this scene, erupted in fervor. What is that? An anomaly formed from a pupil? How strange. What kind of physique can possess such an anomaly? I'm afraid even the dragon spirit body, the first physique of our Xintian continent, cannot compare to it. Waves of astonished voices surged within the palace. They looked at Lin Yuan and Emperor Yu Yi Tuesday. Clearly, Lin Yuan, who had already become a prisoner, was now able to contend with Yi Tu, albeit faintly, as the anomaly behind him emerged. This shocked everyone in the palace. That was the Emperor Yu, the supreme ruler of the central state. A young prodigy from the eastern wilderness could compare with the emperor? If anyone had dared to say this before, they would have been considered a fool. But now, many actually thought it might be true. Aha, physique. I'm afraid, throughout the history of the Xintian continent, no one at the Dao Palace realm can compare with you. Looking at the anomaly behind Lin Yuan, Yi Tu slightly nodded in admiration. He had long sensed Lin Yuan's true realm. Even he, the emperor of the central state, had always believed that only their Yi family's dragon spirit body was the first physique of the Xintian continent. However, at this moment, feeling the power radiating from Lin Yuan, he no longer thought so. Although even he did not know what kind of physique the young man before him possessed, he was certain it was not comparable to their royal family's dragon spirit body. At this point, Yi Tu changed the subject. But do you really think that with just a mere anomaly, you can challenge this emperor's authority? The black dragon robe fluttered as Yi Tu stood in midair. His gaze proud, looking down at Lin Yuan, his aura extremely domineering. As the strongest in the central state, he had absolute confidence. Challenge your authority? No. What I want is to destroy the entire Great Yu dynasty today, to eradicate everything, including you, under the enhancement of the anomaly behind him. Countless Dao lights enveloped Lin Yuan's shattered body, with illusory Dao manifesting and floating around him. The air was filled with Dao rhythm, naturally harmonious, as if a true son of the Dao had descended to the world, utterly transcendent. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, his gaze deadpan as he looked at Yi Tuesday. Facing the revered emperor of the central state, there was not a trace of fear. All that remained was killing intent. Then this emperor shall see what strength your unknown physique truly possesses. With a cold laugh, boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an incomparably mighty aura surged from Yi Tu, his body enveloped in light, the royal dragon aura around him surging powerfully, penetrating the heavens and earth. In his palm, a purple golden light blazed fiercely, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars shaking the surroundings. Boom! Yi Tu struck out with a palm. Crack! The surrounding void exploded, golden light surged, and purple mist swirled. It was a dragon shadow piercing through the void, heading towards Lin Yuan. Soaring and flying, its might dominated the heavens and earth. This strike, even among those in the ascending realm, few could withstand. At this moment, in a corner of the void, an old figure stood. Dressed in a green robe, with aged eyes, he looked at Yi Tu's strike, filled with shock. The dragon god technique of the emperor had actually reached the 8th layer. It was Yi Ming. As a member of the Yi royal family, even Emperor Yu Yi Tu was his junior. The dragon god technique was a powerful technique passed down through generations of the Yi family, divided into 9 layers. However, throughout history, even those with the dragon spirit body from the Yi family had never been able to cultivate the dragon god technique to the 9th layer. Even those who could reach the 8th layer were few among countless generations of emperors of the Great Yu dynasty. Therefore, in Yi Ming's view, this generation's Emperor Yu Yi Tu, with this 8th layer of the dragon god technique, had surpassed countless ancestors. Even he had entered the ascending realm several hundred years before Yi Tu, but in cultivating the dragon god technique, he had barely reached the 6th layer. At this moment, the entire Great Yu Imperial Palace was focused on this battle. When they saw the renowned emperor Yu make his move, countless central state cultivators were astonished. For these cultivators, the rumors about this emperor had always been a taboo. Even though Lin Yuan's anomaly behind him shocked many, very few believed he could fight against the Emperor Yu. Roar, roar, roar. Above the heavens, the purple golden dragon shadow shattered the firmament, roaring towards Lin Yuan, shaking the earth and sky. Facing this strike, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Boom! The supreme Dao at his brow, along with the anomaly behind him, transformed into a beam of Dao light capable of opening up chaos, piercing through. Chapter 66. Is this the invincible power you claim? The Tao light shone brightly, dazzling and unparalleled, tearing through the void as if it were to return all matter to chaos. The dragon shadow collided with the Tao light, creating a thunderous sound. Boom, boom, boom. A shocking confrontation. Endless waves spread from above the heavens, and the space cracked like a calm mirror. Crack! Dark fissures appeared, looking ferocious and deep, shredding the clouds in the sky. The overwhelming pressure caused countless cultivators in the palace below to tremble. How many years had it been? The central continent had never witnessed such a great battle. Not to mention, this moment was marked by the personal intervention of the Emperor of the Universe against a boy who appeared to be only around 20 years old. Lin Yuan was too young. If it weren't for the power he displayed at this moment, it would be hard to compare this boy with the Emperor, who struck fear across the central continent. Eyes wide in shock, hearts trembling, those with weaker cultivation found it hard to bear the terrifying waves coming from above. Their faces turned pale, with some even bleeding from their mouths due to the shock. They never expected to see someone able to contend with the Emperor of the Universe in their lifetime. Yes, even if he were to be defeated by the Emperor today, his name would still be recorded in the annals of the central continent. At such a young age, if given the opportunity, perhaps he would become the strongest on the Xiantian continent in the future. But alas, he was destined to die today. The scene was shaking and boiling with shock at the power Lin Yuan displayed. Yet even so, it was still hard for anyone to believe that Lin Yuan would ultimately be the victor. There was no way around it. The authority of the Emperor of the Great Universe, Yi Tu, was unshakable in the central continent. The notion of the Emperor being invincible was almost ingrained in the minds of every cultivator in the central continent. At this moment, it wasn't just the countless gazes from the onlookers. Even Yi Ming, the ancestor of the Great Universe dynasty, who was also at the Ascension realm, was watching the battle with immense shock on his aged face. He was positioned closer than those below, allowing him to better comprehend how terrifying the powers displayed by both Yi Tu and Lin Yuan were. How could this be? The 8th layer of the Dragon God technique of the Emperor of the Universe failed to do anything to this kid? Yi Ming's heart was in turmoil. That was the strongest technique of their Yi royal family, cultivated to the 8th layer. Logically, anyone from each generation of the Yi royal family who could cultivate the Dragon God technique to this level represented being invincible in the world. But now, the outcome was beyond Yi Ming's expectations. Even he, in the face of their battle, had no qualification to intervene. What kind of physique or anomaly allowed a Tao Palace realm cultivator to contend with our current Emperor of the Great Universe? Yi Ming was confused, unable to comprehend, but he could only watch quietly. Boom, boom, boom. All eyes were on the scene. At that moment, above the shattered void, there was a chaotic Tao light. Brilliant to the extreme, a strike unleashed by Lin Yuan, empowered by the supreme Tao, augmenting the anomaly behind him. The dragon shadow, glowing with purple gold light and at the 8th layer of the Dragon God technique, began to vanish inch by inch under the coverage of the chaotic Tao light, as if it were evaporating and being assimilated. The offensive did not diminish. Boom! The black dragon robe shattered. The purple gold crown on his head fell, his hair disheveled, and his body staggered. The Emperor Yi Tu trembled, blood flowing from his mouth as he retreated in the air. Boom! 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 With each step back, he shattered the void. After several steps, the blood and energy within him surged, and the royal dragon aura behind him dimmed compared to before. How could this be? An unbelievable voice erupted from the Emperor's mouth. His originally imposing face showed signs of change. Confusion and disbelief filled his gaze as he looked at Lin Yuan. Suppressing the central continent, ruling the seas, his name Yi Tu resonated throughout the Xiantian continent, intimidating all corners of the world. Those who followed him prospered, while those who opposed him perished. Everything stemmed from his ability to suppress all. But now, what had happened? In the recent battle, he had actually lost? And in front of Boy, the long-held belief in his invincibility was suddenly shattered. And at this moment, Yi Tu's mind was filled with nothing but confusion. No, it can't be. How could father lose? At this moment below in the palace, Yi Xian, surrounded by admirers, was in a daze. In his impression, his father was the strongest person in the world, unmatched by anyone. But just now, he had witnessed his father being pushed back by Lin Yuan. A peer of his age, someone he had always looked down upon, had repelled his father? Yi Xian's mind was in chaos. This, with her fair complexion and tall, delicate figure, adorned in bridal attire, Lu Shui was stunningly beautiful. As her voice rang out, her gaze fell upon the void above. Dressed in black, with snow-white hair, her broken body stained with blood from previous injuries, she stared at Lin Yuan. Her gaze became incredibly complex. The emperor, the strongest in the Xintian continent, the one who oppressed the central continent, had been defeated by the boy she had always looked down upon. In that moment, Lu Shui's heart trembled, stunned by the deafening roar, frozen in place. Although the true victor had yet to be determined. From the performance in the recent battle, it was undoubtedly Lin Yuan who had the upper hand over Yi Tuesday. At this moment, the palace inside and out fell into a dead silence. Then, an endless uproar erupted. The emperor, did we not see it wrong? It felt like a dream, when a person's name has been invincible for so long, powerful enough to make the entire world submit before him, undefeated, crushing everything. It has long become the ingrained perception of countless cultivators in the central continent regarding Yi Tuesday. But now, people were astonished to find that suddenly, this ingrained perception had been shattered by a boy. Gazes turned toward the void, looking at Lin Yuan. Is this the invincible power you claim? As the voice echoed, there was no hint of pride. Lin Yuan's expression remained as calm as ever. Behind him, the anomaly was grand beyond measure, amidst chaos. Boundless chaotic Tao light shone brilliantly, and the eye of the great Tao quietly hovered, reflecting against the supreme Tao eye at Lin Yuan's brow. Lin Yuan's gaze was dead and still as he looked at Yi Tu, the once invincible emperor. Chapter 67, Dragon God Technique, 9th Layer. Transforming into a dragon at the moment of imminent death, turning defeat into victory. The extraordinary phenomenon, empowered by the eye of the great Tao, was even stronger than Lin Yuan had originally imagined. Prior to this, Lin Yuan had only relied on the power of his supreme Tao body to fight. At this moment, he finally understood why the supreme Tao body has been ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm since ancient times. Overpowering everything and being called the supreme body. It seems that only the supreme Tao body with extraordinary phenomena deserves to be called the supreme body. Lin Yuan exclaimed. Black and white Tao flames continued to burn on his surface. At this moment, he had not truly awakened the extraordinary phenomenon. He was merely burning the source power of his physique to forcefully activate it. This was extremely damaging to himself, but without doing so, he might already be a corpse. Death did not scare Lin Yuan. The inability to take revenge with his own hands was what made him the most unwilling. He had no other choice. Even if it cost him everything, he would annihilate the great Yu dynasty and avenge the souls of those who had died within the Qinyan Dao sect. This was a promise Lin Yuan had made while kneeling in the shattered sect. For this, Lin Yuan was willing to pay any price. At this moment, within the great Yu imperial palace, the sounds of commotion echoed all around, shocked by Lin Yuan's strike that injured the emperor. Opposite Lin Yuan, a confrontation across the air. The dragon robe was tattered, hair disheveled, blood flowing from his mouth. The gaze of Emperor Yi Tu shifted from brief confusion to battle intent. He had been invincible in this world for too long, so long that he was almost forgetting what failure felt like. Just now, being pushed back by a young man indeed caught this invincible emperor off guard. However, the battle had not yet ended. It had only just begun. Indeed, it seems this emperor had underestimated you before. With a cold laugh, the middle-aged emperor Yi Tu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He admitted that he had been careless earlier, which led to him being slightly inferior to Lin Yuan. However, he did not believe that a mere native from the eastern wilderness, even with a physique beyond his imagination, could compare with him. The great emperor of the great Yu dynasty, in terms of foundation. The battle had just begun. Next, this emperor would let you know what it means to be invincible in this world. His voice was calm, containing an undeniable pressure. Yi Tu coldly stared at Lin Yuan. As he spoke, rumbling, rumble, rumble. Surrounding him, purple mist surged, and the imperial dragon aura gathered, roaring fiercely. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed around Yi Tu, shaking all directions, resonating throughout the entire palace. Golden light surged, and purple mist flowed, as 9 dragon shadows floated behind Yi Tu, merging with the body of this emperor. An incomparably vast aura rose from Yi Tu's body, shaking the heavens and the earth. When this scene appeared, others might not recognize it, but as an ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty, Yi Ming recognized it at once. This is the 9th layer of our Great Yu royal family's dragon god technique. The emperor has reached it, clad in a green robe. Yi Ming, a powerful being of the ascending heaven realm, had completely become a mere observer under the battle between Lin Yuan and Yi Tuesday. Such a level of battle. Even he, the ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty, no longer had the qualification to participate. At this moment, upon seeing the 9 purple golden dragon shadows surrounding Yi Tu, his aged face was filled with shock as he exclaimed loudly. The 9th layer of the dragon god technique. It wasn't just Yi Ming who was shocked. At this moment, down below, Yi Xian was equally astonished. As a member of the Yi royal family, and bearing the dragon spirit physique, Yi Xian understood very well what the 9th layer of the dragon god technique represented. It could be said that since the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty countless ages ago, apart from the first ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty, the one who established the dragon god technique, throughout the long years, no generation of emperors had been able to cultivate the dragon god technique to the 9th layer. Even those who could reach the 8th layer would be among the top in countless generations of emperors. But now, his father had actually cultivated this divine skill to the 9th layer. The expression on Yi Xian's face shifted from confusion about his father's treatment of Lin Yuan to joy. Ha ha ha! I knew it! How could a mere native from the eastern wilderness possibly defeat my father? He laughed loudly, feeling invigorated. That was the 9th layer of the dragon god technique, a level only the first founder of the Great Yu dynasty could reach, and his father had achieved it. This battle would ultimately be a victory for their side. At this moment, Yi Xian's previous despair was swept away. He had to admit that Lin Yuan had exerted too much pressure on him earlier, repeatedly turning danger into victory. The 9th layer of the dragon god technique? With hair flying, standing in the void, Lin Yuan looked calmly at the increasingly terrifying Yi Tuesday. Although he did not know what had happened to the other party, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the strength of the Great Yu Emperor Yi Tu before him had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. Just as Lin Yuan was curious, rumbling, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the confrontation across the air, transforming into a true dragon. With a loud shout, the voice was immensely powerful, resonating with the entire world. It was Yi Tuesday. His aura was climbing steadily, his long hair flying, his face extremely cold. The tattered dragon robe fluttering. Golden light surged, and purple mist flowed, with 9 dragon shadows merging with his body. In an instant, endless purple energy gathered, the light dazzling, enveloping the void for 1,000 miles, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars emanating from Yi Tu's body. This was the unique power belonging to the Yi royal family. Only the dragon spirit physique, combined with the 9th layer of the dragon god technique, could unleash it, transforming one's own body into a dragon. Rumbling, rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth changed color, and the universe trembled. Yi Tu's figure vanished, and the void where he disappeared burst forth with an endless and intense radiance, accompanied by a purple cloud sea appearing in the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The cloud sea churned, and amidst the indistinctness, a terrifying dragon shadow emerged in the void. The dragon's body was immense, stretching 1,000 meters, radiating golden dragon eyes that looked down upon Lin Yuan. Death. The words spoken were Yi Tu's voice. The might of the dragon overwhelming, and even a single wisp of its aura was enough to crush the heavens, an unprecedented terrifying force enveloping all directions. This aura was far too terrifying, having increased beyond measure compared to Yi Tu's previous power. Boom! The dragon claw reached out, immensely large, dimming the light of the world. Crack! The space was torn apart by the dragon claw, revealing a massive void, ripping through the cosmos, and heading towards Lin Yuan to suppress him. Chapter 68. Lin Yuan merges with the vision, eye of the great Tao. The heavens trembled, and the void shook. Boom! 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 At this moment, the entire Great Yu Imperial Palace was shaking violently, and the aura of dragon might was intimidating. Countless cultivators from Zhongzhou stood within the Great Yu Imperial Palace, their gazes drawn to the sky, where the dragon shadow, formed by the Emperor Yi Tu, shocked them all. It can be said that today's Great Yu Imperial Palace gathered countless strong figures from Zhongzhou. Among the crowd, some older cultivators recognized the technique being used by the Emperor Yu at this moment. This is the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique of the Great Yu royal family. An elderly man with white hair and a half-step to the Ascension realm trembled, his voice filled with shock. He was explaining to those present the power and terror of the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique. Originally, the invincible emperor suppressing Zhongzhou in this era, now combined with the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique. No wonder the Emperor Yu of this era could dominate Zhongzhou. How could the strength of our Zhongzhou emperor possibly compare to this lucky eastern wilderness native? It seems that when victory is divided, this battle still belongs to the Great Yu dynasty. Voices were rising, and the scene was extremely noisy. At this moment, countless cultivators from Zhongzhou firmly believed that the final victory would ultimately belong to Yi Tu, this invincible emperor. With his own power, he caused a commotion throughout the dynasty, and it can be said that Lin Yuan's strength had already refreshed the understanding of everyone present. However, in the end, the Emperor Yu actually unleashed the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique, turning into a dragon, a forbidden technique of the Great Yu royal family. Lin Yuan's strength had already been displayed, and no one believed he could turn the tide. Countless gazes were watching. Boom! 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 The dragon claws were enormous, as if about to cover the sky, descending towards Lin Yuan. At this moment, a figure in black, with hair as white as snow, stood in the void, facing this strike, and Lin Yuan's expression was grave, transforming into a dragon. A very powerful strike. Feeling the overwhelming dragon might, Lin Yuan had to admit that the opponent was strong, but it was still not enough to be seen. His voice was calm. Behind him, the vision of the eye of the great Tao was immensely grand. Rays of light flickered amidst an endless chaos. Countless chaotic Tao lights were dazzling, and the eye of the great Tao quietly hovered. At this moment, the flames surrounding Lin Yuan grew increasingly intense. The black and white Tao flames enveloped him, and his body was almost merging with the great Tao. A painful expression gradually appeared on his face. The Tao flame soared, crazily burning Lin Yuan's body. From the flames emerged countless points of light, which were Lin Yuan's source power flying towards the vision behind him. At this moment, the eye of the great Tao, which was originally just a shadow behind Lin Yuan, gradually became more solid and even showed a hint of liveliness. Just then, an indescribable aura emanated from Lin Yuan, supreme and noble, transcending all, as if a true son of the great Tao had appeared. Annihilate. It was Lin Yuan's voice, but for some reason, this voice carried no emotion, a kind of indifference, as if viewing all things in the world as mere grass dogs. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, merging with the vision behind him. In an instant, light shone, the heavens and earth sank, and the eye of the great Tao spanned across, quietly looking down on everything in the world. Boom! A beam of light shot out from the eye, descending towards the dragon shadow that Yi Tu had transformed into. At this moment, it seemed that the world had completely lost its light, plunging into darkness, with only that beam of light illuminating the world. What? What is this? At this time, amidst the endless purple light, the dragon body spoke human words, filled with immense fear. It was Yi Tu's voice. His heart trembled, resonating with a violent roar, and in the huge dragon eye, there was fear. He wanted to retreat, but there was nowhere to retreat. He wanted to escape, but his body seemed to be unable to move, standing still. Crack, crack, crack. Under the illumination of the beam of light, the dragon body began to shatter inch by inch, turning to ashes. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tu, transformed into a true dragon using the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique, vanished. A remnant body appeared from the shattered dragon shadow, falling like a shooting star. crashing onto the ground of the Great Yu Imperial Palace. The earth trembled, the ground surged like tide, creating waves. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous palaces within the Great Yu Imperial Palace collapsed in pieces, with rubble flying and dust rising, obscuring everything around. Run! How could this happen? At this moment, countless cultivators within the palace soared into the air. Their expressions were horrified as they looked below, where the so-called eternally immortal Great Yu dynasty had turned into ruins. Countless palaces were shattered, remnants of walls and broken edges. Lin Yuan, standing in midair, in a corner of the crowd, Yi Xian's face was pale, holding on to Lu Shui, his gaze fixed on the void above, filled with intense hatred. It's destroyed. Everything is destroyed. Unable to comprehend how his father, the invincible person of this era, could be defeated by an Eastern Wilderness native while using the 9th layer of the Dragon God technique, a foe he had never looked up to before. How many times has this happened? Time and again, watching the opponent turn defeat into victory. This sense of disparity made Yi Xian's mood plummet to the bottom. The Emperor Yu has lost again? At this moment, the ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty, Yi Ming, who had been observing, had an expression filled with immense unwillingness. Perhaps this time, it was truly as Lin Yuan had said when he came with the coffin, to completely annihilate their Great Yu dynasty, leaving not a single one behind. Perhaps it was real. Could it be that the day of the Great Yu dynasty's demise is today? Once he realized this, the royal ancestor's heart began to breed fear. Initially, everyone, including him, had only regarded Lin Yuan's words as the ignorant remarks of a young man seeking revenge for his sect. The Great Yu dynasty had been glorious on this Xiantian continent for far too long, and for countless years, no one had been able to shake them. But now, a boy of only about 20 had defeated the current Emperor Yu Yi II, making this matter about to become reality. No, the glory of our Great Yu dynasty will never fall here. The green robe fluttered, and the aged face was filled with immense grief and anger. This old man would never agree. With a loud shout, boom! The aura of the Ascension realm erupted, and Yi Ming transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the eye of the great Tao that was merging with Lin Yuan in the void. However, it was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A beam of light shot out from the eye of the great Tao. Thu, as the ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty, at the peak of the lower realm, Yi Ming was reduced to ashes, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 69. The Two from the Upper Realm. The savior of the Great Yu dynasty, the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty, Yu Huangyi II, was defeated, and another ancestor of the Ascendant Realm perished, obliterated by Lin Yuan with a single strike. The originally festive banquet in the Grand Great Yu Palace was now a scene of devastation. Giant stones were scattered. Shattered buildings collapsed haphazardly around, leaving only broken walls and ruins. The ground was riddled with deep ravines, surrounded by swirling dust. The once mighty Great Yu Palace was nowhere to be seen. All that remained was a wasteland. At this moment, as the violent fluctuations subsided, numerous figures of the Central Continent cultivators, who had previously soared into the air, stood amidst the ruins. They looked around. Was this still the Great Yu dynasty that had once suppressed the Central Continent? The disparity between the past and present was too great. And the reason for all this was just a young genius from the Eastern Wilderness, who looked so young. Who would have thought that the once immortal dynasty that dominated the entire Xiantian continent would end up like this today? Voices of disbelief echoed from the ruins. Who could have predicted that a young genius from the Eastern Wilderness could single-handedly reduce the Great Yu dynasty to this state? Yes, even the emperor was defeated. The clamor arose from the ruins. Countless cultivators from the Central Continent, including some ancestors and sect masters from major sects, were present, people whose stomps could shake the entire Central Continent. Yet throughout the fierce battle between Lin Yuan and the emperor, their identities had only qualified them to be spectators. If they were merely lamenting, then everyone present from the Great Yu dynasty wore expressions of rage, confusion, and a hint of fear. How could this be? Even the emperor was defeated. Yu Huang, truly unwilling. Voices rose, including those of princes and princesses aside from Yi Xian, as well as powerful figures belonging to the Great Yu dynasty. They clearly understood that according to Lin Yuan's words, what awaited them next was a massacre. The cause of this calamity was merely a small sect from the eastern wilderness, the Qingyun sect, which was personally destroyed by the Grand Prince Yixian. Under normal circumstances, they would not care about such a small sect at all. However, now what they usually disregarded would bring them disaster. Father, the ancestor. Amidst the ruins, Yixian's handsome face was twisted in despair mixed with a hint of ferocity, his resentful gaze looking toward the void above. There was no regret. He only felt hatred. Yixian hated that when he led people to annihilate the Qingyun sect, Lin Yuan was not present. Otherwise, his wedding banquet would have proceeded as planned, and none of this would have happened. A fish that slipped through the net now had everything destroyed by Lin Yuan. The Great Yu dynasty was about to be annihilated by that eastern wilderness native he had always looked down upon. Why? Until this moment, Yixian could not comprehend how Lin Yuan could compare to him in terms of identity, status, and resources behind him. Is he really Lin Yuan? A voice filled with disbelief arose beside Yixian. It was Lu Shui, fair-skinned, tall, and delicate, dressed in red, incredibly beautiful. The once mighty Yu emperor was defeated by someone she had never respected before. Was this the Lin Yuan who used to come and go at her beck and call? She could never understand. The Great Yu dynasty had ruled the central continent, and even the Xinjiang continent, for far too long. It could be said that this battle would determine the future situation of the entire central continent, and even the Xinjiang continent. In the ruins, voices of disbelief continued to echo. At that moment, in the center of the ruins, where the Yu Emperor Yi Tu had fallen, the ground shook. Boom! 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 The buried giant stones flew and scattered in all directions. A broken body soared from the shattered ground. The dragon robe was torn, hair disheveled. In a pitiful state, it was Emperor Yi Tu's day. Who would have thought that the Great Yu dynasty would face its demise at his hands? His body was covered in countless wounds, his breath weak. As the invincible emperor of the central continent, he was defeated by Lin Yuan, utterly disheveled. At this moment, he had no strength left to fight. The spiritual energy within him had completely drained, leaving little behind. On Yi Tu's dignified face, there was a sense of defeat as his gaze turned to the void above, where Lin Yuan and the fused eye of the great Tao resided. Until this moment, Yi Tu still did not understand what that thing was. Even the strongest dragon god body of the great Yu royal family could not resist such power, could not withstand it. In the recent battle, Yi Tu could faintly sense that this power should not exist in this lower realm. It was truly unwilling. Once a majestic ruler, the current Yu Emperor Yi Tu, with disheveled hair and a pitiful appearance, still felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness within. At this moment, as Yi Tu's broken body appeared, boom, 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 the void trembled, lights flashed, and Lin Yuan's figure emerged from the eye of the great Tao. His white hair was like snow, his black robe tattered, and his handsome face stained with blood. The vengeance for my Qingyun sect destruction must be repaid. His voice was calm, like that of a god of death descending from the void. The aura surrounding him was immensely powerful. After defeating Yi Tu, it could be said that in the central continent, no one could rival Lin Yuan's strength. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy as he swept over everyone in the Great Yu dynasty below. Blood debts must be repaid, not a single person spared. This was the vow Lin Yuan had made while kneeling in the Qingyun sect. Now the great vengeance was about to be avenged. Looking at the blood-stained figure in the void, Lin Yuan's might was overwhelming. All the powerful figures in the central continent were present, from their previous disdain. No one dared to look Lin Yuan directly in the eye now. Heaven and earth fell into a dead silence as Lin Yuan's voice echoed. Especially for the countless cultivators of the central continent present, could it be that the Great Yu dynasty, which had once dominated the entire Xinjiang continent, was truly going to perish before that young man? Although the situation had already become a foregone conclusion. The long-standing perception of this immortal dynasty left countless cultivators from the central continent looking incredulous. No. This matter has nothing to do with us. It was Yixian. You should kill him. Fearing death, even the people of the Great Yu dynasty were no exception. Especially those princes who were on equal footing with Yixian, their faces filled with unwillingness. Compared to Yixian, the Grand Prince with the dragon spirit body, they usually received no benefits. Why should they be implicated in a matter of family annihilation? Lin Yuan was too lazy to pay attention. A single, indifferent word. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take action to destroy this so-called immortal Great Yu city. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, in the void, thunder and lightning clashed, and the entire sky trembled. Crack! The void split open, as if a corner of the world had been torn apart. It was a spatial passage, dark and deep, unknown where it came from, but within the passage, there was a kind of spiritual energy that transcended this realm. Surging forth from the spatial passage, this seemed to be the spiritual energy that only the upper realm could possess. This sudden change interrupted Lin Yuan's actions. As the voice sounded, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he looked toward the newly appeared spatial passage. As a direct descendant of the Lin family, an imperial clan from the upper realm, Lin Yuan had always possessed inherited memories of the upper realm. Therefore, he is familiar with the spiritual energy that can only be found beyond the Xintian continent. What Lin Yuan cannot understand is why there would be beings from the upper realm descending at this moment. Could it be that the holy maiden of the Yuqing sacred land has descended upon our great Yu dynasty? Below, Yuan Yitu, who recognized the origin of the spatial passage, was also present. His voice rang out, filled with excitement and fervor, his gaze brimming with thrill. Faced with Lin Yuan, he had already felt hopeless. But at this moment, when he saw the spatial passage from the upper realm, Yi Tu understood that they had hope. Before this, Yi Tu had already received news from his ascended ancestor who was in the upper realm. A holy maiden from the upper realm was about to descend upon their great Yu dynasty, but he did not expect it to happen at such a crucial moment. The great Yu dynasty is saved. Chapter 70. The holy maiden of the upper realm, Yu Linglong as the great Yu dynasty was on the verge of collapse. A spatial passage from the upper realm appeared before everyone. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, fluctuations were violently churning, and the space was rippling like a calm lake disturbed by waves. An incredibly intense aura emanated from the pitch-black spatial passage. At that moment, countless cultivators from a central state stared in astonishment at this scene. What is that? A spatial passage coming from who knows where. Strange. The spiritual energy within that passage is definitely not something our Xintian continent possesses. Who exactly is coming? Could it be related to the impending destruction of the Great Yu dynasty? Voices began to arise, and countless cultivators present were still unaware of what was happening. After all, for those in the lower realm, the upper realm is a place everyone longs for, but most people only know it from ancient rumors and records. In the Xintian continent, even in the flourishing cultivation paths of the central state, only one cultivator in a lifetime can reach the heavenly ascension realm, qualifying them for ascension to the upper realm after countless years of hard work. The term ascension is undoubtedly the ultimate goal that cultivators in the world dream of. Just as countless central state cultivators were curious and shocked, at that moment, a voice as melodious as a flowing spring resonated from within the dark spatial passage. This is the lower realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so thin. The voice carried a sense of disdain for the lower realm, filled with immense pride, and it was a woman's voice. Holy maiden, we have come to the lower realm solely to search for the supreme, secret treasure. Please bear with us for a moment. An elderly voice responded. Between the two dialogues, boom, boom, the spatial passage vanished, and two figures stood in the void, appearing before everyone. The one in the lead was a woman, with delicate features and skin like she was noble and graceful. Dressed in a blue, her figure was slender and curvaceous like a blue lotus in a pond, standing apart from the world. Surrounded by a hazy blue light, she exuded an indescribable aura of nobility, as if a celestial maiden had descended from the heavenly realm. I am Yu Linglong, the current holy maiden of the Tian immortal domain, Yuqing sacred land. Where are the people of the great Yu dynasty? As her voice rang out, she looked down at the ruins and the countless astonished gazes of the lower realm natives, her proud and beautiful eyes slightly furrowing. What the hell? It seems this place has just experienced a great battle. The upper realm is the term used by the Xintian continent to refer to the world after ascension. The true upper realm is actually divided into 9 immortal domains: Tsang Tian, Bien Tian, Xin Tian, Yu Tian, Hao Tian, Zhu Tian, Yin Tian, Yang Tian, and Jun Tian. collectively known as the Nine Heavens Immortal Domains. Yuling Long and her Yuqing Sacred Land are located in the Tian Immortal Domain within the Nine Heavens Immortal Domains, a vast and powerful realm. In the Tian Immortal Domain, any of the tens of thousands of domains is larger than the entire Xintian continent. A holy maiden from the upper realm suddenly descended into this broken Great Yu dynasty on the Xintian continent. At this moment, as Yuling Long's voice echoed, the scene erupted in excitement. Did I hear that right? Two people from the upper realm. His. It seems that they are also related to the Great Yu dynasty. Is this the foundation of the Great Yu dynasty? In this time of crisis, even people from the upper realm have personally descended. At this moment, countless cultivators from the central state below gasped in shock, their voices filled with astonishment. They looked at Yuling Long, whose celestial-like aura was indeed not something they, from the lower realm, could possess. What was even more shocking was that this was the moment of life and death for the Great Yu dynasty. The appearance of two people from the upper realm undoubtedly indicated that the Great Yu dynasty was about to turn crisis into safety. It's no joke. Lin Yuan's strength had indeed shocked countless cultivators present. However, in their eyes, no matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he was nothing compared to the upper realm as powerhouses. They were simply not on the same level. Just as the scene was in an uproar, a middle-aged man with a stern face, having tidied himself up from his disheveled state, the Emperor Yu Tu respectfully bowed to the recently arrived Yuling Long and the other person. I am Yu Tu, the current emperor of the Great Yu dynasty. I pay my respects to the two holy envoys. The current emperor of the Great Yu was an existence that commanded the entire continent. This was the first time Yu Tu had bowed to anyone. But at this moment, he lowered his posture extremely, feeling no discomfort about it. There was no choice, let alone him, a mere lower realm emperor. Yu Tu knew very well that even the ancestors of his own Yu clan who had ascended to the upper realm needed to be respectful in front of this holy maiden. The Yuqing Sacred Land commands 4 great dynasties, while the Great Yu dynasty established by their ancestor in the upper realm is just one of the 4 under the Yuqing Sacred Land. The disparity in status was too great. Not to mention, he now needed to rely on this holy maiden to help the Great Yu dynasty seek justice. At that moment, an elder standing beside Yuling Long coldly spoke. Is this how your Great Yu dynasty receives the esteemed holy maiden? Dressed in a white Dao robe, with an old face and an imposing demeanor, he stood beside Yuling Long, exuding an aura that surpassed the heavenly ascension realm. That was the might of a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint, merely a companion of this holy maiden. Oomph. The voice was not loud, but it contained immense pressure. In an instant, everyone present turned pale, and those with lower cultivation levels even spat blood. The might of a quasi-saint was too powerful. Everyone turned color, not daring to meet the gaze of the upper realm powerhouse. Of course, this did not include Lin Yuan, with snow-white hair and dressed in black. Lin Yuan stood to the side, his gaze calm as he observed the woman who claimed to be Yuqing Sacred Land's holy maiden, Yuling Long, and the quasi-saint powerhouse beside her. The mere might of a quasi-saint could not intimidate Lin Yuan. Compared to Lin Jiu's aura, he could directly sense that this quasi-saint was far from being on the same level. What intrigued Lin Yuan even more was another matter. When Emperor Yuan Tian created the Emperor Law, he transformed into 3 clear forms, dividing into 3 incarnations to be reborn. Apart from the founder of the Qingyan Dao sect, the Taiji Daoist, one of them was the Yuqing Daoist, an incarnation of Emperor Yuan Tian. The Yuqing Sacred Land, Yuqing Daoist. Lin Yuan wondered if there was some connection between these two. Lin Yuan murmured softly, barely audible. But just as Lin Yuan was pondering in silence at that moment, I asked the Holy Maiden and Elder Xin to take charge for my Great Yu dynasty. Ever since I received the news of your arrival, I have been preparing to welcome the Holy Maiden, but who knew that this brat, relying on some strength, would cause chaos in our Great Yu dynasty's welcoming of the Holy Maiden. Filled with hatred, after bowing to Yuling Long, Yu Tu suddenly turned on Lin Yuan. Elder Xin was the quasi-saint powerhouse beside Yuling Long. Yu Tu's actions were intended to use the two to eliminate Lin Yuan. Chapter 71. Lin Jiu's transmission. With a noble posture, looking down on everything, her delicate body shrouded in a hazy blue light. She was stunningly beautiful, standing in mid-air. It was those beautiful eyes, filled with arrogance, that were assessing Lin Yuan. A mere native from the lower realms dares to disrupt the arrival of this holy maiden? What crime do you deserve? An arrogant voice rang out. This was quite normal for Yu Linglong. Even in the upper realms, the Yuqing Holy Land was a dominant force within the Sangtian immortal domain, incredibly powerful. And she, the contemporary holy maiden, was even more esteemed for possessing the Linglong physique, a top-tier constitution in the upper realms. Within the Sangtian immortal domain, she was a well-known prodigy. Naturally, she would not regard a small lower realm cultivator as anything significant. To dare to disrupt her arrival ceremony was a death sentence. Crime? This matter is between me and the Deyu dynasty. Are you sure you want to intervene? Dressed in black, with snow-white hair and a handsome face stained with blood, Lin Yuan also stood in mid-air, his voice calm. Faced with the two upper realm beings whom everyone present had to look up to, he remained indifferent, showing no signs of fear. They exchanged glances as equals. It was not that Lin Yuan was arrogant or unaware of his place. After all, a mere upper realm holy land was just a name in the Sangtian immortal domain. Behind Lin Yuan stood the taboo imperial clan, the Lin family, capable of shaking the entire Zhuqian immortal domain. This was part of the legacy in Lin Yuan's memory, so he was well aware of the events in the upper realms. Unfortunately, due to clan regulations and training, his true identity remained unknown to everyone until now. People from Zhongzhou might be surprised, but did Lin Yuan need to be afraid? However, regarding his own situation, only Lin Yuan was clear. The others present had no understanding of it. Wow! As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, the scene was instantly filled with noise. This kid is really arrogant, thinking that just because he has some strength, he can speak like this in front of upper realm experts. Haha! Perhaps he is still immersed in his previous victory over the emperor of the Deyu dynasty and hasn't woken up. He knows nothing of the sky and the earth. Voices rose around him, mostly from cultivators of Zhongzhou. It must be admitted that Lin Yuan's previous strength indeed shocked them. Even the current strongest in Zhongzhou, the emperor of the Yi too, was defeated by him. But this does not mean he could be arrogant in front of upper realm experts. Didn't they see that even the quasi-saint realm experts who surpassed the ascension realm were merely attendants beside that holy maiden? And Lin Yuan's identity, in the eyes of the Zhongzhou cultivators, was just that of a native from the eastern wilderness. How could he compare to Yu Linglong? The gap was too great, and these were merely the words of the Zhongzhou cultivators. The surrounding voices were still relatively calm, hoping to make Lin Yuan recognize reality. The people of the Deyu dynasty, from the Emperor Yi Tu down to Yi Xian and a group of princes, were particularly harsh in their words towards Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had previously aimed to slaughter everyone in the Deyu dynasty. Now that they had the chance, they must belittle him. What great courage! Facing the upper realm, holy maiden, you dare to speak like this? Kneel down before the holy maiden, and you might die more quickly. The voice came from Yi Xian, his gaze filled with disdain and hatred as he looked at Lin Yuan, sneering coldly. A native from the eastern wilderness, originally on par with his age, actually defeated his father and nearly annihilated him and the entire Deyu dynasty. But so what? The foundation of their Deyu dynasty could not be compared to a mere native from the eastern wilderness. Look, even upper realm experts have descended related to their Deyu dynasty. Is this the foundation of the Deyu dynasty? At this moment, beside Yi Xian stood Lu Shui, with fair skin and a tall, delicate figure. She looked at Yu Linglong, who stood in the void, exuding an extraordinarily noble aura, enveloped in blue light, with envy in her eyes. Lu Shui had always been confident in her own appearance and temperament, but at this moment, as a woman facing an upper realm being, she felt a hint of inferiority. But then she thought the other party was here to save the Deyu dynasty, so she felt relieved. As long as the other party dealt with Lin Yuan, her wedding with Yi Xian would continue. Although she could not compare to that upper realm being, her status in the lower realms remained incredibly noble. As for whether the other party could kill Lin Yuan, thinking of this made Lu Shui find her own thoughts amusing. She had to admit that Lin Yuan's previously displayed strength truly surprised her. However, at this moment, her thoughts were similar to most people present. They believed that in front of upper realm experts, Lin Yuan was merely a somewhat powerful ant. At this time, the scene was boiling, with countless cultivators from the Diyu dynasty and Zhongzhou thinking that Lin Yuan was too unreasonable, arrogant, and unaware of his place. Ha! Yu Linglong's voice was dismissive, her beautiful eyes proud as she looked at Lin Yuan from her lofty position. Even in the upper realm, she was one of the esteemed prodigies. Who would have thought that today, in this barren Xintian continent, a mere native from the lower realm would dare to provoke her? Not a trace of anger was felt, only amusement. In Yu Linglong's view, this was just ignorance coming from an ant, a mere lower realm native. This holy maiden could not understand who gave you the courage to speak like this before me. Surrounding her delicate body, the aura of a half-step ascension realm expert erupted, ready to strike and eliminate Lin Yuan. She could sense that Lin Yuan's aura was not weak. But so what? She was a prodigy from the upper realm. Dealing with a lower realm peer was merely a matter of crushing him. But just then, the voice of her accompanying Elder Exen, sounded. Holy Maiden, we have important matters to attend to on this trip. A mere lower realm ant. Let me handle it. Dressed in a white Taoist robe, with an extremely cold and aged face, Elder Exion's perception was sharper than Yu Linglong's. He could see at a glance that Lin Yuan was merely in the late stage of the Dao Palace realm. But for some reason, the surging aura around Lin Yuan did not seem so simple, considering that even the Emperor of Diyu, a strong Ascension realm expert, was defeated by this young man. He might not be ordinary, as Yu Linglong was the holy maiden of a Yuqing holy land. Her noble status could not afford to falter in this small lower realm. With a cold voice, Elder Exion looked at Lin Yuan with killing intent. Very well, since he is just a minor character, let the Elder handle it. Yu Linglong spoke lightly, indifferent towards Lin Yuan. With a calm expression, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought in the face of the killing intent from a quasi-saint expert. The reason was simple. At this moment, a transmission spanning thousands of miles suddenly sounded in his ear. Young master, I have arrived in Zhongzhou. Are you in the Diyu dynasty? It was Lin Jiu, who had left the Taqing Imperial Palace not long ago. After recovering from his injuries, he reached the Qingyun Dao sect in the eastern wilderness. But what he saw was a graveyard. The news of Lin Yuan previously destroying the Piaoxua Dao sect and killing countless strong cultivators in the eastern wilderness had already spread throughout the eastern wilderness. Connecting the dots about the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect, Lin Jiu immediately understood that his young master must have killed his way to the Diyu dynasty. At this moment, within Zhongzhou, a figure in gray clothing, old and withered, was swiftly heading towards the Diyu dynasty. I hope the young master is safe. Otherwise, this Xintian continent may also disappear. Lin Jiu's eyes were filled with urgency as he stepped forward, causing the surrounding space to collapse as if teleporting. Not to mention the Diyu dynasty, even the entire Xintian continent cannot withstand the wrath of the Lin family. Chapter 72. The crisis arrives for Lin Jiu. Boom. 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 At this moment, above the great universe dynasty, the ants of the lower realm. Remember, some people's identities are destined to be beyond your provocation in this lifetime. Pay attention in your next life. The voice was grand, the momentum overwhelming, the might of the quasi-saint covering the sky and earth. It was the elder from the jade, clear sacred land who accompanied Yu Linglong to the lower realm, filled with killing intent, his white Dao robe floating in the air, one palm imprint descending, causing the entire sky to tremble as it struck towards Lin Yuan. Beside him, a beauty with delicate features, skin as smooth as cream, noble and elegant, wearing a blue celestial dress, her figure graceful and curvaceous, surrounded by a hazy blue light, possessing an unparalleled noble aura. The surrounding booming sounds continued. Yu Linglong calmly watched this scene, observing the white-haired youth beneath Elder Exion's palm imprint. The hierarchy of identities is innate. With your understanding as a person from the lower realm, you may never comprehend it. On her stunning face, there was an expression of utter calm as she gazed at Lin Yuan, as if looking at an ant. The only individuals she considered worthy of her attention were those geniuses from the upper realm. At this moment, the scene was shaking. Countless cultivators from the central continent and those of the great universe dynasty felt fear and shock from this aura. Is this the pressure of a quasi-saint? The powerful beings of the upper realm have transcended our world. How could mere natives of the eastern wilderness provoke them? Indeed, possessing the power to annihilate the great universe dynasty. But what of it? How could the people of the eastern wilderness compare to the foundation of the great universe dynasty? Voices arose, gazing into the void at the figure in black, with white hair, Lin Yuan. No one believed that Lin Yuan could survive under the power of a quasi-saint. The gap between the two was too vast. This is the fate of opposing my great universe dynasty, unaware of death. Just a native from the eastern wilderness. How many ancestors of my great universe dynasty have ascended to the upper realm? How could they know our foundation? What does it matter if one is powerful? In the end, isn't death inevitable? At this moment, if anyone wished for Lin Yuan's death, it was undoubtedly the people of the great universe dynasty. If Lin Yuan does not die, they cannot find peace. Fortunately, at this critical moment, a powerful being from the upper realm descended. And now, Lin Yuan was on the brink of death. Is there anything more thrilling than this in the world? Mocking and insulting voices continuously erupted from the crowd of the great universe royal family. At the same time, they wanted to show the other sects of the central continent that the foundation of their great universe dynasty was sufficient to resolve any crisis in this realm. At this moment, facing the crisis, Lin Yuan was unafraid. Who can laugh last is still too early to say. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the two lofty figures from the celestial domain, glancing at the countless onlookers from the central continent below, watching those from the great universe dynasty who wished for his death. A cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Undeniably, even with his supreme Tao body, facing a quasi-saint, he was far from being able to counter it. However, just now, Lin Jiao's voice transmission was akin to giving Lin Yuan a calming pill. Ignorant. A cold snort. Elder Exan was extremely indifferent, merely considering it the ignorance of a lower realm youth. What a joke as a quasi-saint. He represented invincibility in this lower realm. How could a mere Tao Palace realm youth withstand his strike? What a joke. With a disdainful expression, he looked at Lin Yuan beneath his strike, as if he could already see the scene of the latter's body being crushed. Boom, boom, boom. The palm imprint of green light was enormous, the surrounding void trembling violently. Under the palm imprint, Lin Yuan, dressed in black, with snow-white hair, stood tall and straight. His expression calm. This was almost a certain death situation for Lin Yuan. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. Who dares to harm my young master? The voice was incredibly grand, resonating with the entire land. The whole central continent seemed to shake and tremble. A figure in gray, with an imposing aura, far stronger than Elder Exan, stepped through the air from a distance. Crack, crack, crack. With each step he took, the void beneath his feet collapsed and shattered. It was Lin Jiao. His previous injuries had healed, and the aura unique to a true saint erupted, overwhelming the world, shaking the heavens and the earth, his figure appearing before everyone in the great universe dynasty. With a casual point, a majestic finger imprint descended from the clouds, shattering the long sky. Boom! Elder Exion's palm collided with Lin Jiao's finger imprint. Crack! The hand form of condensed green light was shattered by Lin Jiao's finger before Lin Yuan, ultimately transforming into countless spots of green light that scattered across the sky. At this moment, everyone on the scene was bewildered, confused, and in disbelief. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Fortunately, I'm not late. A sigh, as Lin Jiao's figure appeared before Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with concern. This is the second time. The first time was within the Qinyan Dao sect, where he arrived and saw Lin Yuan covered in injuries, which truly frightened Lin Jiao. But unexpectedly, this second time was also under such a critical situation. He initially thought there would be no problem, but upon seeing Lin Yuan before him, with a handsome face stained with blood, and his once inky hair now as pale as snow, those eyes once full of life now devoid of light. Young master, you... Lin Jiao's heart trembled, his aged gaze filled with emotion. How long has it been? When they parted ways at the Ta Qing Emperor's palace, Lin Yuan could be said to have undergone a tremendous change in demeanor and aura. Lin Jiao already knew about the destruction of the Qinyan Dao sect. At this moment, How could he not see that his young master was bearing the weight of the Qingyun Dao sect's annihilation on his shoulders? It seems Elder Lin's injuries have already healed. A smile at the corner of his mouth. This was Lin Yuan's first genuine smile since witnessing the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect. At this moment, with Lin Jiu's appearance, after a brief moment of dead silence, a tremendous uproar suddenly erupted. What? What is this situation? I didn't TC wrong, did I? A strike from a quasi-saint from the upper realm was actually blocked by someone? Did I just hear that this old man referred to the boy from the eastern wilderness as young master? Below, inside the ruined palace of the great universe dynasty, voices began to rise. And for Lin Jiu, the only ones present who recognized him, besides Lin Yuan, were Yi Xian and Lu Shui. They looked at the old man appearing beside Lin Yuan. After all, within the Qingyun Dao sect, they had witnessed how this old man's arrival had saved Lin Yuan at that time. However, the only thing that puzzled Yi Xian was, it's him. No. Wait. Isn't a celestial ascension realm powerhouse? Why earlier? In the crowd, Yi Xian was confused, his brows furrowing, an ominous premonition emerging in his heart. Chapter 73. The Holy Realm Expert? The two from the upper realm in a daze originally. The situation for Lin Yuan was one of certain death. But the sudden appearance of a mysterious elder saved him, which no one present could have anticipated. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, a figure in a white Taoist robe was Elder Xian from the Yuqing Holy Land. After colliding with Lin Jiu, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His white clothes stained red, and he staggered back a few steps. In contrast, Lin Jiu, who stood beside Lin Yuan, looked calm. In an instant, the distinction between strength was clear. For everyone present, Elder Xian was a quasi-saint, a powerful figure that only the upper realm could possess. But now, who are you? Using all his strength, Elder Xian barely suppressed the violent churn of blood within him. Yet his complexion remained pale, and his aura had weakened slightly compared to when he first arrived. His gaze was filled with shock as he looked at Lin Jiu. He couldn't understand why a being from the lower realm would have a power that surpassed this realm by their side. Especially the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Jiu made Elder Xian feel threatened. No, you are definitely not from the lower realm. After realizing this, Elder Xian of the Yuqing Holy Land immediately pointed at Lin Jiu, no longer looking down from high position, but instead filled with astonishment and fear. Did I ever claim to be from this Xiantian continent? With a cold snort, Lin Jiu stood beside Lin Yuan, his gaze filled with disdain. A mere quasi-saint was not worth his attention. His earlier action was merely out of concern for his young master's safety, and he hadn't dared to use his full strength. Otherwise, the so-called Elder Xian from the Yuqing Holy Land would have long been dead and gone, his soul scattered. Not from the Xiantian continent, yet calling Lin Yuan young master. At this moment, Lin Jiu's words shocked the people from the Dayou dynasty the most. After all, for the Dayou dynasty, the ones most eager for Lin Yuan's death were them. Below, amidst the ruins. So, this is the person you said was from the eastern wilderness, the one who has ascended to heaven? The dragon robe was torn, and Yi Tu looked angrily at Yi Xian beside him. The earlier scene, especially when Lin Jiu blocked a quasi-saint's powerful attack for Lin Yuan, and referred to him as young master, had completely clarified their misjudgment regarding Lin Yuan's identity. Father, I'm not too sure. With his head down, Yi Xian's mind was buzzing. The powerful figure from the upper realm, whom they relied on, was actually repelled by the elder beside Lin Yuan. And that was a quasi-saint. He couldn't understand why this was happening. How? How could it be? Isn't he just an indigenous person from the eastern wilderness? Why would such a powerful being call him young master? Confused, perplexed, and unable to comprehend. At this moment, Lin Yuan's identity was shrouded in mystery in the eyes of the Dayou dynasty. They couldn't figure out why this was happening. They had originally thought that with the arrival of two upper realm experts from the Yuqing Holy Land, Lin Yuan would be killed, saving the Dayou dynasty from peril. But now, things seem to be gradually going against their expectations. One attack, and their own elder was injured in this lower realm. At this time, the holy maiden of the Yuqing Holy Land, Yuling Long, was also filled with doubts. May I ask who the senior is? I'm Yuling Long, the holy maiden of the Yuqing Holy Land. and this beside me is my Holy Land elder. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion as she addressed Lin Jiao. Standing in midair, wearing a blue celestial dress, her delicate figure shrouded in a hazy blue light. Realizing that the recently appeared Lin Jiao was extraordinary, Yu Linglong deliberately mentioned her Holy Land to instill some caution in Lin Jiao. After all, within the Tian immortal domain, the Yuqing Holy Land still had some reputation. The Yuqing Holy Land? Haha, what a grand title! With a cold laugh, Lin Jiao's elderly gaze was filled with disdain. A mere Holy Land within a celestial domain was nothing in front of the Lin family. With your status, you are not qualified to know the name of this old man. I don't know who gave you the courage to dare to harm my clan's young master. His voice was grand and imposing, causing the entire void to tremble under Lin Jiao's aura. Puffed, puffed. On the opposite side, whether it was Yu Linglong or Elder Exine, both coughed up blood under this overwhelming aura, their faces pale and filled with shock. For Lin Jiao, even though he had arrived just in time to save the young master, he still felt a lingering fear inside. If he had been a moment late, the outcome would have been unimaginable. A mere Holy Land. A single word filled with immense killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. A unique aura belonging to the Holy Realm rose from Lin Jiao's body. At this moment, the entire central state S36 domains changed color. The heavens and earth trembled, quaking under Lin Jiao's Holy Realm might. No way. This is true Holy Realm power. Among the two on the opposite side, when they sensed the aura surrounding Lin Jiao, Elder Xin from the Yuqing Holy Land, with his elderly face now filled with shock, found it difficult to look directly at Lin Jiao, even though he was a quasi-saint. The gap between a quasi-saint and a true Holy Realm expert, while it might seem like just a word, was unimaginably vast. It could be said that even in the upper realm, quasi-saints were as numerous as cattle. But to break through to true Holy Realm status, perhaps only 1 in 10,000 quasi-saints might achieve it in their lifetime. It was hard to fathom that a Holy Realm expert would refer to a young man as young master. With an expression full of astonishment, Elder Xin looked at Lin Yuan, filled with curiosity about his identity. But at this moment, there was no time to ponder. What to do? How could he be a Holy Realm expert? Since coming from the lower realm, Yu Linglong, who had been indifferent and looking down on everything, was now panicking. Puffed. She coughed up blood repeatedly, and despair appeared on her stunning face. Yu Linglong's heart trembled violently, her expression dazed, frozen in place. Her beautiful eyes looked at the youthful Lin Yuan, and she could never understand why, clearly just dealing with a mere indigenous person from the lower realm. They ended up provoking a Holy Realm expert to descend. She couldn't fathom it even if she broke her head. In the Yuqing Holy Land, a Holy Realm expert was a top-tier powerhouse, not someone she, a mere holy maiden, could command. Her status was noble, and she didn't want to die, especially not in this barren lower realm. Chapter 74 Identity revealed in the Jun Tian immortal domain, the Lin family of the imperial clan, Yu Linglong, as the current saintess of the Yuqing sacred land, holds an exceedingly noble status. Her death would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for the upper realm Yuqing sacred land, leading to a gap in the younger generation of the sacred land. However, now, faced with a powerful Holy Realm expert, Elder Xin beside her also understands that if they do not make a sacrifice at this moment, the saintess will surely die. They had originally come to this place to search for the supreme secret vault. The Yuqing sacred land was one of the 3 reincarnated avatars of the Yuan Tian Emperor, created by the Yuqing Taoist. Therefore, within the sacred land, there are records of the 3 imperial palaces left behind after the fall of the Yuan Tian Emperor, and over the years, they have been desperately searching for them. After much effort, they finally found the Taiqing Imperial Palace located in the lower realm's Xintian continent. They had just arrived and had not yet begun their search when they encountered the situation. At this moment, the two of them were still unaware that the supreme secret vault had already been seized by Lin Yuan. Otherwise, they would probably be so furious they would spit blood. At this moment, the holy might was irreversible. A vast palm print descended from the void, with purple chi surging, tumbling within Lin Jiao's palm print, and falling towards Yu Linglong and Elder Xin. This was an almost certain death situation. But just then, the saintess, I am too old and powerless to protect you. I come to assist you, return to the upper realm. With a spurt, blood gushed from his mouth. In the prior clash with Lin Yuan, Elder Xin of the Yuqing sacred land had already been injured. Now, as Lin Yuan's holy might was fully revealed, his injuries became more severe. In a critical situation, as Elder Xin spoke, the white robe fluttered, and in his palm, which resembled withered tree bark, appeared a palm-sized token made of jade, surrounded by green chi, with the words Yuqing engraved on it. The power of quasi-saints surged, converging into the jade command, and an incredibly intense green light shot up into the sky. Crack! It pierced through the void, revealing a space passageway enveloped in green light, leading to the upper realm's Tsangtan immortal domain, Yuqing's sacred land. Inside the space passage, a stream of green holy light descended, surrounding Yuling Long and slowly flying towards the passage. The Yuqing's sacred order, the supreme holy object of the Yuqing sacred land in the Tsangtan immortal domain. Compared to the time-space escape talisman, the Yuqing sacred order can open space passages between the two realms and even between the two immortal domains. It was left by the Yuqing Taoist long ago. Unfortunately, after the Yuqing Taoist returned to the Yuan Tian Emperor's true body 100,000 years ago, many long years have passed, and there are hardly any left within the current Yuqing sacred land. It was only because the Saintess Yuling Long descended to the lower realm to search for the supreme secret vault that she was granted one by the sacred land. Elder Yu, dressed in a green fairy dress, her delicate figure enveloped in a hazy green light, Yuling Long's eyes were filled with unwillingness. She had originally thought that this descent to the lower realm was an opportunity to obtain the supreme secret vault for herself. After all, not long from now, the Tsangtan immortal domain in the upper realm would witness the descent of the hidden dragon ranking. At that time, it would be an opportunity for countless young talents from the 9 immortal domains of the upper realm to prove themselves. Only those who reach the top of the hidden dragon ranking would be qualified to be called the current generation's talents, revered by millions. The supreme secret vault was her chance to enhance her own talents. But she never expected that just after descending to the lower realm and having done nothing, she would be forced to return to the upper realm, losing a sacred land elder and a Yuqing sacred order in the process. Please rest assured, Elder, once I return to the sacred land, I will surely find out the identities of those two, enveloped in the green holy light and slowly flying towards the space passage. Yuling Long turned her gaze downwards to Lin Yuan, who wore a calm expression, her heart filled with endless hatred, believing that everything was caused by him. A mere native of the lower realm, having a holy realm expert appear beside him to protect him was something even she, Yuling Long, could not achieve. Upon thinking of this, boom, just as they were about to enter the space passage, Yuling Long pointed downwards with her jade finger. To understand Lin Yuan's situation, she must capture someone from the lower realm who was acquainted with him to bring back and gather information. At this moment below, in the ruins of the Deity dynasty, Yi Xian stood beside Lu Shui, whose fair skin and tall, delicate figure were trembling under the holy might. She had also become Yu Linglong's target. After all, compared to the many male cultivators present in the lower realm, as the saintess, Yuling Long could not bring a man back with her. It would be inconvenient. Why? What is happening? Why am I? The scene of the day completely shocked Lu Shui's heart. At this moment, feeling herself rising into the air, she involuntarily flew towards the high and noble upper realm saintess, entering the space passage together. Looking down at her brother Yi Xian and the cold, murderous Lin Yuan, who were getting farther away, Lu Shui's heart was in turmoil. Am I going to the upper realm? She did not understand why the saintess from the upper realm would capture her. Her body was beyond her control, with Lu Shui's strength. Trying to resist Yuling Long was nothing but a pipe dream. Moreover, seeing that even the Diyu dynasty had fallen, she was not necessarily willing to stay in the lower realm. Just as she thought this, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. With Lin Jiao's strike falling just a breath away, it was too fast. So fast that even Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan did not react in time. Want to escape? Lin Jiao shouted angrily. The massive palm print descended, enveloping the space passage and Elder Xian within it. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the space passage leading to the upper realm burst forth with endless green holy light, wrapping Yu Linglong and Lu Xuan inside. The palm prints surged with purple qi, colliding with each other. Crack! The space passage created by the Yuqing sacred order opened countless cracks, but with a flash of light, it ultimately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Only the sounds of two heavily injured, bleeding voices could be heard from the disappearing space passage. The upper realm saintess escaped? At this moment, Yi Xian, Yi Tu, and the entire Diyu dynasty felt a chill. Their eyes, filled with fear, turned to the figure in the void. A man dressed in black with snow-white hair, a holy realm expert, whom even Lin Yuan regarded with utmost respect. In a critical moment, Lu Shui and Yu Linglong escaped back to the upper realm. Meanwhile, in the void above, opposite Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao, was Elder Xian, whose body was shattered, and his soul was dissipating, like a candle flickering in the wind, about to extinguish at any moment. I am about to die. I want to know, where does the senior come from? As a person is about to die, the confusion of this Yuqing sacred land elder led him to look at Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan, asking curiously. At this moment, the people of the Diyu dynasty below, including Yi Xian, Yi Tu, and countless cultivators from Zhongzhou, were all curiously watching this scene. Lin Yuan, a young man who could be protected by a holy realm expert. Who on earth could he be? A native of the eastern wilderness. Just thinking about it seemed impossible. Lin Jiao glanced at his young master beside him. Seeing Lin Yuan nod, "We, the young master, and I, come from the Jun Tian immortal domain, the imperial clan Lin family." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence, including that elder from the Yuqing sacred land. Chapter 75. Lin Yuan's true identity. Yi Xian's despair. The imperial clan Lin family. Upon hearing these four words, the elder of the Yuqing holy land stuttered as his voice became shaky. His heart trembled, resonating with a violent roar, his expression blank, lost in a daze. He had considered many possibilities, but never imagined that Lin Yuan's identity was even more shocking than he had anticipated. Even though the Yuqing Holy Land was located within the Tsangtian immortal domain, it still resonated with the renowned Lin family from the Juntian immortal domain. After all, while the Nine Heavens immortal domain was vast and filled with countless powerful cultivation families, not just any family would dare to call themselves an imperial clan. The imperial clan Lin family is truly a forbidden ancient clan within the Nine Heavens immortal domain, old and glorious. Who would have thought? As he faced imminent death, Elder Xian looked at Lin Yuan with a bitter smile. The term imperial clan represented something that the Yuqing Holy Land could not compare to. After all, in their Tsangtian immortal domain, there was also an imperial clan, the Jiang family. It could be said that in front of such forbidden families, a mere breath could obliterate the entire Yuqing Holy Land. And he, along with the saintess, actually treated an imperial clan's young master as a mere native from the lower realm, wanting to kill him. Just thinking about it felt ridiculous. Thankfully, at this moment, Elder Xian felt a hint of relief. Fortunately, this young master of the imperial clan Lin family, Lin Yuan, was unharmed. Otherwise, what awaited the Yuqing Holy Land would not merely be the death of a single elder like himself. What would greet them instead would be the total destruction of the entire Yuqing Holy Land. After all, to cross two immortal domains and obliterate a holy land is perhaps difficult for ordinary upper realm forces, but for the Lin family, it was not a problem at all. Perhaps they wouldn't even need to take action themselves. Merely the Jiang family, which was equally a forbidden imperial clan within the Tsangtian immortal domain, would step in to annihilate the Yuqing Holy Land. The Nine Heavens immortal domain is immeasurably vast. However, among the 9 immortal domains, only a few families can be called forbidden imperial clans. Coincidentally, the Lin family and the Jiang family have been intermarrying among the major imperial clans for countless ages. Just what Elder Xian knew was about an event concerning the 2 imperial clans from years ago. In the previous generation, an unparalleled goddess from the Jiang family, who is now the younger sister of the current Jiang family's divine master, married into the Lin family. This matter had once caused a sensation throughout the entire Tsangtian immortal domain years ago. Thank you for informing me, Senior. With a broken body, standing in the air, his breath faint and his soul shattering, Elder Xn bowed to Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan. His gaze was respectful, without a trace of resentment. His imminent death was truly self-inflicted. Please do not blame my Yuqing Holy Land. Knowing Lin Yuan's situation, this elder of the Yuqing Holy Land felt relieved. Before his death, he prayed to Lin Yuan. He understood that with the strength of the Yuqing Holy Land, daring to offend Lin Yuan, this young master of the imperial clan, would inevitably lead to the destruction of the Holy Land. While he was speaking, before Lin Yuan could respond, boom, 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 his body turned to ashes, his soul completely shattered, ultimately dissipating between heaven and earth, vanishing before Lin Yuan and all those present. Across the void, a figure in black, with white hair flowing, wore a helpless expression. It seems I haven't even said whether I agree or not. The voice rang out. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan was left in a daze. Hee, a mere Yuqing Holy Land. Once we return to the upper realm, whether they live or die awaits a word from the young master. Beside him, Lin Jiao smiled calmly. But from the upper realm had died, and before his death, he had no resentment towards Lin Yuan, but instead felt relieved. At this moment, the scene was witnessed by all the people of the Diyu dynasty and countless cultivators from Zhongzhou. Everything that unfolded happened after Lin Jiao uttered the 4 words. Imperial Clan Lin family, which made an elder from an upper realm holy land feel utmost dread. Upper realm, imperial clan. At this moment below, voices from the Zhongzhou cultivators arose. Eyes turned towards Lin Yuan. Originally, they had thought of him as a native of the eastern wilderness. Now, in an instant, he had become a person from the upper realm, and judging by the situation, his background was extremely terrifying. Could it be a family established by an emperor? Any cultivator, even someone from the lower realm, understands the differentiation of realms as soon as they begin their cultivation. Body refinement, qi gathering, spirit concentration, divine bridge, Tao palace. Ascending to heaven. The ascending to heaven realm is the limit for the strongest in their Xiantian continent, with only one person able to ascend to the upper realm in a lifetime. However, in the upper realm, above the ascending to heaven realm, there are still saint realms and imperial realms. The imperial realm, the great emperor, though they cannot comprehend such a powerful being, even on the Xiantian continent, there are rumors. A great emperor is capable of suppressing the upper realm's 9 heavens, dominating all living beings in myriad domains. At that level, they are truly invincible in the world. And the imperial clan, no matter how you hear it, is related to the great emperor. Yet now, a young master of an imperial clan was treated by the Diyu dynasty as a native of the eastern wilderness, even having his sect destroyed by the Diyu dynasty. In an instant, countless Zhongzhou cultivators below looked at Yi Tu, Yi Xian, and all the people of the Diyu dynasty with pity. The Diyu dynasty has truly kicked a metal plate this time. Among the surrounding crowd, voices of cultivators echoed in lament. After all, they had seen those who had kicked metal plates, but never had they seen such an adept kicker. At this moment, everyone from the Diyu dynasty was engulfed in despair. How? How could this be? No, it's impossible. How could he be from an upper realm imperial clan? Especially Yi Xian. His handsome face was filled with disbelief, his body retreating, dazed as if struck by lightning. Eventually, thud, he fell to the ground, trembling. The Qingyan Dao sect was destroyed by his own hands, with everyone inside killed without a single person left. Earlier, he viewed Lin Yuan as nothing more than a native of the eastern wilderness, unworthy of comparison with himself. As a prince of the Diyu dynasty, his status was noble, standing high above, a source of pride for Yi Xian. But now, upon learning that Lin Yuan was the young master of an upper realm imperial clan, Yi Xian's proud demeanor was shattered, and his self-proclaimed noble bloodline was crushed. Everything he possessed became worthless before that eastern wilderness native, Lin Yuan, whom he had always looked down upon. It turned out that all along he was the true joke. Chapter 76. The mysterious stone resonating with the supreme being inside the shattered palace of the Great Yu dynasty. Amidst the ruins, all those from the Great Yu dynasty, as well as the central state cultivators who had mocked Lin Yuan before, now looked ashen, filled with fear, trembling, and terror. Previously, they had mocked Lin Yuan without hesitation, only wanting to ingratiate themselves with the great Yu dynasty. Please, spare our lives. We did not know your identity. Please forgive our previous rudeness. Voices echoed, belonging to the central state cultivators who had attended Yi Xian's wedding banquet. Before this, Lin Yuan had made it clear that any irrelevant people unrelated to the great Yu dynasty could leave. However, at that time, they had not taken Lin Yuan's words seriously, even looking down on him, considering him just a mere native from the eastern wasteland. But now, the outcome had exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, the people of the great Yu royal family remained silent. It was not that they were unafraid of death, but they knew that it was too late to plead for mercy from Lin Yuan at this moment. Among the ruins, wearing a tattered dragon robe, the middle-aged Yu emperor, Yi Tu, had a face full of despair. Heaven has abandoned my great Yu dynasty. With a sigh, even the arrival of a saint from the upper realm could not save their great Yu dynasty. Instead, it revealed Lin Yuan's identity. It turned out that the ones acting as clowns were themselves. Thinking about this, Yi Tu looked at the dazed Yi Xian lying on the ground and wished he could slap this grand prince to death. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled, and the void shook. A holy might descended from the heavens, enveloping everyone within the shattered great Yu dynasty. It was Lin Jiao making his move. Crack, crack, crack. Under that overwhelming pressure, countless people from the great Yu dynasty were crushed, instantly turning into bloody figures. This included Yi Xian, Yi Tu, people of the great Yu dynasty, as well as many central state cultivators. No, it hurts. This has nothing to do with us. Screams and wails echoed continuously, chilling and terrifying, resonating throughout this once supreme dynasty of the Xian Tian continent. It must be said that the great Yu dynasty was indeed very powerful on this Xian Tian continent. They suppressed the central state, dominating the seas, especially the Yu Emperor Yi Tu, who was the strongest of his time. In the dynasty, besides the Yu Emperor, there were two other ancestors of the Yi clan at the Ascension Realm. 3 Ascension Realms. Such a foundation. Even other 4 states regarded this immortal dynasty as renowned. But unfortunately, they had offended the wrong person. Being invincible on the Xiantian continent did not mean no one dared to provoke them. Especially when Yu Emperor Yi Tu ordered countless sect from the eastern wasteland to join forces and annihilate the entire Qingyundao sect, with all 862 members killed without leaving a single survivor. In the void above, standing before Lin Jiao, his face still stained with blood, his black clothes billowing in the wind, with snow-white hair and lifeless, cold eyes. Old Lin, leave them to me. Lin Yuan's voice sounded, addressing Lin Jiao beside him. This voice was calm, but carried an eerie indifference. The night he knelt before the Qingyundao sect had caused a tremendous change in Lin Yuan's demeanor and understanding. Today, the enemy was right before him. Yes, young master. Looking at Lin Yuan's cold, emotionless gaze, Lin Jiao felt a pang of reluctance. Before coming to the central state, he had visited the Qingyundao sect, which was now a silent graveyard, devoid of its former people. For over 20 years, although Lin Yuan came from the upper realm Lin family, his true memories began with the Qingyundao sect. Lin Jiao understood that the young master had taken the destruction of the Qingyundao sect upon himself. That was over 10,000 lost souls. If he did not personally wash away the enmity with the blood of his enemies, his Dao heart would be damaged, and even his future cultivation would be affected. No, you are a devil. In the shattered palace of the great Yu dynasty, amidst the ruins, thuft, 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 blood dripped, and the bodies of the great Yu dynasty people fell like straw, littering the ground, a river of blood flowing. This scene was too horrifying. Spare me. A shrill, terrified voice rang out, hoarse and desperate. This was completely a massacre, fear reflected on the faces of countless royal family members around. Weren't you all self-proclaimed noble? In your eyes, my Qingyundao sect is as insignificant as an ant. But today, in my eyes, you are also ants, killing enemies with bare hands, without using any spiritual power. Tap, tap, tap. Walking through this blood-stained ruin, Lin Yuan's voice was cold. On his snow-white hair, there were droplets of blood, and his gaze was filled with scarlet, devoid of any emotion, icy and terrifying, with killing intent permeating Lin Yuan's entire heart. At this moment, he had waited far too long. The great Yu Emperor Yi Tu was dead, crushed to death by Lin Yuan. The great Yu royal family and the central state people who had mocked Lin Yuan before were not spared. Time passed. Mountains of corpses, slowly flowing pools of blood. The setting sun shone a dim yellow light over this hell on earth, illuminating the slender, delicate face of the young man. At this moment, before Lin Yuan, there was still the last figure of an enemy, Yi Xian. Don't kill me. Dazed, Yi Xian had become mad, losing his previous pride and arrogance. His handsome face was smeared with dirt, hair disheveled. In his eyes, fear filled them as he looked at Lin Yuan. He was begging for mercy, kneeling on the ground. My Qingyun sect. How could my master and junior sister die because of such a person? With a sigh, Lin Yuan was surrounded by a heavy stench of blood, his expression bitter as he looked at the kneeling Yi Xian. Without speaking, he naturally could not let him go. With a single strike, crack, Yi Xian was dead, his body shattered, his soul crushed, without even the chance for reincarnation, dying before Lin Yuan. Everyone responsible for the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect was killed by Lin Yuan's own hands, not a single one spared. It was over. Standing amidst the blood-stained ruins, the killing intent in Lin Yuan's heart began to dissipate. The burdens he had carried for days vanished. Now, Lin Yuan could return to the Qingyun Dao sect and stand before the countless lost souls to say that he had avenged the sect's enmity. The enemies were all dead. The voice of self-questioning within him gradually faded away. With a transparent Dao heart, Lin Yuan could feel that he was perhaps not far from breaking through to the half-step ascension realm. But just then, beside Yi Xian's shattered body, a thumb-sized black stone, densely engraved with tiny runes, caught Lin Yuan's attention. If one were not careful, it would be hard to notice. Isn't this the heirloom of the Qingyun Dao sect, passed down by the previous sect masters, left behind by the founding ancestor, Taiching Daoist, before ascending alongside the Zhutian Holy Sword? When he was young, Lin Yuan had seen it in his master's hands, but did not know why it appeared in Yi Xian's possession. As he spoke, Lin Yuan picked it up and held it in his hand. Suddenly, at that moment, the previously closed supreme Dao Eye in the center of Lin Yuan's brow resonated with the black stone in his hand. The Dao Eye slowly opened, and the stone in his hand began to radiate light, accompanied by mysterious runes floating in the glow. Chapter 77, The Possibility of Xiao's Resurrection, the stone in Lin Yuan's hand, which originally belonged to the Qingyun ancestor, has gone through countless generations of owners since the ascension of the Taiching Daoist. No one has ever comprehended its mysteries. The Taiching Daoist is one of the three avatars of the primordial Heaven Emperor. At this moment, it resonates with Lin Yuan's supreme Dao Eye. Everything seems to be connected in some way. In the blood-stained ruins, boom, Lin Yuan's Dao Eye and the stone in his hand reflected each other, the glow growing brighter, while mysterious luminous runes floated around. In an instant, the space trembled. Master, senior brother. Just as Lin Yuan was bewildered, a faint voice sounded. A beautiful figure emerged from the surrounding light, incredibly ethereal, merely a remnant soul, appearing before Lin Yuan. With a charming face and delicate eyebrows, dressed in a green dress, she was in full bloom, just as she was when she died in the Qingyun Dao sect. It was Xiao, who witnessed the destruction of the sect and ultimately perished. Senior brother, have you finally returned? Xiao looked at Lin Yuan with the eyes of a family member. But when a pair of ethereal small hands passed through Lin Yuan's body, she realized that she was already dead, merely a remnant soul now. Little junior sister you. Upon seeing this figure before him, a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Yuan's originally dead eyes. He thought that the Qingyun Dao sect, where he grew up, had perished with the massacre that day, and he never expected to see his junior sister's figure again today. They grew up together under the care of Xiao Zhantian, and in Lin Yuan's heart, he always regarded Xiao as his own little sister. But after he returned from the Taiching Emperor Palace, everything in the Qingyun Dao sect had changed. He originally thought he would never see her again. Yet unexpectedly, on the day of the destruction of the great universe dynasty, he saw the figure of his little junior sister again. Boom! At this moment, a figure appeared beside Lin Yuan and Xiao's remnant soul. Dressed in gray. With a look of surprise, it was Lin Jiao. Old Lin, is there any way to resurrect my junior sister? I am willing to pay any price. Lin Yuan's expression was agitated, his handsome face filled with pleading as he looked at Lin Jiao with hope. Miss Xiao was already dead. Logically, her soul should have scattered after that day. The reason she can appear today must be related to the stone in the young master's hand. Looking at the black, marble-sized stone in Lin Yuan's hand, Lin Jiao observed it for a long time. Even he, a Saint Realm powerhouse, had never heard or seen anything like it. However, for some reason, he vaguely sensed a breath of the great Tao from it. This is incredibly shocking. Currently, Miss Xiao is merely a remnant soul. If one wishes to resurrect her, perhaps only the rumored immortal elixir, the 9 nether flower, can do so. Lin Jiao continued, revealing the method he knew that could resurrect Xiao. The immortal elixir is capable of allowing even an emperor to live again. Only such extraordinary elixirs could possibly resurrect this remnant soul of Xiao. Immortal elixir. Lin Yuan's expression became somewhat excited, his eyes trembling upon hearing there was a chance for resurrection. Even with Lin Yuan's knowledge, it was the first time he had heard these 4 words. Immortal. But thinking about it, he knew that anything related to immortals, even in the upper realm, was not something ordinary people could possess. At this moment, Lin Yuan could only place all his hopes on his family in the upper realm. Although the immortal elixir is precious, the Lin family is ranked among the forbidden imperial clans of the upper realm, so they naturally have such elixirs. Originally, upon hearing Lin Jiao's voice, Lin Yuan had some hope. But then, unfortunately, the Lin family possesses the Divine Phoenix immortal elixir among the 10 immortal elixirs. It cannot resurrect Miss Xiao. With a sigh, Lin Jiao looked at Lin Yuan's pleading gaze with some reluctance, his expression helpless. At this moment, he could see the hope in his young master's heart. Having raised Lin Yuan as his own, the Qingyan Dao sect, the old sect master Xiao, and his biological daughter, all perished due to the feud between Lin Yuan and the great universe dynasty, leaving only a remnant soul. Just this point, although the immortal elixir is precious and there are few left in the Lin family, they would definitely offer it. But sometimes the outcome is just that cruel. The 10 immortal elixirs of the upper realm serve different purposes. Some are very strong in terms of the soul, while others have miraculous effects on cultivation and physical body. According to Lin Jiao, the Divine Phoenix immortal elixir of the Lin family is stronger for cultivation. As for soul revival, it cannot be said to be of no use. But compared to the 9 nether flower, it is far inferior. Currently, Xiao is merely a remnant soul. Without the stone in Lin Yuan's hand that contains the breath of the great Tao, she would have long since scattered. Therefore, to revive this remnant soul of Xiao, only the 9 nether flower among the immortal elixirs can do so. Otherwise, even the other 9 of the 10 immortal elixirs would be useless. At this moment, hearing Lin Jiao's words, the 9 nether flower, Lin Yuan's heart was filled with reluctance. His gaze trembled as he looked at the ethereal figure before him. Merely 16 years old, dressed in a green dress, with a hint of childishness on her delicate face. Always regarded as his little sister, she died because of the feud between him and the great universe dynasty, now left with only a remnant soul. No matter how difficult it is, I must obtain it. For this, I can pay any price. This is what I owe to Lin Yuan. With bloodstains on his white hair, his black clothes soaked, and the stench of blood all around, all from the blood of the great universe dynasty's people. Lin Yuan's voice was undeniable, his gaze resolute. 9 nether flower. Understanding the only possibility for resurrecting Xiao, Lin Yuan stood silently, looking at his little junior sister before him. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the resonance between Lin Yuan's supreme Tao eye and the mysterious stone in his hand gradually faded. The light dimmed, and the floating luminous runes dispersed. Dressed in green, with a somewhat youthful face, Xiao's figure became increasingly ethereal. Her gaze swept across the blood-stained, shattered great universe dynasty. She already knew that the dead bodies were enemies, the ones who harmed her and the entire Qingyan Dao sect. Now, in her senior brother's hands, The enemies have already been defeated. There was no sadness, no reluctance. After all, she had already died months ago. In her ethereal form, Xiao looked at Lin Yuan, still dressed in black, but Lin Yuan's aura had completely changed. His once pitch-black hair was now snow-white, and his pair of dead, lifeless eyes were filled with self-reproach. Senior brother has borne too much. I have seen all of this. She understood, but Xiao knew that neither she nor her father had ever blamed her senior brother when they died. In her last moments, senior brother, I and father have never blamed you. You have done well. With a tender, charming face, Xiao smiled. Her ethereal figure finally transformed into glimmers of light. A remnant soul imprint, ultimately flying into the stone in Lin Yuan's hand, dissipating before Lin Yuan. Chapter 78. The Great Universe Treasury. Preparations before breaking through to half-step ascension with a bitter expression. Lin Yuan stood dazed in place, lost in thought. The last glimmer of hope had vanished, and his once gentle gaze turned cold again. Lin Yuan understood that the remaining fragment of soul power was only enough for his junior sister to appear this one time. There would be no next time unless he obtained the 9 nether flower and could fully resurrect her. The black stone, the size of a thumb, lost its brilliance as it lay in Lin Yuan's hand. Inside it was sealed only the remnant soul mark of Xiao. As for the origin of this mysterious stone, even Lin Jiao, a powerful saint, could not discern, and Lin Yuan gained nothing from it. However, one thing was certain. This item was certainly not an ordinary object and was related to the emperor of the primordial heaven. Putting away the stone, Lin Yuan looked up. In the ruins, all his enemies were already dead. A coffin quietly rested in the blood-stained ruins, brought back by Lin Yuan from the Dao sect. Inside it lay his master, Xiao Zhantian, who witnessed Lin Yuan's revenge, having slaughtered his way from the eastern wilderness to the central continent, leaving a trail of severed heads and rivers of blood. Master, you can rest in peace. Don't worry, I will definitely resurrect my junior sister. This is your disciple's promise. Lin Yuan reverently knelt before the coffin. When the Dao sect was destroyed, all the precious resources within the sect were seized. The leader of this raid was naturally Yi Xian, the prince of the Great Universe dynasty. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Now that the entire Great Universe royal family was dead, Lin Yuan would certainly not let the Great Universe treasury go unscathed. A dynasty that had flourished for countless years on this Xiantian continent. Its foundation was undoubtedly unparalleled in this lower realm. After all his enemies were exterminated, with his heart clear, Lin Yuan felt that he was not far from breaking through to half-step ascension. The spiritual energy required for his breakthrough, using his supreme Tao body, was incredibly immense. Without some heavenly materials and treasures, relying solely on devouring spiritual energy to break through would undoubtedly take an eternity. The heavenly materials and treasures accumulated over a long time by the Great Universe dynasty were just what Lin Yuan needed to aid his breakthrough. According to the Lin family's clan rules, every disciple who trained in the lower realm could return to the upper realm once they reached half-step ascension. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Lin Yuan left this Xiantian continent and returned to the upper realm Lin family. Just as Lin Yuan, accompanied by Lin Jiao, crossed the ruins and found the Great Universe treasury, he was astonished to discover that the once mighty Great Universe dynasty, which had dominated the central continent for countless years, had been destroyed. Around the scene, countless central continent cultivators were watching, with figures densely packed both in the sky and on the ground. Some looked on with fear and awe, still feeling chills as they gazed at the corpses strewn about. They were not among Lin Yuan's victims. Most had come after hearing the commotion. The Great Universe dynasty, was indeed powerful in my Xiantian continent, in this lower realm. But they should have considered who they were provoking this time. Someone sneered, as there were undoubtedly dissatisfied sect cultivators regarding the Great Universe dynasty's rule over the central continent. How could a young master of an upper realm imperial clan be provoked by a mere lower realm dynasty? The Great Universe royal family had grown arrogant. Little did they expect that the eastern wilderness natives they looked down upon this time were actually people from an upper realm imperial clan. Around the ruins, the sounds of mockery rang out. Most people from the central continent had long been displeased with the Great Universe dynasty's usual conduct. They had only refrained from resisting before, due to the pressure of that immortal dynasty. Because sects that had resisted the great universe dynasty had been exterminated. Now, those once high and mighty royal clan members had turned into cold corpses before Lin Yuan, some even reduced to nothing but bones. Lin Yuan's identity. The four characters of the upper realm imperial clan undoubtedly carried a mysterious aura that commanded respect among lower realm cultivators. A young master from an upper realm imperial clan had, in a single day, wiped out the great universe dynasty that had oppressed the entire Xintian continent without leaving a single survivor. This matter was already foreseen by many cultivators present. Perhaps in just a few days, the name Lin Yuan would shake the entire Xintian continent. At this moment, they were in the former forbidden area of the great universe dynasty, an underground place concealed by powerful formations that could only be breached by 5 Ascension realm cultivators. But before Lin Jiao, a saint-level powerhouse, it was like paper. Boom! Crack! The formation, which radiated golden light and was accompanied by dragon shadows, shattered completely under Lin Jiao's gentle palm. To his surprise, the great universe dynasty still had quite a number of treasures. Calmly, Lin Yuan looked at the sight before him, where an overwhelming brilliance of treasures filled the area. Surrounding spiritual stones nearly piled into mountains, and there were countless heavenly materials and treasures. Indeed, the title of the first dynasty of the Xintian continent was not just for show. Perhaps it was also related to Lin Yuan's long years spent in the lower realm. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao, standing beside him, did not even lift his eyelids while looking at the scene. Most of it was merely unnecessary items. Young master, your supreme Tao body ranks among the top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm. The resources needed for each breakthrough are extraordinary. Lin Jiao spoke, pointing out the most dazzling objects in the treasury, drawing them towards Lin Yuan. The rich fragrance of medicine filled the air. It was 3 sacred medicines that were incredibly precious even in the upper realm, capable of increasing the cultivation of even a saint-level powerhouse like Lin Jiao. In addition, there was a fist-sized, crystal-clear spiritual stone that seemed to contain the gathered spiritual energy of an entire spiritual vein. The 3 sacred medicines and 1 sacred-grade spiritual stone landed in Lin Yuan's hand. For Lin Yuan, the sacred medicines were easy to understand. As for the sacred-grade spiritual stone, it was something that could only be produced in the upper realm. He was unsure why it would appear in the great universe dynasty's treasury. Its value was no less than that of the sacred medicines. In fact, if used solely for cultivation, it might even surpass the sacred medicines. These few items were the most precious in this treasury. They should be enough for you to break through to half-step ascension, Lin Jiao remarked. Chapter 79. The guests of Lin Yuan's spirit stones are divided into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. This classification is only applicable to the lower realm. In the Xintian continent, even supreme spirit stones are not something ordinary cultivators can afford. Above supreme spirit stones are holy grade spirit stones, which can only be possessed by some top-tier forces from the upper realm. At this moment, all the spirit stones, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and rare items in the entire treasury were collected into the spatial ring. Although apart from 3 holy medicines and 1 holy grade spirit stone, the rest had little effect on Lin Yuan. Even the smallest fly is still meat. Quantity can lead to a qualitative change. A mountain of spirit stones, even if taken to the upper realm, could be exchanged for several holy grade spirit stones. The spatial ring capable of holding so many treasures was given to Lin Yuan by Lin Jiao, the protector. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's previous spatial ring, he probably couldn't even fit 1/10 of the treasures on site. Compared to before, Lin Yuan could now be considered the richest person in Xintian continent. Lin Yuan and his companion left the empty treasury and returned to the surface, in front of the coffin of Xiao Zhantian. It was time to return to Qingyun Dao sect. Carrying the coffin, Lin Yuan planned to return to Qingyun Dao sect, bury his master Xiao Zhantian, and then begin his breakthrough. Lin Lao, let's go back. For Lin Yuan, the now destroyed Qingyun Dao sect had always been his home. Yes, young master. Boom, boom. 2 figures soared into the sky from the ruins of the Great Yu dynasty, heading towards the East Wilderness. At this moment, countless cultivators from the central state were present at the scene. Today's events were akin to a major earthquake for the entire central state and even the Xinjiang continent. Watching Lin Yuan and his companion leave, among the crowd of cultivators stood a man with a pale face and no beard, who was Lin Yuan, the sect master of Liuli Dao sect. Fortunately, he wiped the cold sweat from his face. After receiving news that his sect's holy son, Lu Xian, and the Grand Elder were killed by a person from the East Wilderness, Lin Yuan rushed to Liuli Dao sect without stopping. The result was that first, the Emperor Yu Yi too was defeated, and then the powerful beings from the upper realm fled after confronting Lin Yuan, the young master of the imperial clan. Revenge? What a joke. The 36 domains of Central State were in turmoil. The once dominant Great Yu dynasty was completely slaughtered in a single day. The news spread like wildfire, sweeping across all directions. How could it be possible? The Great Yu dynasty has fallen? Who has the ability to destroy that immortal dynasty? The entire Central State was in an uproar. At first, people were reluctant to believe it. After all, throughout history, the four characters of the Great Yu dynasty represented invincibility and suppression of all. How could it be that they were exterminated in a single day? Not to mention the invincible Yi Tu, regarded as the strongest in the Xinjiang continent. Even sending out a random ancestor from the dynasty would be enough to dominate the four directions. But the source of news came from the sect masters and ancestors of major sects in Central State. Their words were credible. It wasn't until later that they learned who had annihilated the Great Yu dynasty that countless people began to believe. A person from the upper realm? Lin Yuan, a young master from the imperial clan of the upper realm. Unbelievable, it was a person from the upper realm. No wonder even the Great Yu dynasty could not provoke them. The name Lin Yuan shook the entire Central State, making those cultivators who had always felt superior feel their scalp tingle. In this world, where the aura was most abundant and the talents and resources were exceptional, the cultivators of Central State had always been exceedingly proud compared to those from the East Wilderness and other four states. However, when facing a young master from the upper realm's imperial clan, they could only look up with a humble attitude. The destruction of the Great Yu dynasty, caused by a person from the upper realm, shocked not only Central State. As time passed, the news spread to the other four corners of the Xinjiang continent. While Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao were on their way to the East Wilderness, the Xinjiang continent was in turmoil. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, in the Cangtan immortal domain, at the Yuqing Holy Land, the immortal mountains stood tall, shrouded in clouds and mist, accompanied by the sound of cranes. The spiritual energy surged, far beyond what the lower realm could compare to. In the Hall of the Holy Maiden, the blue light surged. It was a sacred place within the Holy Land, where ordinary disciples could not approach. So he is surnamed Lin? He was once your Dao partner, but you abandoned him? A voice echoed from within the hall. It belonged to Yu Linglong, a stunning beauty with delicate features, skin like cream, noble and elegant, dressed in a blue immortal gown. Her figure perfectly proportioned, surrounded by a hazy blue light, exuding an unmatched noble aura. She was the one who, after sacrificing a quasi-holy elder from Lin Jiao's hands, escaped back to the upper realm. Frowning with suspicion, she was assessing Lu Shui below. The Holy Land had spent a great price to send her an elder Xian to the lower realm with the goal of finding the supreme secret treasure, the Taqing Imperial Palace ruins. However, she never expected to encounter a holy-level powerhouse in the lower realm. Even now, the Yuqing Holy Land had only a few top powerhouses, serving as the trump card of the Holy Land. Yu Linglong couldn't comprehend why a native from the lower realm would have a holy-level powerhouse protecting him and referring to him as young master. Until now, she knew nothing about Lin Yuan's identity, not even his surname or given name. But she understood that possessing a holy-level powerhouse as a protector indicated an extraordinary status, even in the Cangtan immortal domain. In response to Yu Linglong's voice, yes, but that Lin Yuan is just an orphan, raised by the Qingyan Dao sect since childhood. I don't know why a holy-level powerhouse would protect him. Lu Shui, with her fair skin and delicate figure, stood before Yu Linglong with utmost respect. After arriving in the upper realm, Lu Shui realized that her previous perspective was far too limited. It turned out that there were powers and individuals even more formidable than the Great Yu dynasty in this world. She had already heard that the Great Yu dynasty's influence in the upper realm was merely a subsidiary compared to the Yu Qing Holy Land. Now, the opportunity was right in front of her. She had to seize it. Otherwise, with her talent, she would never ascend to the upper realm in this lifetime. Lin, an orphan? A holy-level powerhouse protecting him. Yu Linglong stepped lightly out of the hall, deep in thought, her stunning face reflecting her contemplation. She was already certain that Lin Yuan was definitely not a native of the lower realm, but rather a person from the Nine Heavens' immortal domain. Suddenly, her pacing stopped, her pupils dilating, her heart trembling as she realized something. Lin's surname. Could it be the Lin family from the Jun Tian immortal domain? Yu Linglong's voice trembled slightly, and she immediately lost her composure. After hesitating for a moment, she murmured to herself, "I hope not." Unable to be certain, a hint of bitterness flashed across Yu Linglong's face. If her guess was correct, she certainly wouldn't dare to take revenge for this grudge. Her beautiful eyes moved to look at Lu Shui, who appeared ignorant, with at most some beauty, but an overly ordinary temperament. A trace of mockery flashed in Yu Linglong's gaze. If Lin Yuan were truly the young master of the Lin family from the Jun Tian immortal domain, she couldn't imagine why he would take an interest in this native from the lower realm. Moreover, this person would surely regret her decision back then. From now on, you shall follow beside this holy maiden and be a maid. The calm voice echoed. Yes. Lu Shui's eyes lit up with joy as she bowed to Yu Linglong. Chapter 80. Lin Yuan learns about his parents at this moment in the Xintian continent, with Lin Jiu, a saint-level powerhouse. The journey was much faster compared to when Lin Yuan initially traveled alone from the eastern wilderness to the central continent. The two great continents were separated by an endless sea, which originally required months to reach the Qingyandao sect, but now it only took a short while. Eastern wilderness. Mountains collapsed, sects shattered. As far as the eye could see, there were countless graves. The people who died back then were buried by Lin Yuan himself. A brand new grave appeared before Lin Yuan and Lin Jiu, with the words Honorable Master Xiao Zhantian inscribed on the tombstone. Dressed in black, Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. Blood feud, disciple Lin Yuan has avenged. May the Master and all rest in peace. The voice echoed in the cemetery. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of Lin Yuan kneeling and bowing, his white hair stained with dirt. Soon after, Lin Yuan would enter seclusion. All his old friends had passed away, and in this Xintian continent, Lin Yuan had nothing left to cherish. After breaking through to the half-step ascendant realm, Lin Yuan might return to the Lin family in the upper realm. Beside him, Lin Jiu watched this scene and could understand Lin Yuan's feelings. Young master, I believe that Elder Xiao knows about your actions and will be comforted. Lin Jiu sighed, offering what little comfort he could. After all, no one had anticipated such events when he and Lin Yuan went to the Ta Qing Emperor Palace. Let's hope so. Standing up, a hint of bitterness appeared on Lin Yuan's handsome face. Back mountain of Qingyan. The residence that originally belonged to Lin Yuan had long since vanished during that great battle. In the ruined mountains, a brand new thatched cottage rose from the ground. At this level of power, a residence was no longer that important to Lin Yuan. It was merely a place to break through. You can rest assured and break through. With this old man here, there shouldn't be anyone in the Xintian continent who could disturb you. Lin Jiu said confidently outside the thatched cottage. Old Lin is joking. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. He was not at all worried about his breakthrough. With a saint-level powerhouse guarding him, safety was not a concern. As for whether he could break through, Lin Yuan had already felt it back in the shattered Great Universe Palace. He had already broken through the barrier between the late stage of the Dao Palace realm and the half-step ascendant realm. What he lacked was merely an increase in spiritual energy. Now, with 3 saint-grade herbs and a piece of saint-grade spirit stone in hand, and the abundant spiritual energy in the Great Universe Palace's treasury, even though the spiritual energy required for the Taishan Dao body was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators, it should still be sufficient. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan was troubled by another matter, one he had not had the opportunity to ask Lin Jiu about before: his origins. Although he possessed the inherited memories and knew he came from the upper realm's imperial family, the Lin family, he was completely unaware of his parents, his true relatives. and the situation of the Lin family. You want to learn about it before his breakthrough. Old Lin, may I know about the Lin family and my parents? Lin Yuan asked with immense curiosity in his eyes. Yes, it's time for you to know some matters about the Lin family. Lin Jiu nodded slightly. The reason he had not told Lin Yuan about his origins before was because of the Lin family's clan rules. Any Lin family descendant who descended to the lower realm for training was not allowed to discuss matters related to the Lin family until they broke through to the half-step ascendant realm and qualified to return to the Lin family. Now that Lin Yuan had virtually secured his breakthrough to the half-step ascendant realm, it did not violate clan rules. You must already know that the Lin family is located in the upper realm's Jun Tian immortal domain. Lin Jiu continued. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Lin Jiu had mentioned this before. The upper realm, referred to as the upper realm in the Xintian continent, was divided into 9 immortal domains. The imperial family. The Lin family was one of them in the Jun Tian immortal domain. The Lin family has produced more than one emperor, and our name has been passed down through history since the establishment of the Jun Tian immortal domain, Lin Jiu said, his expression filled with excitement and pride. Currently, the Lin family has 10 affiliated sacred grounds, and countless large and small forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain rely on our Lin family for their existence. As he spoke, Lin Jiu's gray robes fluttered, and his face was filled with pride. Any sacred ground in the upper realm was a colossal force. For example, the previous Yuqing sacred ground was founded by one of the avatars of the Yuan Tian Great Emperor. Even with such strength and foundation, it took a long time of 100,000 years to elevate it to a sacred ground in the Tsangtian immortal domain, not to mention the Lin family's own strength. Simply its 10 affiliated sacred grounds were mostly older than the Yuqing sacred ground, not to mention the various other forces in the upper realm. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the Lin family's foundation. To be called an imperial family, its reputation was not limited to just one immortal domain, but encompassed the entire 9 heavens immortal domain. When such a family showed its fangs, the entire upper realm would tremble. More than one emperor has emerged under the Lin family. The affiliated forces have 10 sacred grounds. This did not even account for the Lin family's own strength. Although Lin Yuan knew that the family in his inherited memories was strong, hearing it from Lin Jiu at this moment stirred his heart, and his gaze was filled with shock. No wonder Elder Xin of the Yuqing sacred ground was so fearful upon learning of his identity, even in the face of impending death. He claimed that his demise was self-inflicted and urged Lin Yuan not to blame the Yuqing sacred ground. It seemed that everything was meant to be, and you, young master, are the son of the current head of the Lin family. As for the head of the Lin family, your mother, she has the surname Jiang. Lin Jiu, a saint-level powerhouse, did not dare to mention the names of Lin Yuan's father and mother, showing his respect. He only stated that Lin Yuan's mother had the surname Jiang. The surname Jiang? Lin Yuan's voice was calm as he spoke. His own surname was Lin, and there was no need to ponder over what his father's surname was. It was the first time he learned that his mother in this life had the surname Jiang. However, he did not think much about what this surname represented. Thank you, old Lin. After learning about some details of his relatives, Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude and then entered the thatched cottage to begin his breakthrough. Chapter 81. Breaking through. In the midst of the breakthrough, Lin Yuan's contemporaries from the Lin family were gathered. The thatched house was old and worn, with drafts blowing through it, and on rainy days, it was likely to leak. At this moment, in front of Lin Yuan, there were 3 sacred herbs and a sacred grade spirit stone, glowing brightly and quietly floating in the air. The scent of the herbs was rich, and spiritual energy was abundant. Break, Lin Yuan pointed out with a finger. Crack, the sacred herbs and spirit stone shattered, transforming into an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, creating a vortex of energy around him that flowed into Lin Yuan's body. The brilliant light pierced through the drafty thatched house and shot into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sheer power of this spiritual energy was so immense that the mountains surrounding Qingyun began to tremble. Although the distance between the Dao Palace realm and the half-step ascension realm sounded like just half a step, this very half step had blocked countless cultivators throughout history on the Xintian continent. The half-step ascension realm was also the requirement set by the upper realm Lin family for every Lin family disciple to return to the family after their trials in the lower realm. At this moment, outside the house, a figure dressed in coarse gray clothing, his face aged, Lin Jiu, watched the scene with a calm expression. It seemed that the young master's breakthrough had begun. After more than 20 years, the promise he made to the family head back then had finally been fulfilled, and even surpassed. With an aged gaze, he looked at the powerful aura emanating from the broken house, which was the power of the supreme Tao body. Lin Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The pressure of the supreme body was something even Lin Jiu, a saint realm cultivator, found hard to ignore. Among the myriad realms, the upper realm's 3,000 physiques ranked in the top 10, and the formation of any supreme body was incredibly stringent, enough to astonish even imperial clans. Lin Jiu was well aware that even the currently powerful upper realm Lin family had not seen the birth of a supreme body for many years. Yet now, Lin Yuan had advanced from the innate Tao body to the supreme Tao body due to the inheritance of the primordial celestial emperor. One could say that this outcome was completely beyond Lin Jiu's and Lin Yuan's father's expectations. The old man looked forward to the young master's performance in the family competition after his breakthrough. It would surely shock those old-timers in the Lin family. Lin Jiu let out a cold laugh, murmuring to himself. The Lin family's disciples who returned from trials in the lower realm were all required to compete against each other to determine the current Lin family divine son, a rule established by the Lin family throughout the ages. The resources available for cultivation depended on individual talent and strength, and the title of divine son meant being the strongest among the contemporaries of the Lin family. Initially, whether it was Lin Yuan's father or Lin Jiu, the plan was merely to use the inheritance of the primordial celestial emperor for a glimmer of hope, not expecting it to truly allow Lin Yuan to advance to the supreme Tao body. Lin Yuan's initial innate Tao body was indeed powerful, ranking within the top 100 among the 3,000 physiques. But as an imperial clan, the Lin family had never lacked powerful physique talents in every generation. Just among Lin Jiu's knowledge, in this generation of the Lin family, there was a female cultivator from a collateral branch who possessed the cold moon ice body, ranking over 30 among the 3,000 physiques of the upper realm, much stronger than Lin Yuan's initial innate Tao body. Additionally, in the lineage of the Lin family's grand elder, there was even a reincarnation nether body, ranked 11th among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, only beneath the top 10 supreme bodies throughout history. Even before Lin Yuan descended to the lower realm, the Lin family's grand elder and many old-timers had already predetermined the divine son position of this generation for the one with the reincarnation nether body. After all, possessing a physique like the reincarnation nether body made the competition for the divine son position in this generation almost certain. As for the identity behind her, she was merely slightly inferior to Lin Yuan, the family head son, being a descendant of the Lin family's grand elder lineage. The cold moon ice body and the reincarnation nether body were both considered powerful even among countless talents in the Lin family throughout history. But unfortunately, this time, what you are facing is the young master's supreme Tao body. Even in the past, only Lin Yuan's parents knew some of the true circumstances regarding him. Lin Jiu's voice was low as he murmured to himself, a smile on his face as he looked towards the thatched house where Lin Yuan's aura was growing stronger during the breakthrough. The Lin family, as a renowned imperial clan in the Nine Heavens immortal domain, had countless disciples born in each generation who went to the lower realm for trials. Just as Lin Yuan was in the midst of his breakthrough, Lin Jiu, as the guardian, was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Kanglin continent, which was also part of the myriad realms below, at the peak of the Extreme Path Mountain, which had been the highest peak in Kanglin continent since ancient times, a beautiful, proud, and solitary figure was making her way up the mountain. With a cold and stunning face, ink-black hair, and clad in blue. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her body was exquisitely proportioned. A chill emanated from her, and blue light swirled around her. Every step she took seemed to frost the ground beneath her. She was climbing towards the summit, holding a sword in her jade hand, around 20 years old. Lin Qinghan, with the cold moon ice body, was one of the Lin family members who had descended with Lin Yuan. As for the master she spoke of, that was the guardian assigned to her by the Lin family. In just half a day's time, Lin Qinghan had reached the peak. The mountaintop was silent, surrounded by a blanket of white snow. In the snow, there was an old man in a blue Dao robe. Half-step ascension realm. Indeed, as expected of my Lin family's unparalleled talent. This was a quasi-saint, the guardian Linya, looking at Lin Qinghan with satisfaction. Not every Lin family disciple who descended had a saint realm expert to protect them. Linya's status among the guest elders in the upper realm Lin family was naturally not comparable to Lin Jiao. It was a joke. The saint realm expert was definitely a mid-tier powerhouse within the current Lin family. And for Lin Qinghan, a member of the collateral branch, even possessing the cold moon ice body, her background was too low. Having a quasi-saint guardian accompany her to the lower realm was already a tremendous blessing. Even though her talent with the cold moon ice body was stronger than Lin Yuan's innate Dao body before descending. Chapter 82. Lin Qinghan's shock. Standing behind are two great imperial clans. Master, I wonder if I can return to the upper realm now. With a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes, Lin Qinghan looked at her protector, Linya. She had long learned about her origins years ago, after awakening the memories of her heritage from the imperial clan of the upper realm. She came from the Lin family, a powerful imperial clan, one of the top families in the upper realm that everyone in the Kanglan continent aspired to. After 20 years of hard practice and defeating countless powerful beings on the Kanglan continent, she had even personally slain a peak ascendant realm expert shortly after breaking through to the half-step ascendant realm. In a short time, her reputation soared across the Kanglan continent, where many cultivators hailed her as the #1 prodigy of her generation, known far and wide. However, Lin Qinghan did not care about any of this. She understood that the Kanglan continent was too small, and with her talents, she should shine brightly in the upper realm in the Lin family's imperial clan. Standing atop a towering peak surrounded by snow, the two felt no chill. Half-step ascendant realm naturally qualifies you to return to the family. This time you go back, you will compete with the other prodigies of my Lin family. And how much cultivation resources you can obtain will depend on your performance in the clan competition. Linya said with a smile, stroking his white beard, looking at his disciple whom he had nurtured for over 20 years with immense satisfaction. The cold moon ice body, a powerful physique ranked over 30 in the upper realm, was indeed a prodigy within the Lin family. Linya knew that with his status, he was not enough to be the protector of such a prodigy. Fortunately, Lin Qinghan was not born from the main line of the Lin family. Her parents were merely collateral branches with ordinary cultivation, which allowed him to take advantage of this opportunity. Regardless, Linya was well aware that after returning to the Lin family, with her cold moon ice body's talent, apart from the reincarnation body of the clan's elder's descendant, no other prodigies of the same generation in the Lin family would be her match. At that time, his contributions would be undeniable. The clan competition? I will do my best. Lin Qinghan's voice was cold, filled with confidence. She had heard her master mention her physique years ago. She possessed the cold moon ice body, which ranked over 30 among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm. Seemingly sensing Lin Qinghan's arrogance, Linya, though trusting in his disciple, still felt it necessary to remind her. I must tell you, do not be careless in this clan competition. There will be a prodigy with the reincarnation body. You must pay attention to this physique, which ranks 11th in our upper realm and is only second to the legendary top 10 supreme physiques. Reincarnation body, the top 10 supreme physiques. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qinghan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She sighed inwardly, realizing that the Lin family truly lived up to being an imperial clan. She had thought her cold moon ice body was already strong enough among the prodigies of her generation, but she never expected that a reincarnation body ranked 11th would appear in the Lin family. As for the top 10 supreme physiques of the upper realm, she had heard Linya mention them before. Those supreme physiques were merely legendary. Of course, aside from that reincarnation body, with your cold moon ice body, you need not fear any other prodigies of my Lin family. Linya continued, with your talent and strength, you should rank second among the practitioners sent down from the Lin family this time. Seeing that his disciple was no longer prideful and had set aside her arrogance. Lin Yuan smiled calmly. But then, as if recalling something, he quickly reminded her, "However, there's one thing I must tell you. Once you return to the Lin family, during the clan competition, there is one person you must pay extra attention to." Lin Yuan's expression became serious. "Who is it?" Lin Qinghan asked with confusion. Hadn't she just been told that her physique ranked second in this generation of the Lin family? Why was there still someone to be cautious of? Lin Yuan, who possesses the innate Dao body, ranked 97th among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm. Upon hearing this from Lin Qinghan, with her ink-black hair and blue attire, her ice-like skin and delicate figure, and holding a sword in her jade hand, displayed a look of indifference on her cold and beautiful face. The reincarnation body, ranked 11th, far surpassed her cold moon ice body, so it was reasonable for her to be careful. But why should she pay attention to someone with an innate Dao body that was almost falling out of the top 100 physiques? After 20 years of hard practice, and having crossed the boundary to slay the peak experts of this realm, Lin Qinghan was extremely confident in her strength. Seeing the expression of his disciple, Lin Yuan understood her thoughts. My meaning is not that you are not a match for our Lin family's innate Dao body. Rather, I want to remind you that when you meet that person named Lin Yuan, even if you can win, you must never harm him. Being in the Lin family will benefit you." Listening to her master's words, Lin Qinghan became increasingly confused. Soon, Lin Yuan explained the reason. Lin Yuan is the son of the current head of our Lin family, and his status is extraordinary. As for the rest, Lin Yuan did not elaborate. But Lin Qinghan understood. The son of the family head indeed holds immense status. A hint of bitterness and envy appeared on her stunning face. Lin Qinghan knew her own status. As a child born from a collateral branch of the Lin family, she could not compare to those from the main line. Moreover, being the son of the current head of the imperial Lin family, Lin Qinghan was fully aware that with such status, he probably did not need to do anything or compete to receive abundant cultivation resources from the Lin family. As for herself, being merely from the collateral branch of the Lin family, without the cold moon ice body, she might not even have the qualifications to stand and compete with someone of that status. In the future, if she wanted to have sufficient cultivation resources in the Lin family, she must not offend the main line of the family head. Though it was unfortunate, this was reality, and Lin Qinghan had no complaints. After all, status and background were part of strength. With the innate Dao body, combined with the resources available to the son of the Lin family head, his future achievements would likely not be lacking. Our Lin family's young master is not just the son of the family head, Lin Yuan said with a smile. He carries the bloodlines of two great imperial clans. Our Lin family's matriarch, surnamed Jiang, is from the imperial clan of the Tian immortal domain. The younger sister of the supreme god is from the previous generation of the Jiang family, and the current god master of the Jiang family. Two great imperial clans. Lin Qinghan exclaimed in shock. No wonder her master had warned her not to offend that young master. With such a background, he could probably crush her with just a finger. A deep envy filled her beautiful eyes. Chapter 83. Breaking through to half-step ascension, 20 years have passed. And as countless members of the Lin family return to the upper realm in the Xintian continent, East Wilderness at the Qingyun Dao sect cemetery, Lin Jiao stands outside a dilapidated thatched cottage, dressed in gray, quietly watching Lin Yuan as he breaks through. Several months have passed since Lin Yuan entered his breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an aura surpassing the Dao Palace realm surged from within the thatched cottage. The aura was concealed, yet blended with the heavens and earth. This was a sign of breaking through to the half-step ascension realm. It seems the young master has succeeded. His voice was calm, and his aged eyes were indifferent. Lin Jiao was not surprised by Lin Yuan's breakthrough. His realm had already reached the threshold. What remained was merely the condensation of spiritual energy. 3 holy medicines and a piece of holy-grade spirit stone, to put it bluntly, contained enough spiritual power to allow hundreds of ordinary cultivators at the late Dao Palace stage to break through to the half-step ascension realm. However, Lin Yuan possessed the Taishang Dao body, one of the top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm, and each breakthrough required an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Fortunately, After returning to the Lin family in the upper realm, the imperial family had ample resources, so they need not worry about Lin Yuan's consumption. In the upper realm, for an ordinary force, cultivating a supreme body would empty their coffers. At this moment, the surrounding mountains trembled, resonating with loud booms. Crack! The dilapidated, thatched cottage exploded, transforming into countless fragments that flew in all directions. A brilliant figure floated in midair, cross-legged. His eyes were tightly shut, white hair dancing. An immeasurable Tao light surged upward, with intricate and mysterious runes swirling around Lin Yuan. Finally, he broke through. With that exclamation, Lin Yuan opened his tightly shut eyes, the surrounding Tao light dissipating, and the mysterious runes fading away. Clad in black, he landed on the ground, and the previously constructed thatched cottage, along with the aura from Lin Yuan's breakthrough, had long since vanished. Lin Yuan felt the spiritual power within his body at this moment. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, coursing through him, far stronger than before. Prior to the breakthrough, he could slay true Ascension Realm cultivators with his late Tao Palace stage strength. Now, with his realm having broken through, his power had increased significantly. But for Lin Yuan, even without unleashing any extraordinary phenomenon, he dared to claim invincibility in this realm. Of course, aside from Lin Jiao, his protector. However, it was a bit resource-intensive. With a slight frown, Lin Yuan looked at the remnants of the 3 holy medicines beneath him, now devoid of spiritual energy, and the shattered holy grade spirit stone reduced to rubble. Having thoroughly looted the great Yu dynasty's treasury, these items beneath him were already the most valuable in the great Yu treasury. Yet, they were only enough for him to break through once. Although his spatial ring still contained mountains of spirit stones and other rare treasures, in terms of value, they could not compare to the holy medicines and holy grade spirit stones. It was likely that they wouldn't even suffice for his next breakthrough. Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough. Lin Jiao smiled and congratulated from a distance. Over 20 years had passed since he brought the baby Lin Yuan down to the lower realm. Finally, the two could return to the Lin family in the upper realm. He had long waited for this day. Lin Jiao was well aware that it was not just himself who awaited the young master's return. The most eager were Lin Yuan's biological parents, the current head of the Lin family, and his wife. If it weren't for the family rules that had been in place since ancient times, who would have the heart to abandon their own child in the lower realm at such a young age? 20 years had passed without seeing each other, a torment for any parent. In fact, Lin Yuan's biological mother had caused a stir in the Lin elder meeting back then to prevent baby Lin Yuan from descending to the lower realm, nearly summoning the divine lord of the Jiang family, who was Lin Yuan's maternal uncle. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had already been sent to the lower realm by then. Had they waited for the Jiang family's divine lord to arrive, it might have been possible to stop the young master from descending. Of course, Lin Yuan, as a baby, was completely unaware of all this, with no memory of it whatsoever. Before returning to the family, I would like to ask Elder Lin to construct a holy level grand formation for this cemetery, Lin Yuan said, cupping his fist toward Lin Jiao. Although currently, with himself and Elder Lin stationed here, no one dared to step foot in this place. Lin Yuan understood that once he and Elder Lin returned to the upper realm, cultivators would inevitably visit this location. The memory of this Qingyun Dao sect arose from within him, at least in Lin Yuan's heart at this moment. It should be a pure land. He did not wish for the souls here to be disturbed after he ascended to the upper realm. A small matter, Lin Jiao replied calmly, smiling. Although this old man is not adept at formations, the young master can rest assured, at least within this Xiantian continent. To break the formation I have set up, one must be at least a powerful being above the quasi-saint level. His voice was calm, and Lin Jiao smiled. The strongest realm in the Xiantian continent was merely the Ascension realm. Therefore, as long as this formation existed, no one could intrude into this cemetery. In Lin Jiao's view, he owed a debt to the Qingyun Dao sect. Back then, in search of the supreme hidden treasure, he had left the young master alone with Elder Shao. It was the Qingyun Dao sect that raised the young master, and now, thus, even if the young master did not mention this matter, Lin Jiao would not allow anyone to disturb the souls in this cemetery. Boom, boom, Boom. For several days, the sky above the entire Qingyuan sect resonated with thunderous sounds, continuously booming. Purple light transformed into a grand formation, enveloping 1,000 miles of void, protecting the entire Qingyuan sect within. Within the light formation, the faint pressure emitted was something ordinary cultivators could not withstand. Even Ascension Realm powerhouses daring to approach the current Qingyuan sect will be crushed to dust by the formation's power, which transcended this realm. The aura of the formation was terrifying. The grand formation was complete. Young Master, we are setting off. After 10 consecutive days of constructing the grand formation, even Lin Yuan, a holy realm powerhouse, showed signs of fatigue on his aged face. Clad in coarse gray clothing, he stood within the Qingyuan sect, which was now enveloped by the grand formation. Thank you, Elder Lin. Lin Yuan, dressed in black with snow-white hair, stood atop a peak, his gaze sweeping around as he looked at the place where he had grown up. There was the former Qingyuan main hall, the place he once resided. Every blade of grass and tree was once familiar to him. However, following that massacre, everything had completely vanished. Now, the appearance of the Qingyuan sect was lost to memory, and all that surrounded him were graves. Lin Yuan silently observed, remaining quiet. Chapter 84. Ascending to the heavens in broad daylight. Arriving at the Juntian immortal domain, the imperial decree in Lin Yuan's hand, infused with the power of the sacred realm, surged wildly as he activated it. An incredibly intense light shot up into the sky, tearing through the void and piercing the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. With thunder and lightning, an enormous spatial rift appeared above the Qingyuan sect, as if a corner of this world had been lifted, accompanied by the spiritual energy of the upper realm flooding in from all directions. That was the spatial passageway to the upper realm, the Juntian immortal domain. Ascension is the ultimate goal that every cultivator in the Xian-Tian continent yearns for. However, for Lin Yuan, there is no need for ascension, as he is originally a person from the upper realm. The passageway to the upper realm appeared in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, outside the Qingyuan sect, crowds of cultivators surrounded the area. That was the passageway to the upper realm. There were cultivators from the central state, western lands, southern frontier, northern wilderness, and eastern wilderness of the Xian-Tian continent. Months ago, the name Lin Yuan had annihilated the Great Yu dynasty, shaking the Xian-Tian continent. As a result, countless cultivators from the 5 states of the Xian-Tian continent were drawn to visit Lin Yuan. After a long journey to the eastern wilderness, they arrived at the Qingyuan sect. However, a powerful formation blocked their way. Even those who had reached the half-step ascendant realm were severely injured by the formation and could not enter. Now, a spatial passageway to the upper realm appeared before countless cultivators. Look, that's Lin Yuan's disciple. In the throng around the Qingyuan sect, amidst the crowds above and below, a voice of shock rang out. It was Han Ci, who had once met Lin Yuan at the now-destroyed Piao Shui sect. A loose cultivator, he had even heard of Lin Yuan's exploits in the central state and the annihilation of the Great Yu dynasty. Filled with admiration and reverence, upon learning of Lin Yuan's return to the Qingyuan sect, he rushed here with countless other cultivators. At this moment, he followed the gazes of the multitude around the Qingyuan sect. In the void, a gigantic spatial passageway leading to the upper realm, pitch black and emanating an energy far beyond that of the Xian-Tian continent, emerged. That was the spiritual energy from the upper realm, the Jun-Tian immortal domain. Clad in black, with white hair flowing, Lin Yuan, with an unmatched demeanor, stepped into the spatial passageway. Beside him followed an elder, who was surely a sacred realm powerhouse from the upper realm, accompanying Lin Yuan. The current Xian-Tian continent had already spread the word that Lin Yuan was the young master of an imperial clan from the upper realm. This left countless people in shock. At just over 20 years of age, he defeated the Emperor Yu Yitu and was now ascending to the upper realm. He is destined to be someone from a different world than us. Among the crowd, some cultivators sighed, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at the spatial passageway Lin Yuan was entering. Perhaps for them, they would never see what the upper realm was like after ascension in their entire lives. In the Xian-Tian continent, A powerful ascendant cultivator appears only once in a generation. Ascending to the upper realm is incredibly difficult. But for Lin Yuan, the young master from the imperial clan, going to the upper realm was merely returning to his original family. Surrounding voices of envy, admiration, and reverence continued to rise, creating a fervor. Is this the spiritual energy of the upper realm? Ignoring the uproar below, Lin Yuan gathered a mass of spiritual energy in his hand. It was incredibly powerful, far beyond that of the Xiantian continent. The two were not even on the same level of quality. In fact, as he approached this power, Lin Yuan felt a sense of awakening from the previous forced consumption of the Taishang Dao body's original power to activate the anomaly. In the myriad realms, there are countless lower realms, but compared to the nine heavens' immortal domain, the lower realms' paths are incomplete and myriad laws are not whole. Once we return to the Jun Tian immortal domain, your Taishang Dao body's anomaly will be fully awakened. Before the spatial passageway, the two stood in mid-air, and Lin Jiu's voice sounded from the side. He still did not know about Lin Yuan's previous battle with Yi Tu, where he forcibly consumed the Taishang Dao body's original power to activate the anomaly. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Stepping forward, he entered the spatial passageway. Boom! Boom! The spatial passageway vanished, and the figures of Lin Yuan and Lin Jiu disappeared from the sight of everyone below, vanishing from the Xiantian continent. The eastern wilderness trembled, and the Xiantian continent was in an uproar, ascending to the heavens in broad daylight. It had been a long time since such an event occurred on this continent. However, that day, cultivators from the 5 states gathered in the eastern wilderness, outside the Qingyan Dao sect. They witnessed Lin Yuan's ascension, and with his previous deeds and the mysterious identity of his imperial clan background, it was likely that this event would be passed down through the ages. Perhaps in the future, when cultivators ascend to the upper realm, they will truly understand what the Lin family of the imperial clan represents. However, these are matters for later. Upper realm, Jun Tian immortal domain, the reverse central Dao state. The entire Jun Tian immortal domain is vast and boundless, consisting of tens of thousands of Dao states, each larger than the entire Xiantian continent. The reverse central Dao state is solely occupied by the Lin family. Besides the Lin family, there are also 10 sacred places that are affiliated with the Lin family. At this moment, beside the ascension gate of one of the Lin family's affiliated sacred places, the Yao Guang sacred land, a 7-colored spatial door emitted a glow. Whenever the light surged, cultivators from the lower realm ascended. "Everyone stand in line," shouted a man clad in silver armor, exuding an extraordinary presence. With a cold smile, he wielded a long whip, striking at some newly ascended cultivators who were still confused about their surroundings. The silver-armored man possessed a powerful aura. He was a half-step quasi-saint level powerhouse, easily dealing with the newly ascended lower realm cultivators. "How dare you? I am." Among the newly ascended cultivators, a middle-aged man, clearly just ascended and still unfamiliar with the hierarchy here, was about to angrily retort. Slap! The silver whip crackled with lightning as it struck the middle-aged man's face, leaving him bloodied and disfigured. Those who could ascend were once kings in the lower realm, and had never experienced such humiliation, yet now no one dared to resist. The aura of a half-step quasi-saint was too terrifying. "Who do you think you are?" With a cold laugh, the silver-armored man had grown tired of explanations. Sometimes, action was more effective than words. The newly ascended cultivators stood trembling to the side, not daring to say more. Just then, the ascension gate glowed again, and 2 figures appeared, an elder and a young man, Lin Yuan and Lin Jiu. Chapter 85, Before the Ascension Gate. One strike sends them flying. The Ascension Gate is a spatial passage connecting the 9 heavens' immortal domain to the lower realms, currently guarded by the major forces within the immortal domain. In the rather unique Niang Dao state, unlike other Dao states of the Jun Tian immortal domain, there's only 1 ascension gate per state. Within this Niang Dao state, there are a total of 10 ascension gates, which originally belonged to the imperial Lin family. However, given that such a forbidden imperial family has no time to guard these ascension gates, over time, the guarding rights fell into the hands of the subordinate forces belonging to the Lin family, the 10 sacred places. Among them, the Yaoguang sacred place is one. Due to the differences in the aura between the upper and lower realms. The initial intention of the imperial Lin family was to guide those newly ascended cultivators in transitioning their inner aura. However, the major forces of the Jun Tian immortal domain have begun to enslave the ascended cultivators from the lower realms, sending them to various spiritual veins to mine for spirit stones. Seeing how other forces act, the 10 sacred places under the Lin family naturally do not want to fall behind. Yet, knowing who holds the power in Niang Dao state, the 10 sacred places under the Lin family dare not be too excessive. Compared to other forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain that enslave ascended beings for hundreds or thousands of years, the 10 sacred places under the Lin family generally only enslave ascended cultivators for 10 years before granting them freedom. Moreover, 80 of the spirit stones mined must be submitted to the Lin family, leaving the Yaoguang sacred place with only 20. Even so, they still profit immensely. At this moment, a voice sounded by the Ascension Gate. Jun Tian immortal domain. A figure dressed in black, with white hair flowing freely, was Lin Yuan, who had just arrived from the lower realm of Xintian continent. Although he considered himself a person of the Jun Tian immortal domain, he had no memories from his time in the lower realm as he was too young. Lin Yuan, with a curious expression, was observing his surroundings with great interest. He could sense that the few individuals beside him were obviously also newly ascended from the lower realms. Although ascending is extremely difficult for those from the lower realms, the vastness of the myriad realms means that eventually there will always be strong individuals who cross great hardships to ascend to the 9 heavens immortal domain. However, what puzzled Lin Yuan at this moment was that the few ascended beings beside him seemed to be trembling with fear, especially one middle-aged man who was covering his face, his robust body trembling slightly, showing signs of pain, with blood dripping from his face. It appeared he had just been injured. Young master, many years ago, I was the one who... Lin Ju looked at the scene before him and smiled. 20 years had passed, and he still remembered carrying the infant Lin Yuan through the Ascension Gate to the lower realm. Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao stood by the Ascension Gate, appearing calm and casual, completely unaware of the gloating expressions on the faces of the surrounding ascended beings. Another person is about to suffer. A sneer arose, and among the ascended beings, aside from the recently beaten middle-aged man, there was an old man in red, a young man in white, and a middle-aged woman. Those who can ascend are all invincible figures from the lower realms, the strongest of their generation. After enduring countless hardships, they thought ascending to the upper realm would mark the beginning of their rise. Yet, unexpectedly, upon their arrival in the Jun Tian immortal domain, reality dealt them a harsh lesson. It shouldn't just be me who suffers. Especially the middle-aged man who had just been whipped, named Han Long, was a powerful figure who had established his own dynasty in the lower realm. But now, every cultivator guarding the Ascension Gate in the upper realm was stronger than him. The overwhelming aura was something he could not resist. The blood marks on his face and the humiliation in his heart were indeed hard to bear, but for Han Long, the appearance of the old and young ascended beings before him, who were still unaware of the situation, would inevitably lead them to suffer at the hands of the silver-armored man. In this way, his internal humiliation and pain would be countered. Sure enough, not bad. I didn't expect 6 to ascend this time. But who told you to make such a racket here? This is not your lower realm. The silver-armored man, named Yin Hui, was a steward from the Yaoguang Sacred Place's law enforcement hall, responsible for guarding this Ascension Gate. At this moment, his eyes gleamed with malice as he looked at Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. Having guarded this place for a long time, Yin Hui understood that for those newly ascended who could not discern their place, they must be suppressed by violence to temper their arrogance. Otherwise, how could they willingly mine for the Yaoguang Sacred Place and the Lin family? Let me give you two a lesson. The power of a half-step quasi-saint was far too easy to deal with those who had just ascended. Swish, swish, the silver whip swung, lightning flickering, tearing through the air. Like a silver lightning snake, it danced toward Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. Meanwhile, not far away, the other ascended beings were still watching this scene with glee. Standing still, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm, and he did not move in the face of the incoming lightning whip. No wonder. His voice was indifferent, and he seemed to understand why the few ascended beings beside him had such fearful and trembling expressions earlier. The power of a half-step quasi-saint was indeed beyond the capability of those who had just ascended to resist. The gap was too great. However, while other ascended beings might be afraid, for Lin Yuan, this Neon Dao state seemed like his own territory, without needing Lin Yuan to take action. A vast and overwhelming aura suddenly surged from Lin Jiao's body, the might of the saint realm shaking the entire area, causing the ascension gate, which radiated with colorful light, to tremble violently. With his gray robes fluttering, the aged face revealed an air of authority. With a cold snort, under the might of the saint, the incoming silver lightning whip instantly shattered into several segments, flying off in all directions. Boom! Even Yin Hui, the steward guarding the ascension gate, had his silver armor shattered, spitting blood and being sent flying to the ground. Hiss! The four ascended beings nearby all gasped in shock, looking at Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao in disbelief. They were not just like us, having just ascended. How is this possible? They have gotten themselves into big trouble, daring to attack someone from the upper realm's sacred place. I hope this doesn't implicate us. Boom, boom, boom. Figures began to fly in from the distance of a Yaoguang sacred place, all clad in silver armor, just like Yin Hui, members of the law enforcement hall. Don't act yet. Yin Hui, bloodied and with his armor shattered, stood up unsteadily. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he slowly approached, realizing in that brief moment that the gray-clad elder before him did not intend to take his life. This was a powerful figure of the Saint Realm. Chapter 86. The Lin family's imperial order, the stunned head of the law enforcement hall at this moment, by the ascension gate of the radiant light sacred ground. A group of people in silver armor surrounded Lin Yuan and another person. Tension filled the air. My lords, this has nothing to do with us. It's them. The newly ascended cultivators, who had just arrived, turned pale at the sight of such an intimidating scene. They pointed tremblingly at Lin Yuan and the other person. Their injuries were severe, their faces pale, and their silver armor was shattered. May I ask your esteemed name, Senior? This ascension gate belongs to the Imperial Lin family, and I was ordered by the radiant light sacred ground to guard it. Silver Radiance looked at Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan fearlessly. Although a sacred realm expert is considered a powerful figure even in the Jun Tian immortal domain, they were not someone he could provoke. However, the depth of the radiant light sacred ground's foundation was even older than the jade clear sacred ground of the Tsang Tian immortal domain. A single sacred realm expert would not instill fear in the radiant light sacred ground, especially with the Imperial Lin family standing behind them. The ascension gate belonged to the Lin family. The radiant light sacred ground merely acted as its guardian and never dared to claim it as their own. In this reverse central Dao state, the name Lin was enough to intimidate all, no matter how powerful one was in the Jun Tian immortal domain. Upon entering this reverse central Dao state, one must behave accordingly. Since ancient times, no one has dared to act recklessly in this state. It is an ironclad rule of the Jun Tian immortal domain. At this moment, faced with Silver Radiance's words, Lin Jiao coldly snorted. At least you know this ascension gate belongs to the Lin family? This was one of the main reasons Lin Jiao had not killed Silver Radiance earlier. What do you mean by that, Senior? For some reason, upon hearing Lin Jiao's words, Silver Radiance, who was usually fearless, felt a sense of unease. At this moment, he could already determine that the two before him were definitely not mere natives who had just ascended from the lower realms. What a joke. When did one have to reach the sacred realm to ascend? That's clearly impossible. The only possibility is that these two were originally from the Jun Tian immortal domain, having previously gone to the lower realms, and are now merely returning to the immortal domain. Hearing the tone of the other party, it was evident they knew that the reverse central Dao state belonged to the Lin family. Yet they remained unafraid. A sacred realm expert was protecting them, and he was such a young individual who had just come from the lower realms. Silver Radiance had a guess forming in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, especially since recently there had been news circulating in the reverse central Dao state about the outstanding talents of the Lin family who had gone to the lower realms 20 years ago and were now returning. However, Within the radiant light, sacred ground, no such noble figures had yet appeared. Looking at the old man and the young man before him, it seemed like the answer was becoming clearer. But what Silver Radiance found hard to understand was that even within the Imperial Lin family, he had never heard of any outstanding talent from the lower realms accompanied by Sacred Realm expert personally protecting them. Most were half-step quasi-sacred or quasi-sacred experts, which was already remarkable. A Sacred Realm expert was equivalent to a Supreme Elder in their radiant light, sacred ground. Would such an existence protect a talent? Perhaps due to his own limited perspective, Silver Radiance found it hard to imagine. Could it be? Are you too from the Imperial Lin family? Boom! His scalp tingled, and his expression suddenly became unnatural as his heart trembled violently. Silver Radiance's pupils contracted. He looked at the young man beside Lin Jiao, dressed in black with snow-white hair. As soon as Silver Radiance uttered the words Lin family, a commotion erupted around them, revealing the fear in their hearts. At this moment, aside from the few confused ascenders, all the silver-armored enforcers of the radiant light, sacred ground, stood in shock, their expressions frozen. What's going on? Is this a joke? This Ascension Gate already belongs to the Imperial Lin family. If what Silver Radiance said is true, then wouldn't we? At this time, in the Law Enforcement Hall of the Radiant Light's Sacred Ground, the Hall Master received a report from a disciple in silver armor guarding the Ascension Gate. Hall Master, it seems there's been an incident at the Ascension Gate. I understand. The Ascension Gate belongs to the Imperial Lin family, and we of the Radiant Light, Sacred Ground, must guard it without error. Enough. I will personally take a look. Dressed in black and red armor, with blood-red long hair and a middle-aged appearance, the Hall Master, Blood Trace, had bloodlight blooming in his eyes. He was an expert on the verge of entering the Sacred Realm, and even within the Radiant Light, Sacred Ground, he ranked just below a few Supreme Elders and the Sacred Master. Holding a high position, he was usually stationed by the Ascension Gate. Upon hearing the news, he did not dare to be careless. Boom! His body transformed into a beam of bloodlight, flying towards the Ascension Gate. Meanwhile, by the Ascension Gate, Lin Jiao stood beside Lin Yuan, his gaze cold as he swept over everyone present, shaking his head slightly as he spoke. With a whoosh, an ancient hand opened to reveal a black order, crafted from an unknown material, deep black and engraved with the character for Lin, exuding immense pressure. It was the same order that had pierced through the lower realm. Although every Lin family descendant from the lower realms had their protector possess a token to return to the upper realm, the different colors of the tokens represented the identities of the cultivators within the Lin family. There were 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, with red being the lowest and violet the highest. However, above these 7 colors, there was rumored to be a black order, also known as the Lin Family Imperial Order, which could only be possessed by the direct descendants of the Lin family. Seeing the Lin Family Imperial Order was akin to seeing the head of the Lin family. This order had been handed to Lin Jiao by Lin Yuan's father. At this moment, just then, a beam of bloodlight appeared beside the Ascension Gate, revealing the figure of Blood Trace, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. He had heard Lin Jiao's voice. Lin, the young master of the Lin family. His voice trembled. Upon seeing the black order in Lin Jiao's hand, the other disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall might not recognize what the Lin Family Imperial Order represented. But Blood Trace, being the one stationed to guard the Ascension Gate for the Lin family, had dealings with them. How could he not recognize what the Black Order signified? That is, the Lin family's Imperial Order. Boom! His head began to buzz. As a high-ranking figure in the Radiant Light, Sacred Ground, even in this reverse Central Dao state, he was someone of importance. At this moment, he nearly collapsed, wanting to escape. He couldn't afford to provoke them, let alone him. Even the Sacred Master or Supreme Elders of the Radiant Light, Sacred Ground would not dare to. Chapter 87 Ascension. Reality is so cruel. The young master of the Lin family, the son of the family head, what identity does he have? What does he represent? There's no need to say more. The result appeared in the Radiant Light, Sacred Land, where he was almost treated as a native from the lower realm, about to be taken to mine. No matter who comes to this Juntian immortal domain, they all have to give a thumbs up and say to the Radiant Light, Sacred Land, very brave. Especially the Silver Radiance who was previously guarding, was completely stunned. His face was pale, his silver armor shattered. and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth, having been injured by Lin Yuan earlier. However, Silver Radiance did not care at all about his injuries. The young master. He is the young master of the Lin family. His heart trembled, his mind roared. In his eyes, there was immense fear. He looked at the young man in front of him, dressed in black, with hair as white as snow. Even though he knew that a strong figure in the Saint realm could personally protect him, it was certain that he was not an ordinary person in the Lin family. But he never expected that it would be the young master of the Lin family. Such a level of person was simply not someone he could provoke. My subordinates deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please forgive me, young master. Treating the young master of the Lin family as a native from the lower realm. In a panic, Silver Radiance's gaze was extremely respectful as he knelt before Lin Yuan, devoid of his previous arrogance. At this moment, near the Ascension Gate, chaos erupted. Pay respects to the young master. Please forgive us, young master. Countless disciples of the radiant light sacred land, dressed in silver armor, knelt down, facing Lin Yuan with fearful and apprehensive expressions. They were the law enforcement hall members of the radiant light sacred land, and also subordinates of Silver Radiance. When the situation occurred earlier, they hurried over and surrounded the young master Lin Yuan as if he were an enemy. But at this moment, after learning Lin Yuan's identity, they were completely dumbfounded. So, the order for my Lin family is to enslave those who ascended from the lower realm to mine? Looking at the kneeling crowd before him, as well as the few ascenders not far away, Lin Yuan listened to Lin Jiao explaining the situation with an expression of astonishment. Is reality this cruel? He had no understanding of these matters at all. However, in Lin Yuan's view, those who could ascend were all exceptionally talented individuals who had exhausted the fortune of a realm. The existence of kings and ancestors in the lower realm had gone through countless hardships, and after finally ascending, what awaited them was enslavement, with their lives and deaths resting in the whims of the powerful in the upper realm. Just imagine a nearly invincible being in a continent of the lower realm, with the power to decide the lives and deaths of countless beings with a single thought, full of hope in the gaze of countless cultivators looking forward to it. They ascended to this Jun Tian immortal domain. What awaited them was a mining career spanning 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, dark and devoid of peace, with no freedom whatsoever. How many could bear such a sense of disparity? But reality is indeed this cruel. The 9 heavens immortal domain, although it carries the word immortal, has never been a paradise, but rather a den that devours ascenders one by one. Lin Yuan knew very well that if it weren't for his identity as the young master of the Lin family, he would probably have to mine spirit stones for 10 years to exchange for his freedom. In response to the young master, this matter should be the result of discussions between our Lin family's branches and the 10 major sacred lands. The main lineage of the Lin family never concerns itself with such matters. Lin Jiao said calmly beside him. It is said that ascending to the upper realm is what lower realm cultivators dream of. But if they knew the cruelty of the 9 heavens immortal domain, and how cold reality is, would those cultivators from the lower realm still want to ascend? This is still within the boundaries of the reverse central path state, where the Lin family is in power, and the 10 major sacred lands like Radiant Light do not dare to be too harsh. It is unheard of in the other states of the Juntian immortal domain, where the enslavement of ascenders often starts from hundreds or even thousands of years. Just ascended. The strongest among them is merely at the late stage of the ascending heaven realm. How could they possibly contend with those major powers in the 9 heavens immortal domain? Ascension. Lin Yuan sighed. After learning the truth of the matter, he had a new understanding of the word ascension that everyone yearns for. His gaze shifted to the few anxious ascenders not far away, and Lin Yuan looked at them with pity. Perhaps even those few did not know what awaited them next. However, even if he had the ability to manage this matter, Lin Yuan would not act out of kindness. Since the day the Qinyan Dao sect was destroyed, Lin Yuan's heart had long been frozen. With the world as his enemy, he fought alone, killing his way through the various sects of the eastern wilderness, severing their legacies. He went to the central state, facing the ridicule from all sides, confronting the once mighty Liu dynasty and obliterating it. He had always been alone during that time. Whoever showed him compassion? The scene was silent. At this moment, near the Ascension Gate. Trembling in fear, the law enforcement hall disciples knelt down, looking at Lin Yuan in black, who said nothing. Each of them looked terrified and anxious. Haha, I suppose this is the young master. At that moment, a figure appeared, laughing loudly, dressed in black and red intertwined armor, with blood-red long hair, looking middle-aged, his eyes shining with a bloody light. This was Bloodstain, the hall master of the law enforcement hall of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. The young master has graced us with his presence, and we have not welcomed him properly. Please forgive us, young master. He appeared before Lin Yuan, showing respect and bowing deeply. Bloodstain forced himself to come out. Although his whereabouts had already been discovered by Lin Jiao, he looked at Silver Radiance and the others, as well as his own subordinates, and wished he could kill them all. You bunch of blind fools dared to offend the young master. You deserve to die. Bloodstain shouted angrily, looking at Silver Radiance and the others, his eyes filled with a terrifying blood light. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Bloodstain's notorious name was incredibly fierce even within the entire Radiant Light Sacred Land. At this moment, hearing their hall master's words, the crowd was instantly terrified. In fact, after learning Lin Yuan's identity as the young master of the Lin family, Silver Radiance had already realized that he was probably doomed today. But just at that moment, Hall Master, you are overreacting. It's just that a few of them did not know my identity. Looking at the person before him, Lin Yuan smiled lightly. He was not someone who would not forgive others when in the right. He himself had not been injured. Rather, it was the people of the Radiant Light Sacred Land who had been hurt. Moreover, the other party was guarding this Ascension Gate, and strictly speaking, they were also acting under the orders of the Lin family. It would be unreasonable for him to speak aggressively, and there was no need for it. With his silver armor shattered, pale in complexion, kneeling on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, Silver Radiance originally looked ashen. He knew very well that offending the young master of the Imperial Lin family meant that even the Hall Master did not have the courage to protect him. But unexpectedly, at this moment, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, his once despairing and ashen face turned excited as he knelt before Lin Yuan, saying, "Thank you, young master, for your mercy." Chapter 88. Returning to the family, meeting the parents for Lin Yuan, the matter of the Holy Land of Yaoguang was merely a small episode. Boom! Boom! Under the grateful gazes of the law enforcement hall, Master Bloodmark, and others, the figures of Lin Yuan and his companion soared into the air, heading towards the center of the reverse central Tao state, a place that was an absolute forbidden area even within the entire Jun Tian immortal domain. They were flying back to the Lin family of the Imperial clan. At this moment, beside the Ascension Gate, hearing that the Lin family's grand competition for their prodigies was about to begin, someone wondered how many places this young master would be able to secure. Bloodmark looked at the distant figures of Lin Yuan and his companion and said calmly. He was well aware of the significance of the Lin family's grand competition. Regardless of status, it was solely based on talent and strength. It was already widely known throughout the Imperial Lin family, and even the entire reverse central Tao state, that the most renowned prodigy of this generation was a descendant of the Lin family's grand elder. A person with a reincarnation nether body, ranked 11th among the 3,000 physiques in the 9 heavens immortal domain. It could be said that with such a physique, even within the Imperial Lin family, the position of the Son of God for this generation was almost predetermined. Can the young master's identity not secure the position of the Son of God? Silver Radiance sighed. Just now, Lin Yuan had spared his life, and he felt grateful. The identity of the young master was indeed noble. However, the reason the Imperial Lin family had been thriving for so long in the 9 great immortal domains was precisely due to their fairness towards prodigies. Regardless of status, they only looked at talent. Unless something unexpected occurred, the position of the Lin family's Son of God for this generation would definitely belong to that reincarnation nether body. Bloodmark's eyes revealed deep contemplation. Nowadays, the reverse central Tao state, including their holy land of Yaoguang and the other top 10 holy lands, had already begun to frequently contact that reincarnation nether body. Once that person was confirmed to be the Son of God of the Lin family, they would undoubtedly become the leading figure among the prodigies of the Imperial Lin family in the future. Early contact would be beneficial for their holy land of Yaoguang. However, whether it was the son of God of the Lin family or the young master of the Lin family, neither was someone they could provoke. At this moment beside the Ascension Gate, mining? I refuse to accept this. Why do those two leave? They are both ascenders. Why don't they have to mine? It was the few ascenders who appeared alongside Lin Yuan that were expressing their dissatisfaction as they watched Lin Yuan and his companion fly away. Hee, do you know what identities those two have? Crack, crack. The sound of the thunder whips cut through the air. They were merely a few natives from the lower realm. Where did they get the courage to compare themselves with those two? Under the threat of the law enforcement hall. What awaited these four ascenders was a decade of relentless mining to gather an endless supply of spirit stones for the holy land of Yaoguang and the Imperial Lin family. The Imperial Lin family is located at the very center of the reverse Central Dao state. Its affiliated top 10 holy lands are spread across the 10 directions, surrounding the Lin family like stars surrounding the moon. Departing from the holy land of Yaoguang, they flew for dozens of days before finally arriving. At this moment, Lin Jiao's voice rang out as he looked into the distance and smiled. The Imperial Lin family. This is the family I was born into, dressed in black. With white hair fluttering, Lin Yuan stood in the air, looking into the distance. He had heard the words Imperial Lin family countless times from Lin Jiao, but seeing it with his own eyes at this moment still left him astonished. Upon arriving in this Jun Tian immortal domain, he had thought that the holy land of Yaoguang was already magnificent and imposing. However, compared to the Lin family in the distance, it was completely incomparable. Let's go. Young master, the family head and matriarch have been thinking of you. Lin Jiao led the way, and the two walked toward the distance. The peaks towered high, and the celestial waterfalls flowed down, with countless grand palaces and pavilions rising from the mist below. The abundance of spiritual energy here was incomparable to other places in the Jun Tian immortal domain. And this was merely the residence of a branch of the Imperial Lin family. In the void above, several massive divine islands floated. Within the divine islands, chaotic energy permeated. Clouds and mist were vibrant. Auspicious light filled the sky, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. The Origin Emperor Palace, the main hall of the Imperial Lin family, was not a place ordinary clan members could enter. At this moment, within the Imperial Palace, if Yuan has any mishaps, I'll never forgive you. The voice belonged to a beautiful woman dressed in royal purple attire, exuding elegance and worry. She was Jiang Ro, the matriarch of the Lin family and Lin Yuan's mother. At this moment, she was complaining to her husband. As the last generation's goddess of the Imperial Jiang family, Jiang Ro was initially a gentle and cultured woman. After 20 years of separation from her son, now that her child's life or death was unknown, and he was secretly sent to the lower realm, by the time she learned of it, it was already too late. She didn't even know where her son was in the lower realm. So over the years, she had many grievances toward her husband. Madam, don't worry. Yuan is being looked after by Lin Jiao. He should be fine. Dressed in black, with a face resembling Lin Yuan's 7 points, radiating an aura of authority, Lin Su, the head of the Lin family, said helplessly. As the head of the Lin family, he had to consider many things. The family rules of the Lin family were never to be disobeyed. If even he, the family head, could not send his son to the lower realm, how could anyone else follow the Lin family rules in the future? As parents, who doesn't love their children? In order to send Lin Yuan to the lower realm, Lin Su had spent a considerable price to locate that hidden imperial palace of the Yuan Tian Emperor on the Xiantian continent. Calculating the time, Yuan should be back by now. 20 years have passed, and many prodigies of the Lin family who were of the same age as Lin Yuan have mostly returned to the family. Only Lin Yuan, the young master of the Lin family, has still not had any news. This was also the reason for Jiang Ro's worries. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the hall. Sundin Yuzhong, reporting to the family head and matriarch, the young master. He has returned. As Lin Yuan entered the Lin family territory and ascended to the divine island in the void, his gaze never stopped, filled with curiosity like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. At this moment, surrounded by chaotic mist within the Origin Emperor Palace, Lin Yuan looked at the two figures ahead. Although he had never met them before, that intimate bond of blood relation was something that could never be severed. Father, mother. Lin Yuan's hoarse voice echoed, tinged with a hint of strangeness. Although he knew that the two before him were his biological parents, it was after all their first meeting. Standing in the hall, dressed in black, with white hair naturally flowing behind him, his gaze devoid of light, still dead and silent. The destruction of the Qingyandao sect had a profound impact on Lin Yuan, changing his temperament significantly, and even after such a long time, he still could not revert to his former self, although Lin Yuan had been sent to the lower realm at a young age. How could Jiang Rou not recognize her biological son? 20 years had passed. The pain of missing her son was ever present. However, looking at Lin Yuan's white hair and the lifeless gaze devoid of any brilliance, it was like a knife twisting in Jiang Rou's heart. Tears began to fall slowly, her voice trembling. Yuaner. Chapter 89, A Family Reunion in the main hall of the Lin family. Only Lin Su, Jiang Rou, and Lin Yuan were present. Jiang Rou was sobbing as she looked at Lin Yuan, her child. After 10 months of pregnancy, cooing and babbling, he was taken away due to some ridiculous family rules of the Lin family, forcibly sent to the lower realm. Jiang Rou had once caused a commotion at the Lin family's elder meeting, even bringing her brother, the current divine master of the Jiang family, to fight for her son. But in the end, it was too late. Over the past 20 years, she didn't even know where Lin Yuan was in the lower realm. Now, she finally waited for her child to return. But what she saw was a white-haired boy with lifeless, dull eyes. Jiang Rou didn't know what had happened to Lin Yuan over the years. As a mother, she could feel that her child must have suffered unimaginable hardships in the lower realm, which led to this state. Guilt. A deep sense of guilt filled her heart, and she hated herself for not being able to stop Lin Yuan from being sent to the lower realm back then. Meanwhile, Lin Su, the middle-aged head of the Lin family, stood tall and sighed. Yuaner, how have you been these years? His imposing face showed a complex expression, as if regretting something. As he looked at Lin Yuan, he couldn't help but question whether he had truly made a mistake back then. He had sent his own child to the lower realm for 2 reasons. First, for the inheritance of the Emperor Yuantian. Second, as the head of the family, to give the elder council an explanation. But now he, who still had dark hair, saw his own child, who was only 20 years old, with a face as fair as snow, yet already white-haired. To turn white overnight like this must have been due to suffering that was beyond human endurance. As parents, how could they not love their child? At this moment, Lin Yuan's presence filled Lin Su and Jiang Rou with self-reproach. Feeling the emotional changes in the two, Lin Yuan felt somewhat at a loss. Father, mother, I've been well these years. Calling them father and mother still felt strange to Lin Yuan. After all, 20 years had passed, and anyone would need time to adapt. Without mentioning anything else, Lin Yuan simply said calmly that he had indeed been well in the lower realm before the Qingyandao sect was destroyed. As for other matters, they were all in the past and not worth mentioning. However, the more Lin Yuan said this, the more uncomfortable Lin Su and Jiang Rou felt as parents. Lin Yuan's demeanor was too calm to the point that it seemed like a once vibrant youth had long since died inside. At this moment, the hall fell silent. Lin Su, the head of the Lin family, held immense power, and few dared to defy him in the Juntian immortal domain. Jiang Rou, the matriarch of the Lin family, was the supreme goddess of the previous generation of the Jiang family and the younger sister of the current Jiang family, divine master. Their statuses spoke volumes. As long as you were back, that's enough. Yet at this moment, as parents facing Lin Yuan, their biological son, both felt somewhat restless. It was the weight of their guilt. Suddenly, light footsteps sounded from outside the hall, quickly approaching. Normally, the Shiwan Imperial Palace, being the main hall of the Lin family, meant even Lin Jiao, who had come with Lin Yuan, could only quietly wait outside for the head of the family's call. No one dared to stop him. Huh? Has my brother returned? Let me see. A voice called out. A petite girl in a red dress, with 2 horn braids on her small head, appeared in the hall. She was around 13 or 14 years old, with long eyelashes, a playful and cute demeanor, and bright, sparkling eyes that were fixed on Lin Yuan. Lin Yu, the current little princess of the Lin family and Lin Yuan's biological sister, born years after Lin Yuan was sent to the lower realm. It was strange that despite being siblings, they had never met each other. However, Lin Yu had always known that she had an elder brother who had been sent to the lower realm many years ago. She had always been curious about her brother, whom she had never met. Today, upon hearing the news, she rushed over immediately. With the girl's appearance, Jiang Ro, looking helpless, said, You're acting all crazy again. Come greet your brother. Compared to her own child, whom she felt guilty towards, this daughter who had grown up by her side was much less restrained, always acting lively, causing chaos in the Lin family. Under Jiang Ro's urging, Lin Yu bounced in front of Lin Yuan, a smile on her little face. Brother, how was the lower realm? Was it fun? Can you take me next time? In contrast to Lin Yuan's somewhat taciturn demeanor after the incident, his little sister was full of energy, brimming with curiosity about everything. Perhaps it was the same blood flowing through them, but Lin Yu felt close to Lin Yuan, even though having a sister suddenly appeared overwhelming to Lin Yuan. Looking at her cute face made him smile slightly. Sure, if there's a chance in the future, I'll take you down to have a look. He reached out to tug at Lin Yu's horn braids, his usually stern face softening a bit. As the family gathered together, the atmosphere became cheerful. Soon, with the company of his mother Jiang Ro and younger sister Lin Yu, arrangements were being made for Lin Yuan's residence on this void divine island. At this moment, in the hall, only Lin Su remained. The gentle expression he had earlier vanished, replaced by an endless aura of authority and coldness. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, clad in a black robe with golden edges, standing tall with deep-set eyes and a powerful aura, making the entire Shuan imperial palace seem to tremble. This was the true appearance of the taboo imperial family, the head of the Lin family. Every word and action was enough to shake the entire Jun Tian immortal domain. Bring Lin Jiao in. His calm voice resonated, carrying an inherent authority. He needed to know what had happened to his son in the lower realm and why he had become this way. He was not opposed to making that so-called entire Xuandiang continent disappear from this world forever. Before long, Lin Jiao, dressed in gray and looking aged, appeared in the imperial palace, his expression respectful as he faced Lin Su. I pay my respects to the head of the family. He began to report on everything that had transpired regarding the young Master Lin Yuan after he descended to the lower realm. Chapter 90. Family Head Lin Su. Shocked and helpless in the Origin Emperor Palace, the surroundings were somewhat quiet. At this moment, Lin Jiao's voice occasionally echoed from below. The chaotic mist enveloped the area, making it difficult to see the expression of Lin Su, the head of the Lin family. Upon hearing that his son Yuan was facing a minor prince of a lower realm and had his bones shattered, almost dying, a tremendous pressure descended, making even Lin Jiao, a powerful sage, gasp for breath. The sound momentarily paused. Fortunately, when Lin Jiao arrived in time, the pressure gradually dissipated. A weak and insignificant prince dares to act this way. A cold and disdainful voice came from the chaotic mist belonging to Lin Su. Following this, Lin Yuan, under Lin Jiao's guidance, headed to the Ta-Ching Emperor Palace and encountered the great Emperor Yuan Tian. The great Emperor Yuan Tian, you say? 100,000 years ago. Before he became an emperor, he was hunted down by the forbidden zone of Dragon Emperor Ridge, and it was my Lin family that intervened to save him. You shouldn't hold any grudges against my Lin family. Lin Su's voice was calm, yet filled with immense confidence. A great emperor is indeed invincible in the world. However, before becoming an emperor, even the invincible Yuan Tian would have to face pursuit from the taboo forces like Dragon Emperor Ridge. In the Nine Heavens immortal domain, only a few imperial clans could dare to contend with Dragon Emperor Ridge. And coincidentally, Dragon Emperor Ridge has historically been located within this Jun Tian immortal domain, in opposition to the Lin family as mortal enemies. It was precisely because of this relationship that the Lin family was willing to intervene. As long as it brought discomfort to Dragon Emperor Ridge, the imperial Lin family would never hold back. However, Lin Su was very eager to know if his son had successfully advanced to the Supreme Tao Body. Lin Jiao's voice continued to resonate. At this moment, Lin Jiao revealed that within the Ta-Ching Emperor Palace, the great Emperor Yuan Tian willingly erased his consciousness and gifted the Supreme Tao to Lin Yuan, allowing Lin Yuan's innate Tao Body to be upgraded to the Supreme Tao Body. Immediately, the atmosphere above became tense, and the head of the Lin family, Lin Su, began to breathe rapidly, his voice trembling with disbelief. You mean, Yuan's current physique is the supreme Tao body? His voice stammered. Upon hearing this explosive news, Lin Su's heart trembled violently. The supreme Tao body, that is indeed the supreme Tao body. Since ancient times, even among the myriad realms, it ranks among the top 10 supreme physiques, and there is no distinction between their rankings. Even within the imperial Lin family, it hadn't appeared for a long time. The difference between the innate Tao body and the supreme Tao body is unimaginably vast. Even sending Lin Jiao to the lower realm to seek the legacy of the great Emperor Yuan Tian was merely a gamble. But unexpectedly, yes, head of the family, this old one witnessed it with my own eyes. Lin Jiao's voice rang out from below, his gaze filled with excitement. This was perhaps the most proud achievement of his life, fulfilling the head's trust to ensure that the young master would undoubtedly make a name for himself in this life across the 9 heavens' immortal domain, even bringing the Lin family a potential emperor. Good, 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 Lin Su exclaimed 3 times, and it was from this usually stoic head of the family. This clearly illustrated the excitement within this imperial clan leader's heart. It was hard not to be excited. Initially, Lin Su's plan was merely to find the legacy of the great Emperor Yuan Tian, allowing Lin Yuan to secure a top 3 finish in the family competition. With him as the head of the Lin family, how could his son lack the cultivation resources for the position of divine child? The reason he wanted Lin Yuan to achieve a top 3 finish was that the Lin family had produced more than one emperor, and every emperor would be buried in the Lin family's imperial tomb before their demise, leaving opportunities for future Lin family descendants. Only the top 3 in each generation's Lin family competition could qualify for entry into the Lin family's imperial tomb. That was the reason Lin Su sought this. But now, the outcome was different. The supreme Tao body. Yuan is the supreme Tao body. The Great Elders faction claimed that this time the position of divine child in the Lin family must belong to their reincarnation body, right? Lin Su was eager to see their desperate expressions at the upcoming family competition. Lin Su could hardly contain his excitement, feeling as if he were dreaming. Unfortunately, the surrounding chaotic mist obscured the face of the head of the Lin family. Otherwise, Lin Jiao would have surely seen the corners of his mouth, which were difficult to suppress, now more challenging than AK. Next came the main reason for Lin Yuan's drastic change in temperament and the overnight whitening of his hair. Listening quietly to Lin Jiao, Lin Su fell silent. First, the Qingyun Dao sect was destroyed, and Lin Jiao was gravely injured. His son faced enemies from all over the world on the Xintian continent. He single-handedly slaughtered through the eastern wasteland and ventured alone into the central continent, ultimately annihilating the Great Yu dynasty, which was insignificant in Lin Su's eyes. Hearing this, Lin Su felt an immense heartache. The destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect, facing the countless corpses, would have caused such despair that his hair turned white overnight. Even after learning that the Great Yu dynasty was destroyed and all enemies were dead, Lin Su's anger still had not dissipated. The Great Yu dynasty. So, a mere Great Yu dynasty caused Yuan to become like this? Boom. A tremendous aura surged from within the Origin Emperor Palace, tearing apart and shattering the surrounding chaotic mist. The head of the imperial clan, Lin Su, was furious, his authoritative eyes filled with endless killing intent. At this moment below, Lin Jiao, with his hunched figure, suddenly knelt and bowed. It's my fault for not being able to follow the young master at that time. Otherwise, how could a mere Great Yu dynasty make the young master face it alone? Tears streamed down Lin Jiao's aged eyes. Years ago, he vowed to ensure the young master's safety upon the command of the current family head. However, although he had safely brought him back now, Lin Jiao understood that the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect was like a scar forever engraved in the young master's heart. Unhealable and unerasable, killing intent filled the Origin Emperor Palace. After a long while, it gradually dissipated. Well, this matter cannot be blamed on you. As Lin Su calmed down, his expression turned bitter. Qingyun Dao sect, he murmured, upon learning that the Qingyun Dao sect had raised Lin Yuan, but in the end, Lin Yuan led to the destruction of this sect, resulting in the death of Xiao Zhantian and his daughter, Lin Su realized that his family owed them, and perhaps they would never be able to repay it in this life. However, he had already learned that the 9 nether flower in the immortal medicine could resurrect the only daughter of that sect master Shao. Unfortunately, the Lin family's divine phoenix immortal medicine was useless for reviving a remnant soul. Otherwise, how could one immortal medicine suffice? Even within the current imperial Lin family, the immortal medicine was scarce, but Lin Su believed it was their debt and must be repaid. The 9 nether flower. Originally, this immortal medicine belonged to the underworld, but unfortunately, it disappeared after the underworld's destruction. Regardless, I will send orders to investigate the whereabouts of the 9 nether flower. Lin Su sighed, recalling the origins of this immortal medicine. The underworld was once a taboo force in the 9 heavens immortal domain, equal to the imperial Lin family, but ultimately met its demise. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. That's right. I heard that the Great Yu dynasty has forces in the 9 heavens immortal domain, right? The killing intent that had just disappeared from Lin Su's eyes surged once more. Returning to the head of the family, according to my judgment, the influence of the Yu dynasty in the upper realm should be in the Songtian immortal domain, Lin Jiu reported. He was well aware that the Yuqing Holy Land was located in the Songtian immortal domain. As the affiliated dynasty of the Yuqing Holy Land, there was naturally no need to think too much about it. Chapter 91. Poverty limits imagination at this moment on the Lin family's divine island. Not far from the Origin Emperor Palace stood the Lin Yuan Hall. This was the hall established for Lin Yuan even before his birth. For many years, it had remained vacant due to Lin Yuan's presence in the lower realm, but today it finally welcomed its master. The Grand Hall was magnificent and imposing, located at the core of the divine island, filled with chaotic spiritual energy. After arranging everything for Lin Yuan, Jiang Ro and Lin Yu had already left. Dressed in black with white hair, Lin Yuan stood alone in the empty hall, scanning his surroundings. The jade and unknown fairy crystals displayed around him sparkled with brilliance, looking very precious, and he thought they could fetch a good amount of spirit stones if sold. At this moment, Lin Yuan was reflecting on everything that had happened since he arrived in the Juntian immortal domain from the lower realm, especially the scenes of meeting his family today. Even though he knew they were his biological parents in this life, perhaps due to the suddenness of it all, Lin Yuan had been feeling somewhat estranged during this period. Perhaps I need some time. Lin Yuan sighed softly, murmuring to himself that he could sense their concern for him. And now, he needed time to accept it all. Clearing his mind, he stopped overthinking and sat cross-legged on the bed made of jade. It was time for my manifestation to awaken. Since arriving in the Juntian immortal domain, Lin Yuan had been able to perceive the signs that his supreme Tao, I, and manifestation were about to awaken. However, he had first been in the shaking light sacred land, and then he had been traveling for several days without any time. Now he had finally returned to the Lin family. He wondered if the spirit stones he had were enough. Entering his spatial ring with his consciousness, he looked at the piles of spirit stones stacked like mountains, densely packed. They were all that remained after robbing the treasure vault of the Yu dynasty. It seemed like a lot, but the spiritual energy was chaotic, mostly low and mid-grade spirit stones. In terms of value, they could not compare with high-grade spirit stones. Awakening a manifestation required an extraordinary amount of spiritual power. Just as Lin Yuan was about to awaken his manifestation, a petite figure appeared outside the Lin Yuan Hall. It was Lin Yu. Before she arrived, her voice reached him first. "Brother, this month's cultivation resources were sent by Mother for you." She bounced into Lin Yuan's view, her mouth full of something, making her words a bit unclear. In her jade-like little hand was a half-eaten flat peach, the fragrance of the holy fruit wafting through the air, its value comparable to that of a holy medicine. Perhaps having eaten too many, Lin Yu had developed resistance to them, and they no longer had any effect on her cultivation, merely satisfying her appetite. Such powerful spiritual energy. Lin Yuan was shocked, looking at the little girl in front of him, feeling that poverty had limited his imagination. He had thought that after robbing the Yu dynasty's treasure vault, he would be considered wealthy. But in front of his little sister, he felt like a pauper. To be clear, Lin Yuan had found the most valuable heavenly materials and treasures in the Yu dynasty's vault, which were 3 holy medicines and a high-grade spirit stone. just enough for him to barely break through. There was no alternative. The supreme Tao body consumed resources excessively. Those were treasures collected by the Diyu dynasty, the most powerful force on the Xintian continent for countless years. But here, brother, are you talking about this flat peach? This was picked for me by my cousin Zhang Lan when mother took me to uncle's house last time. Lin Yuan and Lin Yu were siblings from the same parents. The uncle Lin you mentioned was the divine master of the Jiang family in the Santian immortal domain, who was also Lin Yuan's uncle. And Zhang Lan was naturally Lin Yuan's cousin. Dressed in red, with long eyelashes, playful and cute, and big, sparkling eyes, Lin Yu looked at Lin Yuan. In her eyes, her brother must have suffered greatly in the lower realm, and she, having eaten so many, was no longer concerned. Thinking of this, she said, "Brother, I still have some more, all for you." As she spoke, her little hand reached into her storage space. With a whoosh, dozens of fist-sized, glowing flat peaches appeared in front of Lin Yuan, filling the entire Ling Yun hall with the fragrance of holy fruits. Lin Yu handed over all her flat peaches to Lin Yuan. Looking at them, Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. The value was equivalent to 10 holy medicines, just like that, appearing before him. After all, Lin Yuan had just returned to the family and had no real concept of what the imperial family represented. "All right, brother, this is what mother asked me to give you." A spatial ring appeared before Lin Yuan, which contained the cultivation resources Jiang Ro had prepared for him. The Lin family allocated resources to their outstanding members every month. Okay. He patted Lin Yu's little head, feeling a sense of happiness that came a bit too suddenly. Just a moment ago, he was worried that the spirit stones he had would not be enough to awaken the manifestation of his supreme Tao body. But now, it should be more than sufficient. Taking the spatial ring, Lin Yuan looked inside. The spirit stones were crystal clear, each seemingly containing the gathered spiritual energy of an entire spiritual vein. These were high-grade spirit stones, and there were hundreds of them in Lin Yuan's spatial ring, shining brightly. In addition, there were other valuable heavenly materials and treasures. At this moment, Lin Yuan had a question in his heart. Were all the cultivation resources given to the outstanding members of the Lin family this extravagant? Hundreds of high-grade spirit stones? Just as Lin Yuan was astonished. It was already deep into the night. Outside the Ling Yun hall, a figure dressed in royal purple robes, elegant and regal, appeared. Jiang Ro's gaze looked towards the interior of the Ling Yun hall, watching her two children with love, silently observing them. At that moment, a figure hidden in the darkness appeared beside Jiang Ro, silent as a shadow, an old woman. "Divine Lady." She slightly bowed towards Jiang Ro. Unlike the others in the Lin family who addressed Jiang Ro as the matriarch, the old woman referred to her as Divine Lady. There is only one reason. She was not a member of the Lin family, but had come along when Jiang Ro married into the Lin family. Have you investigated clearly? Who among those present at the family competition has the strength to threaten you on her? Jiang Ro's gaze shifted from the Ling Yun hall to the old woman, the warmth in her eyes vanishing, replaced by a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Ro was still unaware that Lin Yuan, upon returning from his journey to the lower realm, had already advanced from his innate Tao body to the supreme Tao body. Not having stopped Lin Yuan from descending to the lower realm was her lifelong regret. And this time, during the Lin family competition, she would eliminate any potential threats to her son. Chapter 92. Unconventional Means. Lin Yuan awakens an anomaly. The Lin family's talent competition occurs every 20 years, where the returning prodigies must participate. It is to select the next generation's leaders, representing the Lin family's face among all prodigies in the nine heavens, immortal domain. Only the most gifted and powerful among their peers are worthy of the title of Divine Son. However, because of this, the competition is fierce, and injuries or even deaths are inevitable in each family competition. For Jiang Ro, whether Lin Yuan can seize the position of Divine Son is of no concern to her. She does not lack resources. However, she cannot allow her child to encounter danger in this competition. At this moment, the old servant, having gathered information, reports to Jiang Ro that there are 72 prodigies returning to the Lin family. Among those stronger than the young master in terms of innate body, there are Lin Qinghan, who possesses the cold moon ice body, and Lin Ming, who has the reincarnation underworld body from the lineage of the family's elder. The old woman, with a respectful demeanor, delivers the news she has just learned. In the darkness, her appearance shows signs of aging, her face covered in wrinkles, wearing a black cloak. Yet, an unintentional aura reveals that she is a peak saint realm expert, just a step away from entering the quasi-emperor realm. Reincarnation underworld body, cold moon ice body. Perhaps there are also some fortunate ones from the lower realm. At this moment, Jiang Ro is deep in thought, her gaze sharpening with killing intent. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm Yuan in this family competition must die. A single word, yet it carries an icy coldness. A woman is inherently weak, but a mother becomes strong. Indeed, she is the current matriarch of the Lin family. Usually, she is quite generous, even towards the collateral branches, never shortchanging the resources to be distributed. In the Lin family today, Jiang Ro enjoys a high reputation as the matriarch. But now, for a child, she is willing to resort to any means necessary. The Lin family's prodigy competition has always been fair and just, and since the establishment of family rules, no one has dared to defy them. Her excessive concern for Lin Yuan, or perhaps a sense of guilt within Jiang Ro, has led her to make this decision, disregarding everything, even not telling her husband Lin Su about it. Divine Maiden, in the Lin family's competition, killing a Lin family prodigy may provoke the elders. The old woman, known as Jiang Mei, has been protecting Jiang Ro since her youth, watching over the previous generation's Divine Maiden. At this moment, even she feels the strangeness of the Divine Maiden's demeanor. With a sigh, she recalls how the young master was sent to the lower realm. 20 years have been a heavy blow for Jiang Ro. But, the Elder Council? Wasn't it under the scheme of that Lin family elder that Yuan was sent to the lower realm back then? This time, I want to see what he can do. At worst, I'll just ask my brother to come over. Jiang Ro sneered, vividly recalling the events of that year. Originally, Lin Yuan didn't have to go to the lower realm and could have safely remained as the young master in the Lin family. But now, returning from the lower realm, things have changed drastically. Call the Divine Lord. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mei was shocked. The Divine Lord of the current Jiang family, Jiang Ro's brother, is a supreme divine body, ranking among the top 10 supreme bodies in the world. Years ago, he had already entered the quasi-emperor realm, a quasi-emperor with a supreme divine body, controlling the entire Jiang family. In terms of power and personal compatibility, he is enough to make the 9 heavens' immortal domain wary. Once the Divine Lord arrives, even the so-called Elder Council of the Lin family would have to think twice. Rest assured, Divine Maiden, if the young master is in danger during the Lin family's prodigy competition, I will intervene. Their conversation remains unknown to anyone. At this moment, within the Lin Yuan Hall, brother, I heard the family competition is about to begin soon. You should focus on your cultivation. I won't disturb you. If you want that peach, next time we go to Uncle's house, I'll pick more for you. Waving her small hand, Lin Yu left. Home. Watching the little figure in red leave the hall, Lin Yuan felt that his heart, which had been frozen, seemed to be melting a bit. A trace of a smile appeared on his previously stern face. It had been a long time since he smiled like this. The last time seemed to be when he left his master and little junior sister. It's time to awaken the anomaly. Calming down, Lin Yuan had already heard about the Lin family's prodigy competition from Lin Jiu upon returning to the Lin family. Even with the supreme Tao body, he would not be careless. After all, in this world, he's not the only one with opportunities for fortune. The imperial Lin family is ancient, which also means that the depth of its members is not comparable to that of the lower realms Yu dynasty. At this moment, spiritual stones, crystal clear and radiating brilliance, flicker before Lin Yuan. Those are dozens of holy-grade spiritual stones hovering in front of him. With his pockets full, Lin Yuan begins to act extravagantly, no longer needing to be frugal as before. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of holy-grade spiritual stones gradually breaking resonates. In an instant, the hall is filled with surging spiritual energy, transforming into a vortex, along with the chaotic energy around, pouring into Lin Yuan's body. Boom, boom, boom. White hair dances as boundless Tao light rises, with intricate and mysterious runes surrounding Lin Yuan. Spiritual energy flows around him, finally converging at the center of his brow. When he was in the lower realm, Lin Yuan had opened his supreme Taoyi twice. The first time was when he just ascended to the supreme Tao body, and the last time was when he burned his own source power to force it open. To awaken an anomaly, he must first open the supreme Taoyi. Open! A loud shout. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged on the jade bed, his body trembling. Boom! At this moment, the center of Lin Yuan's brow splits open, black and white colors swirling. It is an eye, the supreme Tao eye, slowly opening. At this moment, the entire Lin Yuan hall trembles. Within the Tao eye, boundless and blazing light circulates, containing the changes and evolution of all things in the world, as if encompassing myriad paths, intertwining one after another, exuding a transcendent and supreme aura. As the supreme Tao eye opens, under the illumination of its light, scenes begin to gradually emerge behind Lin Yuan. Although slow, this is the true awakening anomaly of the supreme Tao body, not the forced opening from burning his source power before. Chapter 93. Reincarnation of the Underworld Body. The rivalry between the two Lin family branches' time has passed. Most of the Lin family's young prodigies who were able to return from their trials in the lower realm have already come back to the family. The grand competition among the Lin family's young prodigies is about to commence. This will be a grand event concerning the young talents of the Lin family. Especially this time, it is said that the one who attains the position of the Son of God will receive the Lin family's immortal medicine, the Divine Phoenix Immortal Pill, as a reward. This has excited countless prodigies. What does the immortal medicine represent? It is a miraculous elixir that can allow even emperors to relive their lives, providing immense benefits for cultivation and capable of instant recovery from even the most severe injuries. However, the imperial family has never lacked prodigies, and only one slot is available for the position of the Son of God. The Son of God represents the face of the current young generation of the Lin family, not only within the Jun Tian immortal domain, but also in the Nine Heavens immortal domain. Countless returning Lin family members are eagerly anticipating this moment, having waited for a long time. Among the many prodigies of the current Lin family, the few with the strongest talents have already begun to circulate their names. Have you heard? Our Lin family has produced an unparalleled female prodigy in this generation. Of course, I've heard. Lin Qinghan. It is said that not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her talent is also extraordinarily impressive. Her cold moon ice body ranks among the top 30 in various physiques, making her a standout competitor among this generation of Lin family prodigies. At this moment, across various places in the Lin family, aside from the three main divine islands of the main branch, news about Lin Qinghan is also spreading among the prodigies of the subordinate branches. Especially for those in the subordinate branches, every generation of prodigies has seen the position of the Son of God monopolized by the main branch. Lin Qinghan can be regarded as their hope for breaking through class barriers. In addition, the rumors about the reincarnation of the underworld body are echoing throughout the Lin family, heard everywhere. After all, when the reincarnation of the underworld body first emerged, it shook the entire imperial Lin family. Not just the Lin family. Major forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain have already received news that the Lin family has produced a reincarnation of the underworld body in this generation, causing a stir in all directions. Therefore, barring any accidents, the position of the Lin family Son of God has already been predetermined for that reincarnation of the underworld body. Who would have thought that the reincarnation of the underworld body would descend upon our Lin family? Aside from that cold moon ice body, among this generation of Lin family's prodigies, no one can compete with Brother Lin Ming. Indeed, the position of the Son of God may be destined for Brother Lin Ming. Rumors spread throughout the Lin family. Of course, the news of the return of Lin Yuan, the young master, had already circulated in the Lin family several days ago. However, it did not cause much of a stir. The innate Tao body, ranked over 90 among the 3,000 physiques, might be considered strong outside. Yes, but unfortunately, in our Lin family this generation, he encounters the cold moon ice body and the reincarnation of the underworld body. Back then, because of this young master, our Lin family almost faced humiliation among the major taboo imperial families. Lin Yuan, bearing the bloodlines of both the Lin and Jiang imperial families, had attracted attention from countless taboo forces in the Nine Heavens immortal domain even before he was born. An innate Tao body, ranked within the top 100, would be more than enough to be a holy son in a sacred land of the Jun Tian immortal domain. However, the Lin family is different. It is a taboo imperial family ranked among the Nine Heavens immortal domain, and within the imperial family, being merely an innate Tao body. And as the son of the Lin family head and the Jiang family's divine maiden, is clearly somewhat unworthy of that status. In fact, back then, because of this matter, the newly born Lin Yuan caused quite a laughter. However, in the end, the emergence of a reincarnation of the underworld body from the elder's lineage saved the Lin family's face. Now, with the grand competition among the Lin family about to begin, whenever someone mentions the young master Lin Yuan, they can only sigh. Fortunately, due to Lin Yuan's status, very few dare to openly mock him. At most, they might disdain him a few times behind his back. In the deep of night, the Lin family has three great void, divine islands: the Source, the Sky Slaying, and the Reverse Central. The inhabitants of these three great divine islands are the main branch of the Lin family. At this moment, on the Sky Slaying divine island, opposite the family head's lineage, in the Sky Slaying Hall, the hall is magnificent, accompanied by a surge of ancient sword intent, rippling through the void. Lin Ming, this time, you must seize the position of the Son of God for our Lin family. Moreover, in the competition, make that family head son lose all face. A voice filled with weariness echoed. It belonged to an old man with a cold face, a powerful aura surrounding him, dressed in a blue robe, with deep-set eyes like an abyss, as if he were a black hole, devouring the surrounding light. He is the elder of the Lin family, Lin Gu, who controls the Lin family's elder council, with most of the dozen or so elders looking up to him. His power within the Lin family is on par with that of Lin Yuan's father, the family head Lin Su. At this moment, standing before this elder is a young man. Please rest assured, ancestor, just a mere innate Tao body. He is not worthy to fight me. A voice filled with mockery and disdain came from Lin Ming, the reincarnation of the underworld body and the descendant of Elder Lin Gu. Clad in white, untainted by dust, with a handsome face and gray hair cascading down his back, his body radiates the power of laws, forming 6 intertwining paths that swirl around him. What is particularly striking is Lin Ming's deep black pupils, beneath which it seems as if all living beings could be drawn into a hellish abyss. The reincarnation of the underworld body is powerful, only beneath the legendary 10 supreme bodies. Therefore, Lin Ming does not take the so-called Lin family competition seriously. All he needs to do is make a slight effort to claim the Son of God's position that belongs exclusively to him. Do not be careless. Everything must be approached with caution. Shaking his head slightly, the elder Lin Gu reminded the descendant he valued most. As members of the same clan, it is reasonable that the family head and elder should not engage in internal strife, as it would only lead to the Lin family's decline. The main reason is that 1,000 years ago, Elder Lin Gu had a descendant with extraordinary talent, praised as the most likely to become an emperor in the near future. However, in the end, he unfortunately lost to a supreme divine body on the path to becoming an emperor, which is now the divine master of the Jiang family, Lin Yuan's uncle. Perhaps having been accustomed to smooth sailing, Elder Lin Gu's descendant's heart was shattered, leading to a tragic end. This incident became the greatest pain of Elder Lin Gu's life, as he believed the Jiang family's divine master was responsible for his descendant's death. Little did he know, years later, the Lin family head Lin soon married the younger sister of his enemy, which Elder Lin Gu could not tolerate. And for many years, he had been targeting the family head's lineage. 20 years ago, he had united 10 elders of the Lin family to force the family head to abide by the clan rules, and before Jiang Ro could react, or before the Jiang family's divine master could arrive, he forcibly sent the still infant Lin Yuan down to the lower realm. Chapter 94. Tao. Injury? I must compete for first place in the blink of an eye. 10 days have passed once again. On this day, the Lin family of the imperial clan was in an uproar, as the clan's grand competition, the Battle of the Proud, was about to begin. The reverse central divine island, one of the 3 great divine islands of the Lin family, is where the Lin family elder council is located. Within the island, celestial waterfalls flowed. Divine light enveloped the entire island, accompanied by the sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes chirping. At this moment, many important figures of the Lin family appeared, such as the family head Lin Su, matriarch Jiang Ro, and along with the grand elder Lin Gu, dozens of elders from the Lin family elder council gathered. One by one, the prominent figures of the Lin family, who were usually elusive, made their appearances. Their powerful auras resonated, causing the void to rumble. I've heard that several unparalleled talents have emerged from our Lin family this generation. As soon as I received the news of the grand competition, I hurried back from the Haoyan immortal domain. I've heard that the reincarnation body of the grand elder S lineage has returned. I must take a good look this time. Voices echoed, indicating that any one of them could shake an entire region of the Jun Tian immortal domain just by their presence. After that, one by one, the returning talents of the Lin family ascended the reverse central divine island. This is one of the 3 great divine islands of our Lin family. Especially for the talents of the Lin family S branches, without today's S opportunity, they wouldn't even have a chance to step onto the reverse central divine island. At this moment, appearing in a place usually reserved for the main lineage of the Lin family, everything seemed incredibly fascinating. The Lin family, indeed, has a strict hierarchy. Among the talents, a blue radiance surged, revealing a vaguely beautiful, proud, and solitary figure. With a cold and stunning face, black hair, and blue attire. With an icy complexion and a graceful figure, a chilling aura surrounded her, and blue light surged around her, as if everything was covered in a layer of frost. Holding a sword in her jade hand, she appeared to be around 20, exuding an unparalleled cold beauty. She was none other than Lin Qinghan, one of the most famous figures in this grand competition of the Lin family. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with envy. Although Lin Qinghan was quite famous in the current Lin family, without today's family competition, even with her cold moon ice body, she wouldn't have qualified to step onto this island. At the moment when the talents and strong figures of the Lin family gathered on the reverse central divine island, simultaneously at the origin divine island, in the Lin Yuan hall, amidst the swirling chaotic spiritual energy, a figure sat cross-legged on a jade bed, Lin Yuan. For many days, Lin Yuan had been awakening the supreme Tao body's phenomenon, without taking a single step away. During this period, perhaps sensing the immense spiritual power fluctuations within the Lin Yuan hall, neither his parents, Lin Su nor Jiang Ro, disturbed Lin Yuan, thinking he was diligently cultivating. At this moment, rumble, 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 under the reflection of the supreme Tao I. A terrifying scene unfolded behind Lin Yuan. In a grayish expanse of endless chaos, boundless chaotic Tao light surged, transforming into intricate and profound Tao runes, arranging and combining. Eventually, an eye converged and appeared from the endless chaotic Tao light. Transcendence supreme. This was the phenomenon of the supreme Tao body, the eye of the great Tao. Just one step away, Lin Yuan's voice rang out, realizing that truly awakening the phenomenon of the supreme Tao was far more difficult than he had anticipated. At this moment, the originally crystal-clear Holy Spirit stones in front of Lin Yuan had lost their radiance, turning into remnants, densely scattered on the ground. The spiritual energy surged, and the Holy Spirit stones had all been consumed. Finally, at this moment, accompanied by the solidification of the eye of the great Tao behind him, it succeeded. A loud shout echoed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful Tao light made the entire Lin Yuan hall tremble violently. But at this moment, an unexpected occurrence arose. No, something's wrong. A blood-red hue suddenly appeared in the center of Lin Yuan's brow, within the supreme Tao eye. Blood began to slowly overflow from the eye, dripping down, tracing across his cheek. With this scene unfolding, Lin Yuan's face instantly paled slightly. Soon, Lin Yuan grasped the crux of the problem. Is it related to the phenomenon I forcibly awakened in the lower realm before? His voice carried a hint of weakness as Lin Yuan murmured. At this moment, within his supreme Tao eye, amidst the swirling blood, there was a scar, a Tao injury. In the lower realm, the great Tao was incomplete, and countless laws were not whole. making it impossible to actively awaken phenomena. However, at that time, Lin Yuan had no choice. If he didn't awaken it, he would die. In the end, he even burned his own source power to forcibly awaken the supreme Tao, I, and the phenomenon, defeating the emperor of the great universe, Yi Tuesday. But now, at the moment of truly awakening the phenomenon, the drawbacks of burning his own source power were fully revealed. Although the phenomenon had awakened, the Tao injury was an extraordinary wound. However, it wasn't without a solution. Elder Lin had previously mentioned that our Lin family's immortal phoenix medicine could restore all injuries. I wonder if it will work for me? Sitting cross-legged on the jade bed, Lin Yuan contemplated. He had already heard that the reward for this Lin family divine sun position included a divine phoenix immortal medicine. It seems that I must secure this divine sun position. Lin Yuan smiled wryly and got up to leave the Lin Yun Hall. Meanwhile, at the reverse central divine island of the Lin family, the arena, about 1,000 zhang wide, was the venue for the duel among the Lin family's talents, where the position of the Lin family divine sun was decided every generation. Facing the 72 Lin family talents who had already gathered, two of the most famous talents of the current Lin family stood among them, Lin Qinghan, with the cold moon ice body, and Lin Ming, who was most likely to win the divine sun position and was even already internally appointed as the reincarnation body. Many strong figures of the Lin family had come today specifically for these two, especially Lin Ming, who possessed a physique second only to the 10 supreme bodies in the world, making his status extremely high in the eyes of the Lin family members. So that is the reincarnation body of our Lin family. Indeed, it's remarkable, remarked a strong figure who had just hurried back to the Lin family due to the grand competition. I've heard that our Lin family's archenemy, the Dragon Emperor Ridge, has produced a dragon son with terrifying talent this generation. Yes, only our Lin family's reincarnation body might be able to compete with that dragon son. At this moment, the surrounding Lin family strong figures nodded as they looked toward Lin Ming below. The Dragon Emperor Ridge, a taboo force in the Jun Tian immortal domain, was also the Lin family's archenemy. With the emergence of an unparalleled talent on their part, how could the Lin family be outdone? Fortunately, the Lin family now has a talent with a reincarnation body. Chapter 95. The commotion at the venue. Lin Yuan's arrival. Lin Qinghan's misconception, where is Yuaner? At a high point outside the martial arts arena, sitting at the top of the stands, was the head of the Lin family, Lin Su. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, adorned in a luxurious black robe with golden edges, his posture tall and upright, his eyes deep and profound, exuding a powerful aura that commanded respect without anger. Looking at the Lin family prodigies who had already arrived, Lin Su noticed that only one person was missing, his own son. Previously, Yuaner had been in seclusion and had not yet emerged. He must still be cultivating. Sitting beside him, dressed in a royal purple gown, was Jiang Ro. Her voice broke the silence. She was unconcerned about this so-called grand competition of the Lin family prodigies. Nothing was more important than her son's cultivation. But at that moment, a cold snort broke through the air. Today is indeed the day of the Lin family's grand competition for prodigies. How could such an important matter be forgotten? Lin Su, you truly have a good son. The chilling voice belonged to the grand elder, Lin Gu. He intended to use today's event to humiliate Lin Yuan, tarnishing the reputation of Lin Su's lineage within the family. If Lin Yuan did not attend, how could he be humiliated? Moreover, the clan competition had been a long-standing tradition of the Lin family, and no one was allowed to violate it. Lin Yuan's absence would indeed give others a chance to speak ill of him within the family. What? Our Lin family's young master is so negligent about the competition. Truly a misfortune for the family. As the son of the head of the family, he was merely a congenital Tao body, which nearly brought shame to the Lin family among numerous forbidden forces back then. Thankfully, the reincarnation of the Grand Elder's lineage saved face. And now he still hasn't shown up. During the Elder Council, several elders echoed the Grand Elder's words for apart from a few elders. The rest of the Lin family stood with the Grand Elder, Lin Gu. As the voices rose, the stands were filled with commotion, all of whom were powerful figures in the outside world. However, the discussions were merely whispers. They did not dare to offend the head of the family too much. Upon hearing the commotion, The 72 Lin family prodigies present in the martial arts arena could no longer remain calm. Our young master, wouldn't he be afraid of brother Lin Ming and dare not come? Would he? A mocking voice rang out among the prodigies. They presumed he was aware that he was no match for Lin Ming and was afraid of losing face by not showing up. The young master of the Lin family fleeing the competition was a unique occurrence over countless years. One after another, voices arose, mostly from the descendants of the Grand Elder's lineage, filled with ridicule and disdain. If he dares to come, I will trample him underfoot, becoming the divine son of this generation of the Lin family. As the voices echoed, Lin Ming was basking in the limelight, dressed in immaculate white. He stood among the crowd, his handsome face chiseled, his gray hair cascading naturally down his back. The power of laws swirled around him, forming 6 interlinked spirals surrounding him. What was especially striking was Lin Ming's eyes, deep black, and under his gaze it seemed as if he could pull all living beings into the underworld. This terrifying aura made many of the Lin family prodigies, including Lin Qinghan, feel pressure from Lin Ming. Is this the reincarnation in body? Indeed, it cannot be underestimated. Lin Qinghan looked at Lin Ming with serious eyes. Just the power of his physique made Lin Qinghan, who had always been invincible at the same level, feel as if her cold moon ice body was being suppressed. This was something she had never experienced before. With her black hair and blue robe, icy and beautiful, standing among the prodigies, Lin Qinghan did not join in the mockery of the young master. After all, she was merely a branch descendant of the Lin family, and even for her own future, she dared not mock the young master who possessed the bloodlines of 2 great imperial families. The conflict between the head of the family and the Grand Elder's lineage was not something her branch could involve itself in. What she needed to do was to strive for the top in this grand competition. That was all. At this moment, the commotion around the martial arts arena grew louder due to Lin Yuan's anticipated arrival. "Mother, why do those people harbor hostility towards my brother?" Lin Yu blinked her big eyes and asked, confused by the surrounding voices. "It's just some people trying to take this opportunity to target your brother." Jiang Ro replied with a hint of a cold smile, glancing at a few of the Lin family elders. The plan was already set, and her gaze occasionally drifted to a corner of the void. Today, in this martial arts arena, during the duel of prodigies, if anyone dared to harm her son, she wouldn't mind turning today's grand competition into a bloody affair. At that moment, Jiang Ro still did not know that Lin Yuan had already attained the status of supreme Tao body, a surprise that her husband, Lin Su, had not revealed to her. As the voices grew more intense, the prodigies of the Grand Elder's lineage were the loudest. "Are we still waiting for him? We can't keep waiting for so many people." "Exactly. The head son is so impressive, yet he doesn't even dare to come." The prodigies in the martial arts arena were becoming impatient. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, walking through the air. "Who says I don't dare to come?" With snow-white hair and dressed in black, his expression was cold and his eyes lifeless, sending chills down one's spine. It was Lin Yuan who was approaching. An aura of Tao enveloped him, as if he were the son of the great Tao, descending into the martial arts arena, standing before the crowd. Despite his pale complexion due to his Tao injuries, his presence was undeniable. "I am Lin Yuan, sorry to keep you waiting." His voice was calm and resonant, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that subtly matched that of the reincarnation in body Lin Ming. At this moment, many of the Lin family prodigies felt a hint of pressure facing Lin Yuan. Among the prodigies, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with coldness secretly observed Lin Yuan, filled with confusion. Is this really the young master of our Lin family? Strange. For some reason, I feel that the aura of this young master seems to vaguely overshadow my cold moon ice body. The voice was barely audible. Murmuring softly, it was Lin Qinghan. Among the many physiques in the world, her cold moon ice body ranked over 30, far surpassing the congenital Tao body ranked over 90. Yet now, she couldn't understand why she felt a sense of oppression. The reincarnating body was one thing, but how could a congenital Tao body do this? Perhaps it was just an illusion? With a sigh, Lin Qinghan dismissed it as a misconception and did not think too much about it. Chapter 96. The Lin family grand competition begins. battling Lin Han at this moment. In the arena, many talented individuals were avoiding confrontation. Lin Yuan stood in a standoff with Lin Ming. One was a direct descendant of a great elder, while the other bore the bloodline of two imperial clans. As the young master of the Lin family, I shall bear the banner of this generation's Lin family talents. And you are only worthy of being trampled beneath my feet. With gray hair billowing, dressed in immaculate white, his handsome face sharp, surrounded by the power of the reincarnation law, tearing and devouring all surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Ming's voice rang out. Looking down from above with utter arrogance, he coldly smiled at Lin Yuan. After 2 decades of training in the lower realm, he was invincible, and upon returning to the Lin family, the position of the divine son was, in Lin Ming's eyes, merely within his grasp. Only he could truly make the name of the Lin family's talents resonate throughout the 9 heavens. And Lin Yuan, the son of the family head, after today, would surely be trampled underfoot, becoming a disgrace to the family head's lineage. This was also the hope of Lin Ming's ancestor, the great elder Lin Gu. For although Lin Yuan had the blood of the Lin family, half of it also belonged to their enemy, the Jiang family. Trampled beneath your feet? Hearing this, Lin Yuan recalled how many people in the lower realm had initially claimed they would trample him, like that Yixian. However, everyone who had said such things ultimately met their demise, killed by his hand. Now back in the Lin family, he heard the same words from a contemporary talent. Clad in black, with white hair cascading behind him, Lin Yuan's lifeless eyes stared at the lofty reincarnation body. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You should be grateful that your surname contains the character Lin, because everyone who has uttered those words has died. Lin Yuan's voice was calm as he spoke lightly. Before the Lin family competition had even begun, Lin Yuan and Lin Ming were already at odds, irreconcilable. However, most present, apart from family head Lin Su and Lin Jiao, regarded Lin Yuan's words as mere youthful bravado. After all, in terms of physical constitution, the innate Tao body could not compare to the reincarnation body. The gap between the two was too vast. At this moment, seeing that Lin Yuan had arrived, the surrounding crowd fell silent. From the highest point of the arena, the voice of family head Lin Su resounded. The Lin family grand competition begins. His gaze fell upon Lin Yuan below, a hint of a smile on his lips. Ever since he learned that his son possessed the supreme Tao body, he had been waiting for this moment. Nowadays, it was said that the position of divine son in this generation would undoubtedly belong to the reincarnation body. Lin Su was very curious about the expressions of those present once they learned of his son's true constitution. The 10 supreme bodies have been incredibly rare to appear in the endless ages of the 9 heavens. At this time, with a command from family head Lin Su, golden divine light flickered from above the arena, shining down and landing on the 2 young talents present. The rules of the competition were set. The golden light would illuminate the 2 combatants, the victor advancing while the loser would withdraw. Coincidentally, one beam of golden light fell upon Lin Yuan, instantly attracting countless gazes. Although Lin Ming's prestige as the reincarnation body was unmatched among the young talents of the Lin family, it did not mean that Lin Yuan was truly nameless. Not to mention being the family head son and carrying the bloodlines of 2 imperial clans. Simply having the innate Tao body already surpassed the majority of Lin family's young talents. After all, being ranked among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques across the realms, did one truly think it was a waste body? It was merely because Lin Yuan's status in the Lin family was too noble that his innate Tao body seemed somewhat unworthy of his identity. Coupled with the reincarnation body, and even a branch having a cold moon ice body, it left many in the Lin family feeling somewhat disappointed. As the golden light illuminated, 2 figures entered the arena, while the other young talents watched from outside. At this moment, Lin Yu, dressed in white, elegant and handsome, surrounded by a green glow, smiled shyly as he cupped his fist towards Lin Yuan. Cousin, please go easy on me. Lin Yu was a descendant of the 2nd elder of the Lin family. This lineage was one of the few remaining in the Elder Council that coexisted peacefully with the family head's lineage, unaffected by the great elder's control. Upon seeing his opponent was Lin Yuan, Lin Yu already understood he was destined to lose, but he felt no disappointment. Though he was a member of the Lin family, he had never liked fighting. He was merely here to go through the motions. All right, Lin Yuan replied calmly, observing the other party's lack of interest and fighting spirit. Within the arena, spiritual energy surged, and there was no earth-shattering battle. Boom! Boom! With just one strike, Lin Yu was defeated and exited the arena, his shy face showing no sense of defeat, but rather a smile of relief, causing the second elder Lin Wei in the stands to frown, wishing he could slap this descendant to death. As time passed, the Lin family grand competition continued, showcasing battles among the young talents. Golden light shone down, randomly illuminating pairs of individuals to enter the arena for combat. The spiritual force surged within the arena, the atmosphere extraordinary. As imperial clans, those who could be counted as Lin family talents, including Lin Yu from earlier, all had their merits. One could say that any young talent here, when released, would far surpass the practitioners of the Jun Tian sacred land. However, to become a divine son of an imperial clan, the required talent and strength had to be among the best in the 9 heavens. Boom! Boom! One victor after another advanced, while young talents left the arena with unwilling expressions or serious injuries. Just then, as the golden light shone down in the arena, it once again landed on Lin Yuan. The other participant was a young woman, the cold moon ice body Lin Xinghan. When this scene appeared, the surroundings erupted. A battle between the cold moon ice body and the innate Tao body was finally about to unfold. Lin Xinghan was one of the strongest female young talents of this generation in the Lin family, and it seemed that this young master's path to advancement would stop here. The innate Tao body could not compare to the cold moon ice body, and it was a pity that such an extraordinary female talent belonged to a branch of the Lin family. Voices erupted around, loud and boisterous, especially among the young talents of the great elder's lineage. Unfortunately, this kid didn't encounter Lin Ming, or he would surely lose. Consider it a bargain for him. The cold moon ice body is not something the innate Tao body can compare to. As the voices echoed, no one believed that Lin Yuan could surpass Lin Xinghan. After all, there was still a gap between their physiques. Top, 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 with graceful steps, her cold and beautiful visage, in blue attire with flowing black hair, her icy skin and delicate figure, exuded an aura of chill, as if the arena was covered in a layer of frost. Admit defeat. I don't want to hurt you. She resembled an ice beauty, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. Chapter 97. No one can force me to use Tao. Soldiers. The sound around the arena were clamorous. In the center, a chill was spreading outward, and in front, there stood a beautiful figure. Don't want to hurt me? Dressed in black, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the opposite side, where a cold and slightly pale face revealed a hint of surprise. It was evident that the other party was very eager to win, and Lin Yuan also knew the other party's identity, Lin family branch. The Lin family had a strict hierarchy, and even the talented prodigies of the branch needed to secure resources from the family by performing well in this grand competition of prodigies. Not to mention coming first, they had to at least place among the top few. When Lin Yuan thought about his so-called identity as the young master, he understood that the other party was afraid of hurting him and facing consequences later. You are wary of my identity as the young master? Lin Yuan said with a smile, never expecting that there would come a day when he could use his identity to pressure others. It should be noted that he had previously despised such people the most. Yes, so please admit defeat willingly. The voice rang out, and Lin Xinghan's stunning face remained unruffled as she acknowledged it graciously. Although she had felt a hint of pressure from this innate Tao body earlier, she thought it was merely because of the other party's special training method. After all, he was the young master of the Lin family. Her father was the head of the Lin family, and her mother was a divine maiden from the previous generation of the imperial clan, the Jiang family. The resources they possessed were incomparable to those of a prodigy from the Lin family branch. She wanted to win, but found it difficult to do so without harming the other party. Once this was said, the surrounding voices, especially those from the Lin family's elder branch prodigies, naturally seized the opportunity to ridicule Lin Yuan. It seems our young master wants to use his identity to pressure the branch prodigies. Our Lin family's prodigy competition has always been fair and just. I didn't expect. In terms of strength, the innate Tao body is inherently inferior to the cold moon ice body, and he can only do this. Around the arena, voices were mocking Lin Yuan. They wanted to tread on him, but it seemed there would be no opportunity for that. Dressed in white and untainted by dust, Lin Ming sighed. He did not believe that Lin Yuan would be a match for the cold moon ice body. At this moment, standing in the arena and facing the surrounding voices, Lin Yuan was too lazy to respond. Some things, the more you explain, the more misunderstandings arise. Moreover, would he lose? Go ahead. If you can truly defeat me, I guarantee nothing will happen to you. Lin Yuan's expression was calm as he spoke, looking at Lin Xinghan, and said lightly, "Since that's the case, I shall offend you." With a sigh, for some reason, at that moment, Lin Xinghan felt a sense of palpitations in her heart. Unsure of where it came from, a cold light surged, the air around them solidified, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Meanwhile, outside the arena, in the stands, sitting high up, dressed in royal purple attire, elegant and luxurious, was Jiang Ro. Her gaze fell on Lin Xinghan, who was about to duel with Lin Yuan, and a killing intent emerged. Until now, Jiang Ro still believed that her son was merely an innate Dao body. Moreover, Lin Yuan's slightly pale face at that moment clearly indicated that he seemed to have suffered injuries during his previous training. Concerned for her son, she was willing to use any means necessary. She was transmitting a message to a corner of the void. "If Yuan is in danger later, kill Lin Xinghan." The sound transmission was inaudible to those around. "Yes, Divine Maiden," a voice responded. At that moment, hidden in the corner of the void, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles, dressed in a black cloak, was the same one who met Jiang Ro at night. She was frail and old, her gaze fixed on the arena below. The supreme secret techniques of the imperial Jiang family were such that even with so many Lin family experts present today, unless there were quasi-emperor realm powerhouses, no one could detect this old woman. The Divine Maiden has truly changed. It seems that the young master's forced descent to the mortal realm was a huge blow to her. With a sigh, she, who had followed Jiang Ro for countless years as her protector, watched as the once peerless woman became the matriarch of the Lin family. She knew very well that the original Divine Maiden was definitely not like this. At this moment, in the arena, suddenly, snowflakes fell, bringing with them an icy chill. It was Lin Xinghan making her move. Clang! The sound of the sword resonated. The sword body was light, accompanied by a brilliant blue light, intertwining with the suddenly falling snowflakes. Finally, it transformed into countless ice shards, suspended around the arena, dense and numerous, like thousands of ice swords, sharp and unmatched, distorting the void, ready to be slashed and torn apart. This strike completely exceeded the limits of a half-step ascending realm prodigy. Even some ascending realm powerhouses would find it hard to resist. At this moment, the Lin family experts in the stands looked at Lin Xinghan's strike, all showing expressions